I've been communicating with and bouncing off and that. I mean, it was amazing to actually meet them.
And bring your wife. We'll convert her right there for you. No problem.
Yeah, seriously, I'll just flat smack her right there.
Bring your wife. Right. No, we'll flat caress her. Okay. And then, then the next day we might flat smack her, and the third day we'll flat choke her.
Hey,
all right,
Josh,
yes,
real
sir.
quick. There is a meetup, by the way, in Southern California, September 24th.
Thank you so much. If you could email me that, is that okay?
I will shoot you the link to it as soon as we're done.
Thank you so much. And everybody that's listening right now, guys. Okay, everybody needs to listen to this. These guys came on here for free. Okay, they're not charging anybody any money to be able to speak, and they've done countless hours of research. So whatever they have, please support them. Dave, I know he has the app. If you guys want to go to that, I know
FlatEarthDave.com.
His YouTube page can you guys shout out anything that they could maybe support you on in any way, just to push this thing along?
I'm just shocked that Dave's not charging me for this. Wow.
Maybe I am. I told him not to say anything.
Yeah. I'm just gonna keep quiet. No, I'm just kidding.
For me, you can just type in Flat Earth Mark and into Google, you'll find me. And I actually put my physical address on there. So if anyone wants to mail me anything, I don't care what it is. I get the weirdest. For whatever reason, people don't like my head because I get a whole bunch of hats. So send me whatever you want to my address, and I'm more than appreciative of it.
Awesome. And
I was gonna call myself Flat Earth Dave, but somebody apparently beat me to it.
I was gonna be allegedly Dave, but I'm like, oh, there's already a guy doing that. One of the most fun things on the app, I'm upgrading the messaging service. It's going to be like iMessage and on steroids, but people are using it as a dating app now, right? Because honestly, being with a Glober is going to be difficult as time goes on. You need to work on her.
Yes.
But again, anybody that has a brain and is willing to listen occasionally will eventually come over. So don't fret. She'll get there. She'll get there.
I don't want to use the dating part of your app because I'll probably end up with Mark.
Well, here's the thing: whether if male, female, doesn't matter. Because all your best friends are on here. Every one of these people has the potential to be a really good, close friend that you'd like speaking with, because we're all awake and aware. All of these dots are awake and aware.
Yeah.
Oh, I just got to say one more thing because because I've got Mark on here.
What?
When I was doing the Globe Live tour across Europe.
Right.
Okay. So we had a bus, a motorhome, and we had sort of pictures of all the flat earthers, the famous flat earthers over, and we only had one spot to put Mark Sargent's picture, right, and it was over the toilet window. So from the outside, you just saw Mark Sargent, but for inside, like I couldn't go to the loo because it looked like Mark was watching me go.
Oh, because the screen was over the window. The print was over the window.
No one told me that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So everybody that's listening, if you could, if you want to support Dave's channel, it's going to be D Murphy 25. Dave Weiss has Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. It's going to be
No. FlatEarthDave.com. All my links are there. FlatEarthDave.com. Easy.
Yes, and then Mark Sargent, he talked about his. So please, guys, go support them. I just want to tell you guys, everybody that's listening, you can spend numerous amounts of hours studying the creation, the flat Earth, the geocentric, beautiful plane. But how many hours are you guys putting in to actually get to know the Creator? I would just suggest, from a Christian standpoint, please, guys, get to know God. Love Him with all your mind, body, and soul. Read the Bible, please, guys. It's going to open up your mind, and it also lines up with the flat Earth perfectly. So if you're into the flat Earth and you're kind of on the edge, pick up the Bible. God is just waiting for you. He's there, and if you knock, the door shall be open. Okay, guys. So I really appreciate everybody listening. Like every single podcast, I'm going to end this in prayer. So Father God, in the name of Jesus, thank you so much for bringing these three wonderful gentlemen together on this podcast. And we are trying to give all glory to you. This is your creation, and you are the Creator. And we love you. We appreciate everything you do for us, from the bread we eat to the water we drink, anything that we have, it's all glory to you, Father. I really appreciate you. And help these gentlemen, put a legion of angels around them. Help them when they fly to South Carolina or whatever they do. Keep them healthy, strong, and keep their podcast going. Don't let anybody, try to cancel them or anything, because they are trying to speak the truth. And Lord, I know that absolute truth comes from you. So Father God, thank you so much. I really appreciate you and everything you do for us. In Jesus' name, amen. All right. Thank you guys so much for coming on. This is like one of the top shows I think that we're going to end up doing on here, and we appreciate you guys' time, your effort in exposing the truth. God bless you guys. Thank you.
Thanks,
guys.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you guys so much for coming on. Like I said, I really appreciate you guys. This is amazing.
Happy
All right.
to do it.
And we'll see you, Mark and I, and possibly Dave, will see you at Flattoberfest.
All right, I'm gonna get the information for that, and also for the one in
I'll send you the California thing right now.
All right, love you guys. God bless you. Thank you. Anything else, allegedly, Dave?
I was just going to say, I'm going to see if Karen still wants me to come over, and maybe restrictions have lifted. I don't know.
I would. I mean, maybe soon, but it's tough. I mean, Novak couldn't make it over here. Novak Djokovic. So we'll see.
Okay. And Dave, I want to try to connect with Matt Long, Dave Weiss. If you could try to make if he's wanting to do interviews, I would love to have him on the show. Dave Weiss.
I will check. I don't know if he's doing interviews right now. He's in the middle of a court case for child custody, and he's hidden his channel during the case.
Okay, I'm gonna pray for him, and I'm gonna pray for his family. Yeah, that's tough. So, all right. Well, thank you guys. Mark Sargent, thank you. Allegedly, Dave, thank you again. I will try to definitely have you guys in a.
Dave, where did you get that green screen background with people and noise in it? I don't have one like that.
I know that waitress looks so real.
You're muted, Dave. You're muted. Dave, you're muted.
Dave,
you're muted. Oh, we all did it.
No, I had to pay somebody to film it for me, So.
Oh, nice. It looked real, man. Amazing.
Yeah. So does this halloumi burger. Look, it's part of the
All right. Well, God bless all you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right.
Josh, send me a link when this is up. I'll share it on the app. All right.
Okay. I think I'm going to put it up probably tomorrow morning. Okay.
That's fine. Send me a link.
I'll send it to you.
Hey everybody, tonight we're debating Flat Earth versus Globe Earth, and we are starting right now with the Flat Earth team's opening statement. Thanks so much for being with us. Karen B., the floor is all yours.
Hi, my name's Karen B., and I'm here to say that the Earth is flat. Why do I think the Earth is flat? Well, because I participated in 2 independent measurements, direct measurements of the Earth for curvature, and both times curvature was not measured. Once over the Lake Balaton in Hungary, which is the largest landlocked lake over there in Europe. And also we did a measurement of Earth's curvature in Denver, Colorado, using survey equipment over land. And that also showed no trend for curvature in either direction. Also, I remember visibly seeing the Farallon Islands from San Francisco, the coast of San Francisco, and they're about 30 miles away from the coast of San Francisco, and they're not even more than 110 feet tall, so you shouldn't be able to see them all. They should be behind the curvature, yet you can see them on a clear day. And so that is why I think the Earth is flat. What's it?
Okay, yeah. So I always point out that really the main critique is everyone says, you guys think there's flat, where's your model? Answer all these questions. What exactly is going on? Blah, blah, blah. And I consider it to be a very dishonest way to go about this, because there's a positive claim on the table that we were all taught, and that it's that the Earth's a ball with a certain size and very specific claims. So if you want to be honest and look into it, you need to just see if that claim is true before you get ahead of yourself and you're like, well, how would all this other stuff work? We need to figure out if that's true. And like Karen B said, I have similar experiences. I went around the whole US doing the same thing. So we've done laser tests, we've done mirror flashes, we've done long distance observations. We have some observations where you see mountains from hundreds of miles away. The globe position is that it's just an illusion. It's not really there, but it clearly is. We're sitting there seeing what it is, where it is. So anyway, there's just no actual evidence when you look into it that the Earth is a spinning ball. And so an honest position, now what the critique will be is, they're just detaching themselves from the burden of proof, or they don't want to answer the questions or whatever. But again, an intellectually honest position is, well, if we're claiming this is exactly what the Earth is, a spinning ball with a certain size, we need to figure out if that's true. That's the first step. Then we can go trying to figure it out, right? Flat's not a shape, it's a description of a surface. So long story short, there's tons of evidence that debunks what they claim. And we can see that the Earth is provably and measurably a topographical plane. We're not allowed to freely explore the whole Earth. So we don't have to know exactly what the Earth is. We don't have to know what all is on the Earth. That's kind of ridiculous, So in summary, we just need actual empirical verifiable evidence of this alleged curvature, this alleged spin and revolution, and this alleged vacuum. None of that exists. And all evidence shows us that the Earth's a stationary topographical plane, which means it's geocentric in the center of all things. And we're still waiting for this proof of this alleged curvature and spin. So that's kind of the problem. We falsify what they told us. It isn't true. And we're waiting for empirical evidence void of begging the question fallacies. So there you go.
You got it. Thank you very much for that opening from the Flat Earth team. And want to say, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, we are a neutral channel hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. We hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you are from, whether you be Flat Earth, Globe Earth, Christian, atheist, politically left, politically right, you name it. We're glad you're here. We hope you feel welcome. And hey, if you haven't seen it, at the bottom right of your screen, King Crocoduck returns for an epic debate against David McQueen. Creationism on trial. You don't want to miss it. Hit that subscribe button as that debate is coming up this month, and you don't want to miss it. So hit subscribe. And with that, we're going to jump over to our Globe Earth team. Thanks for being with us as well. Amy and Taylor, the floor is all yours. Oh, you're on mute, Taylor.
Should I go first, Amy?
Sure. I'm good with either way, but if you're ready.
Well, yeah. Yeah. All right. I've got a little bit of a janky setup right now because my computer is not cooperating. But let me know if I need to adjust anything, and I'll jump right in. So the main things that I see from Flat Earth is a basic misunderstanding of simple physics, geometry, and optics, to name the most important things, and which understood properly can explain and demonstrate the Earth's round shape. So there's a couple ways beyond that that we can use. There is actually a live feed of the Earth from space. It's called the one I like, I'm sure there's others, but it's called the Himawari 8 weather satellite. It's a live feed. You can see the entire globe. It's not a compilation of pictures. And so it can't be faked because you can check the live weather patterns. Flat Earther Jeranism proved that the Earth is curved when he did his famous experiment where his friend went out on the lake and he had to lift the light to get over the curve. And speaking of seeing stuff behind curves, refraction can actually account for seeing further than the actual physical curve is, but refraction cannot account for that if the Earth is in fact flat. It can only refract on a circular planet or surface. And thankfully, I've got a whiteboard behind me so I can explain that in later if we get into that. But basically, since the atmosphere is curved, the light's going to hit the curved atmosphere that's different densities, and it will refract around. On a flat Earth, it's all the same density in a straight line. So it's not hitting different densities and bouncing like refraction would require. So refraction only happens on a globe. You do actually need a model because this is a flat Earth debate. This is not globe on trial debate. And it's really funny that all attempts to put even globe people try to put the Earth on a flat surface, and it doesn't work. Flat maps don't work accurately. So that's a problem. Let's see. So basically how perspective works is we're taught on a flat surface like in art class that we can draw those straight lines and the horizon converges with that. When you draw on a flat Earth, it should work like that. On the real Earth, it falls below that line. So that's one thing with the curvature. We can observe that over lakes like Lake Pontchartrain. We can observe both the water and the causeway curving over the horizon and dropping lower than a linear perspective would. Again, refraction cannot cause this effect if the Earth is flat. Geometry, I wish I had my slideshow, but the fact that the stars spin in opposite directions on opposite sides of the globe is impossible on a flat Earth. In fact, flat is the only shape of the Earth that does not work with that, because if we were on a flat Earth and the stars are spinning in opposite directions, then that means that the stars are getting farther and closer to each other, and that's never been observed. In fact, we observed that they're all the same relative distance from each other. Basically, gravity, if you understand gravity, you understand why air and water hold to the surface hold to a curved surface, and why the surface is in fact curved, because everything falls in the same direction. Those are my main points, other than and I'll help out with it, because last time we moved on before I could answer his question about the Cavendish experiment, which demonstrates gravity. So the independent variable is the mass of the torsion bar. And the dependent variable is the direction of movement. So mass accelerates towards mass. It's gravity is a proven phenomenon. And those are my basic points. I'd really like to stick to the gravity thing. And go ahead, Amy.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so very much. Hello, everyone. My name is Amy Newman. I create skeptic content along with my co-host, James W. at youtube.com/Amy Newman, as I am a comedian, counter-apologist, and multimedia enthusiast with degrees in graphic design, game development, film and motion graphics, with a specialization in visual effects, education, and information technology, which is what makes topics like the flat versus globe so much fun, because there are videos, live feeds from the International Space Station 24/7, 365 of the Earth being round from space. But when it comes to a flat Earth, all we get are cartoon representations of something like a dome, or as they sometimes call it, a firmament from biblical cosmology. But more on that later. Let's first talk about why the world is round, because we've known this for thousands of years. Ancient Greeks like Eratosthenes, along with his counterparts, would record shadows from cities hundreds of miles apart. He began to notice that directly overhead at noon, there was no shadow in Cyan, but a very long shadow at Alexandria, something only possible on a round Earth. Though would become useful thousands of years later as time zones allow us to figure out what part of our day-night cycle we're on. Pilots take advantage of the round Earth by bypassing the side instead of going over the top. They could just save some money. Look at that. Wow, right over the top. Another touchy subject for conspiracy theorists. I know, but again, more on that later. In fact, circumnavigating the Earth by heading in the same direction is another way that we know the Earth is round. Because on a flat plane of any finite length, you will eventually find an edge. All of the water would end up falling off of said edge like you would expect trying to drink from a dinner plate or a disc. Yet this seems to never happen. In fact, it appears we live on a giant, massive ball, like the vast majority of giant celestial objects. Sun, round. Moon, round. Literally every other planet, round, round, and around we go. Yet a flat earther will try to sell you that the Earth is flat, while none of these physical laws of nature matter. And why? Well, because we're God's special creation. Oh, which is the seedling or possibly the root of the problem here tonight. Though, don't take my word for it. Ask your local flurf. Quote, you can't really be a flat earther and an atheist. End quote. Witsit gets it. Though if religion is the seed and the flat earth is the fruit of this rotten tree, then conspiracy theory would be the stem. You see, this kind of mindset that we're dealing with is conspiracy theories. The types that have not met a conspiracy that they don't love. But I wish I was being hyperbolic. Flat earth, sure, but anti-vax 7-Eleven was a part-time job. The ether is real. Gravity isn't real. Space isn't real. The atomic theory isn't real. Whoa, 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 whoa. What these people are trying to sell you is science isn't real, because the entire process of science is removing human bias from the question. If someone asks, well, did you take that test for yourself? You might be talking with someone who rejects science, though it will be something we asked of flat earthers, since they are not in the scientific consensus. Thus, the burden of proof will be on them to come up with their own model instead of acting within mainstream science and saying, oh, mainstream triggers me. Left. Are you going to accept what the media has told you? Don't you know they're only trying to make money? Well, sure, 24/7 cable news is horrible. The peer review system by which people formulate a hypothesis, go out into the field for research, collect data, then submit their results. Yeah, that's still fantastic. In fact, it's the only way we can separate fact from fiction. So all we have left to really deal with is the root of the problem. While I could say religion, what I mean is superstition. You see, liberal, conservative, atheist, theist, we can all be prone to believing bullshit. Sometimes that comes from a fundamentalist view of a holy text. Other times it's crystals, vibrations, and magnets. The key here, it's not a science debate, because science is about testable working theories. This is about theories versus conspiracy theories, or rather what tools we use in our epistemological toolkit. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that opening from Snake and Amy, aka Snake/Taylor Synonymous. But want to say, folks, thanks for being with us. If you happen to have a question, you can @ me in the live chat. as well as if you do a super chat, we put those questions at the top of the list. We'll have Q&A after the open discussion. Thanks very much for being with us. Witsit Gets It, Karen B, Amy, and Taylor, the floor is all yours for open dialogue.
So, guys, since my understanding of gravity proves that the Earth is round, how about you educate me on what I'm getting wrong about gravity and why do things fall towards the ground and not sideways?
Okay, right after we address your guys' monologue, though. So,
why do you dodge the question?
Wait, dude, I want to address the intro, okay? So you claimed Himawari proves that the Earth's a ball and that it shows us live time footage of live time weather patterns. And so therefore it couldn't be faked. That's patently false though, my man. It takes a minimum of 10 minutes delay, admittedly, before they even give you any type of image. And secondly, you claim that star trails in the south debunk it. And then you said that's impossible. It's only possible. It's possible in every shape except for flat, which in my intro of the 3 things I said, I helped you out and said, flat's not a shape, bro. So when you guys say flat's a shape, it sounds really ridiculous. It's a description of a surface. You can have a flat, square, circle, triangle, you name it. Okay. Then you brought up Cavendish. We'll talk about that since that's what you want to talk about. And then Amy said you'd fall off the edge. You can't go past 60 south latitude. So there's actual no proof of any of the stuff that you guys are saying. It was a bunch of sophistry. So I just wanted to address your intro. All right, go ahead. What's your question? You're asking me to explain gravity?
Yeah, and then after you ask that question, I want to know why you wouldn't fall off an edge, because that's not right. So I want to know why you think otherwise.
Yeah. So
well,
you
Amy,
can't go
would
past
you
the
like
60th south latitude? It's illegal to go past there. Can you fall off the edge of a lake? No,
ladies and
you
gentlemen,
cannot.
it's the law that's keeping him from finding out the truth. They can't send drones up past a certain feet because that would really hurt their feelings. They can't figure out how to do a drone themselves. They can't figure out how to get through Antarctica themselves, even though people go to Antarctica and have won world records.
Okay, so you can't freely and privately explore past the 60th south latitude. You can only go where you're on an approved guided tour. You asked if we could fall off the edge. You can't fall off the edge of a lake. So that's a ridiculous question. There's something. Oh, there's
get
something.
Approval.
Yeah, but what if they don't?
Why haven't you gotten approval?
Because I
you
know
can travel there. You can buy a ticket.
Only where they let you go.
Yeah, you can explore.
Comprehending words?
You could do the same thing. How about you go get approval and go do that transpolar trip and prove that the Earth is a globe? I mean, you guys could do the same thing. So that is like a really ridiculous argument there, because it's easy to prove the Earth is not a globe without going anywhere from the first place, without risking your life. But if you think it's, if you guys claim the Earth is a globe, that's a positive claim. Go prove it. Go from one pole to the other.
So first of all, it sounds like Austin said Wooder's not falling off the edge because I didn't go there. So him not going there is physically keeping Wooder falling off.
No, you guys interrupted me.
Oh, okay. Well, let me finish the point.
Finish your straw man fallacy. Okay, go ahead.
Moving over to Karen. Is that the reason why we don't have to do the test is because we're defending the scientific consensus. You're going against the scientific consensus. You're trying to present your own model. And if you're just saying, I'm asking questions, scientists don't care. Your views aren't going to be taught in science textbooks.
Okay, so for one, science is antithetical to consensus. You seem to not comprehend that it has nothing to do with what other people think. Secondly, I was explaining that you, for one, can't go past the 60th south latitude privately and freely, and then people have actually been intercepted trying to do so. Thirdly, you actually don't fall off the edge of a lake, so there's something containing it. Antarctica is known to have the highest elevation in the world. Fourthly, the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is a physical container. Therefore, there could be something literally coming down and keeping that gas pressure here. Therefore, you wouldn't be able to go past it or through it, much less fall off of it. It's a baseless assertion in which you want to skate past the fact that you have no idea what's past there either.
How interesting. Contain it. What is containing it?
We don't have to make a claim as to what it is. It's a necessary antecedent.
Wooder is currently falling off the edge. You haven't been to that. There's. I shouldn't say the D word.
Nobody said there was an edge.
No one said it's a flat. So it's an infinite plane, right? It doesn't have an edge. It's an infinite.
I don't know.
On forever.
We're claiming that if there's a container, it would touch down on the Earth. Can you fall off of it?
Say that again.
If there was a container containing the gas pressure and it touched down on the Earth, could you fall off the Earth?
Can you prove there's a container?
I just now explained to you, my man. It's illegal to privately traverse past the 60th south latitude. You must not be listening.
Yeah, you can explore anywhere on Earth.
No, you cannot privately and freely explore
Yes.
past the 60th south latitude.
Who's going to stop you?
Different military
Military?
organizations. Dude, are you literally
No,
denying it?
military's not allowed there.
This is why you are the best recruiters for Flat Earth ever, just in case you were wondering, because you guys have to
No.
lie. This is why you're trying
And
to
you have to interrupt me.
No,
So,
you just lied.
Gotta earn those checks
So
somehow.
there's no.
All right, there's 3 people
Man.
speaking
Oh my
at once, so
gosh.
quiet, just so we can hear. It doesn't make sense. It cancels out the purpose of having the panel if there are people speaking over each other, because then they can't hear anybody. So just want to be sure. Let's see. Karen, we haven't heard a lot from you, so if you have something to say, we'll kick it over to Karen. Otherwise, we'll kick it over to Taylor. Karen, any
Okay,
thoughts?
well, first of all, I've talked to a man firsthand that I know personally who worked for NASA. And when he worked for NASA, he actually spent time working at both poles. He worked at the North Pole and at the South Pole, the quote unquote South Pole. And he also believes that the Earth is flat, knows that the Earth is flat, because he didn't see the sun's disk the whole time he was there. I mean, and the whole time he was there was on a military base. Of course, you have to be military to go to Antarctica. There is no roaming around down there, and not to mention the fact that it is an extremely more harsh environment than the North Pole. It's not equal. Like in the North, when it's summertime in the North, you can go to the North and you can watch the sun go around, and it's actually kind of pleasant there. But it's not the same in Antarctica. It's much more colder. And there's no flora and fauna there. All there's like penguins on the shore, and that's it. It's different. It's completely different. So why isn't it the same if the Earth is a globe, like the way it's described? It doesn't even make sense.
What have you got, Taylor?
You could go around the military bases in a very short circle instead of around it, the entire globe in a big circle. So you can actually figure out the direction. You could just go around the military bases and it will be an enclosed circle, not the outside of a flat disk or whatever.
Have you done that?
Any flat object.
Have you done that?
Have you? You can do this privately. They won't stop you.
No, you can't.
You can't go past
Yes,
the
No,
you
you
can.
cannot.
Can you listen to what I just said? Go around that latitude and look at the military bases.
You wouldn't
the whole
get anywhere
time.
near the military bases
It will
because
be-
at 60 degrees, you can't even see the shoreline of Antarctica, dude.
And
Dun, dun,
also
dun.
notice what they're saying. It's a conspiracy.
You can go around it.
You could go, but they're stopping you. It's the government. What do you watch the
They
news?
literally do
Amy, it's
stop
not
you.
a conspiracy. It's called the Antarctic Treaty, which has tons of subsequent legislation that is easily accessible. You can go read it. It's illegal
about
to
it?
privately and freely explore past the 60th south latitude. That's objective. You guys are saying nuh-uh.
Because you can
Yeah,
go
because
there.
how come? And how come the Antarctic Treaty bans military activity on Antarctica?
How is that relevant?
Silence. Okay.
How is
How is
that
that relevant to military
What
existence?
type of
aggressive
military
dude.
activity? What type of military activity? I mean, they still have bases down there. They are military run.
Name one.
So, McMurdo.
What's up now?
What's up
Silence.
now? Is that what you
Well,
said?
Ironically, you're the one that just got silenced. I answered your
Uh,
question. So it's a non sequitur. Do people have tried to go and been intercepted?
There are
Okay.
scientists on Antarctica now. People have run for Guinness World Records in Antarctica, have been recorded, have been filmed. Somehow that's sometimes a not good enough for flat earthers.
Non
And so
sequitur.
film non sequitur as in
Yeah.
you can't go there.
I know a
Except for
guy
all
who
the
filmed
people
Loch
that
Ness
went
Monster,
there,
too.
that they filmed it. Oh, really?
We
They
said
did?
you can't
You
privately
should get
and
that guy to
freely-
publish a paper so other people believe it and he's not a conspiracy theorist.
You said you can't privately and freely go there. So that's called a straw man fallacy. If you can just name someone that went on an approved guided tour, that's
It's-
a non sequitur straw
Okay.
man fallacy.
So it's not
You'll
a
get
straw
there though.
man. You can go there. What you're trying to say is, I don't want to go there because then that would disprove the thing that really gets me in my feelings.
No, if you attempt to get approved for circumnavigation across the center of the Antarctic continent on the bottom of a ball, it will not be approved. They say it's too dangerous of a journey to even attempt, and they will not approve it because they think they can't rescue you. So you're just making stuff up.
So they'll arrest you if you do it?
Yes, people have been intercepted trying to go past the
Yes.
60th south latitude multiple times.
There you go, ladies
Um,
and gentlemen. You can't go to Antarctica. You can't go there for any reason at all, whether you're a scientist or trying to transverse it. Doesn't matter that scientists are there right now, that we have Guinness World Record transversing it. Remember, you can't go there except for
strawman fallacy again.
It's a straw man, except for it's your exact position, which makes it a steel man.
It's not in my exact position. We don't claim no one can go there. We claim that you have to be approved and you can only go where they let you go.
Yeah, you have then to go skate under their conditions.
It's insane.
Have private citizens been there?
Only when approved on where exactly they're going to go, and they're not allowed to go anywhere except for where's approved.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen.
But they've been approved to go there. And McMurdo's not a military base,
but it's the government.
To go where they let you go, and they do not approve circumnavigation all the way over Antarctica. They claim it's too dangerous.
But you can go into Antarctica.
So I can go any. That doesn't mean I'm proving the Ursa ball and it's an ice cap on the bottom. I'd have to go over it and come back up on the other side of the ball, wouldn't I, Taylor?
And McMurdo's not a military base, by the way. It's a research facility.
Okay. Are you going to just skate past?
So you're
just going to skate past the point?
No, I didn't lie. I was wrong.
I'm going to go straight to the lie.
It doesn't matter. I already told you that I know a man who went to Antarctica, and it doesn't prove that the Earth is a ball either way.
So I know
how long do you want to sit here and go, no,
I know
you
a
can't.
guy.
Yes, you can.
I know a guy who went to the moon.
He worked for NASA.
He went to the moon.
He worked for NASA. So we can hear one person at a time.
He literally worked for NASA.
Mm-hmm. I know a guy who went to the moon.
This is non-sequitur.
So
a guy that worked for NASA that was stationed in Antarctica says that you do not in any way are able to prove the Ursa ball by being there, and that you don't see the 24-hour sun. He works for NASA and was stationed in Antarctica for NASA, and he's a flat earther. So it's not just the same as saying, I know a guy.
So he has published a paper on flat Earth that gets peer-reviewed. What was he doing there, can I ask? What was he doing research on? What's it? You got a name?
He was actually doing, I can't remember. I did an interview with him a while ago, but it was something to do actually with satellites.
Oh, fantastic.
And weather. It was weather and satellite related. It was weather and satellite related.
On that note, on that note, Amy, would you like to explain why you can't fake the footage from the Himawari weather satellite?
Because you would have to be generating that in real time at all times.
It's not real time. It's a 10-minute delay.
Real time.
Yeah, how fast can you Photoshop accurate weather patterns?
Now you're asking us. So first it was real time. First it was real time. Now you guys have been exposed for claiming it's real time, and you're objectively wrong. And now you're saying, 10 minutes isn't fast enough when you have algorithms of computers and artificial intelligence.
That can assess every cloud. So somehow this technology exists that can record every cloud's movement and then put it photorealistically into a picture every 10 minutes.
We use weather
balloons. Did you check all those clouds of every picture? Did you check every cloud of every picture to make sure it was actually correct and true to weather patterns? And can you show me that?
I didn't, but you should.
So the claim is the scientists.
You could debunk it.
The claim is the scientists are generating visual effects for you people. Once again, it's a massive conspiracy. They're generating visual effects.
You're just appealing to emotion.
You're just appealing to emotion.
I'm sorry. What was your model?
You're just appealing to emotion. You're
no.
So
the floor is yours for your model. I'm ready. Taylor said, your class is yours.
You guys are freaking out, but this is great recruitment for Flat Earth. So you guys claim that it was live time, and it's objectively not, right? So we have weather patterns.
No, we said there's a delay
with weather balloons, right? So we do keep a documentation of the weather very frequently. And yeah, you would just feed this information to an artificial intelligence algorithm that would give you a picture. They're not even always accurate. And you can actually go look and see that it is not a singular picture when you look at the actual extrapolation of the data. Now, whenever Karen B asked you, okay, have you done this?
That doesn't mean anything.
You made the bold claim that you can prove it by looking at weather patterns. And then she said, have you done it? And you said, no, you should do it.
But
So you
can
guys
you
just
say
make
that out loud?
You do it because you're the one claiming that it's fake. So you show me any instances of fakeness, but you just claim with no evidence that this amazing technology exists and that it is in fact being used to fake.
You're claiming it's real.
No
So the positive claim is that it's real, right? We're saying that's not sufficient evidence or proof of anything, because you could easily fake an image and then send it to people. That doesn't prove the Earth's
not easily.
So that's called a straw man fallacy, Taylor.
No, you would need, I'm glad you said that though, because you would need a technology that has not been shown to exist in order to do this. And I'm wondering, what is your standard of evidence for a picture or video? Is it that you don't like this, so you just claim it's CGI? What picture or video would you accept? Do you just automatically reject all pictures and all video because it might be
claim
CGI?
that comes from the government claiming that they went to outer space and we can't personally verify and it's not legitimately testable? We don't blindly give our entire worldview like mental midgets and say, okay, well, we're going to blindly believe this because the government made a claim. So that's our actual stance. So try again.
Mm-hmm. But you do believe a video. You do believe video and picture when it's shown to you in other circumstances, though, don't you?
If it's independently verifiable.
I want to point out that he said, ladies and gentlemen, remember, the government is generating an algorithm. It is a massive conspiracy that they are trying to fool you that the Earth is round. Now, he doesn't want to say the end of that sentence. He just wants to say the beginning. But ladies and gentlemen, they're lying to you. The governments are working together, creating wars.
You're just making stuff up now. So, yeah, we know that governments lie, right? Like they admittedly lie within the intrinsic description of what a government is. They automatically compartmentalize and keep things classified. That's what a government is. Admittedly, our government has started wars, ironically, like Gulf of Tonkin's declassified a false flag attack our government did themselves. So we're not claiming we know that not everything the government's saying is a lie. We're not claiming millions of people are in on it. That's a straw man. What we're claiming is we don't blindly believe stories and propaganda that comes from the government when they are notoriously known to be dishonest and mislead us. We need something that's independently verifiable.
Right. So I don't trust the government either. I don't trust the government either at all. So I'm with you there, except we have this whole scientific community that isn't the government that's independently verifying what NASA says.
Really? Can you give me some specific examples? It's illegal to privately go out there and do this. So where are these magical scientists you're talking about?
Literally all physicists.
Literally all physicists.
All physicists.
Now you're just appealing
all physicists went to space?
Is that it is a round Earth in which we have went to the moon.
Do you believe there
actually,
are
I know
places?
tons of physicists that don't think the moon landing was real. You guys are just making stuff up.
Well,
I just
I'm
talked
waiting
to
for
a
them to
quantum physicist the other day who thinks the Earth is flat. I just talked to an astrophysicist the other day who thinks there may be an ether and that relativity is wrong and the Earth could be geocentric. I just talked to another physicist the other day who knows the Earth is flat. So you guys are making
Once
stuff
again,
up.
how many people
I talked
you
to a
talk
guy
to
who
at the
believes
end
the
of the
thing.
bar does not matter. You need them to publish papers.
You're the one that appealed to the idea of physicists. Try to keep up Amy.
Yes,
so you guys want to
scientific
move on.
consensus, not guys at the bar. Do you understand the difference between scientific consensus
I
and
want
the
to let
guy
Karen
at the
B
end of the
talk
bar?
to you.
Oh my God. Why do you?
So I talked to a guy who believes the thing is good enough evidence for you, but
No.
scientific consensus is not.
That's another straw man fallacy. I didn't claim that
It's not.
because this physicist thinks the Earth is flat, that means it proves it. What I said was you claimed all physicists prove and verify NASA's claims. Now, this is patently absurd and false on its face. For one, it's illegal to go to space. We're talking about these claims of them going to space and turning around and taking a picture of the Earth, okay? No physicists ever verified any of that. You made that up. And then when you appeal to all, because your guys are just appealing to emotion. You're appealing to the idea of science, right? It's the most fallacious idea ever. And I'm pointing out that actually not all physicists agree on really pretty much anything. So can
My
we get to the
favorite
actual
emotion,
evidence
science.
maybe at some point? Or are we just going to keep appealing to emotion?
My
No,
favorite
you're
emotion,
right. There
science.
might be like one or two physicists on the globe who believe that. Who
You
maybe
don't know any.
have a
You're not some
bachelor's
arbiter
degree.
of truth that knows what all physicists think. Man, you sound ridiculous.
Do most physicists agree with you? What do you think
I
that
don't care.
percentage is?
I don't. It doesn't
What would
matter.
you
That's a
estimate
non-scientific.
that
even
is?
claim to have talked to most
99%.
And it doesn't matter.
99.9999%.
So
We don't
if
appeal to
99
authority.
Yeah, appeal to authority and majority. If 99% of people think slavery is real and immoral, does that make it good? What a stupid argument.
Bible
It's
slavery.
it's an appeal
Now you're
to
freaking out talking
expertise.
about your infatuation with the Bible. So you guys are just all over the place, just imploding with red
no.
herring fallacy.
Excuse, can I actually ask you? Is the main reason why you are a flat earther scientific or religious?
It's scientific, even though measurement's actually not a science question, but yeah, scientific falsification of the globe earth claims.
It has nothing to do with religion?
No, literally nothing.
Nothing, even though that you say a flat earther cannot be an atheist.
Yeah, that doesn't mean you don't understand it. So
no, tie that to square that circle.
I will pull that pencil out and take notes or something. So if the earth is stationary, okay, write it down. If the earth is stationary, and that would mean it's geocentric. And if it's geocentric, it's the center of all things that are perceived, meaning there is no logical postulation that could explain that without it being placed there.
I've got one. Simulation theory.
Who created the programming of the simulation?
If you convince me.
Who created the programming of the simulation?
Yeah. If you convince me that the earth was flat, I wouldn't go automatically to God. So why don't you teach me how this gravity thing works? Because that's why I'm convinced that the earth is a globe.
Really?
Because
what's gravity?
Yeah,
what's gravity?
But he also said
it's
a
an
half
acceleration
sentence.
of mass towards mass.
He said it was put there, but he didn't say creator. Like he does half sentences. Like it had to be put there by
No,
it
that's
has
the
nothing
point.
to do with a
So
God.
the religion would come in when you personify or make specific claims about what the creator is or whatever, but the necessary antecedent to design is intelligent design. So it just means that it's placed there. Atheism would no longer be viable.
really fun to argue with them.
Personify it or come up with a religion. And that's not why people think the earth's flat. It's once you prove that the earth is flat and not what they said it is, then it's just an antecedent for a geocentric stationary earth. So I don't want to just not let Karen B talk, though. I mean, Karen B would destroy you guys. You guys are she's a little too polite for you guys, I think. That's what I think.
So do you have anything to say about how our understanding of gravity is all wrong?
Yeah.
I'm here to learn.
Yeah.
Well,
so go ahead,
I
Karen B.
mean, well, first of all, you keep talking about mass attracting mass. So what about Einstein? Einstein is supposed to be the prevailing gravitational theory, and that has nothing to do with mass attracting mass. It's like bendy space-time. So how do you reconcile that? The difference between Einstein and Newtonian gravity?
Under his theory, mass warps space-time, which causes mass to accelerate towards mass.
But it's not attraction, right? So, like, yeah.
I said acceleration.
Well, at first you said you didn't, actually. So, but either way. So the question is, did you not know that relativity has already been demonstrated to have tons of problems, and it's actually provably right now at the best, in the best case scenario, incomplete within your own paradigm? You didn't know that?
So you think that I said attract?
No response. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. When you say
do you
Cavendish,
think that
you're
I
claiming
said
mass
attracts or accelerates?
So you said that the independent variable was mass, right? But so actually the independent variable, actually in the independent variable, according to relativity, would be the bending and warping of space-time. So it wouldn't be the mass itself. It would actually be the effect of the bending and warping of space-time. So that would be your independent variable. So when you said it was mass,
according to that model,
mass.
This is just very dishonest, because what warps space-time?
Well, in your paradigm, the displacement
under that model.
Yeah, in that model. Yeah, in your paradigm, the mass displaces the bending and warping.
Thank you.
Right, but that's not the point. You claim the independent variable, which is supposed to be the cause, but the cause is the bending and warping of space-time. You need to manipulate space-time, and just reifying it by saying, "Oh, I changed the mass," doesn't actually verify that causal agent, which has been debunked in your own paradigm.
How do you warp something that has no properties?
Because
space has no properties.
Yeah,
space has property.
How do you? What are the properties of space?
So space.
What are the properties of space?
So space and time are uniquely tied together. Wherever you
dimensions
have a
is not
space,
a property.
You have a time. Wherever you are in time, you have a space. So it is a single landmark that we call space-time.
Non sequitur. So she's asking, how does space have physical properties? That's what she asked.
once again.
Dimensionality is a property of space.
Ever since the
That's a mathematical description. That's not a physical property. Try
I
again.
don't consider that a property.
It's a description of a physical property.
No, it's not.
Try
It's a
again.
description of an amount of area, of volume. It's a different Cartesian coordinate system of area or volume that isn't a physical property.
It is.
No,
It is a property. It is a thing.
it's not a thing.
That
They
is
claim
a
it's nothing.
property.
They claim it's nothing. They claim it's emptiness.
Space. So space does not have dimensions.
Dimensions is just an arbitrary description mathematically to describe a certain
Of-
Cartesian coordinate
of
system applied to
something-
something. But your religion, or heliocentrism, claims that space is emptiness or nothingness.
It's a description of
globe
something
priests.
that space-time has, right?
No, you can just mathematically describe it with the Cartesian coordinate system. Space is considered nothingness or emptiness.
It's not considered nothingness. So
It's considered emptiness, yeah.
Space, empty of matter, right? So space has dimensions.
Well, could describe its
Therefore, it is
dimensions.
a property of space. That's how
No.
English works. Sorry to burst your bubble.
You don't understand dimensions aren't physical properties. You have to have something physical in which you're applying the dimensions to. So you'll get there.
Dimensions are physics, and it is physical. Yeah.
Dimensions
It's
are
not-
physics.
Dimensions are not mass, but dimensions is
math.
physics.
Math. Dimensions are math.
I also want to know both.
Which
of
is
you said
physics.
That
Math isn't
you,
physics.
No, it's not.
And I wasn't commenting on your math comment. I'm saying it's not mass. So that's probably what you're thinking of as physical. It's not mass,
It's not mass or
but it
energy.
is. But there are non-mass things in physics that are physical.
Okay, can you define physical?
Anything that has to do with physics.
Anything that, okay, so the definition of physical in your own paradigm is energy or mass. So
And space.
is which one?
I said and space.
No. Energy and mass. So which one is it that space falls under the category of, energy or mass?
Neither.
Okay, so it's not physical, even within your own paradigm's definition. So we can move on.
All right.
Nope.
physical universe is anything that we are able to interact with. That's why we don't seem to get any experiments from the flat earth side. In fact, both of them said that they went out, they did the experiments themselves. However, as far as I can tell, neither of them published papers, and so there is nothing to be added to the scientific community. And if long as they put, how they got the results, their methodology, other people can then do the same thing.
Yeah,
And,
you're just
oh no,
Go ahead.
continue.
Actually,
Well, no, I
going
just
to
wanna know the
consensus.
journal.
Karen B, sorry, go ahead.
there is a paper published, actually, a very long paper. It's over 100 pages long PDF that has been published by the group of people that I did the measurements with. I didn't call them experiments. They were actually direct measurements of the Earth's surface to try to measure the Earth for curvature, because they do give us a given size of the Earth, which is the radius of 3959, which you could then from that you can, go do basic geometry and extrapolate the numbers, and then you should know how much curvature you should see from one point to another. And every time we did measurements, we did not measure any curvature at all.
And what journal was this published in, if I ask?
It wasn't published in
Nature?
a journal, because you're not going to publish in a scientific mainstream scientific journal something that debunks everything that they try to push.
Yeah, so
Right,
your
again,
argument
We
is
It's
did
a
publish it
conspiracy.
ourselves, but we did
So-
publish it ourselves, and it is
I bet you
available
did.
for public viewing, and I can
And
give
it's
it to
done
you
by
right now.
engineers. Yeah, it's done by a group of engineers, and it's in-depth documentation of all the tools, all the methodologies, all the data, all the refractive conditions. the
7
refractive
different
index.
measurements.
Yeah.
Yes, 7
Apparently,
different measurements.
Apparently, the rest of the scientists don't think it was good methodology.
Oh,
And
can
you-
you
unless
name
you
one
can
that
Oh,
look
looked
I
at
at
haven't
it?
seen it.
You
name
can
one that looked at
also
it?
find this published
You
at
need to do that.
www.thisisdefinitely.blogspot.com.
So all you guys are doing is just like, because you guys have no substantive value to your argument, so you're just appealing to consensus. You're like, oh, well, the mainstream didn't peer review it and say it was true, so therefore it's not. But ironically, what you just claimed is true, right, which is relativity. I can cite, since you like to appeal to consensus so much, and whatever a scientist says is true, which is stupid because they all disagree. I can tell you at least 500 different people that say the theory of relativity is not viable, must be replaced, and is in no way complete or compatible, for example, with quantum or the cosmological scale. And you just said you proved it with Cavendish. So you have a contradictory worldview. You're just trying to gaslight us. That's all you're doing. You're gaslighting us for the audience to pretend that somehow, since you have the majority of people on your side, that means you're right.
So how am I supposed to tell the difference between you actually being right and all of us being wrong, and all the experts being wrong, and you just teaming up with some people and saying, I know a guy who said it wasn't round? How am I supposed to tell the difference?
Do you know what strawman fallacies are? Because it's like the most dishonest fallacy that one can use in a debate, where no one made any of those claims that you're saying. We didn't say that some guy told us and therefore one guy told us so the earth is flat. No, we said you can go out and physically prove via empirical, replicatable demonstrations and measurements and experiments that falsify the claim of the globe earth model. That's what we're actually saying. So everything you're saying is a non sequitur, bro. You're just making up strawman fallacies. It's lame.
No, how am I supposed to know the difference? Because I know of several ways to measure the curvature.
Name one.
And you just call them CGI.
Name one.
Pictures, looking at lakes that curve with your eyes.
Pictures measure the earth.
Looking at the stars, which can't spin in opposite directions unless you're on literally anything but a flat surface.
None of those things measure the earth.
They do.
Hey, can I share the screen?
No, they don't. All you can do with the lights in the sky is observe them. You can't use them as a form of measurement because there's no frame of reference.
You can observe that, and those aren't spinning in different directions. You're just slightly warping it.
Okay, so that would give you the optical illusion of things moving in different directions based on the containment, actually. So what's up? What's your answer?
No, it doesn't.
Why not?
Because that's not an optical illusion of things spinning in opposite directions.
We're literally looking at it, though.
And that's an interesting thing. It says glass dome. That makes it almost seem like this dome is made of glass. Wouldn't that be interesting if you just go up to the dome and try and crack it, get right through it?
Why are you changing the subject, buddy?
And this is on top of the dome.
My lady, right up there.
You're changing the subject. So, Taylor, you just said, no. You have any substantive specificity of any value, or?
Because it's not spinning in opposite directions. Maybe it's the frame rate for me, but it's not. And this is observed. This is not observed. This is taken from above the dome.
Okay.
So this is not a model.
You would be perceiving the stars through the dome.
More cartoons
under it.
Hey, there's also a magnetic field.
Look different
two parallel things of stars themselves. Actually, two sets of stars within a magnetic field that can be depicted. You would get the exact same thing. Also, magnetic holography.
Your speculation. Yeah. I love speculation as scientific
You
evidence.
said it was impossible. I'm showing you that's not true. There are many possibilities. As I then lay out the possibilities, which refute your claim that it's impossible, you now say it's speculation because we can't physically go to these locations and verify things. So that's a non sequitur. Your claim that it's impossible has been disproven.
You're not showing me stars under a dome. You're not showing me anything like that.
Does this show that a container, that some type of physical container can alter the stars and make them look like they're going in opposite directions? Yes or no?
Not like the Earth, and it doesn't look like it to me.
Okay, well, we'll let the audience decide. If you just say "nuh-uh," doesn't mean anything. Everyone can see them going in two different directions.
No, it looks like it's just going in one direction to me.
Okay, well, I'm sorry that you can't.
It's a pretty bad frame rate.
Can I ask? Do you guys believe in the atmosphere?
Yeah, we believe in the Atmos.
What is holding the atmosphere down if not for gravity?
There's a physical containment. We don't see gravity hold gas down. It goes in all directions.
A physical containment? Once again, like a glass dome?
So we don't have to claim glass or anything. Yep, something containing it.
We could pick something out of that can.
You guys got nothing. So if gravity's holding the gas down, why does it go in all directions?
Why does it have density gradient? What do you mean? Why does it go in all directions? Because it's fluid.
Why does it have a density gradient?
Why is there a gradient? That's your question. We have an electric gradient on the Earth, and we have the most gas being introduced at the surface level. And the only way that you can have a pressure gradient is to have the pressure in the first place, which requires a containment. So that was easy.
It does not require containment. It only requires acceleration.
Acceleration?
What?
What does acceleration have to do with a pressure gradient?
Because if the air is accelerating toward the ground, then it's going to accumulate toward the ground.
It's not, though. It goes in all directions, including directly up away from the ground.
Mm-hmm.
So if something's going up away from the ground, is it accelerating towards the ground?
Most of it is accelerating towards the ground.
That's a non sequitur. The point is that the gas goes in all directions.
It's actually a direct answer to what you said.
No, you said that it's all going down.
Yeah, most of it is going down.
Is it most?
And some of it might move a little bit. So what? That's how fluids work.
So even
it's
your
like
model
water.
claims it has to be contained, Taylor. You don't know that?
It doesn't need a solid container.
It needs physical containment.
Gravity, which is physical, but not solid, will contain air and water.
But it doesn't at the surface where it's the strongest. It goes in all directions.
It does.
It goes in all directions.
So?
It's also, there's an electric gradient on the Earth. So we can prove that there's an electrostatic field and electric gradient on the Earth, which electrostatics on the smallest scale is 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be. And we can actually prove that's there. So can you actually prove that this magical bending and warping of space-time is there without just begging the question and saying, look, I moved mass around? Can you prove it?
It doesn't matter. We observe the phenomena that all matter accelerates towards matter. It doesn't matter how it happens.
Really?
We don't have to know.
All matter accelerates towards other matter.
Including air. And you can demonstrate this. You can fill up any container with air and weigh it against something else. It's going to be heavier when it has air in it.
Okay.
Because air is mass.
It creates pressure.
Pressure is not weight.
Well, really, what's pressure over area of a scale? What is that? What's pressure over a certain area of a scale?
It's not weight.
It literally is. If you have a certain amount of downward pressure over a certain area, that's called weight.
Yeah. What did you just say? Downward pressure? What causes that direction downward?
Okay.
Why not sideways?
So you admitted you can't prove your claim, so I'll help you out. So there's an electric gradient. Everything's intrinsically electrostatic, right? So all molecular and intermolecular.
You can't prove that.
All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. There's not one piece of matter in all existence that isn't electrostatic. That's a citation from Purdue University. What do you mean I can't prove it? Literally everything that exists.
So if I drop this, it's going to fall at a certain speed. If I put it next to something, it's not going to fall towards that because it's not attracted electrostatically.
Okay, that's right. That's a non sequitur. If you were to turn it,
it proves you wrong.
No, it doesn't. If you were,
yes, it does.
Wait, are you saying the marker isn't electrostatic?
Not enough to move it.
Oh, not enough to move it. So it had to be stronger, but it's still there. Thank you for playing. So if we increase the electrostatics to the other marker, we could draw it in, and we can prove electrostatics does this because we can use a Van de Graaff generator and make things float, manipulating electrostatics. Can you give me an anti-gravity machine? Can you show me where you manipulate the bending and warping of space-times and make things float?
If you can make something float and turn off its gravity, it will just keep going.
And then afterwards, I have the question.
It reaches a certain point where it reaches a certain point where you push it away and then it falls back down.
Can you answer the question? So in science, we have an independent variable, right? So we have a naturally occurring observable phenomena that things go down, downward acceleration. Now, not all things go down, things go up also. The question is, why does it just go up and down and not side to side? Well, we have an intrinsic bias, an electric gradient going up 100 volts per meter on the Earth, right? So we have a positive above, negative surface charge on the surface, and everything's electrostatic. We see it happen with electrostatic levitation with bumblebees and with spider ballooning and with beetles. They use their electrostatic nature to levitate. right? So then we're going to test our hypothesis. Does electrostatics have something to do with why things go down? So what we're going to do is manipulate the electrostatics to see if it's the cause of the effect. And when we do that, we can make things float. So we've proven that electrostatics is at play and does affect the direction that things go. Now you're claiming there's something else there called the bending and warping of space-time. Can you manipulate the bending and warping of space-time, please, and prove that it's a cause? Or is it just me that has all the scientific evidence and you just have a religion?
You have zero scientific evidence. Also,
before you go on, Taylor, I just want to point out he used religion in a negative way. Austin, I agree. We should continue saying religion is bad. People should not believe in religions. And now right back over to you, Taylor.
I don't like religion.
There we go. We agree.
Man-made doctrine.
Nobody's here arguing in favor of religion.
Yeah.
So you keep
conspiracy theory, though.
You pretended like electrostatic forces can debunk gravity, and yet there's still a force of gravity pulling it down. So yeah, you can use a magnet to make something float, but it only floats so far. You're accelerating something in this direction.
Here we go with the whiteboard.
Yeah, that's all I got, unfortunately.
You can't even respond to the point, though.
There's something moving it in that direction, though.
We just explained it. Yeah, there's electrostatic acceleration. All objects that go down are electrostatic. Whether you drop rubber or glass or wood, you name it, it's all electrostatic. The surface of the Earth is electrostatic. The air is electrostatic. We can replicate this with a Van de Graaff generator and make things float. You lose.
And you can't make it. You can't replicate the effects of gravity. But you can.
What are you talking about?
But you can with mass. So I can use things of differing electrostatic strength and get the same effect of gravity using the Cavendish experiment.
Cavendish uses mass that's electrostatic.
But it doesn't even matter. Because even if I granted you all this electrostatic woo-woo, it would still mean that you can hold an atmosphere to the surface of a round planet. It would still make a round thing. Nothing could stay flat. If it is indeed electrostatic, it doesn't matter. It's an attractive force of some kind.
Even if there's a big pressure differential, what about the pressure differential between quote unquote space and Earth?
If there's some electrostatic attraction, if there's electrostatic attraction of air to the Earth, then yeah, it can hold it to the Earth. Same with water.
Do you know what space is supposedly supposed to be? As far as
what are you looking for?
Like, do you know that they say that space is 10 to the negative 17 torr? Do you know that they say that it's like 76 quintillion times less atmosphere than on Earth? Like nothing? So
and did you know?
That's a huge space, right? To be filled up without a container stopping that.
Right, vacuum, and what's stopping that is something is pulling the air down.
Yeah, that's what you're claiming, but gas goes in all directions, and the only
you claimed it too.
No, what I'm doing is acknowledging what's provable with science, so we can prove that we have electricity on the Earth. We can prove there's an electric gradient on the Earth. We can prove that you can get a downward current on the Earth using an electrostatic generator. It's called a corona motor. We can prove that things can float with the manipulation of electrostatics. So we've proven everything that I'm talking about. We can prove that all matter that exists is electrostatic. This is all provable. Now you're claiming something else that's not provable, but you want to try to critique my claim with all these different questions, but you won't even provide any evidence for your claim at all. So can you please prove your bending and warping of space-time?
Well, I also want to ask, because you brought up a question from a while. We were talking about the dome that you didn't want to talk about. It seems to be that it has like a integrity that just doesn't break. And so I wondered why it seems to be lasting all these years. You would think it would need maintenance. You would think that it would need repairs. You would think that it would need something then a law of nature that is making and maintaining. We're alive, so our cells maintain. Why is it that this dome just seems to be there and forever?
That's a complete non sequitur trying to shift away from the actual conversation. Taylor, you're getting exposed here, man. Can you tell me how you prove the bending and warping of space?
No answer. Gotcha.
Yeah, you're asking me something that's unverifiable and it's a non sequitur. So
you're now, but we can continue.
No, you're just speculating about what you think.
Answer.
Yep. No. You just assert there's a dome for no reason.
Yeah. What is maintaining the dome?
Not for no reason. It's because it has to do with the second law.
Is it finite?
Gas pressure and all that.
Will the dome go away? I'm sorry, Karen. You were talking.
Yeah, she just smoked you.
I'm just saying it.
Yeah. So gas.
I mean, whatever.
The way
gas second law of thermodynamics
does not.
Hold on.
And it.
Gas
dome?
pressure.
Well,
gas
it equals
pressure
some type of physical containment. Yeah.
So vacuums don't suck. The way gas pressure works is it has to push into the vacuum.
No one said vacuums suck.
Yeah, I didn't say that.
You just
I
had
didn't
straw
say you
mans
did.
and you have a script.
I didn't say. Did I say that you did?
Yeah,
did I say you did?
Then why are you pretending you're teaching us about how they don't suck?
Because I'm making a point about why something would go up or down.
It would fill the available space regardless of what direction.
No, it doesn't. Because guess what? You asserted this downward acceleration. I don't care what causes it. We can call it electrostatics. We can call it gravity. But there's a downward acceleration.
We can't call
it
gravity,
admit it.
Though, because
therefore, I'm mid thought.
Okay, go ahead.
Therefore, so you have empty space up here. There's stuff being accelerated downward. What's going to cause it to expand upward? Nothing, because it's accelerating downward due to the force that you admitted.
When gas is going straight up, believe it or not, it's not accelerating downward. Okay. The reason you can't say it can be electrostatic or it can be gravity is because electrostatics is way too weak to do what you need it to do. Now we can prove electrostatics is there, but they had to make a new claim because it's too weak to claim that you can bend the convexity of the oceans around a ball and all this other nonsense. So you had to make up a new story called gravity, which has constantly been changing, has been debunked on the cosmological scale and the quantum scale, and everyone knows relativity is wrong. It's incomplete at the best. You have dark matter, dark energy, and it doesn't work on the quantum scale. It doesn't work on the quantum scale at all. You guys run around the internet and pretend you know it's a definitive fact when everyone that is in the very group that you're appealing to, these scientists that I speak with, say there's no doubt relativity is wrong and 100% is not actually what gravity is. If it does exist at all, they haven't been able to discover the graviton, and I could go on forever about what's wrong with relativity. You're claiming it, though. I demonstrated to the audience and to everyone else I can prove electrostatics. You're claiming something additional to that, and every time I ask you for evidence that we can prove that you manipulated the bending and warping of space-time, or can you prove that relativity is true, you change the subject, because the answer is no, you can't prove it, and every single physicist that you ever talk to that knows anything about this conversation would know that you can't prove it, because it hasn't been proven.
Your favorite paper going against relativity? You seem to be scientists are saying, the scientists at the end of the bar I were at were saying it. Do you know if any of the scientists that you were talking at the end of the bar published any papers?
Yeah, literally all of quantum mechanics knows that. Yeah, literally. So you seem to be ignorant of the subject.
So you trust those scientists for some reason.
Well, that's experimentally valid. Like we can actually test that. We're physically manipulating things and testing it, right? But whenever you talk about your fairy tales of space, that's a totally different ballgame. And even in your fairy tale of space, relativity doesn't work there either, and it's known for a long time.
So it is experimentally validated that if you have a larger mass, you get a faster acceleration toward it. I don't care whether it's the bending of space-time or electrostatics. I don't care at all.
You should care, though.
Can show, not for this topic.
Yeah, for this topic.
No,
hey,
not for this topic.
If I put
because it only
balloon,
matters.
It only
matters. Yeah, it only matters. Yeah, it's irrelevant, but it only matters what the direction is.
No, you don't understand. It matters about the strength as well, Taylor. So the strength needed to keep, well, listen carefully. It's not, I don't care if it's electrostatics or gravity. You can't say that, because for the Earth to be a ball, it has to be gravity. It can't be electrostatics, because electrostatics is too weak. It wouldn't hold the gas down next to a pressure system of 10 to the negative 17 torr, and neither would gravity, by the way. And it wouldn't explain the convexity of the oceans. It wouldn't make these planets revolve around each other. Electrostatics doesn't work. You need what's called gravity. So when you say I don't care which one it is, you're showing your ignorance of the subject. You don't fully understand it, which is normally why people are globers.
And then after you respond, Taylor, I want to make a question.
except that air actually falls, and you claim it's due to electrostatics. I don't care what it's due to. I only care what direction it moves.
So
And
gas
it
doesn't always
moves down.
Gas doesn't always fall.
So
Goes in all directions.
it does always
Does
fall.
helium fall? If I fill the balloon with helium, is it going to fall?
Yeah. Depending on which environment you're in. If you fill up a tank, a solid tank of helium, it will be heavier with the helium in it.
How'd you measure that? Oh, it'll be
Because
How'd you get the
measure it?
helium in that tank? How does it
How do you
stay in
measure it?
there?
How do you know
I'm
it's at
not
the bottom,
familiar
not the
with
top?
helium technology.
How do you know it's
But
at
if
the
what
bottom,
you
not the
say
top?
is true, if what you say is true, that this electrostatic gravity cannot hold air to the ground, then we should have higher air pressure up the top toward the dome that you can't prove, that you just speculate about.
No.
But we actually see the opposite, because mass always gets attracted downwards. And yes, mass can push mass in all kinds of directions, because I can move my arms and push air up,
And
but it's always going to come back down.
It pulls it down and pushes it up at the same time.
Can I also
Yes,
ask?
Yeah,
it's
have you
bending.
ever
It's
taken
bendy
physics?
space time. What's it? Don't you
Have
get
you
it? The
ever-
bendy space time. We
Oh,
can all
good.
bendy
You can
space time
have-
in every direction at every moment on all over at the same time. It's fine. It all
I
works
know.
fine.
I know it's hard to believe, but you can have opposing directions of acceleration.
No, I know that. I know
Wow.
that. Taylor, see, all you can do is try to straw man and pretend you're smarter than we are. Because
'Cause
it's
you act
called
dumb.
Taylor. It's called sophistry. So what just happened was you said you know that you can have
That's
opposing
right.
accelerative directions, right? But actually, what I was pointing out that what you said was stupid was because you said that it was the gravity that was pushing it away. That mass can push it away while pulling it. You're ignorant. That's not what happens. So that's what you
I
said.
didn't say that.
You may have misspoke. I know that you said it. The whole audience heard you say it. You 100%.
I didn't
said
say
it.
that.
Yes, you did. You said the mass
did
pushes
not.
it away. You said the mass can push it away.
You said it pushes
I
it in
did
all
not.
directions.
You literally
I did
just
not
said the
say
mass can push it
gravity
away.
can push.
You said the
which is
mass
what you
pushes
said.
it away.
Can I also
That's called
ask
the
you
normal
guys
force. That's what a normal force is.
So
Sorry,
the
Amy, go ahead.
planets- Oh no, you said in love. We have the moon, the other celestial bodies like our star, all of the other planets. Do they have domes? What is making them round?
Okay. Karen, you got it, man. You got
Okay,
it.
all the things in the sky are just lights in the sky. Nobody's gone there. Nobody's physically touched them. Nobody's physically measured them. They are just lights in the sky.
How do you know that?
That's it. How do I know that? Because I can see that they're lights in the sky.
There
Nobody's
you go.
physically measured them. Do you know how,
But you're
how they
claiming-
measured the distance to the sun? Did they
You're
get
claiming
like
what
a
they are.
physical tape measure? No, I didn't. I just said they're.
You-
Do you deny that
you
they're
said-
lights in the sky?
You said
You
they're
deny?
just lights in the sky.
Do you deny that there are lights in the sky?
So are you claiming
Are there not
that-
lights in the sky? There's no luminaries.
Are you
There's
saying
no,
they're not
There's no
stars?
luminaries in the sky. Is this
Are
what
you
you're
saying they're not stars?
When you say-
You just said
No,
there were
I said
lights in
they're
the sky.
stars. I just said there are luminaries in the sky. I'm not assuming anything about what they are other than that because I haven't physically touched them. I haven't been there. Nobody I know has been there. It's not independently falsifiable. We can't
have pictures
verify
of
it.
planets that are round.
You have
You have
CGI.
CGI.
we can see the other side of them?
Ladies and
We can see the
gentlemen,
other
remember,
side.
these are two people with literally no expertise in CGI, film, or anything.
Excuse
about
me,
post-production.
Little Miss, I have a degree in graphic design. I also have a degree in graphic design and multimedia, and I've been using Photoshop since
Oh,
its
and you've
first
seen
iteration
part-
before
oh,
there were even
Ladies
layers.
and gentlemen, I'm
before there
so
were even
sorry.
layers.
She has seen a pixel and quite a few shoots in her time, and so she
You're like the
knows
worst
that the
comedian
Earth is
ever, by the
flat.
I
way.
know this is insane. You're
Ladies,
not funny at
you're
all.
allowed to call me the worst comedian because comedy is a subjective thing, and we're
Well, you're
allowed
funny,
to
but
do
not in the
that.
way that
You
you're
wanna
going for.
redirect.
I
You know what I'm
get
saying?
it, but no, ladies and gentlemen, they do not have anything but cartoons and CGI that they create. Meanwhile, we have actual photos and
I have
videos.
measurements. I put a link in the chat here to the measurement,
And-
measurement PDF if you want to read it. Be my guest.
I also
Yeah, and there are
point out-
measurements of the
not
curve.
to-
So-
also
So there
not to
aren't.
Oh,
dis-
there it's measurements of a lack.
Yeah, there are.
Okay, what are the measurements of curve, Taylor?
So if you have measurements of curve and you have measurements of no curve, what does that mean? It's
What
a
are the
curve.
measurements of curve, Taylor?
I've already been over this.
Name one.
I'm responding to Karen. because you cut in while I was responding to her.
Oh, you can't answer.
And I've already answered your question, so I'm not going to waste any more time on that.
Can't answer.
I did. So we expect that there would be flat parts on a giant globe.
We do?
And then, yeah, because it's so large that the curve is so gradual that some parts are going to appear flat. This
It's a
is
disco
flat.
ball.
And
It's a golf ball.
okay.
So I don't measure curvature on this, but
That's not
if
a
I
ball.
increase the distance, I'm going to start measuring curvature.
It's not a ball. I hope you
And-
don't. I mean, whatever.
We're on a ball, though.
That's
I
what-
also-
that's what you
Flat
said.
things on a ball.
No, we're not on a ball. I didn't measure
Mhm.
curvature at all whatsoever. Anytime I ever tried. There's literally dozens of measurements that show that there's no curvature. So why would we
There's
show lack of curvature?
literally-
Long distance, the long distance photo, Mount Canigou in France, it debunks the globe.
Yeah,
I
but they
mean,
wanna
it's
know. Because-
literally impossible.
And
Are you going to tell me that
refraction-
refraction? Oh, okay, refraction. Refraction does not bend light around the Earth curve. Okay, like the curve of a
Yes,
ball.
it does.
No, it
3
doesn't.
miles in the air, Taylor. Like, this is the thing. You don't
We're
even
talking about
know the
hundreds of
specifics at all.
miles.
You're just making it. You don't know the specifics of the conditions. You don't know the specifics of anything. You're just saying the word you know you have to say in response to every observation. And,
But
and,
I
and the truth
also-
is, we know way more. I guarantee you, I know way more about your claim about refraction than you will ever know. I know all about it. You just say the word. And the truth is, just so the audience knows what we're talking about, we saw mountains from over 250 miles away. And the globe Earth says they should be blocked by 3 miles of Earth curvature. And yet we saw the miles. I mean, we saw all miles of the missing curvature, all the mountains. We saw the shoreline of the mountains. And they just say, oh, well, it looks exactly like the mountains, but it's just an illusion. And actually, the mountains aren't there. They got optically lifted up 3 miles in the air. So cool
But
story. You can just say a word.
Before
Yeah,
you,
refraction is a confirmed phenomenon.
Doesn't mean it's doing what you're claiming it's doing.
Yeah, exactly.
but I also want to go back to this graphic design equals I have experience in CGI thing, because have you ever rigged a model? Have you
What
ever
about in 3D?
Yes. Have you
Yes.
ever rendered? You
Yes.
have rendered. And yet
Yes.
you're going to sit here and say that the footage that we have is being rendered right now and has been rendered since the 60s.
What do you mean
so many
rendered since the
straw-
60s?
Straw man.
We went to the moon. We've had video footage of celestial bodies, the Earth being round, the moon being round.
You don't think they could have used models back then? I didn't say it was all CGI. It could have been
Not-
models back then.
They could
Yeah.
not have used those types of those sorts of programs did not exist.
Oh,
back
she just
then.
said
No,
a
I just said they
model.
didn't have to use a program. Back then, they could have physically built a model. In fact, you can see photos of them literally building scale models of the moon. I mean, it's
and the
not a
Earth.
secret.
Yep.
And the Earth, yes.
So
Your argument is just ridiculous.
once again, it is a conspiracy that they went and they built tiny little models, and they just happened.
I don't know how
to-
tiny they were.
Yeah. They were pretty
I don't know,
big,
I don't know.
actually. The ones that
So-
they
so
showed, they were
there's-
pretty big.
So there's just CGI or models up in the dome showing us the different sides of the planet.
It's nothing but straw
What?
man.
No.
Dude, this is crazy.
Okay, so they're planets.
All you can do is straw man us. What do you think the audience thinks when everything you say
I'm
is
straw
so
manning
you're
you?
saying and it's a lie every time? What do you think they think?
That's not what I said at all.
You said so there are models in the firmament dome. No one said anything
Right,
like
that's
that.
I didn't
that's
say
a
there was
ridiculous
models in the
example
dome.
that I know you don't agree with, because the observable phenomenon is that we can see the different sides of a planet in the sky. And to believe that, you would have to believe that there's CGI or models in the sky. And I know you don't believe
No.
that. So where does that leave us?
Why do you
What
think
is your
that we have to
explanation?
believe? Why is it one or the other? Why do we have to assume that we know what the planets are?
It's
What is
insane.
your explanation?
There's a pulsating orb of light that has a cyclical nature within a fluid-like medium and is sonoluminescence based on the auditory reverberation. What's up now? Oh, it's just speculation. Yeah, no, you're just like
Yeah.
you speculate about the sky. So thank you.
You just speculate it. And it's not a.
That's what you do.
Like
That's why I say it's not even. We don't even bring that up. Like I don't even go there because it doesn't prove anything anyway. I'd rather talk about the Earth where we can actually physically stand and measure right here. That we could touch it. We can physically touch and measure the actual ground that we stand on, and there is no measurable curvature. And
the sand and mountains
make observations that are beyond the geometric curve.
Yep. The sand, mountains, craters, riverbeds on Mars, that's just a pulsating light, says Austin.
That's what we see.
I guess I'm converting now.
I don't care about, I wouldn't even want you over here. So like, I'm not trying to convert you, you know, like I'm saying we don't believe in fairy tales from the government. You say you believe the government lies all the time and you don't trust them, but NASA, everything they say is true. I'm like, okay, you're getting kind of weird, but whatever you want to believe over there, my guy. We don't believe in stuff like that. We went and tested the surface of the Earth. The geometric horizon is nowhere to be found. And now we've discovered that the globe Earth argument, which my friend Mr. Anderson said, this is why they don't want the debates on mainstream television. This is why, all right, because it would just be so bad. It would be immediately everyone knew. So we're asking for physical, empirical evidence that can be replicated to prove the geometric curve of the Earth and that it is where it's supposed to be. And all the globe earthers say is refraction, meaning we never see the curve of the Earth from the ground. We never see the actual position of the curve of the Earth. So is that what you think? You think we never see the actual geometric horizon?
We see it from satellites. You just claim it's CGI. With no evidence.
See it from the Earth, though.
Yeah, you can see it from the Earth, but it might be a little bit bigger because of refraction, which does happen.
So then we don't ever see the actual position of Earth curve.
And might I say, no consensus in any expertise field, no expertise in the visual effects field or in any physical field within the.
You are a textbook sophist.
Okay, continuing. No physicist that is writing papers, and when we ask them to present papers, they say, well, they won't accept our papers.
Okay, so Taylor, what I asked you was, are you saying that we can never see the actual Earth curve? Like, we can never see the actual position of the real Earth curve on the ground?
That doesn't mean anything.
I'm asking you, is that what you're saying?
I can't answer that because that doesn't mean anything.
Do we see the actual position of the Earth curvature on the ground ever?
Like the horizon?
The actual curvature of the
position of the Earth curvature. That doesn't mean anything.
The actual position as opposed to an apparent position or location, it literally does mean something. So what are you talking about?
Curvature isn't a position. It's not a point.
Okay, there's a geometric location relative to the observer's height. Yes, it is. You have a tangent point. So I'm sorry you don't understand things, but you literally do have a tangent point. It's called a geometric
location. That's not a curve. You don't understand mathematics.
It's called a geometric horizon. So that's the curve of the Earth. You would see a bulge or what you call a geometric horizon. Your claim is that we never see the actual geometric horizon or curve of the Earth, that we always see an apparent horizon from the ground.
You can see the horizon from the ground. What is your point?
Is the horizon we see the actual curve of the Earth, or is it an apparent refracted horizon?
It's the actual curve.
Well, so you just now said that when we saw the mountains, the reason that we didn't see the curve is because it was refracted. Or what about when the horizon moves back and forth? It can't be the actual curve because it's moving back and forth. I mean, the Earth's not breathing in and out. So
it is the actual curve.
So why is it going back and forth?
It can appear distorted. Is that what you're asking about? So why does it appear distorted?
Well, no, it's just we never see the actual position or location of the Earth curve. Like it moves around optically based on the atmos. It's because of refraction. That's what your position says. Your position says that we never see the actual geometric horizon because we always have refraction within the atmosphere. So it constantly moves it around. And the horizon we see is an apparent location, right? And that the actual location is never seen. But the question then is, and that is your position. I'm not strawmanning, I still manned it to help you out. So the question is, then how do we know it's there? If we've never seen the actual position of the Earth curvature, we can never see the actual Earth curve. How do we know it's there?
Because it can't curve on a flat surface. The light cannot refract like that on a flat surface.
When you say,
so yeah, the curve looks a little bit bigger sometimes. Can't do that on a flat surface, though.
Well, you're saying there'd be no horizon on a flat Earth?
Well, it would be above it.
the horizon is always, what are you talking about? The horizon rises optically up and down above you. What are you talking about?
I explained this in the opening. So like flat geometric straight perspective will converge at a certain point on a horizon. When you actually compare that with actual photos of, for example, Lake Pontchartrain, you can try and line that up with geometric perspective, and the horizon is always lower because it's curving down. Because on a flat plane, it would just keep going.
Now, on a flat plane, actually, the horizon would also be below you because you're going up above the Earth. So it would rise towards eye level, but it'd still be below. It's an apparent location that fluctuates based on optics, like atmospheric or atmos location or conditions. So you would have a horizon on a flat Earth, right? You have a vanishing point. You can't see forever, and it constantly changes. And on a flat Earth, that's what would happen. The globe Earth claims the Earth physically blocks our view, yet it constantly moves around and is never where it's supposed to be, and we see way too far. So and I'm not sure what you're trying to say. If you're claiming that there'd be no horizon on a flat Earth, I mean, yikes.
What I'm talking about is, if you've been taught to draw in school, right? You draw a building.
Perspective.
Right.
You draw
the lines, converges with the horizon.
All straight lines.
Right. That's what you'd expect on a flat Earth. On a globe Earth, they curve and it ends before the actual geometric horizon on a flat Earth. That's observed reality.
Observed reality is what? That the horizon constantly moves back and forth, and it's sometimes below our eyes because we rise above the surface of the optical convergence or vanishing point. That doesn't prove that the Earth is curving. I just addressed all of that.
Well, you can't get that effect on a flat Earth.
That just proves that we have dynamic atmos that changes from day to day. Your visibility changes. Doesn't have anything to do with Earth curvature.
Yeah,
it does though.
You're just
because
saying
structures are built over it.
What?
Structures are built over curves. Like
structures are built
Lake Pontchartrain.
Lake Pontchartrain.
I'm talking about the bridge.
Is built over
which curves.
Okay, but do you not think that you can build a curved bridge? It doesn't curve with the Earth. The design of the bridge is curved way different than the rate of curvature of the Earth, bro.
You don't think that they make the bridge go up so maybe boats can go under it at some point and then it can go back down to the land?
Yeah, and it just increases structural integrity. My goodness.
It doesn't go straight into the ground, and yet that's what it looks like if you're on one side of it, which is only possible if it's curved.
No, it constantly fluctuates how far you can see. That's the horizon is just an apparent location. It's an optical illusion. Like the ground doesn't literally merge with the sky. That's ridiculous, right? So it's an optical illusion. It moves back and forth based on the atmosphere. The globe Earth claims that there's an actual curve blocking us and that it moves back and forth. But trust me, somewhere within there, it's a real curve. That's just objectively what it is. So the question is, why do we never see the real curve? The answer is because there's always an atmosphere. Fair enough. To be fair, it's like, okay, fair enough. Then how do we know it's there then? That's the question.
On a flat surface, in order to get refraction, you would need air density like this. Air density increasing diagonally. That's not reality.
Why?
That's how refraction works.
What? We don't need refraction. What are you talking about? Refraction fluctuates constantly. It's a flat surface.
You're saying there's only one direction that light can refract in? You think that light only reflects in one direction?
If you have an air density, if you have, it has to hit air of different density.
Right.
It bends toward the normal. Bends toward the normal line.
The normal line?
No, it doesn't. What's the normal line? What does that mean? It bends towards the normal line. What's the normal line? Where does the normal line start?
Bro, you're saying refraction couldn't happen if the Earth was flat?
Perpendicular.
When it hits something, it bends towards this perpendicular normal line. So
just because you say so?
When you have yeah, because I say so. So
okay,
I've met the amount of evidence that you've brought because I said so and my buddy said so. So I guess we're even now.
No, we physically everyone in the room can go physically measure and falsify the claimed Earth at the Earth curvature. You've just appealed to cartoons and stuff like that, but it's called Snell's law, which is that light will bend toward the denser medium. Of course, assuming light rays and that light physically travels from point A to point B and reifying the photon, but that's a total aside. So we'll just give you all that. I digress. So anyway, it goes towards a more dense medium. It goes towards a more that wasn't word salad. It goes more towards a more dense medium, right? And so that's cool. Whatever. We have to use a differential equation though. We can't use Snell's law for the atmosphere. We have to use something totally. Even the differential equation doesn't work for Snell's law. It's a totally different type of refraction. Nevertheless, it's a mathematical construct. Has nothing to do with what you're talking about. That when we explain it on a globe, we use 7/6R, an average based on assuming the R value. So the fact that you think that somehow we wouldn't have a horizon on a flat Earth or it wouldn't move around due to refraction on a flat Earth is just patently absurd and wrong and objectively not correct in any way. I'm sorry.
Amy, I guess math doesn't work because Austin said so.
In
Light
fact,
bends towards
speaking
the
of
denser
math,
medium.
and speaking of light,
my
can
mind
I
is
ask
blown.
you guys what if you have done the shadow experiments that they've been doing for thousands of years, that Eratosthenes and
That literally
Aristotle
proves
were able to do?
nothing. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson says that can be duplicated with a small local light over a
that's
flat surface.
So that's a no?
You can do it with a flat surface and a small local light.
Yeah.
So that
it
should
can
be easily
replicated 2 different
confirmable.
ways.
That's a no.
That could be easily confirmable. How's your research going to go visit the small local sun?
To go visit the small local sun.
Yeah.
Your guys' questions are
These effects.
Why do you think that
you
anybody
can't?
can
Because you'll
visit the sun?
never
I don't
do the
even claim
research.
that anybody can visit the sun. I never
Because
claimed
you'll never
anybody
do
can
the
visit
research.
sun.
We have done the research.
You just
I've
claim.
been researching for 7 years.
Taylor.
How? Okay, let me ask
Let
you
me
this, Taylor.
explain.
How
Let me
did they
explain.
find out? How did they
If-
find
if
out
I
the
could
distance
explain.
of the sun? How was the distance of the sun measured?
I have no idea. I care about
No,
gravity.
because you didn't do the research. That's why.
You said you cared about gravity.
Right,
I gave
I
you
didn't.
10 opportunities to provide
So,
proof
Ladies
for
and
gravity.
gentlemen, take note there.
It's all based
that
on
Taylor
assumptions, by
said,
the way.
I don't know
I'll give you a
to
big
a
hint.
question.
They never
which
actually
is-
physically measured it. It's all based on assumptions.
Why does
But
Karen B
take
have to
note
teach you
there
guys
how
for you.
skeptical Karen B was, that she almost tried to make fun of Taylor for saying, I don't know, when that's the correct answer. But that's
It's not the
okay,
correct,
because
but there is an
as
answer.
More
Sir,
sophistry.
There
More
is an
sophistry.
answer, though.
there is an answer. So why are you making fun of Taylor for not knowing the answer and saying,
I'm
don't
not making
know?
fun of Taylor because he just said, well, you didn't do the
Well, you
research.
said
And then I asked him a
That's-
question. He says, well, I don't know. And I said, well, it's because you didn't do the research.
Once again.
Yeah,
Listen,
that's
you know, you sit
sophistry.
there and
Because he just answered like question after question after question after question, and then after you finally hit a
I mean, he
thing where he
answered it. He
said,
didn't
"I
give
don't
satisfactory
know," you're
answers.
like,
This is all a
Whatever.
waste of time and
This might
sophistry,
be-
Amy.
it is.
Okay, that's
You
cool.
said
Time to go
That-
into the Q&A. Any concluding thoughts? If we give everybody
have-
1 or 2 minutes, we can give you a chance to wrap up if you
Yeah.
want to draw together some of the threads from the discussion. Otherwise, you don't have to. If you want to say I'll defer, you can pass on that. We're going to start with go left to right. Witsit gets it. If you want to go first, the floor is all yours.
Yeah, sure. So, like we were talking about, gravity has never actually been proven in Cavendish. You can't account for the variable of electrostatics. It's always there. So electrostatics is a small, weak force, and it's not strong enough to explain gravity. So although that's all we can prove, they have to claim gravity. So currently it's called the theory of relativity, and everything hinges upon this idea that light has a constant speed in 1905 to 1915, blah, blah, blah. It's general relativity. And it's admittedly doesn't work. We have dark energy, dark matter. We discovered in the 30s that the galaxies only had 3% of the mass that the relativity would predict. The universe needs to expand 10 times faster. We're off by 10 to the 120th power. Some people guess a little bit smaller than that. So we have dark matter and dark energy that makes up 96% of everything that relativity doesn't predict or cannot explain. In addition, when we take the theory of relativity or gravity, it doesn't work on the quantum scale. It doesn't affect anything. It's not seen anywhere, and it can't be discovered or explained. So the theory of relativity doesn't work at all. The problem is there used to be something called the ether in the background. It was thrown out for Michelson-Morley because it showed the Earth isn't moving, which in the conclusion, that's the truth, that we can physically measure the surface of the Earth. It's not curving like they said that it is, and there's no evidence that the Earth is moving. And in fact, it's a philosophical decision to pretend that it is. And even Einstein, Stephen Hawking, and Edwin Hubble will all tell you can't prove that the Earth is moving. It's a philosophical decision because we don't want to think that the Earth is special. So there you go. There's a summary. There's no physical empirical evidence of any of their claims. It's just sophistry and appeal to consensus and majority.
You got it? Karen,
Yeah, what's it said?
you got it?
That, and I measured Earth curvature. I measured for Earth curvature myself. I've seen it with my own eyes. So I suggest that what you do is you go get a laser, you go get somebody else to help you out and go do those long distance observations yourself. And then you decide whether or not you're seeing light bend around the curve. And also maybe you should study refraction and know that light does bend towards a denser medium and that you get different densities depending on the temperature of the water versus the air above it. If the water is cooler than the air temperature above the water, or the air temperature is cooler than the temperature of the water, you're going to get different light bending in all kinds of different ways. So remember that next time. And Earth is flat.
You got it, Amy?
Thank you so very much. The Earth is round. We have known this for thousands of years. I wish I could even pin this solely on religion, but Christian medieval theologians knew and recorded that the Earth was spherical and kept it going all the way up until the Enlightenment. So we have known that the Earth is round. We have been able to prove it through not only natural philosophy, but through science. Scientists have known that the world is round through empirical means. We have not only video evidence, but multiple ways that you can do the experiments yourself. I do want to thank Taylor for being my debate partner. Witsit and Karen, as spicy as I've been, I really do love everyone. So sending love to them. And of course, James, for being an awesome mod. And if you guys haven't already hit that like and subscribe button, then what are you doing?
Appreciate that. And it is true, folks. I would say this. If you thought your side was more persuasive, and don't worry, Tyler, we're going to give you a chance to speak, forgive me, Taylor, but I want to say, folks, if you thought your side was more persuasive tonight, you're like, you know what, I think they were. A great way for more people to see this video is that you hit like, for real, because if you hit like, that boosts it in the algorithm, meaning that YouTube will recommend this video to more people. So if you haven't yet, hit that like button. We have 646 watching live. We're at about 200 likes. We can easily get to 250. With that, Taylor, go ahead with your closing as well.
All right. So number one, what we were talking about in the closing, so you said that the effect of different shadows of different lengths can be achieved by a small and local sun. So I asked you, can you show that there's a small and local sun? That should be pretty easy to research. And then we had a bit of a meltdown there, which is what would happen if there was a small and local sun. I believe it's my closing statement. Yeah. So you guys had a very robust disagreement with the fact that I asked you, where's the small and local sun then? Because this is your rescue device for this effect. And it should be easy to go discover. Anyway, measuring the Earth yourself, you've given me no reason to believe that your measurements are good or correct. I have no way to tell you from a wingnut if you're correct. And
oh boy,
I have no way to do that. No method. And speaking of working methods, we'll get to that. But yeah, you measured some flatness. Other experts have measured curves, and we can look at them. So Austin said that we can't account for electrostatics in the Cavendish experiment, except you can, because you can use materials of differing electrostatic strength and you get the same effect, showing that the effect is mass. That's what a variable is for, Austin. Also, it doesn't matter. The only thing that really matters for my whole argument was the direction of the acceleration. So if there's an electrostatic acceleration, attraction force, whatever you want to call it, it's working on air. You claim sometimes it just works on air, sometimes it just turns off and doesn't work on air, except all the air is accumulating down because it's moving downward, because it has a force downward, an acceleration downward. If it just kept going upward, it would accumulate at the dome. That doesn't happen because it's denser at the ground. And this is why working models are important, because you can't navigate on a flat Earth map, and you've presented no working models.
And with that, we're going to jump into the Q&A. I want to say thanks so much for your support. We already crushed it with 250 likes. Thanks for that support. If you haven't yet, as I mentioned, many more juicy debates coming up before we jump into these questions. For example, as I mentioned, the bottom right of your screen, King Crocoduck returns, taking on David McQueen in a debate on creation versus evolution. You don't want to miss it. Hit that subscribe button as we have many more debates to come. This first question coming in from, do appreciate it, and I'm going to move through as fast as I possibly can. Folks, there are some that I'm going to skip. If you are insulting a guest, that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for substantive questions, as many as we can get. This one coming in from Theo Megawordy says, let's see. In another universe, the Globers were on time. Haha. Just a little jest because we started late. David Benscombe, Ben Cosme, thanks for your being with us, says, James is ripped. Okay, thanks for that. Space Audits with Alan says, there's no way to verify images from so-called satellites. Even if you compile the raw data, the metadata from it is already removed. I think they're saying that the alleged pictures from satellites are not real, Amy and Taylor. I think they're saying that.
Can you ask that question one more time?
They said there's no way to verify images from so-called satellites. Even if you compile the raw data, the metadata from it is already removed.
Once again, that just sounds like a conspiracy. It's the main shtick of a conspiracy theorist. Did you get that data yourself? Did you do that test? Because what they're saying is, we don't trust scientists. We don't trust scientific consensus. It is a Fox version of being a contrarian. And so, can you give us a reason for why we should distrust NASA and other agencies? NASA, I know they hate it and we get paid by them and George Soros, but they're actually a fairly well-liked government agency because they keep their butts as unpolitical as possible. They are just trying to do good things. And for hell, for all much I'll hate Trumpy-stan, he put up Space Force.
We've got a lot of questions.
Support it. They're doing good work. Mwah.
This one from Brandon Connell says, for the Flat Earth gas, how do you explain the difference in weight between the North Pole and equator? Globe Earth / gravity predicts it? ? Amy and Snake, y'all are awesome.
Ooh, that's a good question. So Einstein himself, which most of the Globers don't know this, Einstein himself said in a letter in 1913 to Ernst Mach that if the Earth was at rest but the sky was moving around it, there would be a translation of centrifugal force. So you would get the same effect that drags the pendulum around or cause precession in the gyroscope. And that would also affect weight distribution measurements, meaning that the actual weight that's measured would be affected by the centrifugal force and the transition of the system from the moving sky around the Earth at rest frame reference. And that is Albert Einstein himself. But just the mainstream Google won't tell you that. So yeah, since the sky is moving around the Earth, then you would actually have centrifugal distribution within a toroid vortex, and it would change the weight distribution.
You got
Sounds windy.
This one from Theo Megawordy says graphic designer equals globe Earth expert. I don't know what that is referring to.
You heard it there, folks. Not taking project. So let me tell you though, before I want to put an asterisk on it. Because she's probably an amazing graphic designer, and a graphic design is an amazing degree. But once again, it's like when creationists like putting physicists attack biologists and biologists attack physicists, because if you get someone in their own field, it seems that they don't have consensus. And so, yes, I would love to see someone in the post-production industry present some sort of methodology that we can take to show that it's CGI. You can't just claim it's CGI visual effects because your gut tells you. Like
that's what they say it is. That's what they say it is.
They tell you it is, right? Correct.
This one coming in from
NASA.
Appreciate it.
Jinx.
The Batman says, Amy and Taylor about to get flat smacks. Brandon Connell says, to use the Bible as proof of flat Earth, don't you first have to show the Bible is actually correct? Although I don't know if either of you... that came up per se.
No,
Cameron,
no one does that. That's a straw man to try to dismiss us. Yeah, it's just a straw man.
Cameron Hall says, if Earth was flat, wouldn't you be able to see Europe from America using a telescope? Also, why can't flat earthers just go to the International Space Station and show us a picture?
Okay. There's angular size change with distance or angular resolution limit and something called the attenuation of light. So no, you wouldn't be able to see forever. You have an optical vanishing point. Why can't we go to the ISS and take a picture? That's the question. I mean, what kind of insane, absurd, ridiculous question is that? I don't even know.
You got this one coming in from Lunatic Thinker says, we have mapped the position of stars in the night sky. Why does the night sky spin counterclockwise when observed from a northern position? Clockwise, though, from a southern position, and goes from east to west at the equator.
I just explained that there'd be
all stars rise in the east and set in the west.
Yeah. And there would be an optical effect of containment, and it could be magnetic holography, and we can show that a magnetic field would do the same thing. So there's a plethora of options, but literally just a little paperweight will show you that there could be an optical effect that make it happen when you look up. So
you're just looking, it depends on which way you're looking at it from.
The Wicker Man, thanks so much for your super chat. If you had a question to attach to it, let me know in the live chat. Brandon Connell says, for the Flat Earthers, get your pilot's license and go. It's not illegal. You just need international flying clearance, and planes aren't that expensive to rent for a day.
It is
okay,
illegal.
money bags.
It's illegal
got
to commercial.
500,000 laying around to charter a jet. Okay.
And that's a lie anyway. You can't fly planes over Antarctica. It's illegal. You can't do that. They say it's too dangerous.
It is a lie.
Yeah,
The pilot offered this.
Yo, really? Then we actually contacted him.
Yeah, then we held him to it, and then he backed off because he realized he couldn't do it.
He wouldn't even tell us his company.
Snuck away back into his corner.
Yeah. He just did it so you could say stuff like that. You guys could just say things. Yeah, and we called his bluff.
The pilot said he would do it. Okay.
Okay, we have the documentation of it. So whatever.
Yeah.
I totally trust your account.
We have the documentation.
You don't have to trust us. You can actually go find that out on your own.
Yeah, we have the receipts.
Have fun.
This one from Psychor says, Lake Michigan is so big that you cannot see the opposite shore even on a clear day. It's from the curvature of the earth. Team Flat, can you refute this?
Lake Michigan? You think Lake Michigan helps globe Earth? We can see the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan from up to 60 miles on clear days.
Yeah,
I talked to locals there.
Yeah, I think, what was it? St. Joseph, I think, Illinois, or someplace. I can't remember what it is.
You can see it always. Like I talked to all the locals there. They said you can see it 2 to 3 times a week. So no, you wouldn't be able to see forever over a flat Earth. It's not complicated.
Yeah, things get smaller. Remember, like Sesame Street, near, far. Remember that?
This one from David Ben Cosme says, Brandon, look up Antarctic Treaty. Who's Brandon? All right. Say, look up Antarctic Treaty. Does anybody know what that refers to? Not the Brandon part, the Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah, they were just trying to deny that it exists, and you can look it up, and you can look up all the legislation since then. And objectively, you can't freely and privately explore there.
Brandon Connell.
I brought it up because I do say it exists because the military is banned due to the Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah, so are humans freely and privately exploring.
And people aren't putting their houses there. No country has been able to expand, like to settle, but that you can still go there. As a scientist, as a private individual, they will say, oh, you need to get permission from the government, and then you're back at they. But, you can go there.
You can only go where they allow you. They don't let you go all the way across it.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? You just have so
We never said you can't go to Antarctica.
This one from Brandon Connell.
You just can't go do whatever you want there.
Brandon Connell says, what is the name of the law stopping anyone from going there?
The Antarctic Treaty.
Gotcha.
There's additional laws in the United States since then that are subsequent, like legislation underneath that are very specific with the laws and the rules.
Oh, I just realized that David Ben Cosme was saying to Brandon, who asked that question, that they should look up the Antarctic Treaty. Okay, I'm sorry, you guys. I'm a little bit dense. This one from Brandon Connell says, show the sun section, paragraph, and line. I
don't know what you're talking about, but we did take azimuth and azimuth like longitudinal readings over a year, and it shows that the sun seemingly is a magnetic holography that acts as a toroid. So pretty interesting. So when he said, look for where's your like local sun, like, yeah, we did azimuth distance readings, and we showed that it's like a toroid type projection.
Mm-hmm.
You got it. And want to remind you folks, our guests, don't worry, we have more questions, but I want to say this because you're all here. Our guests are linked in the description. So if since you just got your potentially first exposure to them, hey, you can learn more about their views by clicking on their links below. What are you waiting for? Witsit Gets It, Karen B, Amy, and Taylor are all linked in the description box. And that includes, if you're listening via the Modern Day Debate podcast, you can find our guest links there as well. This one from Tim Pryor says, if you admit people can go to Antarctica, then you can't deny them witnessing the 24-hour sun you guys say doesn't exist there.
Again, she told you that the guy that worked for NASA that was stationed in Antarctica said he never saw a 24-hour sun. You just see the sunlight. The only supposed footage of it is provably photoshopped and chopped together. So that's kind of sketchy. We have 1 million shots of it in the north, none of the south. So yeah, it doesn't exist. Sunlight and sun itself is not the same thing.
You got it. Theo Mega Wordy says the Himawari 8 is a compilation of weather data from international systems with extrapolation overlaid on the blue marble data set. It is photoshopped.
There you go.
According to what?
This one.
You're asking someone that can't answer their question.
Because I looked up the Himawari data.
Did you extrapolate the metadata? You got access to it?
No.
Yeah, you can't. It doesn't let you.
You got it, and this one coming in
And so that doesn't mean it can't be or that it's faked.
Tim Pryor says,
marble.
Have you guys ever got a photo analyst to prove that every picture of Earth is fake? Have you done that? Have you?
Don't have to. They admit that it's composite images. They take high altitude footage and then they put it together, stitch it together over a flat map surface, wrap it around a ball, bring an artist in to do an rendition. I don't know why we'd have to have someone prove it when they openly admit that is CGI and it's not actual full pictures.
This one from Tim Pryor as well. So sorry, but you guys are going against every scientist and billions of people. Burden of proof is always on you. This is why you guys are not persuading me. They said this is long. They said, guaranteed you're lying. You did not talk to a physicist who thinks the world is fine.
Flat.
I think they meant flat. Physics alone says that's impossible, and all physicists agree with gravity. You have to lie or be lying right now. We'll give you a chance to respond to that long.
Yeah. See, this is just a tactic, right? It's baselessly asserting it because like they have the confidence of having all the people on their side, but they don't know anything about it. I literally did just now talk to a physicist the other day. All quantum physicists will tell you relativity does not work on the quantum scale at all whatsoever. They're trying to find something called the graviton. It also doesn't work on the cosmological scale. No one is lying. Not all scientists believe anything. Physics is based on the relativistic application, and that's proven to be incorrect on the quantum scale. That's why they're looking for a GUT, which is a new grand unified theory, to replace it, because everyone knows that it doesn't work. So just the truth of the matter is tons of physicists actually do know there's something going on with this whole gravity and this Earth spinning around the sun thing, because they're trying to reintroduce the ether, which would make it stationary. So yeah, there's a lot of people that think different things.
Just want to point out that the general theory of relativity and special relativity right now are, as far as we can tell, non-dispute. No one is writing papers against them. I don't know where he's getting this from. And the trying to figure out how to tie something big with something small is the theory of everything, or at least that's what its PR term is called. And that's just trying to tie quantum mechanics and general relativity together because we know both are facts.
And they don't work together. You're getting there. So you just said no one says that. No one's. It was my super chat. I'm finishing the response, and the response to you just blatantly lying is that actually it's known that relativity doesn't work with quantum, so they're looking for a new model. It's admittedly doesn't work on the quantum scale at all, and this is just subjective.
This one coming in from Enslaved by Truth says God hates spheres. This one from
True.
I didn't know either. Godzilla 37 says, strange clouds has smoked too much. Globe's a fairy tale, fool. Who's strange clouds? Sir Corduroy says, changing mass changes the degree of warp.
Okay, yeah, that's a reification fallacy, though. Like, the question is, does the mass actually warp space-time, right? And so if you just like, look, I changed the mass, therefore I proved that space-time didn't work. Well, that's just begging the question, which is why it's well known that relativity could entirely be wrong, and quantum has actually shown that. And he said that you can control for the electrostatics in the Cavendish, but that's not true. The best Faraday cage in the world still has electrostatics. If you ground it, it's still electrostatic. The air inside of the chamber is electrostatic. The balls are electrostatic. The torsion cables and the rods are electrostatic, and it barely moves at all, if any. So yeah, electrostatics is clearly the most strong variable there, and you can't eliminate it. And this is objective. All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature.
This one from Psychor says, straw man, non sequitur, straw man, straw man, straw man. They didn't say who it was for, though. This one from Down in the Rabbit Hole, good to see you, hope you're well, says, we found a NASA FTP server which has all the let me know if I mispronounce this, Himawari 8 raw images. They wrap flat radar images over the blue marble sphere. The video is on the Flat Earth Clock app under, quote, satellites on the FAQ page.
Yes.
Taylor?
Once again, if you are taking multiple pictures and they are accurate pictures of the world, then I don't know what to say. It's not CGI.
His claim was that it was a real picture, okay, and that it was a single picture that wasn't composite. He just told you can go look it up, that you can look into the data. It's actually not real pictures, and it's wrapped around a presupposed ball. They don't take a picture of a ball from space, admittedly and provably.
What it sounds like you're saying is at a certain point, like on the Google question that I see coming, that certain companies, when it goes so big and you can't have a single picture, have to go picture. So that's what a composite is. It doesn't mean that the Earth is flat. And I once again would like for an actual picture of the flat Earth. Like what the flat Earth they're saying is, well, it's not a full picture of the round Earth, is it? And then we go, no, that's not how they're trying to put it together. And we say, do you have a single picture of the flat Earth? And then all of a sudden, well, they won't let me here. They won't let you go there. All the secrets that... For some reason, it's a dome that we have no evidence of, that we can't get to. So I guess my only question would be, why is there no actual pictures of the flat Earth?
Why are you such a sophist?
Okay. If you don't have an answer, just say I don't know.
You can't get outside of the Earth. It's stupid. It's a stupid question. We can't get outside of the Earth.
So if we can just compile things from the ground, then there's no reason to have a satellite looking at it from down. There's color correction, and there's overlays on the website that you can turn off. But there's no point in having a satellite if you're just taking all the data from the ground and just put it together.
This one coming in from Hates Stairs says, Taylor and Amy, you look hungry. It's like, I don't know. This I don't understand that one.
Sponsored by Snickers.
This one says Snickers. Space Audits with Alan says, if in Einstein's field equations he uses variables that describe a completely empty universe with bent spacetime, you don't even know your own religion.
It doesn't matter. People don't know everything about gravity. Therefore, gravity doesn't exist. No, you literally said it's not gravity. You said it's that's what you said. Anyway, like I said, it doesn't matter what the actual cause. Why does gravity exist? Why does it work? It only matters how it works and basically what direction it works in, which, if you want to call it electrostatic, doesn't matter. It's all still moving in the same direction. So it doesn't need a dome.
This one.
I just want to point out, I want to appreciate once again a negative take on religion. I want to keep on saying that word should be used negatively. And I am still waiting for an actual model to come to our side. Wouldn't it be nice if we could just come some sort of flat Earth model?
If we get it, you're scared of the creator, and I have a flat Earth model. It's my
There
wife.
we go. The create. You couldn't have said a better word. That makes me happy as a
flat
plum.
earthers talk about logic. What's more logical? That flat earthers are smarter than billions, or they watch some YouTube video and are just being duped?
Cameron, you got it. I mean, build a consensus.
Yeah.
Joshua Kelly says, Amy, actual science can be done without papers.
Well, so science isn't a body of knowledge; it's a process, and the process would be doing a hypothesis, going out there in the field, collecting data, having results, and publishing that methodology so that other people can do it. Because that's the difference between all of the religious views, superstition, doesn't matter. If we were to restart the clock, all of this nonsense would go away. But if we were to delete every science textbook right now, each and every fact would be rediscovered.
You got it.
If you could do the science, if you could do the science, you could publish papers.
Yeah, but it won't get actually peer reviewed and published by mainstream academia if it doesn't walk the line. Everyone knows this, so you guys are just chanting.
Nope, scientists disagree with each other all the time. They fight a lot. If you actually read any science, you'd know that.
I read way more than you ever have.
But only the ones who push the narrative that they want to be pushed get published, though.
Except they challenge each other's narratives. So you just didn't listen to what I said and just
but not with
repeated your accusation.
Thing. No one questions like the Earth. You're not allowed to talk about whether or not the Earth is flat or whether or not the Earth is not moving. No, you're not. Everyone knows
mainstream
it. So,
science.
come on, man. It's just like weird that you guys have to lie so much. We should just move on. The audience can tell you guys are lying.
We've got a lot of questions, so I'm going to move forward. Tim Pryor says, well, to be fair, Amy, when flat earthers did do experiments, they proved rotation and curve. Thanks, Bob. Interesting. Jeranism. Notice how after that, all flat earthers stopped doing actual experiments.
We literally do.
That's not true.
We do experiments all the time.
All the time.
And then just like Taylor did, he lied about what happened with that too. It's just a bunch of lies. But so Jaron actually had to hold it up a little bit, but it showed that it was right in between the globe prediction and the flat prediction. It was actually closer to the flat prediction. But since it was like in the middle, Jaron was like, interesting. So they chopped it up and lied. And yeah, we found 15-degree precession, which is the Sagnac effect. The person that discovered the Sagnac says the vortex in the ether, the gyro, the ringleader gyro is literally engineered and calibrated with the Sagnac effect. He took it to a different altitude at the same latitude and got over a degree in variance, showing that it's not the Earth spinning at the same latitude. It's based on the vortex of the ether that changes at altitude. So this is awkward.
But not only do I agree with the questioner's take, but just like the earlier question was bringing up Einstein, first of all, you could take your choice if you want to be on Team Einstein or Team Conspiracy Theory. But Einstein did not like quantum mechanics. He was one of the people who hated it the most. And what he did was test it and test it and test it and test it and test it. And begrudgingly, Einstein had to accept quantum mechanics because of the peer review process. That is how strong that it is.
You're just reading. You don't even know why he didn't like quantum. It's because of spooky action at a distance and superposition isn't consistent with relativity. I read both of his letters where he talks about it, so we should.
But he got over it because of science, right? You guys are just pretending
to know things that you don't know. He knows that it doesn't. It's contradictory to relativity because if there's superposition, then the bending and warping of space-time would be in all kinds of different positions simultaneously, and that's one of the many problems. You don't know any of it. It also disputes the constant speed of light. We can just move on.
This one coming in from... want to remind you folks, if you've enjoyed this debate, if you're like, hey, I like this is fun, hit that share button. Right now, you can click share and share it into group threads or Facebook groups, Discord groups, Twitter threads, you name it. Even over a text message, you can send the link to a friend if you think they'd enjoy this type of debate, as we are striving to provide a neutral platform to let the chips fall where they may, to let 1,000 flowers bloom so that the cream will rise to the top for the best arguments. Delco says, my dad went as part of a private research group and even had their own transport. Please explain why he lied for years. I think they mean went to Antarctic. Said, no dodging, please.
No one said that he lied. He had to get approved before his private group went. The point is that you can't privately and freely go wherever you want to go. You have to get approved by the government that you are in the country of. It's just objective. It's weird. You guys got to spin it and lie about what we're actually saying. That's called being dishonest.
Mhm.
But you can go.
Question the answer says, I'd just like to second what Down in the Rabbit Hole said. That is true. Delco strikes again, says, why do our industrial robots need to account for gravitational pull when using a very small end effector next to something with a few microns small?
Doesn't count for gravity's pull. It accounts with an accelerometer of downward acceleration that you actually get precise measurements with interferometry. That's all that you're doing. You're not actually bending and warping space-time, and everything's intrinsically electrostatic, which gives you an attractive force. And so again, it's nothing more than downward acceleration using the accelerometers, and you're begging the question, which has been debunked within your own paradigm for like the 20th time tonight.
This one from Tim Pryor says, flat earthers did not come up with science. Nobody that actually does science agrees with them. They should not be allowed to even say the word science.
You got it, Karen. You got it. You got the questions that are just, I think you're a better diplomat than me.
What did he say again?
You're not even allowed to use the word science because flat earthers deny science, so they shouldn't even be able to use the word.
Flat earthers deny science. That's why we go out and actually do measurements and actually try to debunk flat earth. That's why we did that. You guys think we all just came here just believing it? We tried to debunk it. I was fine living on a globe. We're all fine living on a globe until the problem is where we find out it's a lie. That's where the problem is. The problem is not with the globe itself. The problem is with the lying. I don't think you guys get that.
This one coming in from, you appreciate your question. AstroNut66 says, to Witsit, if the Earth were flat, there would be 108.47 miles per 1 degree of longitude at the equator, but we measure 69.17 miles per 1 degree. Why?
Yeah, you're talking about celestial navigation, looking at the stars, and then you get 69 miles per degree. So what you're talking about is actually it's optical declination. They take the optical declination of the sky relative to the observer's angle and the position on the Earth, and they apply that optical declination to a presupposed convexity of terra firma itself. So pretty simple.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. The Sleeper 7 says, to Team Cartoon Ball, you don't look at the ceiling to measure the floor. Cheers.
So I assume that's a pot shot at the star spinning, and you can understand the shape of something you're on based on how things move around. So, yeah, I guess we can move on.
So when you're on a basketball court and the players are throwing the ball around, that means that the court that you're standing on is round because there's a ball going around you?
If they're doing something that's impossible to witness from a flat surface, then yeah.
This one from Tim Pryor says, but the air is thinner at the top of Mount Everest, so no, it does not feel the empty space. You guys have yet to explain that.
That's for the Glovers.
I think that was for Karen B and Witsit. They said, but the air is thinner at the top of Mount Everest, so no, it does not feel the empty space. I think they mean fill. You guys have yet to explain that.
Okay, what does that mean to explain that? So we have a pressure gradient. There's an electrical gradient on the Earth. Most of the gas is constantly introduced at the surface. And so based on temperature, production, and introduction of gas at the surface, and an electric gradient, which is 100 volts per meter, then we have a gradient in the Earth. And that's antecedent to gas pressure is physical container. And that's what keeps the closed dynamic system intact, wherein which you can have the electric gradient. So that's all that there is to it. The fact that Mount Everest has lower gas pressure is a non sequitur to my actual position or our actual position. The point is that the gas would violently fill the available space if it wasn't for the closed dynamic system giving you the pressure with a gradient determined by the variance of factors that I listed.
Tim Pryor.
So there's a non-physical container towards the ground. Interesting.
In case it was, gravity is why that it gets thinner as we go up and the air gets lighter.
Begging the question, fallacy.
It would accumulate.
You're crushing.
It would accumulate at the top if there wasn't something pulling it down.
Okay, you guys don't listen, so we'll move on.
Tim Pryor says, better question, if you guys do not believe in space, then why do you believe there has to be a container?
Well, that's a good question, right? So there's no telling exactly what's up there. Fluid-like medium, it seems like it could be super fluid and then a super solid, maybe even potentially semi-permeable. But what we're saying is for sure, you definitely couldn't have any vacuum without a container. Now, yeah, we don't believe in the vacuum because actually redshift, blue shift, all observations, cosmic microwave background, energy distribution relative to the center of the Earth, or the Earth as the center, all shows us that it seems to be a more dense medium, a more local medium, a much younger and much more local light based on all the observations. So if it's more dense and fluid-like, then yeah, technically, it could be a variance of things. It wouldn't necessarily be as big of a deal as the vacuum, but there would be something acting as physical containment regardless.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it, Tim Pryor says, better question, if you guys do not believe in space, then why do you believe there has to be a container?
Yeah, same answer. The necessary antecedent to gas pressure is physical containment. We would have to have something physically containing it relative to whatever it is that's up above us, which is a variance of things. Even Edwin Hubble himself said it could be a much more dense medium if there's a misinterpretation of redshift, but, Globers don't know these things. But yeah, so it could be a lot of things.
This one,
even though there's no pressure pushing back at the top.
Sir Corduroy says, Whitsitt uses real citations but warps them fantastically to fit his narrative. I doubt he's even read these. Understanding atmospheric pressure isn't hard.
So yeah, I've literally read all the things that I talk about. It's not about understanding it. I understand the globe very, very, very well. Like typically better than most of the Globers. That's why I don't believe in it. And, so just like falsely attributing like incompetence to the other side and chanting doesn't actually mean anything. So the truth is I do understand it. And yeah, I just explained gas pressure 2 different comments in a row. I just explained how relativity is a figment of your imagination attributing physical properties to conceptual abstractions, which is a reification fallacy and it doesn't work within your own paradigm. So whatever, man.
This one coming in from Crimson Air says, Globe side, can you explain the Selenian, aka impossible eclipse, where the moon is enshadowed when the entire sun is still above the horizon?
I don't know what that kind of eclipse is.
I got you. I'll explain it for the guy that sent it. It's called the Selenian eclipse. It's a lunar eclipse where the sun and the moon are both above the Earth during the eclipse. So he's asking if the Earth is blocking the sun and casting a shadow onto the moon, then how could we have the lunar eclipse if it's the Earth's shadow, if the sun and the moon are both above the Earth during the eclipse?
Don't know. I never studied eclipses.
And I do have a paper from space.com that's explaining when we have a lunar eclipse, sun, earth, and moon are geometrically straight in line of space, so the earth in the middle. So if the sun's above horizon, must be below horizon, completely out of sight. It's going towards their favorite word, atmospheric retraction. Okay, so there is an actual explanation,
which is that the sun looks like it's in the sky, but it's actually not there, and the sun and the moon are not where they look like they are. They're both just looking like they're in the sky when we see them. Wow.
Yeah, you affirm refraction, so
affirming the consequence. Affirming the consequence.
This one coming in from Samir Farsain says, how come all people who toured the world on hot air balloons came back from the opposite side? How come none were gone forever if Earth isn't a globe? How?
Circumnavigation east to west is literally very easy to do on a flat Earth. You just go around relative to north. The idea you think that east to west circumnavigation is somehow impossible just shows you haven't actually even understood flat Earth yet, which is why you're probably not a flat Earth. Or north to south circumnavigation would be impossible on a flat Earth.
The same way you go around the block. Same way you go around the block, you can go around the Earth. That's not a straight line.
Got it.
Neither is circumnavigation.
Yes, it is. That's the point of why it's round, is they went all the way around.
She doesn't
round. Yes.
Tim Pryor strikes again, says, but yet millions of people have jobs depending on gravity's existence. Again, this is why I'm so skeptical.
Again, so no, they don't have any jobs depending on gravity's existence other than downward acceleration being 9.8 meters per second squared, which is basically just the weight distribution or density and buoyancy relationship of something being more dense in the air and going down. It's called accelerometers. 9.8 meters per second squared is the effect. That does not in any way prove that gravity is real, which is what claims to be the cause. No one's denying people's profession using the fact that things go down at an agreed upon average. Once again, it's a drastic misunderstanding of the whole thing.
You got it.
Yeah, there's no science except all the technology that metaphorically makes the world go around.
Said it again, but just uses accelerometers with just the effect. So all you're doing is baselessly chanting. It's called sophistry.
This one coming in from Brandon Connell says, Flat Earthers, why does time dilation have to be taken into account for satellites if space-time isn't real? Snake may be able to elaborate more.
No, he can't.
Yeah, so that is a way to prove that the prediction that mass, affects space-time.
Okay.
So
you don't know. You don't know.
Yeah.
Help you? Help you since it was to me.
I would like you. Well, you said I could answer, but
yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Anyway, the prediction is that space-time is affected by mass. So the more you remove it from the mass, the more you have to correct for time dilation.
That's not what it is.
Because satellites are further from the mass.
That's not what it is, though.
Yes, it is.
No, actually, it's based on the convention of the speed of light. And so since the speed of light is actually just presupposed to be constant in the same one-way as two-way, because we don't have two-way, a one-way speed has never been measured. So we just have a two-way using a mirror. So Einstein wrote in his paper, well, we're just going to assume that it's the same both ways. So they use this convention for the relaying of transmissions of different data from the satellites. And then assuming the speed of light, they actually account for the time differential of the clock, because you can never prove that the two-way speed is accurate, because you can never move one clock from one position to another without it not being synchronized. So that's what it actually is talking about. It's not just you vaguely saying the words mass and space-time.
Right, and the light moves differently based on what mass is closer to.
No, it's about action. It's about motion.
You can just drop that from the equation.
It's about motion,
and it'll make sense.
It's about motion and speed of light, because when something's in motion, it supposedly time dilates and widens, and therefore slows down based on motion. So I don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. We can move on.
That's also part of it.
This one coming
in. The whole
in
part of it.
From Javid Benscombe Ben Cosme. Says, question for James, is the beef with Professor Dave real, or is he making it up as an excuse to not debate Witsit without a biased moderator because he only wants to debate Witsit on a biased platform? I have no idea what's going on with Professor Dave. I haven't heard him saying anything about modern day debate or me. I don't remember us ever having a conflict. So I don't think I've even heard from him email wise for like a year as I've reached out to see if he wanted to come on. So I don't know what's going on there. This one from Samir says, Witsit said, quote, planets orbiting. Then says, does he believe they're also flat? Or is Earth the only oddball? Planets can't be flat. Even I can see them spin.
Oh, my gosh. So when I was talking about planets orbiting, I was talking about the idea that the Earth is a ball, the model that is believed. So whenever they try to claim that Earth's a ball going around the sun along with other planets orbiting, they have to claim something stronger than electrostatics, because electrostatics wouldn't work. So that's where you have to get the need for coming up with gravity. Dude, I don't claim planets are flat. They're not terra firma. They're not solid. So sonoluminescence would give you the literal optical illusion of an orb, like as a spherical orb of light. There's all kinds of things that it could be. I don't make claims that I don't know. I can only speculate. And the fluctuation and the non-static nature of them, the dynamic nature of them, seems to be consistent with sonoluminescence.
This one from Kyle says, how was it possible for astronauts to go through the Van Allen radiation belt when they claim today they haven't discovered the technology to do so?
Is that for us?
I think so.
That sounds like a conspiracy, so I'm going to need some evidence.
Taylor, you know what it's talking about. Come on, man.
I'm not an
Orion program.
I'm not an astronomer.
So
you know what it's talking about.
They could go to the moon.
Is this about? Oh yeah, that we don't currently have technology because we didn't make it and any more of it, and the one that we did make is old.
And you can't replicate it. They said it's a difficult process to recreate the technology.
Yeah, I'm sure it is, but they already did it. What's the point of spending money to do it again?
They say they've been trying to do it the whole time. They literally claim they're trying to go with the Artemis program right now. What are you even talking about?
What about Mars?
Notice the theme here. It's that they're lying to you. They're holding something back. They.
No, we're telling you what they said, Amy. You only have talking points of sophistry. This is us quoting NASA.
This one's
or you're misrepresenting it to make it sound as ridiculous as possible.
We're quoting it verbatim.
No,
I would love
they
to go
say
to the, I would, yeah,
what they say is ridiculous enough. We don't actually have to change anything NASA says because it's ridiculous
You've also
they say
used
it.
the word sophist a lot. I would
you're
like
sophist.
to know, are you just a rhetoricist? Do you have any empirical evidence, or is it just your opinion that it's flat Earth, which is what I've heard today?
This one coming in from
that you're a sophist? Wait, go ahead.
Joshua Kelly says you have to literally lie to yourself to claim that all quote-unquote impossible observations are the cause of refraction. The globe is dead.
I have to lie to myself because I know refraction exists and can explain it.
I'll read it again. You literally have to lie to yourself to claim that all quote impossible observations are the cause of refraction.
Well, if it's something that can be caused by refraction, why wouldn't I think it was refraction when it looks like it's refraction?
You got it. This one coming in from David Ben Cosme says, James, thanks regarding Professor Dave. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on. I've never heard from him, I haven't heard from him in a long time. I'm open. The door's open if he wanted to debate Whitsitt on Modern Day Debate. I know that was something that some people were talking about, but no, I hadn't even reached out to him. I don't know what's going on, if he said anything about Modern Day Debate. Has he? I'm curious if he did say anything about Modern Day Debate or me. Kango44 says, Whitsitt holding the most dishonest position ever. Take a weekend off and measure a shadow in 3 locations at the same time of day, just like was done 2,000 years ago.
Sticks and shadows, Whitsitt. Don't you get it?
Yeah, we just explained. We explained you can literally show you can do it with all kinds of different locations on a flat surface, and I can map it out and tell you how the flat table is a sphere. If you have a closer light source, it explains it. Not to mention taking azimuth distance measurements from the same longitude for an entire year show that the sun actually has a magnetic holography effect, as if a toroid breathing in and out in a sort of way. It's an optical illusion in a way relative to your position. That's what the data shows. So there's tons of different ways to explain it, and it doesn't in any way work unless you assume a distant sun, an infinitely distant sun with parallel rays, and you assume the surface of a globe. And you should know this by now if you've been looking into it. That's really, really kind of sad.
Find that small local sun and I'll convert.
Good one.
This one from Kango44 says, Whitsitt holding... We got that one. Sir Corduroy says, ironically, Whitsitt just demonstrated that he doesn't understand refraction. I don't know. They don't say what they're referring to. Weird World says, been a flat earther for 3 years now, and I've never been more sure the earth is flat than after hearing these two cartoon-loving globers debate Austin and Karen. Stop worshiping these cartoons.
And can I just say, I like those words because, once again, it's a form of projection. We only have video and photos, and they only have cartoons. There is no such thing as a photo.
Literally
of
don't
the
have
flat
any
Earth.
photos.
There's no real photos.
There's
literally no real photos. No,
Amy,
you said that you had photos. You don't.
Okay, but that's not true. You could say that.
No, it is true.
That's what NASA
tells you that they don't have photos.
Okay,
NASA
so there
says
you
it.
go. But see,
NASA
notice.
says so.
Okay, can I ask, is there a journal that you would accept? Like if I were to go to Nature, if I were to go to specific physics journals that said the Earth is round and I could show you different people, would you actually, is there any actual source you would accept?
I would
Verifiable
accept it
evidence.
if it was, there you go. Verifiable, repeatable evidence. Yes.
Simple.
Okay. I mean, that is what all of the empirical evidence, that's why the physicist, this is why it's taught in, middle and high school. I don't know.
No.
We can continue. Yes.
No, that's
You're
not
just
why
a
it's taught.
sophist.
Not? taught?
No.
No. Why is it taught there in middle and high school? Is it
Because they want to blindly believe it. It was proposed about 500 years ago by Jesuits, who then proposed that there was a Big Bang theory and a pre-existing energy, which was Jesuits. And then they admittedly, Einstein, Edwin Hubble, and Stephen Hawking will all tell you that we choose to believe that the Earth is a ball that spins around the sun. Although it can never be proven according to relativity, the Cartesian coordinate systems are the same. We believe it because of the Copernican principle, which is the idea that the Earth cannot occupy a special or unique position in the universe. And so based on philosophical grounds of quote unquote modesty, we must ignore the intolerable position that the Earth is special at all costs and avoid that horrific location or idea. So it's philosophy, and that's your answer. It's not science. It's philosophy without actual empirical evidence, also known as a religion. So Amy, ironically, you are in one of the world's biggest religions.
Sure, that doesn't make sense, but I just want to point out that the round earth doesn't come from Jesuits priests. That's kind of cray-cray. It has been around for thousands of years. It survived for thousands of years. Some of the medieval Christian natural philosophers actually kept it while the peasants were thinking that it was a flat earth. Nonetheless, it is not a religion, but I want to keep on saying, the four debaters on here, we can all agree religion is bad, ladies and gentlemen. It's just great to...
You're in a religion, though.
I'm not.
Yeah.
But I'm glad you're using it negatively.
Religion.
Heliocentric.
You keep on using religion badly,
this one,
please.
Okay.
We're not. NASA just pays too much.
Wait, James trying to talk. James trying to talk.
King044 says, Witsit do T-jump radar experiment measuring the moon would take you a weekend. Done. If you were actually a truther, you would just do it.
That's hilarious, actually, because when you presuppose that you send the radio waves to the moon, how do you differentiate between the spectrum that you already receive when it comes to the background radiation from the sky? Oh, you don't know the answer. Secondly, NASA actually says that it takes like many chances and even 10 years to hit the one that supposedly goes around it. In addition, they claim they did it before they had the reflector. In addition, then actually by the time that the signal got back, the Earth would have moved so far away from it, you'd have to be significantly far away from where you originally sit it. And in addition, we've actually taken that same spectrum that allegedly goes through the ionosphere, then sent it over across the Earth, and it goes hundreds and hundreds of miles too far when it should be allegedly reflecting back down, also debunking it with horizontal propagation. So there's no way to actually distinguish that there's not just cosmic rays. It's just a baseless reification and begging the question fallacy per usual.
This one from Technics1 says, is this a debate about flat Earth or about distrust in the globe? Is there CGI of flat Earth too, or only of the globe? Thanks for the great show.
If the Earth isn't physically curving anywhere, then what is it?
David Ben Cosme says, James, I thought you guys got along too. That's why I don't know what's going on with Professor Dave. Seriously, this one. Flat Earth, Ebby Lara B says, modern day debate question for Taylor. Calling you out, Taylor. Can you name one experiment that replicates water sticking to the exterior of a shape?
I know it's not going to answer what you want, but you can just put water on shapes and it'll stick to the exterior. It's not because of gravity, but since you worded your question so poorly, that's what you get.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Him's sake says, thanks for hosting, James. Keep it up. All credit to the speakers. For real, folks. They're linked in the description. Appreciate your support, Him's sake. And our guests are linked even in the description box of the podcast, which is growing fast, you guys. It's ad-free. So if you don't like ads on YouTube, or maybe you're like, hey, I like listening to debates, but I don't want to have to rely on my data, because if I'm driving through a part of town that, doesn't have a connection, which I often experience, it's nice you have the podcast, and you can find our guests linked there in the description box too. Brandon Connell says, I've personally been on top of the Lake 3 building. Let me say that again. I've personally been on top of the Lakeway 3 building. You can physically see the North Shore, but you can't go on the ground, no matter what. Explain.
Who's that for?
I'm not sure. I'm glad it wasn't just me that wasn't sure. This one coming in from, if any of you know, let me know. I think it's the Antarctic they're referring to, if I had to guess. I don't know for sure. It said, I've personally been on top of the Lakeway 3 building. You can't physically see the North Shore, but you can't on the ground, no matter what.
The North Shore of what?
Not sure. I'll keep an eye on the chat in case they update me. Kang044 in the meantime says, question for the flat Earth people. So the sun does not change in angular size as it sets. I can watch the sun set twice from a higher vantage point. Please explain this on a flat Earth perspective, please. Please don't say perspective.
It's angular resolution. If you go higher, then you're widening the angle of resolution. Sky's on a different plane. It's on a higher plane.
Yeah, they're asking that while we can see further when we go up.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you go higher above a flat surface, you can also see further. And the angular size change of the sun, actually, you can look at Stellarium, and it'll tell you that there's a time of the day where the sun changes angular size and actually gets smaller than bigger than smaller than bigger. So that's pretty interesting. But yeah, it seems to be similar to a focal point where it's in a certain part of the atmosphere that it doesn't change. And you go higher above a flat surface, you can see further as well. Just like Karen B said, it's like elementary.
This one,
Dear Watson.
King
I was just saying, Dear Watson. Sorry, guys.
Brennan. This one coming in from Sir Corduroy. King044 says, the fact we are real-time video streaming this debate is proof that Witsit is very, very wrong.
Wow, Earth must be a ball, bro. That was crazy good comment.
Astronaut66 says, Witsit, if the Earth were flat, there would be... We already got that one. Question the answer says, Amy and Taylor, your crusade against truth is fruitless, in all caps.
Funny enough, we are skeptics that we want to believe as many true things and as few false things as possible. And so we are always open-minded. I think there is a good Richard Dawkins quote that says, open-minded, just not so open-minded that your brains fall out. But Taylor?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think it's a simple thing. Just show me the small local sun, and I'll convert instantly. I think it'd be cool to have my mind changed. I do it all the time. Like my mistrust of the government, for example.
We see it every day, buddy. Show me the long distance ball of gas in a vacuum.
Like go above it. Or
you can't go above it. It's too high up. You can't go that high up. What are you talking about? You're asking to go above the sun.
But it's in the atmosphere.
So we don't actually know where it's at. We don't know if it's in the container, outside the container.
You can see it.
We don't even assume that the sun is actually a physical object that you can go physically touch.
Exactly. Could be magnetic.
You can see it. Just look at it and go toward it.
We just told you that it could be magnetic.
There are flying machines. Humans invented flying machines.
You'll get there one day.
Any jet pilot will tell you that you can't chase the sun though like that.
Do you mean like you can't touch the sun because you'll burn? Like, is that what you're telling us?
Or like it's always moving? You guys have nothing but strawman fallacies, which means you're probably wrong if all you can ever do is to lie about the other side's position. It was a stupid question because it's a straw man.
Okay, well, that just sounds... Never mind. Continue. Love out there.
He's only got a couple responses. So.
You just strawmanned us and said we could go above the sun if the Earth was flat. You don't understand anything that's actually being stated. That's called a straw man.
If it was local.
You can't go high. If it's low, what if it's 30 miles? Is that still considered local? What if it's 100 miles up? Is that still considered local?
Why don't you go try and find it?
You can't go higher than that. You can't go that high. Thanks for playing.
Also, Taylor, there's a reason that they don't, because they're like one of the recent flat earthers built a rocket and it exploded. So when they try,
that dude admittedly wasn't an actual flat earther.
Javid Ben Cosme says for Taylor, best flat proof. James put up this video which shows refraction, films feet to prove she's not elevated. I can't post the link in the super chat, but I'll post in the chat underneath this. I'm sorry, I don't think that there's links. I don't think YouTube allows you to post links in the chat unless you're like a moderator. So if you want to come on for a debate or something, that works. But it's hard for me to like put up a video that one of the speakers isn't asking to be pulled up. So Javid Ben Cosme, email me at moderndebate@gmail.com if you're interested, though. Samir, thanks for your question, says we should start a petition for Elon Musk to take the leader of flat earthers on the next space flight if he promises to tell his friends what he saw. Maybe. Javid Ben Cosme again says, Taylor and Amy, Google Earth turns into CGI once you zoom out past airplane altitude, proving no satellites in space.
When I started Googling some of the stuff that he was doing, it is all flat earth sources, which means this is their narrative shtick. If you feel that you have uncovered something, once again, publish a paper.
This one from King044 says, hang on. All the stars are less than 3 miles away then? because that's as far as I can see when looking over the ocean. And according to Witsit, that's because light does not go forever.
Very ignorant. Yeah, it's called the attenuation of light, which is relative to the medium density. And over the water is a much more dense medium than directly above you. And we don't claim to know the medium differentiation or composition of what's above us. And we also don't know what's up there. Again, it could be sonoluminescence. So just an ignorant, basic misunderstanding of attenuation of light.
Also, light does not go on forever. Look up the inverse square law of light.
This one from The Wicker Man says, Amy and Taylor, drop the mic. Boom. You got fans out there as well. Tim Pryor says, you're lying again. In college, I went to Antarctica. I myself witnessed the 24-hour sun.
You did not see the actual sun in the sky for 24 straight hours. If you did prove it, you're the first one ever to have the actual evidence. Just because you're saying it on the internet, we're not going to blindly believe you because we happen to know that it's just 24-hour sunlight. It isn't actually 24-hour sun. And so that's just a cool story. By the way, when you went to Antarctica, you were on an approved guided tour, guaranteed. You can't go without getting approval.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question as well. Brady D says, Taylor, is the moon in Earth's atmosphere?
Depends on where you cut it off. It's not really. There's some air. There's some air particles up there, but no, you could fit all the planets between the Earth and the moon.
Yeah, I would say it's the nitrogen, oxygen, and other gases that are on the planet. It's that the moon is just tidally locked with us. It is going around us as we go around the sun.
Since the atmosphere, you guys.
Since it's a gradient, there's no like hard cutoff point. So
the atmosphere actually goes all the way to infinity. Got it. Great story. We'll move on.
That's not really
straw man.
Yeah, that is what you just said. You said there's no cutoff. So if there's no cutoff, then where does it end?
It's not what I said.
Then where does it end?
Yes, you did.
In atmosphere,
I said it's a gradient. You can get to zero in a gradient, but there's no hard boundary anywhere in the gradient.
Where do you get
an
to zero?
Atmosphere is just the gases surrounding a planet. Mars is half of our size, and thus it has a much smaller atmosphere because it has a smaller gravitational pull.
Oh,
the moon
really?
doesn't
Is it
have
half
an
the
atmosphere.
That's really. Yes, it does have a little atmosphere.
No, it doesn't.
There you
even
go.
know what you're talking about.
The two PhD scientists, you have it.
This one from
You'll
Tim
get there.
Pryor says, your phone does Photoshop pictures. Why do you guys keep thinking Photoshop means fake?
You can Photoshop all kinds of stuff. Like Photoshop was first done in like the early 1800s. So Photoshop's been a thing for a long time.
But
You can take real pictures of something and Photoshop it. So no one's claiming that just because someone does a composite, that means it's fake. But the fact, like I can take a composite of my car down the road. The point is that there's no actual real picture, and they take composite over cartography planes, right? Which just gets flat map projection and wraps around a presupposed ball. And dude, it's pretty simple, man. Just like Karen B said, we would believe in the ball if it was legit. We don't have like some independent motivation to believe that there's this giant conspiracy that the earth is flat. There's no actual evidence for it. The government always lies. We've caught NASA lying tons. And just seeing cartoons, admitted CGI composites are not satisfactory to us. We need verifiable evidence. We can't trust the government, man.
This one.
It's almost like navigation only works when the composite is curved.
This one
Good
from,
one.
Huh?
He doesn't know what he's talking about. How's a great circle work? How's a great circle route work on
MOR
a
satellite is also used for navigation.
It presupposes the
it's
Earth
curved.
being a ball. So that's
more
not,
is used for navigation.
dude, it's insane, dude. How do you explain the meridian great circle route on the Earth if there would be over 3,000 mile differentiation between your 5-hour trip down south with 500 kilometers an hour? How do you explain that there's 3,000 kilometers difference that you don't have to account for on the meridian longitudinal great circle route? Since you're talking about navigation.
There's no problem accounting for distances on any globe models. That problem occurs when you try and put the Earth onto flat maps.
Okay, you don't understand the question.
All
The Earth would
maps are
spin
flat.
underneath the plane 3,000 kilometers going north to south on the longitudinal meridian great circle route.
I didn't hear because you kind of talked over each other for a second.
The great circle route on the globe Earth, on the longitudinal routes of the meridian, would have drastic differentiation because the Earth would spin underneath it So you'd have 3,000 kilometers in a 5-hour trip. Yeah, we don't see that, and there's no correction accounting for that. And flat Earth, Globe Earthers love to talk about the Great Circle route, east to west, as if it proves that the Earth's a ball when you can have circles on a plane. But no Globe Earther can ever give any adequate explanation for how you have a Great Circle on the meridian, on the longitudinal, without having to account for the spin of the Earth at all. They never have an answer.
This one
Almost like engineers account for that.
They don't.
This one from Javid Ben Cosme says, since Professor Dave doesn't want to debate Whitsitt on Modern Day Debate, fight the flat earth instead. Maybe. I mean, they've debated a lot, but let me see who else I can get. I think I can get some big timers for Whitsitt in addition, because just like I said, there's just been a lot of debates between Fight the Flat Earth and Whitsitt, I think. If I remember right, you guys have clashed
I'm not debating him out of principle ever.
Samir Farsain says, are 2 billion Chinese people lying when they say it's 12 a.m. there when it's noon here and vice versa? Otherwise, how would you explain it with flat Earth?
That would be explained with a small local sun, a small local light moving over a large plane of the Earth. That's how.
Wow.
Or the light stops short in one direction and goes much longer in the other.
No, I think we're going to stick with what Karen B said. Thanks, though.
This one from Dave Hinkle says, can Amy please invite her favorite scientist for the next debate?
I mean, sure. I invite my favorite scientist. I would prefer any. Well, first of all, I have loved my debate partner Taylor. He's been amazing. But I will. I mean, any physicist, and with James' approval, I mean, I will do any debate. Bring it on. But I mean, if Sean Carroll wants to join, I mean, if we're just going out there to be in Sean Carroll, baby, so we'll bring it on, I guess.
Juicy. And John Locke says, why do flat earthers go out and do all the research and globies just sit behind the computer spouting mainstream indoctrination? Is it impossible for globies to think logically for themselves and prove anything empirically for themselves?
Well, they won't go to the small local sun. They won't go to Antarctica, even though you can. You might have to fill out some paperwork, or spend some money, or become an explorer. Who can figure out how someone does that?
This one from Tim Pryor says, it takes Pixar 30 minutes to render one CGI frame. And do you actually believe Himawari could do it every 10 minutes, Austin?
Oh, well, I know that it just takes, there's a huge database of all the weather already. And yeah, you could easily just add it together in a composition laid over the blue marble that's already there. So yeah, you could absolutely do it with all the data already accessible. That's correct.
And you're also not comparing to the same quality image. They're not equal. When you're talking about a Pixar, you're talking about a much higher quality image than what they tell you the Himawari 8 is. So yes, you actually could render the quality of the Himawari quite quickly, much less than 10 minutes, as compared to rendering a full high resolution movie. Talking about a movie.
And I would like to see a flat earther actually do that and not just make that claim, because it takes a lot of time and energy to render things.
Not in that low of quality. Did you not hear her?
It depends the quality.
Like I said, if you can replicate it as a flat Earth, try and actually do that. You're saying it's so easy. Oh, they can just do it. They just throw up an algorithm.
Let's just move on.
And if you stretched an image to fit a shape that it doesn't actually map onto, then you're going to have differences in image quality, and it's not going to fit, and it's not going to resemble reality, and you're not going to be able to navigate based on it.
Okay, you don't navigate based on Himawari pictures, buddy, so we can move on.
They do.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Literally,
no, they don't.
Nobody does
You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, cite one person in the chat. I'll give you money.
We got to move forward. Javid Cosme says, Amy and Taylor, there are treatments for cancer that perform better than chemo and radiation. These treatments are not peer-reviewed, though.
So
how am I supposed to know that?
There is a name for alternative medicine that works. It's called medicine. And so if they would like to get those type of cures, which may actually be out there. There are things that we don't know and are learning in medicine all the time. And I don't mean to be a broken record, but you need to peer review.
This one coming in from, I appreciate it. Simon the Science Guy says, are meteorites breaking through the glass dome, Austin?
No, that's a ridiculous question. But ironically, all meteors came from the same 6 radiant sources for all recorded history. And so that actually debunks the heliocentric model on its face, because it would come from different parts of the sky, but they're predictable, reoccurring cycles. They're cyclical. And all meteor showers come from the same 6 radiant sources. So debunked in heliocentric. And it looks like they're actually just electrical discharges. So there's the answer.
This one from Josh says, Amy and Taylor are the essence of cognitive dissonance. Says Amy, if you actually want to become a comedian, you must watch Jim Breuer's Somebody Gotta Say It.
Sure. Well, first of all, Jim Breuer is a fantastic comedian. I love his stuff. But there's only one bar to being a comedian, and that is going up on stage. Because you could be a bad comedian, a good comedian. That's really up to the audience. But if you want to call yourself a comedian, all you need to go up on stage and put a microphone in front of your face.
Tim Pryor says,
standard.
Bob did that experiment, Bob did that experiment 3 times, even closed the gyro, still picked up a 15 degree per hour drift. Stop lying, Austin.
Okay, so watch, I'm going to say it again, but this is the problem, James, right? Like, they don't want to know the truth. They'll say the same thing tomorrow, like I didn't say all this, okay? But Einstein himself will tell you that if the Earth is stationary and the sky was moving around it, you would get a translation of motion to the interior of the system, and you would get centrifugal and Coriolis effects. The only difference is that it would actually be actual effects, and as opposed to fictitious with the Earth moving. In addition, we know it's from the Sagnac effect. That's how the ring laser gyro is calibrated, which he said it was the vortex in the ether. It's also proven with Michelson, Gale, Pearson. Combined with Michelson Morley debunks that the Earth is moving, and so we get the 15 degrees per hour, but it's not because the Earth is moving. And then Bob took it to a different altitude at the same latitude and got over a degree difference, which debunks that it's the axial rotation that has to stay the same when at the same latitude. Okay.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it, John Rapp says, how does one get gobbledygook out of a beard? My beard? Tim Pryor says, so basically, you agree with gravity, but just don't like the name and come up with a different word for it, Austin.
Gravity? Oh, it's not that I'm incognito. It's that all the empirical evidence ever literally shows that relativity is wrong. Even if I presuppose the Earth was a ball, all the evidence shows that it's wrong. Relativity says you can't prove that the Earth is moving, so I can give it that. At least it's honest in that sense, because it says all evidence shows the Earth's not moving. I don't have to give it a different name. I'm talking about what we can actually replicate and demonstrate to demonstrably be true, which is that everything that has matter is electrostatic, and that's an attractive force, and we have an electric gradient on the Earth. Everything else claimed about relativity is literally not proven, and quantum mechanics debunked all those claims.
This one from Tim Pryor says, but the ceiling's normally the exact same shape as room, which means the floor.
What? If I see a light bulb, I don't think it makes the ground a light bulb.
I think that's for us.
Maybe so, yeah.
If the ceiling was spinning around and we saw it spinning in one direction that way, one direction that way, but we look at the ceiling and no part of the ceiling is actually getting further away from each other, then we're the one moving and we're on anything but flat, basically. It could be a cube.
This one
can't be flat.
I've got to say, folks, just because we want to try it, we're going on, it's getting close to 3 hours. It's been like 2 hours and 55. So I do want to say, please, we probably can't take any more new questions at this point. Please, we want to get our speakers out by a decent time so they can get to sleep. So I want to say thanks for your questions, but we probably can't take any more as of this announcement. Technics1 says, so no container now, just electrostatic?
That's just another straw man fallacy. No one said that. There has to be physical containment. It's a necessary antecedent to gas pressure. We don't have to make claims as to exactly what it is. It could be all kinds of things. We don't make claims about the medium. I just said that it could be a fluid-like medium and some luminescence above it.
This one
from... You said all matter was affected.
Flat Earth Gemini says, Taylor first said all scientists are in agreement, then later stated scientists fight all the time.
Yeah, that's saying that you can bring up something that they disagree with and fight about it. They're all in agreement on this particular subject. You could bring it up. You could fight with them about it. There are subjects that they do fight about that they don't all agree with. This subject they do, but the point is that they're not against you disagreeing or breaking the paradigm on principle, which is the conspiracy theory that these guys have.
This one coming in from...
Well, can I just add on really quickly?
No, sophistry, Amy. You got to do better than that.
Well, no. When we come up with a new concept, scientists fight over it, and then eventually it's whittled down to there is a scientific consensus.
And that's not relativity.
Gotcha.
It
This
is
one coming in
relativity.
from... Do
No.
appreciate it. Tim Pryor says, instead of all the mind words, you could have just said, I don't know about the dome.
I already said I don't know exactly what it is that is containing it. I just know that it's there for like the 400th time. There just has to be something physically containing it.
Tim Pryor says, I like how it's all could be, maybe, possibly be, but no evidence. Not sure.
Literally, we have all the same evidence as you, which is naturally occurring observable phenomena and observations. You guys make up fairy tales that maybe Polaris could be 400 light years away. Then you guys just changed your mind and said, never mind, it's 323 light years away just a few years ago. So your little model that you think is so perfect literally isn't perfect. They're guessing as well, ironically. The only difference is you're making claims that can be debunked within your own model, like dark matter and dark energy and the quantum scale. Someone trying to say that doesn't matter. It does matter. There's still mass on the quantum scale, which means it has to have been in warp space-time. So ironically, when we speculate, that's what you're doing, only we're honest enough to know that we're speculating and we don't pretend it's scientifically proven. It just gets changed every day.
This one from Tim Pryor says, Virgin Galactic is now selling tickets to go to space. Are you going to say everybody that has money to go there is also going to be in on the conspiracy?
Going a few miles up in the air doesn't prove that the Earth is a ball. They don't even claim to go up above or outside of the low Earth orbit. They literally don't even claim to go to space. So
It's a parabolic flight. You're going on a big parabolic flight.
Admittedly.
Go ahead.
So I was saying, admittedly, you only float for a few minutes, just like a parabolic flight. You go up and you come back down. And then people just say stuff like that. It's just kind of sad, honestly.
Frequency says, Project Paperclip, anyone? I don't know what that means.
1945, the U.S. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, which is like an encyclopedia over here. He's got all the answers. But Project Paperclip is when basically at the end of the World War II, all the Nazi scientists were exported out of Germany and over here to America, and they started NASA.
Boom.
You got it. This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Tim Pryor says, find me a part for a 1939 Model T. Since nobody makes those parts anymore, does that mean that car did not exist? Same way with the technology back then with NASA. I think they're saying with regards to NASA not being able to do things that they were able to do.
Not doing CGI.
Not the same thing, because we've got bigger and better cars that go faster and travel more efficiently than the old cars. So we made improvements in that technology. It didn't just disappear. So not the same.
This one coming in from Tim Pryor again says, I'm assuming when you say Globers, you mean everybody that has not watched YouTube videos and believes it. Am I right? And then says, same way around the block. So I'll do the same argument. Why aren't planes constantly going left or right if they're just going in a circle?
They use a compass. You're a clown. They use a compass up
They just
relative to north.
go from point A to point B. They don't have to go left or right.
This one coming in from Tim Pryor says, the formula of buoyancy literally relies on gravity. Everything you're saying agrees with gravity. You just don't want to say the word.
Actually, the principle predates the formula that put the little g in there, and it hijacked Coulomb's law effectively, meaning that there's an electrostatic attraction. If you look at it, they're very similar. Then people say, oh, it came after, didn't hijack it, meaning it hijacked the phenomenon, which is electrostatic. I don't care to say the word. Gravity is actually nothing more than incoherent dielectric acceleration or incoherent magnetism. And that's all that it is. That's all that is provable. The problem is that there isn't something called the theory of relativity, making gigantic balls and vacuums fly around each other. That's all made up nonsense, and it's not even logically viable on its face.
This one coming in from Tim Pryor says, in my spare time, I'm an amateur astronomer. I've seen Jupiter's moons catching shadows on it and have calculated Jupiter's rotation. Please explain. Never mind, you guys like using cameras to look at planets. Then continues, like an EMP pulse can fry computers, which means newer cars would be inoperable, but older cars were not. I think that maybe they meant for that to be two separate super chats. This is tough. I can't tell where one starts and the other ends. They said, we'll give you the first one. They said, in my spare time, I'm an amateur astronomer. I've seen Jupiter's moons catching shadows on it and have calculated Jupiter's rotation. Please explain.
Yeah, so it's long time been known that they try to claim that prove that the Earth is heliocentric, but actually no, it works in a neo-tychonic system. So that doesn't mean anything. The fact that there seemingly is something relatively moving in the sky to one another and then moving around the Earth, I don't really see how that somehow proves that the Earth is a ball that spins in a vacuum. It's very ignorant.
With regards to the idea of whether or not NASA had technology that they cannot replicate today and that they could not move beyond or improve on, they say, Tim Pryor says, like an EMP pulse can fry computers, which means newer cars would be inoperable, but older cars were not. We have new technology. The radiation belt will mess up that technology the same way. I thought you guys did research.
We understand the story. We understand what you're saying. It's just a very convenient story that you can't actually recreate the technology to go back to the moon. Now they're claiming that they're going to. They seemingly can't get off the freaking ground. I don't care if you want to believe their fairy tales. We're pointing out that it's stupid.
Brandon Connell says Lakeway 3 is the big building next to the Causeway in New Orleans. Let me go back to their original question.
Okay.
So their original question was, I've personally been on top of Lakeway 3 building in New Orleans. You can physically see the North Shore, but you can't on the ground, no matter what. Please explain.
Sorry, I was totally zoned out. What?
I mean, I would have to see a picture to know exactly what he's talking about. He's saying that you stand on a building, you can see the North Shore, but you can't see the ground. So what is he saying? You can't see the ground because of curvature?
That would mean that there's no
you
curvature.
can physically see the North Shore, which I
don't understand. I still don't understand.
Like, Brandon, is the Lake 3 building, is that like out just a bit offshore when you say you can see the physical shore or the North Shore? They said you can physically see the North Shore, but you can't while you're on the ground, no matter what.
Oh, okay. So, yeah. But again, so you can see further when you lift up, when you go higher. But hey, ask him, if you sit there on the ground and you tape a time lapse all day, every day, will it change? The answer is yes. There will be certain days that you can see further, and the alleged obstruction constantly moves up and down because it's not physical. It's pretty simple.
Tim Pryor says, I want to set up a debate with Witsit. Give me the details of how and when. That sounds like a good alternative. Like I said, Fight the Flat Earth has debated. Austin and Fight the Flat Earth have clashed a lot. This may be a good one. Tim Pryor seems like he's very well read and experienced. So, Tim Pryor, if you email me at moderndaydebate@gmail.com, we'll see if we can make that work. And that's moderndaydebate, no spaces, no hyphens, @gmail.com, and let me know and we'll see what we can make happen. Triumph the Insult Dog says, went on international flight weeks ago, saw a curve.
Oh, well, you disagree with the world's most famous physicist. The geometry says that you actually can't see the curvature from a flight. So you can't even see it from 60 miles up. So this is awkward. Your model says that you wouldn't see it. So something's going on. Also,
Blackbird
actually over a flat
pilots
surface.
flying 80,000 feet up in the air say they don't see curvature. So I don't know.
But this guy on YouTube said so in a super chat because he's triggered that we're dominating the globers. But the truth is that if you were over a flat surface and then there was a local light source, you'd have something called a circumference of light. And that would actually give you the illusion of some type of convexity, which is pretty ironic. And of course, your eye's seeing a circle, but obviously the Earth is not flat. And like she said, you can talk to pilots all day. They'll tell you that they don't see a curvature. You guys just say it. And if you say it boldly enough with an ad hom about how we're stupid, the Earth becomes a ball magically.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Samir Farsain says, what's at the edges of the flat Earth? Or gradient too?
Well, nobody said there was an edge. All we can go to is, furthest we can get to is Antarctica. And we don't even know that Antarctica goes all the way around the Earth. So there is no edge. It's just a shoreline, like a lake. What's beyond the shoreline? I don't know.
Tim Pryor says, Austin really needs to learn the definition of religion. Flat Earth is the epitome of the definition of religion. Well,
no, actually, it's not. Not really. No.
Like, that could be a juicy debate, in particular, flat versus globe. Chris G says, as you approach a mountain while at sea level, would you see the top of the mountain first or not? And why? Hi, James. Hi, Chris. Good to see you.
What was it? The question was for us. What was the question?
Yep. They said, as you approach a mountain while at sea level, would you see the top of the mountain first or not?
Most likely, probably, yes, you would see the top of the mountain first. That doesn't mean that the Earth is a ball.
Oh my gosh.
Instead of the entire thing growing large at the same time, which is what you'd expect.
Because that's not how it works. That's not how horizontal planes and angular resolution work.
Yeah, an angle of view.
That is how it works.
Oh, no. Okay. So what you're saying is then we are seeing the literal physical curvature blocking it at its actual location then. When you say that we never do, and your model says that we never do. You see how what they get to do is just make all kinds of contradictory claims simultaneously. It's insane. It's so funny. It just doesn't matter. If you want to be honest, listen to what we actually said. Research the subject honestly. You don't have to fit in with everyone else. That's the truth. You know, some people are just afraid.
This one coming in from, or near the end, Chris G says, at what point after joining, quote, the government, are you briefed on the flatness of the earth and begin your lifelong journey to lie to everyone forever?
You get access to space lasers right afterwards. It's great.
They give you free shirts.
I think they're, for Austin and Karen B, I think they're kind of trying to raise you might say, a sociological argument saying, yeah. Why is it, I mean, maybe I'm reading too much into this. I think they're saying, like, why is it that, like, is it really the case that everybody in the government, like, there's been no whistleblowers out of all the people that have been told by NASA or the government that the Earth is actually flat?
Yeah, there's whistleblowers. There's tons of subject matter experts. If you go to Mark Sargent's channel, there's people from the military, all kinds of people that come forward and say that the Earth is flat. They just don't get any public recognition or time on mainstream media.
There's actually two alleged astronauts, a Soviet Union and a Polish astronaut, who literally came out and said that the Earth is flat. You guys say there's no whistleblowers, but in addition, we don't think that everyone's in on some major lie with millions of people. It's a straw man that you use to try to make it look improbable, but we know it's just compartmentalization. Most people believe the lie. So again, it's the same thing. It's just sophistry where you got to lie about what we actually think, which is pretty interesting, huh?
This one from Tim Pryor says, no, it doesn't. Stop deceiving. The glare makes it appear to change size. Use a solar filter. This has been shown to you guys 1 billion times.
Using a solar filter doesn't prove that the Earth is a ball. Even your stellarium says that it changes angular size, and your model says it changes angular size throughout the year. And you say, no, just because of whatever, it changes angular size. It wouldn't change angular size during the day. You just straw man that onto us because you have to make up stuff.
This one coming in from Tim Pryor says, flat Earth has no model, so there's no straw manning it. Then says, so now I'm also lying like millions? Is that all you have?
Well, whenever you tell lies, then you're lying. And it's a straw man if you make up what you don't understand. Like straw man examples of flat Earth. We don't have to have an entire model to know that it's a straw man when you say, if the Earth was flat, there wouldn't be a horizon. If the Earth is flat, we know for a fact that the sun would change size. If the Earth was flat, we'd see across the entire world. These are straw man fallacies due to your lack of understanding and basic incompetence. That's what it's called, a straw man fallacy.
You got it. And this one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Rumply Depew says, Witsit, when does the sun or the sum of angles in a triangle equate to more than 180 degrees? When dealing with spherical geometry, helpful when navigating the Earth.
That isn't true. Geodetic surveying in the modern time never does anything over 180 degrees. The globe Earth just claims that as a talking point, and then they bring up some paper from 1850 or 1796, but no one ever does that. They also don't even understand the actual data of that. And in addition, if you just presuppose spherical geometry, I don't think you're actually proving that the Earth is a sphere.
This one from Tim Pryor says, stop lying. You do not have to get approved to travel there. You can take a cruise there anytime. You can get jobs there anytime. Love how everybody has to be lying if they disagree with you.
Just again, you double down. Karen B, you got it. They just doubling down the lie.
They're just doubling down and making lies. I mean, go look it up for yourself. It's you can go look into it on your own. You don't have to believe what we say or what that guy says. You can just go try to do it yourself. Go look it up. Have fun.
Yep.
This one coming in from only like folks for real. No more questions. This one coming in from do appreciate it. Wokenstein says, hey James, hey Modern Day Debate. Flat Earthers, why do hurricanes rotate in opposite directions on the northern half of Earth than they do on the southern half?
They actually don't always do that, but you can look up something called a solenoid or a bar magnet, and you would get a similar type of effect with the magnetic flux readings that we have and with the solenoid bar magnet type of effect over the Earth electromagnetic field or a magnetic field. They actually don't always go the exact opposite directions, though that's been debunked. And I'll also just now explain to everyone that even Einstein will tell you that if the sky is moving around the Earth, it would be a translation of centrifugal force onto the Earth. So, I mean, it just, you guys don't even know what relativity says. And that's why you guys ask this type of question, because you just read Google articles.
Tim Pryor says, I would love to see flat earthers start using flat earth technology since we Globers are so dumb. And it's funny that flat earthers claim the moon is local, but then claim we've never been there. Think about it. I shouldn't have to explain.
You should, because that's ridiculous. No one thinks you can land on it. We don't claim it's solid. Sorry, I'm not trying to take all the questions. I'm just kind of over it. Like, we don't claim that it's solid. We don't claim it's something you can walk on. So yeah, that's right. You can't go land on the moon or go to the moon because it's not something that you can even go to. And yeah, it's much more local than what they say that it is. And you said, where's the flat earth technology? Well, why don't you go talk to the Nazis, because they actually had electrogravitic propulsion devices using ether physics and throwing out the relativistic physics. So interesting.
Tim Pryor says, loved how Whitsitt thought he debunked meteorites with a bunch of words salad. Yep, that's why museums will pay thousands or millions of dollars for a piece of rock.
It's money laundering, bro.
Yeah, maybe so, like their pictures. But what's so funny is it's not word salad when I say all meteors come from the same 6 radiant sources in the sky. You just don't know what that is or how to respond, so you just try to dismiss it with your little 2-word phrase, which is
Nobody has ever observed a rock falling out of the sky and hitting the surface of the Earth. The only reason they call them meteorites is because they have high iron content, which is not a foreign material. That is all material found here on the surface of Earth. It's funny how they find space rocks, but they find them on Earth.
Exactly. They claim that 70%. They claim 70% of the moon rocks we have were found on the Earth. It's hilarious.
Stupid Beta Energy says it's very simple. Whitsitt, the sun doesn't change angular size because it's big and far away, not small and within the sky over a pizza Earth.
Well, we get your claim and your straw man of a pizza Earth. We showed you that magnetic holography seems to be a viable option based on the longitudinal azimuth and declination readings over the course of a year. And that Stellarium, which uses your model itself, says that it does change angular size throughout the day. Then you guys say, oh, well, it's just not enough to matter. So your entire claim went out the window. You begging the question and presupposing something means nothing. We don't claim the size, the shape, or the distance. We see a circle that looks like a light, and we don't know where exactly it is or what it's encompassed in. So you can desperately try to straw man all you want. But anyone that wants to know the truth of this conversation is going to do one thing. They're going to go research the veracity of the claims from the globe Earth and see if that's actually true. And anyone that doesn't want to know the truth will frantically try to chant ridiculous comments like that and never go look into what the actual evidence says.
Tim Pryor says, first, stop quoting Einstein because Einstein never thought the Earth was flat. And no, Michelson morally did prove the Earth was not moving. Stop repeating what people say and read the paper from them themselves.
I literally have read the paper. I'm sure you haven't. I understand all about it. It's called Detecting Earth's Motion Through the Ether. It didn't show a fringe shift. It showed 1/6 of what was predicted. It's even less than that now. It was supposed to show 30 kilometers per second revolution or orbit around the sun. It didn't show that. So what it showed is that the Earth wasn't moving, combined with Michelson-Gale-Pearson, which matched the sidereal rotation prediction within 98%, which is literally how we have gyroscopes with the Satanic effect to this day, which shows that it's the sky moving around the Earth. It's not actually it's not actually the Earth moving, and this is just subjective. And so they threw the ether out because if there was an ether, then that would mean that the Earth was not moving. And now quantum mechanics, popular physicists are now coming out and saying it looks like we're going to have to reintroduce the ether, but they can't figure out how to make it work with Michelson-Morley because it would mean that the Earth is not moving. This is what it actually happens in reality, not your stories.
This one coming in from, and the last one, Tim Pryor says, no, what I'm saying is the ceiling is normally the exact same shape as the room. So yes, looking at the ceiling will tell you the shape of the room.
We're not looking at the ceiling. We're looking at lights in the sky. We can't literally see a ceiling. We don't go touch a ceiling. So that's just a ridiculous question. I could tell that it was actually someone being serious. I thought earlier, just a ridiculous question. Nothing that's on the ceiling in the ceiling can ever tell you what the floor is. It's literally very remedial.
You got it. And with that, folks, want to say, hey, a couple of things. First, and most importantly, we appreciate our guests. You can click on their links right now to check out their website, their YouTube channel, their Twitter. Go ahead right now, click on their links because we're going to have the post-credit scene in just a second. But hey, I got to tell you, we appreciate our guests. They're the lifeblood of the channel. You had some exposure to them right now. So whether you're listening via YouTube or podcast, you can click on their links as we put their links in the description box for both the YouTube channel and podcast. I want to say thank you, Witsit, Karen B, Amy, and Taylor. It's been a true pleasure to have you tonight.
Woo-hoo. Thank you. Just research it for yourself and stay open-minded. Don't worry about what other people try to tell you about it. Just be honest. Look into the globe.
Keep asking questions.
Thanks so much for being with us. And folks, hope you felt like your side was treated fairly. We really do want to welcome you, whether you be flat earth, globe earth, Christian, atheist, politically left, politically right, you name it. All of the strange creatures in between those, you could say, differences as well. We hope you feel welcome. We do appreciate you. We hope you are having a great night. I'll be back in just a moment with the post-credit scene, letting you know about upcoming debates. You don't want to miss them. Hit that subscribe button as we have many more juicy debates coming up. And with that, I'll be back in just a moment. One last thanks to our guests.
Scopes, like I said at the beginning, I'll repeat myself. I don't mind being a broken record.
Okay, so you don't. So it's an assumption that you're moving.
Yes. Affirming the consequence.
Yeah, that's a logical fallacy.
Can I just get in here as well? Just quickly, do you have a demonstration of this?
Demonstration?
Yeah.
Let me get yourself off this fucking push to talk.
Okay.
Language, bro. Chill.
No need to get angry.
Relax. There. Now I'm off push to talk and I have to keep pressing keys.
Is that better?
How do I measure it? I just use my gyroscopes and you can actually measure their drift.
Wasn't what I asked.
I don't know how to explain it to you. I'm not a scientist.
I'm not asking for an explanation.
Whatever.
I was asking for a demonstration. You either have one or you don't.
So if we, do you guys feel like you want to take a question from chat?
I was wondering if you could actually answer my question because I don't feel like we finished that yet.
I'd like to finish this guy.
God 420, because you've made a claim there. I was wondering if you have a demonstration for that.
Well, I can set up and do some video streaming and show some gyroscopes in operation, but you're not going to see much except for a change in angle over the course of an hour. You'll see a drift of 15 degrees.
But that is the claim that you've made that I'm asking for a demonstration of.
I am.
You understand?
I'll do that if I have to, but we'll be here 1 hour to watch it drift.
Sounds good. If you don't have it, I'm not going to judge you. I'm not like saying if you don't have it, then you're wrong. I'm not saying
he doesn't have it. Listen, he doesn't have it.
I know he doesn't, but
okay, so
I'm asking
let me tell you why he doesn't have it, and this is easy to demonstrate. Because you would only measure a 15-degree drift at one of the poles. Are you at the North or South Pole?
Wrong.
You're going to measure 15 degrees, and you're going to measure Okay, listen. You want me to tell you the formula? Because you're not going to measure a 15-degree per hour drift unless you're at one of the poles. You would need a 3-axis gyro, and you would measure a cumulative. If you summed all 3 axes, then you would measure a 15-degree per hour drift. You said you had a regular gyro, regular mechanical gyro.
I also have the aeronautic gyros that they use for aircraft.
Yeah, and those are single-axis gyros.
No.
Yeah.
It's for the ones on the main.
They use multiple gyros. They use multiple gyros in the aircraft.
Yes.
And in fact, they're called an attitude indicator.
No, I'm not talking about the indicator. I'm looking at the gyro.
The attitude indicator is the gyro, and the gyro isn't the purpose of it. Nuh-uh is not a reputation. Nuh-uh. Do you want me to just pull up a PDF that has all this, that has the schematic for the attitude indicator for an aircraft? Do I really have to do this?
I don't care about the attitude indicator.
The attitude indicator is what has the gyro, dude.
Ignore me then. Talk over me.
The attitude indicator is your refutation is nuh-uh. Okay? That is what your nuh-uh. Listen, the fact is, the attitude indicator is a device in the airplane which has the gyro, and the purpose of the gyro is to damp the sway of the device.
Wrong.
Okay?
I know exactly where it is. It is down in the belly of the plane.
So who cares?
In the control room.
So may I try to move this discussion into more productive direction?
Listen, I'd like a concession. I'd like a concession that he never actually did this test, because to measure 15 degrees per hour on a single axis, you would have to be at a pole. This is not debatable. This is objectively true.
Agreed.
Objectively true. You can.
So if you're at 40, listen. If you're at 45 latitude, you're going to measure a 15 degree. Listen, so if you're at 45 latitude, you're going to measure a 15-degree per hour drift on a single axis.
Do you realize how equatorial telescope mounts work?
Yes.
Okay. You can measure that drift throughout the entire surface of this planet, including the equators and the poles.
Do you have to correct for latitude? Yes or no? You have to program it for latitude.
Oh my God! Talk over me. Fuck it. Talk to someone else.
Answer the question. Yes, it's a yes or no question.
Listen.
May I?
You guys are both trying to lie, and that's why I'm acting like this, because you're both trying to lie.
It is.
Like, I've been doing this for 4 years, dude. I know how all these devices work.
Argument. That is
no, because you're lying.
Yeah, well, listen, I mean, God 420 can't get to the demonstration, which he would then have to beg the question of. So, yeah, I think we can probably move on.
Okay, so we will see. I will get the display set up, and we're going to sit for 1 hour, and you can watch the machine physically fucking drift.
Yeah,
you won't do shit. You won't do shit.
So, listen, don't move the goalpost. You said 15-degree per hour drift is what you already measured.
Right. So we'll set for 1 hour, and you can watch it drift 15 degrees.
Okay, let's do this.
Camera if we have to.
Yeah, okay, go for it. Set it up, God. Right, set it up.
Let's do this, dude. Listen, I'm going to laugh, dude. When you measure 7.3 degree drift because you're at something like 43 latitude, I'm going to laugh at you.
Wrong.
May I please interject
some more?
Guys, let's let Corvo get in here.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
We can at later time do a live stream with God 420 if we guys are interested.
How about I post citations? Will that suffice, and we can just end this? Post citations.
We can both post citations. So I think I have a question by King of Kings, who have a question for the flat earthers. If the curvature of the globe is 8 inches per mile of distance, wouldn't the difference be...
Can I stop you right there? Per mile is a slope. No one is claiming to live on a slope, are they?
Well, hold on. Let me finish the question.
Yeah, but the question is already wrong, so it needs to be correct.
So let me finish it. I'm just reading it. Yeah, the guy isn't talking.
Okay, but the question is already wrong. That's the point.
Yeah, we'll correct him and say it's 8 inches per mile squared. not inch per mile. As
That's a parabola.
Okay, 8 inches per mile squared. Wouldn't the difference be difficult to detect with just your eyes? To me, it's like trying to spot a ruler a mile away and be able to see it move 8 inches to demonstrate the difference in position.
Yeah, but then over 10 miles, they tell us that would add up to around 67 feet of drop, which is measurable. So someone in human history would have measured this physical drop. We're not saying that you should just eyeball it and then make your decision. This is why people are doing point-to-point tests over a distance and comparing it to the rate that the globe model does predict. God, I know you're upset.
Drop, not physical drop.
I know you're upset, but you're just going to have to chill. We gave you your chance. And you were going to go and set up your gyroscope that you were then going to say, I'm claiming that's Earth's rotation. And we were going to say, okay, how do you link that? And you'd say, well, just because we know. Right, so let's not do that, God. You can just chill.
Of course, they won't even accept the balloon photographs from Dr. Bob. Or not Dr. Bob, but Bob, what's his name?
So just to the new people as well, this is the type of person. Sensible. This is the type of person that you get.
Program.
Who's been arguing this for years but still hasn't found any measurements of curvature, so they just argue the same redundant points again and again. This isn't a new person to the topic, by the way. This is a diehard who's been emotionally wounded by the flat Earth. So just to point that out to the new people.
I would just like to kind of bring it back to...
Please don't laugh. It's actually
Can I just bring it back to something I said about 15 minutes ago? I asked for a demonstration. A demonstration was not provided. If God 420 goes back and provides a demonstration, then we can talk. I feel like there's no point talking about it because he made a claim, he hasn't demonstrated it. I feel like it's moot. So let's just move on.
I feel like speaking to him is moot.
But that's kind of what I'm saying is like, if anyone else wants to discuss this, all good. But he's made a claim that he hasn't demonstrated and I personally think can't demonstrate. So I think everyone listening already knows what kind of person God 420 is.
10-4.
With regards to the, what was it, the question before about inches per mile, to do with eyeballing it. I mean, I know, Cyclone, you already kind of went ahead with an answer. I would say this is something, when I said squared, someone else said that's a parabola. All good, but he didn't seem to have a problem with the Earth being a slope 30 seconds before. This is the problem with a lot of these debates, is that when we try and get into the actual details, like the meat of the issue, people only oppose it when it's flat Earth. Yeah, if Earth's a slope, not a problem. If it's a parabola, then they're opposing it. So you start to realize that a lot of people are very emotional about this subject. They don't actually want to discuss it.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Was just listening in this morning. Thought those were some pretty good plays, some playbacks. What do they used to call them? Reruns. But yeah, that Wits debate on Modern Day Debate. I think I was there for that one because definitely remember it pretty well. But yeah, you know, the Globers with their fallacious arguments. It never really gets old. It really just sharpens the sword, I think. You know, each time that you hear it, you know, we're pretty good at that. You know, repetition, monkey see, monkey do. I mean, I hate using that, but you know, sometimes I just wonder if we take for granted, you know, just kind of all this information when it's so easily picked apart. You know, this globe model. It's so simple, and yet, really, I think we fine-tune the problem too. It's, you know, the dishonesty with the self. Even sometimes parroting sort of a subjective reality take, which I hear all the time as an educator, you know, myself. And I mean, I'm definitely glad to say that I've changed my lessons, you know, even from being here to really buckle down on objective and subjective reality, even when it comes to architecture. Because we get this all the time, like, you know, my architecture is expressing, you know, the concept of unity and community, right? And so it's very subjective to say what that is in a particular geometric form, right? Which is why architecture is, you know, pretty fun, creative. You get to do things like that are nice and subjective and become reality, both objective. But somewhere in the lines, man, it's really gotten crossed that, you know, they abandon all senses, right? This sort of disconnection, if you will, with reality, and they're told that's okay. And it's led us, I think, to the problem that we have now, where people wholeheartedly believe so much in a globe that they think they know it. And the only reason I think that some of us can say that is because we really believed in the globe too. And, you know, I think a lot of us here too, we're trying to debunk flat Earth when we came across flat Earth too. Or really, you know, some of us, you know, very few of us were given this paradigm and this truth from an early age, which is always nice. You know, like, I don't know, I'm just sort of rambling since there's kind of nobody here, but driving to work, gonna educate on a Friday, talk some architecture, but it's always nice to throw in reality, you know, with anyone that you're talking to. I don't know about you guys, but I kind of say hello to everybody, or buenos dias, especially here in Southern Texas, because I like that term better, you know. It means good day, right? To have a good one, instead of mourning something, which to me just sounds like, you know, mourning death. And, you know, that particular part of the language, you know, really starts to stand out. I don't know. I tend to like other languages than English, even though I don't speak them fluently, and I really should. But yeah, I hope you guys are having a great day on the flat and stationary plane, whether you know it or not. Because that's really what it's about. Being here for each other, for the creation and the creator. Fulfilling that purpose that you don't think you know, but it's actually there. You're just so blinded by whatever distraction they kind of put in us on purpose, right? They sort of put this programming on us, I think, a little bit on purpose. And maybe I'm speculating, but, you know, I like to talk about the design of society in my lectures, right? In fact, I'm supposed to, right? And for me, I like to bring up the topic with money as a distraction. And, you know, we know all the symbols that come on these monetary systems and how they're not even really valuable anymore unless, you know, the value is put on by society, and how fragile and yet how strong that can really be is terribly interesting. But I think it's led us to accept non-truths. It really has, as a society, and it's kind of been designed that way. When you look at, you know, sort of the Industrial Revolution and the way it changed our class systems, right? Everybody faces one way, and you have to face the professor, and the professor says, and you must regurgitate. And it's a very machine industrial-like design. Now think about that just exponentially across the earth, and how controlling that is of the word, right? If they create the textbooks, I think we all kind of know this too. Like, they're making new Globers every day, but at the same time, people are waking up and having critical thought as well, which makes this place so special. That critical thinkers like ourselves can really have a voice here, and share truth with each other, and speculations and memories and emotions, because I think they're part of humanity, and especially in here where, you know, it really is like a family. I don't know, I'm almost getting to work. Not sure if anybody else is there. Kicking back. Maybe busy working as well. Isn't that wonderful? 5-day work week. 7-day cycles that don't seem to make any sense with the natural world. But that's okay, because you can kind of put it on a back burner. Or at least what I've done is I have 2 calendars at home on my desk. One is your typical Gregorian calendar, and one is basically a lunar cycle calendar where I've just, you know, basically turned it into a 28-day month cycle. And, you know, actually, I'm not entirely sure if anybody can hear me, but if you heard that debauchery, it was my phone falling in the car. Anyway, you know, the calendar is a programming tool for society, but it doesn't necessarily have to be a bad program. You know, I do think we could do things more naturally. We can have more appreciation for each other and this creation, the earth and the creator. I think we could have more appreciation for ourselves too. Hey, what's going on?
I can hear you, Chris.
Thanks, James.
Acknowledge that you were being heard.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I wasn't sure. Sometimes my connection's kind of faulty too while I'm driving.
Yeah, that happens to me all the time when I'm trying to do my little monologue.
Those ground satellites.
You have no idea if people are even hearing you. You want confirmation that at least somebody's listening to you, maybe, you know.
Absolutely. How you doing, Dave?
Pretty good. I have a cold, gray day here in Kentucky. We're going to make it a good one. All you can
Nice.
do, right?
Yeah, it's a bit brisk here in Texas as well.
I want to invite the keyboard warriors out there that are out there talking crap in the YouTube chat. Come in and talk to us. But I know they won't, but I wanted to invite them anyway.
Absolutely. Because here at 24/7 Discord, we always have a helping hand. We really do. I don't know. I'm one in particular where I hear these guys out and I see the frustration kind of in their mind, why they can't get there, and I think a lot of us do. I don't really act upon it though, because for me it's like you got to find it yourself. There's only so much I can say. I can only lead you to the door. I can only lead you to the water. But some of those people, you can tell they're just not ready to walk through it, and it's okay. But at a point, where you're just yelling at a door going, I can't open it. Like, come on.
Yeah, that's a good metaphor. We use it a lot and know, but it's applicable because this whole thing is about coming to the realization on your own. I mean, nobody can tell you anything. I mean, reality is what it is. It's up to you what you're going to make of it. All we can do is share our information about our shared objective reality. And like you said, a lot of people aren't ready to do it. So it is what it is, right?
What it is. As Helio would say, it do what it do. I like that.
Anyway, I'm probably sounding like shit here. Does anybody else want to jump in?
You sound all right, Dave.
Really? It's working?
Yeah, I mean, there's kind of like a little fuzz, but, you know, it sounds clear.
Fair enough. Maybe somebody with a good microphone like Miggy or somebody will pop in here. Who else is here? Jimsy currently thinks he is on a spinning ball zipping around through nothing. Last I heard from him. must not be near his mic, or he would respond to that. Who else can I pick on? The limited crew in here right now. Anybody want to talk? We'll go back to the 20-minute monologue from Flat Lloyd Wright. Go ahead.
I do monologue, but, you know, talking is kind of my profession sometimes. I don't do it much here, but, you know, honestly, because I love listening to you guys too. And I kind of, not say necessarily know my place, but, you know, kind of the way we take turns. And, you know, I understand some people just kind of have an ego. They just want to be heard. I get it. And, you know, it's not everybody all the time. But at the same time, like, being able to step back, and I especially love it when there's a Glober in here, and there's just sort of two people going back and forth with this Glober. It's sort of a triad, if you will. And, you know, at least in my opinion, what I've noticed is that is really effective. And clearly, you know, some of the moderators know this too, and they really encourage that. So, you know, it's a great place here. But again, like I said, you know, you have time to monologue as well, you know, before you go teach a class. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to split in a bit, but I always appreciate it, guys. Whoever's out there listening, to the fellow voices. And of course, the wonderful YouTube chatters that are always there, dedicated to be sort of anti-flat earthers. I'm almost convinced they're kind of the same person. They always log in at the same time. It's like they always leave generally at the same time, if not within like a 30-minute span of each other. It's kind of a strange anomaly, you know, after the, you know, 300th day of seeing it. You notice they don't come on holidays. It's kind of strange, but again, you know, not ruling anything out illogically, but they're interesting to say the least. We love pointing them out. They're always a good time. They say some of the silliest things too, and again, just really helps the content here. So it's kind of great. Like, you know, whether you're talking about flat Earth or you want to defend that globe position, it's really going to show right in that 24/7 community. It's going to show right here. And that's why it's so important that I think everybody's kind of heard, Globers as well. Because again, most of us were right there a decade ago, a couple of years ago. You know, everybody's getting on board. They're shedding this globe paradigm. I don't think a lot of people understand that you weren't born with like a little manual in your hands. It's all been parroted. It's all been taught to you. Yet the clear observation, the objective observation that we all see is a flat, level horizon, right? We see too far. Even the globe geometry doesn't add up to reality, right? So it's not exactly advanced. But we've definitely taken it here to a scientific level, especially as flat earthers, or true earthers, as I've been kind of calling it again. Because I don't know, it's just like flat earth is such a taboo term. Sometimes you can't really say it in large groups, but you can say true earth, right? Say, no, I see the earth for what it is. That's it. you know, and you can point out all the things, but we've really collaborated here, and I just want to say I'm thankful to be a part of it. And I got a split. I'll see you guys later. Have a good one.
Frank Lloyd Wright, everyone. Now's the time for the next person to chime in here and talk. Or don't. Your choice. Frank was making some good points there. Nature and the earth has always been whatever it is. Then a bunch of men made up a bunch of stories and tried to make it fit onto this globe model that's doing all these crazy speeds and directions and motions that we can't detect. But yet the earth remains whatever it is. And like he said, we observe it as level and not moving. You got anything empirical to the contrary, come in here and discuss. This is Dead Air Day. Let's go back to Dead Air or the next person talks. Like nobody's going to chime in at the moment. If anybody's got the bot and wants to play some, feel free. Or not. We still need empirical proof of the globe model that you may think you live on. Let's come in and discuss. Thank you. All right, my mic's still working. Day to day, stick it back in. If anybody wants to talk, they want to play the bot, something. If you're listening on YouTube, click the link, come in, start a discussion. Tell us why you think you live on a globe. Unfortunately, you may be thinking this is a very complicated subject, and it can be, because the globe story becomes very complicated. But I can debunk the globe with one simple question that you cannot answer. When, where, and how did anyone verify the curvature of the Earth? Please come in and inform me. I've been waiting 8 years for a proper answer to that question. Have not got it. Could it be that we do not live on a ball? Could it be that it's level and stationary as it appears? That's enough of me. Back to silence.
It's flat, yeah. It's flat, yeah. It's flat, yeah. We the best music. It's flat, yeah.
Another one.
It's flat, yeah.
DJ Khaled.
You gotta make your mind up. I gotta ask you, bro, just how'd you find us? I got flat earth on my mind, is that a crime, yeah? Don't wanna go back to days when it was a globe. The curve is my priority, and I'll put that over everything. And the globe ain't shit, and there ain't no space. Waiting on gravity, validate. Half gas pressure, and less contained. This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space globe. Let it go, Oh, that glow. Let it go. Oh, that glow. Let it go. Oh, that glow. Oh, let it go. Let go.
I let it go if you say that there's curved in that shit better show. Don't try to play like I'm slow, cause I've been running the block and I know there's no glow. Ask for proof and I give you some more. And I'm proud of myself cause I used to be glow. Now I just hustle and grind it, flat smack into all of my muscles or so. Asking me say it's a ball, he ain't got no proof at all. Keep asking why did it fall, don't try me, it's gonna end up in a brawl. Branda's clocks like a dog, C-top are less than some fog. Ask for curvature measurements, making go claims without no evidence. Globe's too big, can't see curve. Hopped in a plane, but you still ain't high up. Red Bull jump, no curve, can't see none. Parallel rays with some shadows in a stick up. Thinking measure shit, no hiccups. You know what's some bull that they whipped up. This is flat as little baby, it's CB, I ain't got no choice but to tell ya.
They say gravity, but you can't bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. So let go of the space glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, let go.
Like, why, when you got one case for like, why would they lie? That's my thing, is that I would like to a explanation of one way or the other, so that I'm more informed if I were to be, you know, asked for anything else.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy B, trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe y'all somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauding. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA tower lies every day is exhausting. Nothing more boring than the stream they recording. Yeah, that looks well, is that a joker talking? Composite my nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve, we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach without any warning. Hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron is not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the globe don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to learn with the horizon swan. We eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong. What they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. Don't need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed at your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting mission on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing. They can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. How can I help it, bro? Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
How's it going?
Oh, it's going. It's going. So I was doing a little bit of research on you, a little bit here and there. I saw a couple of your debates already. It's interesting.
Okay.
So start with me here.
Yeah.
Why do you think the world is flat?
Can I throw it back at you? Why do you think the Earth is a globe?
Well, I mean, based off of your picture you have in the background, everything else is a globe. So why is the Earth the only one flat?
Reed, no flat earther researcher thinks this is true. Okay? We don't believe that we're a disk floating in space with other round planets or other disk planets. We don't believe in space. And we don't believe, that those luminaries that we see in the sky can be reflecting sunlight and be brighter than stars. It doesn't make sense when you scientifically look at it. So let me give you a quick rundown of what flat Earth is and what flat Earth isn't. If that's cool?
Go for it.
All right. So they want us to believe. Where am I? They want us to believe. So this is a balloon shot from 120,000 feet. The Earth should be spinning 1,000 miles an hour below it, but it's not. Somehow the balloon doesn't, land out west. It actually lands east of where it comes down, which makes no sense because it's outrunning the spin of the Earth. So
what is the balloon tethered?
It's just it's a balloon. It's a weather balloon that we sent up with cameras on it. And the Earth is spinning to the east. It landed east of where it took off from. That makes no sense. On a spinning, rotating Earth. So I'm going to ask you some questions. And by the way, before I became a flat earther, I got them all wrong. So don't feel bad if you get them all wrong. All right.
Okay.
So do you know how fast? Hold on. There we go. Do you know how fast the Earth is spinning at the equator?
Roughly 1,000 miles.
Bingo. And do you know how fast it's orbiting the sun?
I mean, based off of human timelines, it takes us 365 days for a year.
The speed that it's going around the sun, 66,600 miles an hour. And it's chasing the sun at about 500,000 miles an hour. Okay?
Okay.
But somehow, if you go out tonight and look at the stars in the sky at a certain time, make a little chart next year, same night, same time, even though we're 4.5 billion miles from where we were this year, all the stars are in the exact same position. No parallax, no movement, no nothing. They all are in the exact same position, right? So backing up a little bit, I'm jumping a little forward. What is the flat Earth if we're not a disk floating in space? So they want us to believe that the flat Earth is, that Antarctica is a continent at the bottom of the ball. You know that they tell us Antarctica is the highest land on Earth? It's the highest plateau on Earth.
But it's not, though.
Well, they tell us it is.
But it's not.
How do you know it's not?
Because it's been proven that Mount Everest is the highest point.
No. The plateau, not the heights. And I don't know if that's true either. There may be mountains taller, but that's not the point. The point I'm trying to make is large bodies of water at rest lay flat, testably, measurably, provably flat, scientifically provably flat. And if the Earth is 24,900 miles around, like they tell us, there's a curvature formula that you can calculate, and there should be things that are hidden over the horizon. A 6-foot tall person standing at the edge of flat water shouldn't be able to see the surface of the water beyond 3 miles because there's a 6-foot drop, right? But we can see much, much farther than that. So that says one of two things. The Earth is either bigger, much, much bigger, like 1,000 times bigger, or it's flat. So just getting back to my to what goes on with water, the water needs a large body of water at rest lays flat. I said it needs a container. Like if you had a tub and you got rid of the tub, all the water's gone, right? After it rains, water accumulates in a puddle at the low spot in the land, and the container of that puddle is the land all the way around it that's higher. A pond is the bigger puddle. The land is the container. The land that's higher, because if the land was lower on one side of the pond, the water would just flow away, right? This is right. You can agree to all that, right?
Yeah.
So something moved here. All right. So there it is. Sorry about that. So a pond is a bigger puddle, a lake is a bigger pond, and the world oceans are a giant lake. Well, what's the container, the lateral pressure to hold that water? And that pressure is Antarctica. So instead of Antarctica being a continent on the bottom of the ocean, it's the shoreline of our lake. That's all, right? So we live here. All of the continents, all of the islands are all surrounded by water, but the water is surrounded by the highest land on Earth, which is Antarctica. We live in the Antarctic basin, right? They tell us the world is 70% water. Well, that water is testably, measurably, scientifically, provably flat, right? So where is the curvature? Every experiment we've done over great distances, that things that should be hidden are not hidden. So no curvature, no ball. Now think about this. This scientifically makes sense. Water on the outside of a spinning ball adjacent to with an atmosphere adjacent to a space vacuum, that doesn't make any sense at all. A vacuum should suck all of the air off Earth. But the Globers will go, well, gravity. Well, gravity can't hold the air down, right? I can prove that with a straw. I can put it down and put a little bit of low pressure in my mouth, and water and air will just come right up and away from gravity effortlessly from with a little bit of low pressure. And I wouldn't call that anything in to compare to the Tor 17 vacuum of space, right? So space is scientifically impossible. So anything that you hear about space, from space, pictures of Earth, that's coming from a place that's scientifically impossible. So you can't use them as evidence.
So then how do you define gravity?
Good one. And thanks for asking. And let's just, you're going to have lots of questions come into your head. Write them down if I don't get to them right away. But one thing at a time. So the way gravity works. So when you talk about gravity, did you know that science recently, I forget how long ago, changed it from Newtonian gravity, where the apple falls on your head, to Einsteinian gravity, where the bending of space-time is why planets orbit, the sun, because the sun is bending the fabric of space, and they show us, a big fabric stretched over a drum, and then they drop a bowling ball in the middle, and they throw some balls in, and they go around. That's the bending of space-time. Hypothetical nonsense, right? Why is space-time bending this way and not that way, or that way, or that way, or up or down? Who determines that? It's all theoretical, complete and total nonsense.
Well, that was based off of Earth's gravity, not the sun's gravity.
Yeah. Well, so what is Earth's gravity? If you watch, if you type in flat Earth gravity, they're going to show you a disc where, as you get closer to the outside of the disc, you have to lean forward because gravity is going to pull you to the center. No flat earther believes that. That's not what we're talking about. So, where is my? Oh, here it is. So the way the world is set up is the sun and the moon are small and they're close. They're the anode and cathode of the Earth battery system. The salt water carries the current. The land is the salt bridge. And if you know how batteries work, this creates a big battery. And the Earth testably has a measurable, what we call a negative charge to it. The air, the sky, has a positive charge. Okay? So anything that lifts up off the ground is now surrounded in that positive charge. The Earth does not move. It doesn't rise up like the Flat Earth Society will tell you. And it says, hey, down is this way, negative and a positive attract. And then buoyancy and density sort everything else out. If I had a handful of rocks and ping pong balls and a helium balloon, I held them over a pool, I let them go. The rocks and the ping pong balls are going to go down. The rocks will go to the bottom. The ping pong balls will sit in the water. Helium balloon will go up. That's buoyancy and density. It just says, hey, down is this way, but you guys sort yourselves out. The balloon goes up because the air is more dense. The rocks go down below the water because they're more dense in the water. The ping pong balls stay on top of the water, fall through the air. Buoyancy and density. So how can we prove this? Well, here is a tinfoil triangle that we put a negative charge into it. Whoop, it goes up. Are we defying gravity, or are we defying, because it's still connected and we're putting a negative charge into it, it's now, even though it's in this positive field, it's still negatively charged, it's up.
You made a magnet.
No, it's not a magnet.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's negative and positive charges repelling each other.
No, it's two negative. This is a negative charge, right? Well, electricity and magnetism are brother and sister. So here's another one that we did, okay? This is, we had a Van de Graaff generator. We have this balloons, and we tied them to this. There's a metal button on here, and it's connected to the Van de Graaff generator, and it's at equilibrium. It's just a couple inches off the floor. So now we're going to add a positive charge to this. So we're adding a positive charge, and as soon as we add the positive charge, it goes down to the floor.
That's because helium is missing an electrode, and if you add an extra positive charge to it makes it more dense.
I'm not adding it to the helium. I'm adding it to the.
What is attached to the cables there on the ribbons.
Those are ribbons.
Yeah, but the same process goes through. It can carry electrical current.
Okay, so what you're saying is proving our point. The electric charge of everything is what attracts it to the Earth. It's not gravity.
No, I'm saying the helium becomes more dense and more liquefied because that's how you can get liquid helium.
Well, so you're saying the charge of the helium makes it more dense or makes it lighter, whatever charge you have. That's proving my point. It's the charge. It's not gravity. If you ask, the high priest of scientism, Neil deGrasse Tyson, what gravity is, he goes, we don't know what it is. And they have to make up 96% dark matter and dark energy, which is all made up hypothetical nonsense. They admit, Michio Kaku says that the people in the theoretical physics sides never use a scientific method. And, if in science, if you're off by a factor of 1 or 2 or 10, it's horrible. But in theoretical physics, they're off by a factor of 10 to the 120th power.
Well, anybody can have a theoretical degree in theoretical physics.
Right. And they don't use a scientific method. They make up stuff, and never once ever has theoretical physics predicted something correctly.
Right. But I'm talking about the chemistry makeup of helium.
Okay.
Because if you add a positive current to helium, because it has two neutron or electrons to it, adding the positive charge turns it into water, making it more heavier, causing it to come down. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, you're saying that electrical charge is going up through the ribbons. I don't believe that. But even if it did, we're changing the electric potential, which is making things go up and down. It's the same argument. Okay? It's the same argument. So that's what gravity is. Science doesn't know what gravity is, right? But we do know what electricity and magnetism, what electricity and magnetism is. So there you go. There's my answer on that one, and you can look into it. I'm going to show you a place where you can find all this information. You Google anything flat Earth, you get fed nonsense. I'm sure you saw my you probably Googled flat Earth and saw my it was supposed to be an intellectual debate with the guy that calls himself Professor Dave, who's just a shill for YouTube and just pushes, just calls names and stuff and wouldn't address anything real.
Yeah, I saw that debate.
Yeah. But he had nothing other than insults and saying he didn't understand when I tried to explain, why at sunrise in the summer here in Connecticut, I can get a tan, but at noon in the winter, I can't get a tan.
It's actually based off of your skin temperature.
Why in the summer can I feel the heat of the sun on the horizon, and in the winter I can't feel the heat of the sun when it's at its highest point for the day?
So working outside personally, if you're outside in the winter and everything is more colder, your skin has to compensate for having an evenly heat discharge. Adding more sun without having that cold element causes your skin to tan and feel more warm. Like I'm quarter Latino right now because this arm is completely tan and the other one is white. Like I don't know if the camera's picking it up too well.
I see it. So why is it in the winter, in December, when I look at the sun, I can't feel the heat on my face when it's at its highest point for the day? It's 3.5 million miles closer to me in my winter than it is in my summer. And then at the most severe tilt, going through the thickest part of the atmosphere in the summer, as soon as it shows up on the horizon, I can feel the heat and get a tan. So and it's 3.5 million miles farther away.
Hold on. You're saying the sun is closer during the winter?
Yep. In the heliocentric model, it is. That's what the heliocentric model says. In our northern.
It doesn't.
Okay, write that down because we're not going to look it up right now, but go look it up. You're wrong. It's closer. We're 3.5 million miles closer. Because if that wasn't true, then it would be true in the south, right? It has to be true for one of them.
During our northern hemisphere summer, the southern hemisphere has their winter, and vice versa.
Right. So one of us has to be closer during our winter, and one of us has to be farther during our winter.
But the change is only about 30 miles, give or take.
3.5 million miles.
Okay, you're gonna have to send me the sources on that one.
You can just look it up. How far is the sun from
No.
the Earth?
I want to compare notes with your sources on that one.
I've looked it up a million times, right?
Okay, so then you should have the sources for it. But continue.
So, what can you give me a like? So let's we look at let's look at the curvature, if you will. Okay, so here's a viewing spot in Illusia, France. We're looking out over the ocean, and Mount Canigou is out here, 175 miles away. Using the Globe Earth calculator, the top of Mount Canigou should be over a half a mile below the surface of the Earth from this height, using the Earth curve calculator. Not our Earth curve calculator, theirs. And we can't see it. We see a horizon, can't see it. Now, the sunlight that's bouncing off of Mount Canigou, that sunlight can't push through the thickness of the atmosphere and go 175 miles. We just don't see it. We don't see that reflected light, which is the mountain. You don't see me. You see the reflected light off of me. If I turned off all the lights in the air, you wouldn't see me. Right. But twice a year, when the sun's migrating in between the tropics, at one point, it lines right up with Mount Canigou. And as it goes beyond it, it backlights it. And then all of a sudden, you can see it right here. And the very top over here should be a half a mile or more below, and I'm rounding down, below the curve. But the entire mountain is right here. The entire mountain is right here. So this would mean that the Earth would have to be dozens of times bigger than they're telling us. And we use infrared. Now, one of our guys that is good with all of that equipment, he's seeing stuff over 1,000 miles away, which means the Earth would have to be, 1,000 times bigger than it is, and you would still measure curvature. But this is Mount Canigou. It's not a mirage. It's right there. It should be below the curve. It's not. We can see too far. So people say, well, maybe you're going to come up with it is, what about boats over the horizon? Well, here we are. We're zooming in. There's nothing here on the horizon. But as you zoom in, what you do is you increasing the angular size of things. And as you increase it, you can see that there's a boat there. Okay? Because I'm just increasing the angular size. Your eye can't see it when it gets too small. So watch, I zoom out now, and it's going to disappear from the bottom up because these little waves in the foreground are closer, and they're going to hide the boat. It gets so small, you can't see it. Now, a Glober would say, oh, it's over the curve, but it's not over the curve. It's right there, and just zooming in with today's consumer optics have outrun their lies. Here's a shot of a known distance, not a boat. We know that this is 9.4 miles away. The camera is a foot above the water, so that means that the horizon should be 1.2 miles away, right? So there should be 59 feet of curvature at this second rig. But not only is there not 59 feet of curvature, we can see the water way, way beyond it. There's a whole bunch of videos that zoom in, and you can see the water, the surface of the water, the surface of the water. That means there's no curvature. Okay, curvature is an optical thing, okay? It's an optical thing. And when we look into the distance, so look at this boat here. The entire back deck, I can't speak. The entire back deck of the boat is hidden behind this wave right here. So as you zoom out, the boat looks like it's hiding behind the horizon because all of this just merges into the horizon, and all you see is stuff that you have a larger view of. It's optical. It's optical. So here is something that's even taller, Space Needle. Watch when we zoom out. When we zoom out from this location, not only do these buildings disappear, the entire city disappears. It's there. It's not a mirage. It's just you can't see it. Our eyes don't work that way. The horizon looks empty. Okay? And these are things that you can go do yourself. Like when I first started seeing this, I was trying to disprove flat Earth and prove the globe. And I started seeing this, and I went out and I bought a Nikon P900 super zoom camera, went to the beach, started zooming in on things. I'm like, I should not be able to see that. And I can. Interesting, right? Can you get it interesting?
So pretty much what it comes down to is the speculation of how big the Earth size is. Because if the case is that it's actually flat, then you should be able to see everything across the Atlantic then.
Didn't I just show you that we couldn't see Mount Canigou at 175 miles away because of the atmospheric density? And what could we possibly see that's big enough that wouldn't merge into the horizon at that distance? You can't zoom past opacity, right? You can only zoom as far as the atmosphere will let you see. You look through a pane glass of a window, it's perfectly clear. Stack 10 glasses together, it's a little fuzzy. Stack 100, you can't even see light on the other side, right? Because the medium will block your view. A medium will block your view. Let me show you an example of that. So this is a video that I actually filmed. And where is it? Here we go. So I have this can only be filmed when there's no humidity. It has to be below freezing, usually, because that helps with the no humidity. I have my drone up, and the sun. Well, where am I? Here I am. Here I am. So let me just back this up a little bit. So I have my drone up, and in 5 minutes time, the sun went like this. It went down, 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 down. And then if the earth was spinning, it should just keep going, but it didn't. It went down, 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 and then it stopped. And it sat here for 10 minutes. Now watch what happens. This is sitting here for 10 minutes. If the earth was spinning, it would keep on going down, but it didn't. It sat here, and as it's getting farther away, what happens? It just fades into the opacity. There is where the atmosphere becomes opaque at that distance, and it's gone. It's still there. You just can't see its light. And that's brighter than the light reflecting off of any land feature, right? The sun is the lightest, the brightest light in the sky, right? So, so that's just showing you how light doesn't travel forever. They want you to believe, that light travels for billions and trillions of miles, right? Here we have a sunset in Bulgaria. Now, is the sun just going away, or are you falling over backwards faster than the speed of sound? It's just going away, and as it goes away, it gets into more and more dense air, and it takes its light with it. Its light just goes away. Now, if I was underneath that sun, it would be high in the sky and it would be bright as day. But it's nighttime over here because the sun has gone away. It's going away, and it just takes its light with it. Now, it's not going behind a curve there, and I'll show you that. So here's another one. This is done in Afghanistan. One of our volunteers to be a soldier did it. And the sun is just going away, sped up, of course. And it's dry, it's clear, and it's not going down. It's going away and getting smaller and smaller and smaller. So I'm going to show you a quick experiment I did, and this will help you understand how perspective works like that. All right, so here we go. So here, this line is level. Here's my counter. It's level with this line, and I'm moving the sun across it. Now, this can be a cloud deck. It could be mountains. It could be it could be a city skyline. It's just we didn't go below it, and the line is level. Now, I have a camera on the other end where I started on the table down below this, looking this way, right? And when we look at it from that perspective, look at this line. If I said, is this line level? You'd say, no, it's sloping down. And I'd say, is the sun going below this obstruction? And you'd be like, yes, it is, because it's going down this sloped line. But this is a level line, okay? And this horizon looks like it's at eye level, but it's really way above me, okay? If I had a longer kitchen, it'd be even better, right? So this is the sun setting beyond it, even though it didn't go below it. Now, here's a real sunset, okay? Here's a real sunset over here. What's this horizon? What is it going behind? This is the atmospheric deck of opacity where the atmosphere just becomes too dense. Here it is one more time. It looks exactly like what I'm doing here. The sun looks like it's going down, and it's going behind there. It's taking its light with it. And that's that. Can I get an interesting?
I mean, it's unique for sure.
Oh, I'll take a unique. Well, it's not really unique.
Well,
but
I've never
it's-
seen this kind of experiment and side by side before.
Thank you. That's all I'm saying. Because here, I was you 7 years ago. I was you. And I wasn't as open-minded as you. I wouldn't have talked to me. I would be like, get out of here, you're retarded. I actually banned people from our podcast social media for even suggesting that I go look at a stupid flat earth video, right?
Did you even read the byline from a podcast then? Because I'm open to anything.
I saw that, and that's awesome. I'm pointing out that I was not. You're more open than me. And then I was like, I never thought about that. I never looked at it that way. I never realized that. I was told boats go over the horizon. If the earth was a ball, check this out. If the earth was a ball, my fingernail's a boat, it disappears behind the horizon, a physical horizon. This is a physical horizon. Here, and now if I zoom in, you still can't see the boat because the horizon is physical. But when we zoom in, like I showed you, we're bringing things back into view. We're bringing things back into view. So, interesting. So here, this is my app, the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app. If I go to the frequently asked questions page, and right here it says ships over the horizon. If I click that, up comes a bunch of videos that YouTube doesn't want you to see. These are amazing videos that really document what you're seeing, how it works. And you can watch these videos. You don't need to because they're real well documented. Or you can go out and get your own camera and do it yourself. And that's what I did. And that's how you can know that boats are not going over a physical horizon. Circumnavigation? Questions? Anything?
My one question was, you said the stars are in the same spot all the time, right?
No, they repeat. They move through the sky at night, right? The North Star always stays right where it is, right? We're corkscrewing through space, right? We're corkscrewing through space, going all these crazy directions at once, but somehow all of the stars repeat their positions exactly every year, except of course the wandering stars, which now are called planets. They never change, right? The stars change hourly. We're moving, when you're going down the road, the trees right next to the car are whizzing by fast, the signs and everything, but the trees on the top of the mountain are moving really slow because the mountain's in the distance. It's called parallax. When you're moving, things change their orientation, right? But the stars never parallax, ever. Absolutely not, right? Do you know about the Georgia Guidestones?
I believe it's written in 15 different languages in case of an apocalypse.
Yeah. So, well, in case of the planned apocalypse, but that's a whole nother rabbit hole. But in the center stone, there's this little hole, right? You got to remember, we're corkscrewing, going through all these different directions. You look through that little hole, and what do you see? You see Polaris. You do a time lapse, and all of the stars are spinning around here. Now, how the heck is that possible when every 6 months we're 186 million miles on the other side of the sun, ignoring the 500,000 miles an hour that the sun is moving through space, never to return to where it was before? How the hell does this hole still point to Polaris? Here's the global explanation. Polaris is so far away that movement of 4.5 billion miles a year is insignificant and it doesn't move. That's absolutely ridiculous. All right. But they also say that our North Star wasn't always there. 4,000 years ago, it was Thuban, and in 4,000 years, it's going to be another star. We just happen to live in the time where there is a star at the north. Okay. Well, if that was true, then over the last 70 years, or last 40 years, we should have moved almost a degree, or over a half a degree, and a half a degree would knock it right out of there. A half a degree is the width of the moon, right? Well, this hole is very tiny, and it hasn't moved. It's still there. It's been up for over 40 years. And then there's pyramids. The Egyptian pyramids have been up longer than 40 years. They still line up with the same stars that they were lined up with. This proves that the stars that we see are all the same distance. They're fixed within the firmament and they're spinning above us. But here's the thing. The optics of the sky are no way to prove the shape of the earth. The optics of the sky are no way to prove the shape of the earth because we don't know what that is. We've sent balloons up and all the stars disappear. I flew from California to Australia at middle of the night. I was so excited. This is long before I was a flat earther. I wanted to see the stars. I'm like, oh my God, the Milky Way is going to be amazing. No stars. There was like 5 stars. Less than 5. There was like just a couple. And like the whole time I kept looking out. The lights were off in the cabin. I'm like looking out. The window was clean. No stars. What's up with that? Makes no sense in a heliocentric world. We are programmed to believe that we're spinning out of control, lost in space, that we're insignificant. The elite, I think we might be on the same page in some of this, don't want us to know who we truly are, the true power that we have. They don't want us to know that we're at the center of creation, that this place was created for us. They don't want us to know that we don't use just 10% of our brains. We use 100%. But the indoctrination system run by the Rockefellers wants us only to use the 10% that make us good slaves. It teaches us algebra, calculus, accounting. They want us to be good little worker slaves. They don't teach us sacred geometry. They don't teach us vortex mathematics. They don't teach us how to connect with nature, how to connect with spirit. They don't teach us how to use our imagination and create the world that we were born into, which was our birthright. They don't teach us that nobody has authority over us other than in our imagination. And that's what this does. The heliocentric system is the matrix. It's a prison for your mind. And once you unplug from it, you can't unsee it. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Hey, what state are you in?
Indiana.
Indiana.
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to say, if you're south, we have a conference in October called Flattoberfest. Amazing people, amazing place. If you're close by, just say, come on by, check it out.
Oh, I was the background. You see my wife walk by. I joked to her not too long ago. I said, we should go to Texas and go for the hog hunting. They're paying $50 a tusk.
What are they trying to wipe out hogs?
So completely irrelevant. The hogs are overpopulating Texas right now, and they're causing issues with their wildlife and the cattle. They'll break in and actually fight cattle for the food that they're laid out. They're considered a nuisance, and the DNR opened up and said unrestricted shooting. And for $3,000, you can get a helicopter ride and shoot as many as you want.
Well,
everything you kill is donated to a homeless shelter.
Interesting.
So it's a vacation idea.
Interesting. Here's another monument. Every year on 11/11 at 11:11 a.m., the sun lines up with all of these holes and lights up this memorial, this war memorial. All right, cool. But how the hell does that happen in a spiraling, corkscrewing, heliocentric, insanity beehive solar system? Okay, how come the sun can hold on to the Venus and Mercury and the Earth and Saturn and Jupiter and Pluto and Neptune, right? But it can't affect any of their moons. How come when our moon comes around our Earth towards the sun, it doesn't speed up, and when it goes away, it doesn't slow down, right? People go, well, the Earth's gravity overpowers the sun. That's ridiculous, okay? If gravity is what they tell us, gravity affects everything. There can be more than one gravity. The gravity of the sun doesn't affect the moon, but we can put satellites into a, what's it called, where they put it halfway between the sun and the moon. It's called Lagrange point, where the gravity equals it out. Well, why can the gravity equal a satellite and hold it in place, but it can't affect a moon? How come it can't, pull on a moon? All of this is absolute insanity. And once you look at it, the lie is so big, people can't see it. Right?
So I'm going to try and test this one.
Go.
So, based off your argument of what gravity was with the positive negative cycle and the Earth being a positive negative charge grounding almost, the moon could be essentially the same thing. So, if anything, the magnetic charges between the two, or electrical charges, however you want to put it, between the two can actually hold it in place. Using your logic, that is possible.
So, they tell us that the moon, sure, that you could say that's possible. The moon is, that's not the Earth. So the moon, and don't give me crap about the size. The moon is tidally locked, so we only see one side. It always faces the Earth, right?
Right.
What's up with Jupiter? Every photo of Jupiter shows the same size of Jupiter, no matter what time of year or where on Earth it's taken. It's always the same size with the red dot. Is Jupiter gravitationally locked to the Earth?
To my knowledge, it's supposed to be gravity locked to based off of the other planets and the sun as a major contributor. But then again, Jupiter is also, I think they said 70% gas. It's actually the size of Mars. As a whole, the solid part of it's the size of Mars. The rest of it is just gas.
Yeah. So this is a photo in 2014, famous photo, quotation marks. And then in 2016, they go, oh, we found out that Jupiter has a multimagnetic core like Earth because we got a picture of the Northern Lights. This is an actual photo from NASA. And then when we pointed out, well, these are 2.5 years apart, why is every cloud the same? And NASA's answer was, oh, well, we took a picture of Jupiter and then we took off the Northern Lights and we stuck them on the old photo just for better clarity. That's what they said.
Okay.
That's ridiculous. Why would they not show us the photo that they took that showed the Northern Lights? They took it off and photoshopped it on an old picture to show us. That's what they tell us.
Right.
If you don't have a problem with that, I don't know. I mean,
NASA's a slush fund for whatever Blackwater project they want to do anyways.
I like that. I'll take that. This is what they showed us years ago.
The Hubble telescope. Yeah, that one.
No, this was an actual probe that was going towards Jupiter. And so we're seeing the clouds move and everything, but those two pictures, the Jupiter hasn't changed. It hasn't changed.
Okay.
So, and then we can look at
see, I know the Hubble telescope took 60 shots of the Jupiter in about the same 30-second span. And so that looks very familiar to the one that the Hubble did.
Yeah. So they're talking about the Hubble, again, in fake impossible space. Therefore, the Hubble isn't real. We had a conversation with the guy that runs Hubble. One of our guys talked to him for quite some time. And the guy admitted that he's never seen an image from Hubble. It all comes through NASA, and it's like he's never seen not a live picture, a direct image from Hubble. And we showed him that Sophia is a telescope mounted in the side of a 747, is where these images are coming from. Hubble doesn't exist, right? Hubble in space is just theoretically impossible. One, they tell us that it's 2,000 or 3,000 degrees where it is. There's no metal that could stand that, right?
Well, not during that time, no.
Well, look at this. This is a picture of Hubble, right? Is this the picture of Hubble, or is it made a can of Del Monte green beans, a soda can wrapped in tinfoil with some little airplane wheels on it, from your Bossowit airplane, right? This is what they show us, right? It's literally a freaking garbage can. And then recently, just this year, they did a service mission on Hubble, and they show this picture. It's the same friggin' picture. They couldn't get a new picture of Hubble, right?
Okay.
Think about this. Hubble takes these deep space pictures to show us these, deep things far, far in space. Here on Earth, they have these telescopes that are taking the deep field picture, and it's a long exposure. And so it's calculating the spin of the Earth. Okay. And the technician has to not wear shoes, wear socks and tiptoe around because the vibration in the floor could ruin the whole photo, right? This is what they tell us, right? And the pad that it's on is like 10-foot thick cement, so it's totally solid, right? So it won't vibrate at all. Are they forgetting that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, orbiting at 66,000 miles an hour, and chasing the sun at 500,000 miles per hour? What about those motions? And to make it worse, Hubble is doing all of those things, and it's falling at 17,500 miles an hour just to keep up with the Earth.
Okay.
It's moving in 4 different directions, and it's able to take a long exposure photograph. This makes zero sense. This is scientifically impossible nonsense, right? And show me a picture from Hubble that's not a cartoon. They're all cartoons. Show me a picture of a satellite in space. Google satellites in space, and you'll see that you get nothing but cartoons. Supposedly, these are all satellites, right? But satellites in space, they're all absolute cartoons. Here's one. People say, what about the Himawari 8, the Japanese satellite takes a picture of Earth every 10 minutes, right? We found somebody tipped us off to a NASA server that had all of the images that they use for this. And basically they had the blue marble, which was just the Earth set, and then they had all the weather data from all of the weather stations, and they wrap it around Photoshop. And we found a folder. There's tens of thousands of folders, and we found all of the stuff, how they make this. Let me just jump forward here. So here's the weather stuff, and they wrap it all around. Hold on, let me go a little farther. And here's what it looks like raw. Then they have to put in a Terminator line, right? So it's better to watch this video. So they put in the shadow, but we have the image where we can see all the clouds over here. How did that happen if this is real, right? We've absolutely proven that the Himawari 8 is not real because it's in fake space, so nothing could be real. And we've proven it. And again, all of these videos, you can't find these on YouTube, right? Here's these shadows. How do we see these if this was black like this, right? Where did this come from? And this is absolute 100% proof that the space shuttle is nonsense. But if you go into the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app, and you hit, what about satellites? Where are the satellites?
Looks like it's the top right.
Oh, top right. Thank you. What about satellites? Up comes all of these videos, right? About how satellites are balloons. Okay. But all of these videos will show you, and that Himawari 8 one is in there also. And it'll basically, if you watch those videos, then you'll know that it's absolute and total nonsense. They used to admit satellites were hanging on balloons, then all of a sudden they're falling around the Earth, and now they're switching back to balloons. NASA soon to put more efficient satellites hanging from balloons. They've been doing that the whole time. NASA admits they have tens of thousands of balloons up all the time. So again, you can't find this information online. It's all here. I have, for those of you listening or for yourself, the Flat Earth App Challenge. Every day there's a new video right here. Watch the video every day for 2 weeks. Watch it while you're having breakfast. Short ones during the week, longer ones on the weekend. Just tap that, and up comes the video. And after 2 weeks, I guarantee you won't believe you live on a globe anymore. Okay? If you do, you think you have a proof, send it to me. And if it's a proof of the globe, I'll give you 3 Bitcoins. But before you do, you have to hit the frequently asked questions. Make sure it's not there. It is. And then you can start over again. If you don't want to wait the 2 weeks, you can hit this button right here, and up comes the entire month and the previous months and the previous years. Indulge. Just watch 14 videos, and there's no unseeing what you can now see. So,
okay.
So let me just hit circumnavigation real quick for you, because people say, what about circumnavigation? I could leave New York. I could head east. I can follow a heading of east and end up right back to where I want. Billions of people have circumnavigated in airplanes east to west. 0 have done it south. Nobody has gone south and come up the other side. Why is that?
Because the magnetic field interrupts with altitude pressure gauges.
They go pretty close to the North Pole, they go over, but no one goes over the South Pole or even cuts across the bottom of the globe. And here's why. Here's our magnetic north, and the compass is pointing north, and I'm trying to push this west. I have to keep turning. To head 270 west, I have to keep turning. West is a circle. This doesn't prove the Earth is a globe because it's the same. It doesn't prove it's flat because it's the same on both. If I want to go east, 90 degrees east, I have to keep turning because that needle has to stay pointing towards the center, and I have to keep turning. Now, if I want to dead reckon west, so west is that way right there, and I'm not going to correct to the north. I'm just going to dead reckon west. I'm heading south. Unless I turn to the right, I'm heading south. South is every direction.
Why is that map distorted so badly, though?
Why is the globe distorted, you mean? Because this is the best map that we have, and it actually has been used for navigation for many years. The globe is made up. This is the map that was in all schools, all libraries for the longest period of time. It's the Gleason's map, right? Antarctica is here. This is Antarctica all around us. Matches the UN map and matches all of the big organizations that run the world. They all use this map as their logo. Wonder why? Okay, but when you wrap this around a globe, huge sections of the ocean disappear because you have to cut them out, and there's huge sections of uncharted oceans. So when you say, why is this map distorted? It's because you're used to looking at a stupid globe, which is fake, right? You're used to looking at this, which isn't real. Okay? Antarctica, no, go look at pictures of Antarctica from space. There are none. They're all cartoons.
Yeah, okay, but based on your same logic, though, you said that anything in space is pretty much fake. So anything that could be done from a satellite, supposed satellite, will use your terms, is going to be fake and cartoonish anyways.
100%. I'm with you.
So then at that point, what stops Jupiter and any other of the planets or the stars from being just fake anyways? Using your logic.
I'm with you. So when we see Jupiter or when we see a planet, Jupiter, Mars, Venus, what are we seeing? What is that light that we're seeing? Is it the light? Is it? Are they burning themselves? Are they their own lights, or are we seeing the sun that's reflecting off of them?
I don't know. I'm asking you. I don't know.
Well, in the heliocentric model, it's the sun that's reflecting off the planet that we're seeing. Okay. So here on Earth, if the sun was a mile over your head, it would look like that when you look up. It would just fill the whole sky. Then we move it 93 miles away. It gets so small, it's the size of a coin held at arm's length. And it got smaller due to perspective. So 93 million miles away makes it go from filling the entire sky, if it was a mile over your head, and bring it away, it's now the size of a coin held at arm's length. How much smaller would it get if I doubled that distance?
Probably the size of a dime.
Okay, how much smaller would it get if I made it 24 times that distance?
You mean I don't have a sewing button or needle next to me.
I'm with you. So remember, it went from the entire sky horizon to the size of a coin. Now people say, well, if you double the distance, it's only half the size. That's not true. It gets much smaller, much faster. But let's pretend that's true. So double, get it to 24 times. Its angular size is scientifically too small, scientifically provably too small to see. Okay? Are you with me?
Well, I mean, also with the thing of saying, like, with the perspective of the atmosphere density that you were talking about earlier.
Well, we're looking up. We're looking up, and the atmosphere gets pretty thin pretty quick. It's only when you look across do you get that density. When you look up, we can see the stars, right? But think about this. If the sun is 24 times as far, that's 3 light hours. It's scientifically provably too small to see, and the brightness is a whole nother issue if you invoke the inverse square law of light. But we'll leave that out. So 24 times the distance is 3 light hours. You can't see it. Well, Polaris is 48 times bigger than the sun. So 48 times 3 hours is 6 light days. Polaris at 6 light days would be the same size as the sun too small for your eye to see. At 6 light days away, you could not see Polaris, scientifically provable with your naked eye. However, we can see Polaris, and it's 433 light years away, right? I'm going to give you one more thing, and then maybe we'll wrap it up. Is the sun? They tell us these stars are trillions and trillions and trillions of miles away, right? The closest star is Alpha Centauri. They tell us 25 trillion miles away, 4.5 light years, 25 trillion friggin' miles away. How long is 1 trillion seconds? You know,
roughly 36 years.
Close. 31,000 years. Okay. 1 trillion seconds is 31,
1 trillion. 1 trillion. Okay.
Yeah, no problem. No, 31,000 years. So if you're traveling faster than any human has ever traveled at a mile per second, and you went for 1 trillion seconds, you're traveling for 31,000 years, and you are now 1/25th of the way to the closest star. You got to do that 24 more times, and all of the other stars are magnitudes farther. Okay. And you think you can see that star with your naked eye? Okay. You think you can see Jupiter at the distance it is, reflecting it from a distant sun. The sun from Jupiter, if you were on Jupiter or Mars, the sun is smaller than we see it on Earth because it's farther. That smaller sun is lighting up Jupiter and Mars, and that light is reflecting back to Earth, to your eye, and it looks brighter than a star. All of this is absolute garbage that you just have to believe and not think about it, because if you think about it, you won't believe it. You'll know it's not true. All of this is scientifically provably impossible. And the other problem is, as those stars get farther and farther away, you have to increase the brightness magnitudes. When we see the moon, the full moon, that's like about 1 lumen, right? But you can read by it. It casts a shadow on the ground. But you get halfway to the moon, the inverse square law of light says it'll be 4 lumens. Cut that in half, it's 16 lumens. Cut that in half, 64 lumens. When you get to 100 miles from the moon would have to be 64 times brighter than we see the sun for us to be able to see the moon the way we see it here on Earth, right? So that proves that we never went to the moon, right? Because it would be brighter. It would be 64 times brighter than the sun, just so we can see it here on Earth. The inverse square law is like a balloon. If I have a balloon with just a tiny bit of air in it, that rubber is the light. If the balloon was the light, and I blow it up to a foot wide, now that rubber is thinner because that light has to spread out and fill all of that area. I blow it up to 5 feet wide, that rubber's getting thin. I blow it up to 1,000 miles wide. Is there any plastic left? Is there any light left? That light is inversely getting dimmer and dimmer and dimmer. Just like I showed you where the sun went away. It's light, that's through the atmosphere. But just even in space, light is spreading. It's spreading. It has to fill all of that area. It's not making new light. It's taking that light and spreading it thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner. These are scientifically provable impossibilities for what we experience here on Earth. Your common sense, everything you feel and know deep in your soul, that your common sense tells you that we're flat and stationary, we're not moving. And every experiment ever done to prove axial rotation or curvature has failed and proven the opposite. But they don't teach you about Airy's failure or about Michelson and Morley or about any of these experiments by renowned scientists that went to prove the globe and failed and proved the opposite. They don't tell you about any of this because once you unplug from the heliocentric matrix, you no longer feed the system. You no longer allow people to control your mind with the news, right? They no longer you're no longer afraid of their nonsense. And that's it. The only power people have over you is in your imagination.
So I'm gonna ask you something, and it's okay to be wrong.
Okay.
So based on everything I've heard, it sounds to me like you think that we live on the Garden of Eden then.
I don't say that.
Because you said it was created for mankind.
Well, we live in the center of creation. Okay. So here's one way that again, anything beyond the shoreline of Antarctica is questionable. Like, we don't know what's beyond this shoreline because we're not allowed to go there, right? You could spend $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, and they'll take you right here to this little island. They'll show you some penguin and some ice, but they don't allow you to explore these outer lands, right? What could be out there? Well, let's say we look at it this way and say, maybe we live here in this inner space. This is Antarctica. And out here is extra land, extra terra, extra territory, extra land. So if someone lived out here and they came in here to visit, they would be considered an extraterrestrial from outer space. Okay? Here on the Earth plane. Now, what's out here? Are there more? Are there more rings? Are there more puddles? Right? Is it set up like this? Right? Or are there other puddles with other suns? Right? There's so much. And here's the thing. We don't know. We're not allowed to go there, but we want the right. We have the right. We want the ability to go explore these places. They won't let anyone go to the North Pole or the South. There is no South Pole, but they won't allow us to go there. They've demonized airships. They demonized hydrogen with the Hindenburg, which is a false flag. And they've monopolized all of the helium on Earth, so nobody can start a company because you can't get enough helium.
I mean, you can make your own helium. That's not an issue.
Well, you can, but you're not going to get licenses. They're not going to let you start an airship company. Yeah, you can make a small blimp and go film some football games, but that's highly regulated also.
I mean, go to Chile. They have no restrictions when it comes to helium creation because that's where our country gets 80% of our helium intake from is Chile.
There's a helium shortage. NASA owns all of the helium companies in the world.
Right. They get it from Chile because they make it there.
Yeah, well, you can't just go and buy huge amounts of helium.
No, but you can buy hydrogen and boil it and then collect it in and charge it to make helium.
There you go.
Like, it's not against the law by any means.
Yeah.
It's considered an explosive only if you don't have it in the regulated tanks, but that's where it comes down to. But yeah, you're able to make your own helium. That's not an issue.
I get it.
Just like how you can make your own gunpowder.
So here's the thing. Anybody wants to collect the Bitcoins, take the Flat Earth app challenge. It's called the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app. Watch the videos. Make up your own mind. Don't believe crazy Flat Earth Dave. Just watch the videos. Do your own experiments. All the stuff is documented right here in the app. If you go into the more resources page, we have laser tests. We have all sorts of long distance stuff. All documented, laid out for you, so you don't have to do it yourself. We'll show you that there is no curvature, there is no rotation, and the Earth isn't what they're telling us. So as far as the Garden of Eden thing, we're here at the center of creation, right? Who the creator is, that's your own journey. I don't know. I don't know who it is. Everyone has their own journey on what that is, and there's so many different ways to look at it. I'm not saying that any of them are wrong or any of them, I don't know. I don't know, but, that's your personal journey. Everything can be found. All my short videos, if you don't want to get the app, that's fine. Go to flatearthdave.com and take the crash course. It's just a series of videos. If you watch the first 3, you too can lose the respect of your family and friends because you'll be a flat earther.
I watched the first 3 videos of that. I did.
You watch Level? The next level?
The first 3 in the crash course.
Oh, nice.
I watched
There
those.
you go.
I got a driving job, so I can throw my phone up and just listen to it. So it's pretty good.
That's good. And guess what? You'll never be bored with driving again. There's so much content to listen to. There's so much stuff. Go hit the homeschooling button on the app. There's podcasts on there that will blow your mind, make you smarter than any college kid ever.
I mean, I'm smarter than a lot of college kids now. But that's besides the point.
There you go. Well, there you go.
All right, Dave, if anybody wants to reach out to you, how can they do it?
FlatEarthDave.com. The links are there. Info at theflatearthpodcast.com. But I get tons of emails, so keep it brief, keep it to the point. Don't just send me a link because I won't click it. If you want to book me for a show, flatearthdave.com. Book Dave. If you have an issue with the app, support on the app. Download the app. Check out my DITRH channel, which is this logo. all short videos, most of them under 5 minutes, right? Cool short videos. I got about, 85,000 subs right now. And then my interviews, I have this interview and other interviews are all on the app. They're all linked on the website, flatearthdave.com.
Okay.
All right. Send me a link when this is up. I'll put you on the top of the list and we'll go from there.
It'll be about 3 hours because of small edits. I'm going to add some small edits to it. I'm not cutting any of the conversation.
No worries.
Don't worry about that. But also the upload time.
All right. Are you gonna make a nice thumbnail?
I'm not sure what to do with the thumbnail yet. I've been experimenting with Photoshop lately, so I've been doing weird things.
Don't put a friggin' disc floating in space. I'll send you this image if you want to use it.
Oh, I had a few ideas of what to do. So.
All right, but if you put a disc floating in space, that's called a straw man. And you can do whatever you want. It's your video. It's okay. But that's not fair because we're not a disc floating in space.
Okay.
All right. Peace.
Well, thank you so much.
All right, man. Thanks. See ya.
Yep. We'll see ya.
Bye-bye.
Well, that was interesting. I can't say that my mind was changed, but I can say he brings a lot of interesting points that I think a smarter man than me needs to come forward and actually try. Until then, everyone have a great night.
just cause me aches and pains. Lately my life is like a season of Stranger Things. This place is flooded with demons and they invade your brains. This is an artificial hell and they create the flames. Day to day I just try to stay strong and make it through. Wake people up from their slumber, that's what I came to do. Please don't believe what you see on TV and think it's true. It's all just targeted programming and it's aimed at you. It's everywhere, you're getting lied to and yet you barely care. People with common sense are now very rare. But the way that they brainwash you isn't very fair. They can shove that mind control programming up their derriere. I do not consent to the way they tailor society. Ain't no variety. Plus I really hate when they lie to me. I use music music as a tool to release the anger inside of me. You don't know how fucking crazy it's driving me. That we're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's where we live and control you through fear and terrorism. They wanna keep you in a mental prison where they tell your vision through the television. Where the ignorance is bliss and they just keep you living in it. You're a business, getting us citizenship. What did you really think that your birth certificate is? Get the straw man on. Money isn't paid, it's all a bank note. It's only a bill exchange when you pay that loan. Like a monopoly game, but you can't pass go. When you turn on the TV, all did you get politically entertainment? The news that you see is all suggestive. Lowering frequencies contribute to our stress. And you're responding, telling me that we're free living in this country. Military overseas and it's all for our peace. Just a record on repeat from the programming. Like Polly want a cracker. Put you through education for domestication, control the mind faster. Giving you medication to poison our masses. If you ever question what's coming from our masters, and you're rocking the boat, or you ever having any thoughts of your own, you better hope you never caught walking alone. To be locked up a road off by the echo. Got your life looking like a sci-fi show. Brains spiraling when the Wi-Fi's on. Airplane mode when I ride my phone. If your eyes wide closed, we're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone. I ask myself, why do I even bother? Cause people are just like sheep that are lining up for the slaughter. If they're killing rats with fluoride, then why is it in the water? They're using the news to fool us, divide us so they can conquer. The longer you stay asleep, then the longer I'm gonna scream at you. I can't believe you let them deceive you, it's inconceivable. I won't stop until you wake up and do what you need to do. This world is overran with an evil that is unspeakable. Most people don't know, so they just vote and pay taxes. The devil's hiding in the shadows and controlling their actions. And they think that the earth is a spinning globe on its axis. But I don't have any time to devote to this madness. I have nobody to relate to, so I ride alone. Just me and all these wild thoughts that are inside my dome. I feel like I don't belong here and I can't find my home. I'm tripping and I'm wishing it was different, but we're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone. And there's nowhere that we can go. Awake and now I'm feeling all alone. We're living in the Twilight Zone. And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free. We're living in the Twilight Zone. And there's nowhere that we can go. Awake and now I'm feeling all alone. We're living in the Twilight Zone. And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free. We're living in the Twilight Zone.
Is anybody out there? Whoa. Just not if you can hear me. Does anybody at home? Glad you could join us for the Friday morning music extravaganza.
Sounds good, Sonny. Play Freebird.
It's the soulful sounds of Sonny, baby. Soulful sounds of Sonny.
Hold on, you're really low, dude.
All right, well, turn me up.
Let me check the volume on the master volume.
It sounds fine on my end.
But we got to turn that on.
Let's see. Get the HDMI turned up. Yeah, there we go. Oh, let me hear you again, dude.
Hey, the soulful sounds of Sonny's seductive guitar solos.
This is how we get our vitamin D from Sunny D.
Sonny D.
That's amazing that B string can handle that, because it was this kinked up, already used for probably a couple years B string. It was just the one I needed. Yeah, I got so desperate with strings, I would like try to straighten ones out that I used to like tie things together on some device somewhere. Take them back out. Broken ones. Take the little thimble thing and retwist them back on again.
Hey, if you need some strings, man, let me know. I get them at cost.
Okay, excellent. I'll take you up on that. Actually, when I see you on March 18th, I'll reserve like $20. I usually can get like $18, I think they are now, for 3 sets of Slinkies.
What do you like to play?
Now I'm going to go with 10s. I've been using 9s. They sound good. They don't last as long as 10s, though. But these are 9s.
Yeah, 10s last a long time. I switched to them like 2 years ago.
Hey, you know what?
Ray Vaughan played 13s. You
I know, you bunch of babies. That's with my thumbnail. I'm playing all that.
I don't think I can bend if I had a 13.
Well, see that G string is a 17 here, so.
Oh yeah. Can you go up a step and a half or something?
I'm down, man. If I make too much noise, let me know.
All right, I'll turn it down a little bit. It's not too loud, is it?
It's perfect, man.
Oh, really? Good. That's good. So I can turn it down. I can turn it down a little like this much. Yeah, I got this room sounding good now. And the amp is like around the corner, barely even faced this way, but it's up against a wall and it's on solid concrete floor. Excuse me. It's a Blues Junior, highly modified Blues Junior.
Sounds really good, man.
Oh, watch this trick. Go to the freaking neck pickup only. Oh, I broke the E string. Shit.
Oh,
Oh, it went up. It went up a whole step. That's 5 string now without the E.
sounds good, man. Play the Star Spangled Banner, man.
How you like that shit?
I love that shit,
Whoa. I try to think about what Hendrix would be playing, and that's what I play, and I think that's what you're hearing, man.
That's what I'm hearing for sure.
Whoa, how did I get? I went to a B flat to the D. That was outrageous.
How dare you? Oh, fuck.
Oh, went to alternate minor freaking deviation. Ended up in E flat. You didn't even notice.
Got any Eddie Van Halen in there somewhere?
Yeah, I want to play my. I want to play the Schecter, but it's only got that. It's only got the treble pickup. So. Wait a minute, which pickup?
Schecter.
Broken. Well, let me see. It's got 6 strings, so. Oh yeah, baby. Let's try this one. With a single, so you use a Van Halen. Yeah, let's try this single pickup. Single humbucker. We'll go with that since keep my mind off of.
I know the guy, the custom builder for Schecter.
Are you serious? This is
The head guy, yeah.
I bought this for $80. It had a PV amp with it, but I sold the PV amp, of course. I didn't need another practice amp. Hey, let's see. Whoa, this pickup's sticking to the. Need a pick for this This guitar sounds badass, huh? Is it too loud?
Man. No, you're perfect.
Wow, that's badass. Oh, goodness. Whoa. This guitar was banged around, man. It got all jacked up. I need a 348 freaking screw, which I don't have that screw. I'm missing that for the other pickup to raise it up, so it's just hanging out in there. Okay, I'm a little sloppy. Huh? Well, I heard the news, baby, all about your disease. Oh, I'm fucking. Ain't talk about glow. Run.
Riding it to the core.
Oh, screwed. I used to know this really rough. All right, what's another Van Halen? I used to know all of those. Hold on. Let's see. Name another one.
I don't know, jump.
It's cutting out. What the? Oh, it's my pick. It's the jack. What the fuck's going on here?
Jack is Jack.
Jacks can get jacked up. Where's it? I just fixed this cord. Name another one. Come on, another Van Halen song.
Running with the Devil.
Let's see. Yeah. How does that stuff? Still not in tune. Takes a little while to get adjusted, right? You know what can I play really good on this guitar is Zeppelin songs. Let's see. What could I play this? A good hard rocking one. Maybe I could do a whole bunch of those. La 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 la. Sit around, singing songs till the night turns into day. See the mountain, watching that way. Now I'm singing on myself. Anyway, that's kind of lame one.
It's fantastic.
I forgot. Forgot it. Oh. Now I'm in all this different tuning. Have mercy. Been waiting for the globe all day. Have mercy. Been waiting for the globe all day. I've been waiting on the Discord. It seems like night and day. Have mercy. The chat be packed up tight. Have mercy. The chat be packed up tight. We're just waiting for a global. Well, I hope you find one tonight. Oh, come on, Glover. You must have some globe proof somewhere. You don't have any globe proof. Rumors spreading around.
ZZ Top.
Yeah, I can do a bunch of that. So let's see. How's it go? Let's see. Wait a minute. One I know better than that. Hold on. When you wake up in the morning and the light that hurts your eyes, first thing that you do
when you get up out of bed,
hit the streets a running and try to beat the masses. Go get himself some cheap sunglasses. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Well, I spied a little thing. Fuck that. Spied a little thing and followed her on the funky fine leaves and a sweater kind of tight. West Coast. So wait, I'm all messed up, man. West Coast strut, there's a sweet as molasses. Really knocked me out is his cheap sunglasses. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh So you go down to sell some cheap black ring. With the shade so dark, they won't even know your name. Cause when it comes to shading, comes into classes. Cheap rhinestones rhinestone shades and cheap sunglasses. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Sweet Sonny!
Sweet cheap sunglasses.
I came up with 50 ways to leave your Glober last night.
That's a good one. I was thinking of this morning. Running down. Wait a minute. Running down the road, trying to loosen my load. I got 7 flat earth women on my mind. 4 that wanna own me, 2 that wanna stone me, 1 she's just a friend of mine.
2 that want to globe me.
Oh, that would sound good with let's see. What's it called? Little Wing. That's Well, she's walking through the land, 1,000% small. Butterflies and rainbows and zebras, and that's all she ever thinks about. I'm riding with the wind. When I'm sad, she comes to me. 1,000 kisses she gives for free. It's alright. Take anything you want from me. Whoa.
Whoa.
Good. Gets a neck pickup on the, but it's all sunk down. It's not close like it should be. It tries to stick to the string. Wow, that's weird. This one sounds really squawky.
Nice model.
That's just from the tone control. This thing has radical tone control in it. Like, this is all the bridge pickup, right? Now listen to it. This guitar sounds phenomenal, actually, huh? Ta-da! Since it's request hour and I'm not playing anything you request, what would you like me to play? Do I still have you? Did I lose everybody? Holy shit. The whole chat drops off to 10. Oh, damn. What am I going to do? People leave when you start playing music. Music haters. What? It's not hard. It's not rough enough. Eddie, eat your heart out. Rest in peace. Jimmy Page, eat your heart out. Oh, dang. Oh, I forget I don't have a whammy bar. I just tried to hit the whammy bar. There isn't one. I'll just have to use my fingers. All right, that's enough for this little bit of time. Little break for the band. Shit. All right. Thanks for letting me hog the bandwidth for a little while. That was fun as hell. It's like a live show.
All right, got dead air dude here. What's happening? A couple of us in here. Okay. I'm out on a job stringing a piano, so I was just muted up with some nice guitar soloing this morning from Sonny. Thank you, brother. Always a good time. Fill the airwaves with frequencies, man. Frequencies and vibrations, right? Thousands of them. That's pretty good. All right. Hey, it's Friday. Where's to get the ladies up in here tonight would be good. That'd be kind of fun. Always a good idea. I'm just out having a smoke here. All right. Let's see what's happening in the chat here. Cool. All right. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah. Get that. It's not working. Okay, it's not working. Yeah, it's pretty light up in here, man, for Friday. I guess the long weekend. Everybody's getting ready. Got the America anyway. There's 3-day weekend apparently. Anyway, as far as the skies go here in Southern California, it has been an absolute onslaught of constant, like 30 hours straight, man. Nothing but airplanes overhead, laying down this white shit, disgusting, complete whiteout skies, man. A couple days ago, it was totally clear and blue and perfect. And the last 2 days, it's been completely white, total shit, disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Yeah. What are you going to do? Check out the voice text there, man. See what's happening. All right. Flat Earth Mongos, Adam. You got it. That's it. Climber Racer has a little thing going tonight. What's up? Cut off. Thinks Sonny's on fire. I thought he was pretty fire. No doubt about it. Adam put wow, 2012 auction, $4 million pictures. Damn. Perspective Al dropped a nice meme on the DIY build your own lunar lander kit. That's pretty funny. Yeah. All right, well, somebody can jump in. Got any Globers out there? Got a couple minutes. Go outside. It's flat, man. Check it out. Don't believe me. Right? Don't believe me. What's up, Bandy Light? Come on in here, man. I'll give you $50. Bobby Steels is out there. Clinton, TMM. Old Haas, what's up, baby? Kevin. Yeah, they're launching some shit from California. I think that's why they're spraying, man. I don't know. Lock out our view, man. Totally white shithole shit here, man. Sucks. You see like 10 miles, maybe 20 miles. It's shit. What's up? Who's that? Who's running their engine, driving? Who's that? Is that Sonny? You driving? No. Who is that? Perspective Al. Is that you? And who's making? Can't hear you, man. Cannot hear you. All right. You guys can listen to me like a string of piano then. Fine. Nobody's gonna talk. All hot mic. Oh. It's not hot mic and if you're the only one on here, right? Yep. That's true. Just all right. Fair enough. All right, I'm gonna take a picture real quick and post it. See here. Let's see here. It's some disgusting white sky over the ocean here. All right. Whoa. There we go. Is that working? Maybe not. See here. There it goes. All right.
The heavy duty sounds of piano reconditioning. I seem to hear some wires. I seem to hear some piano wires being. Are you manipulating the frame or something?
Installed.
You have it apart. Some pieces.
I'm reading anyway.
I gotta go to the clinic.
19. It's a 19.5 anyway.
19 what? You roboted. 19 what?
25.
1925? Really cool. Classic. It's a upright or a
grand?
A grand. Fucking nice.
Send you guys.
That's what Renee has.
It's a 11. Yeah. His is like 26.
Yeah, you're roboting now.
A while ago.
You must have moved out of sight. You must have moved out of range of that satellite because it's only supposed to be right above you somewhere. So that would be blocked by what? I don't know. Something happened with those satellites, man. They're just not working that well out in the deserts and the mountains. No coverage at all until they put in a tower. How about that? Okay, I'll be back in a little while. If it remains this quiet, I'll be playing the guitar on the live stream all day. Oh, shoot. Unless I fall asleep, I'm so freaking tired. I don't sleep well at all. Dang. All right. This hair on my... shit.
Hey, does anyone know, like, optical gyroscopes, like interferometers?
I know they're expensive.
Like, do you know how they work?
I do not.
No, all right. Okay. It's just that I'm quite... You know how, like, Simon Dan does that thanks Bob thing when... I don't know his YouTube channel, but Bob bought a ring laser gyroscope to detect this kind of like 15 degree per hour drift. I'm just quite curious. Sorry.
I've heard about the experiment. I don't know where he did it, when he did it, who did it. Actually, I believe it was not his. It was some other group's gyroscope, and I know they did it at a couple different locations, and they got different results from different locations. So I don't know. That's about all I know.
I'm just quite interested as to exactly what happened, because I've been looking for like the best part of a year for the results from his gyroscopes that he measured at different altitudes.
Right.
But I haven't been able to find anything.
I don't know. Well, somebody down here should probably knows where to find that. You might check right in this server down towards the bottom there. There's different information rooms there that
maybe
you might find something in there. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, there's a lot in here. I mean, literally, there's like hundreds of thousands of documents in here. Literally. You might luck out down there. I don't know. I've never looked for it. So.
It's I don't see how it could happen, like assuming a flat Earth though. Like I know that you can. Some people say like ethereal drift, but I'm not entirely sure that's kind of how the ether works.
Yeah. Not sure.
Yeah.
I gotta mute.
Well, if it was proof of the Earth spinning, you'd need to have the globe first, correct?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah,
it depends on where you are.
No, yeah, kind of. The Earth's claimed to be a spinning ball, right?
No, it more so depends on where you are. So if you're
I'm asking you, so the Earth only spins in certain spots?
No, it spins all over. But the way which you set up a
do you have any evidence? Do you have any evidence of the Earth spinning?
That would be the ring laser gyroscope.
Well, that would be just a circular reification. You don't even seem to know anything about it. You've been looking for years for it, right?
That's part of a year, yes.
No, the best part of the year. What part was that?
The best part of a year means most of a year.
Most? Okay. Well,
most.
if you want the Earth to be spinning, it's going to have to be a ball first. Do you have any evidence of Earth's surface curvature in adherence to the 3959 spheroid they claim?
Yeah, so generally, yes.
Well, let's hear
it. I can try find an example now.
Oh, so generally, yes, but now you're going to go look for it. So no, not yet, huh?
I don't have it on hand.
Well, isn't that kind of funny? But you know the Earth's a globe spinning in space, but you don't have any information to back that up. Got it.
I don't have it on hand.
Yeah, you said that.
Yeah.
No one does. No one has any on hand.
Well, I'm not pulling it from my ass. It's like I have seen it before.
No one has any on hand.
But that's simply not true.
Well, let's hear it.
No,
yes, let's hear it.
When you tell me that I haven't seen stuff that I've
simply not true, let's hear it.
Well, it's going to take a minute, isn't it? Because I've said that I don't have it.
Are you asking me or yourself? So go figure that out. Since what I said was simply not true, let's provide some globe evidence. Shut the server down. Let's do it.
Well, it's not going to shut the server down.
Oh, yes, it will.
No, it will not.
Oh, it will.
I'm not the first person who's going to try and give you evidence of a globe, and you reject.
No, don't try. Don't try and do it. Just do it.
No, that's all it can be. It can only be a try, because you're not going to.
So it's a belief system that we have to believe in order to exist, correct?
No, because you can be in disbelief.
Okay, so you're in disbelief about what? That you don't have any information to counter what I said that you claim is simply untrue. That's you in disbelief.
That's not at all what I said. I said that I don't have the information on hand.
I don't know what and I told you no one had, and I said no one has it on hand, and you said that's simply not true.
No, you said no one has it.
Yeah, I said no one has it on hand, and you told me that that's simply not true. So let's hear about it. That's your keyboard clicking. We're looking for globe evidence.
File.
What's that?
You can't hear about a PDF file. You have to read it yourself, don't you? It's how PDF files work.
So you've got a PDF file that proves the Earth is a globe. This should be good.
As far as I'm concerned.
Okay, so your belief, are you trying to force your belief on us, or what's going on? Or do you have some evidence? Or do you have evidence? Present the evidence then.
Yes.
Not your belief, your evidence.
They're one and the same.
You've exposed your cluelessness, sir.
That is cute, but no.
Did you have your coffee today?
It's what, half
Did
7.
you have your coffee today?
I have not had coffee today.
What, you mean you believe you haven't had any coffee? You believe you haven't had any coffee, or you haven't had any coffee? It's one and the same. I thought you said it was one and the same. So, whoa. You believe you didn't have coffee, or you know you didn't have coffee?
I know I haven't had coffee.
Okay, well, it's not one and the same. Go find the globe evidence. Thanks. I was enjoying listening to Flat Earth Dude's piano tuning that sounds like space golf. So,
well, go back to doing that.
Okay, well, show me that what I said was simply not true. Go do the homework and come back.
Right, and you can listen to your piano tuning.
It's space golf. I said it's piano tuning that sounds like space golf. in my belief, I'm listening to Space Golf. One and the same.
That is good for you.
Oh, it's excellent for me, isn't it? It's bad for the Globreifiers because they're stuck holding the bag, in denial, telling me that belief and knowledge are the same thing because they know it's a dead end. They've been wrapped up into a myth and they're too proud to exit it. Too proud to admit they've been duped. So please go get the evidence that the Earth is a globe. We're all waiting. Hello?
Hello? Are you okay? Like, why are you laughing like that?
I'm perfect, bro. You're the one who thinks believing and knowledge are the same thing. Are you okay? Are you okay?
I am excellent.
Okay, so do you understand now that belief and knowledge are not synonymous?
Not quite, no.
Okay, well, why did you say they were?
I'm not entirely sure I did.
Oh, well, now you're... Yeah, you did. So you are the one who's not okay. Okay? Capiche?
Capiche.
You know, if you want to come here and tell us about your heliocentric belief, carry on, go on. I mean, we all believed it too. Just do not pretend that this mythology that you've been duped by has anything to do with reality, okay?
I came in here asking about ring laser gyroscopes.
Yeah, and I said, and you thought that was proof of the Earth spinning, right? So if that's proof of the Earth spinning, let's see proof that the Earth is a globe.
Well, if it's spinning, that's not the same as it being a globe.
Does the heliocentric model not have a spinning water ball Earth?
It does, yes.
Okay.
I'm on about the spinning part.
Okay. A spinning what?
Earth.
Do you not understand that the entire thing is the heliocentric model claims a very specific size of an oblate spheroid. Okay? Spinning. Yes. Spinning and hurtling through outer space. Yet no one can present any of this evidence. It's all my toilet flushes the wrong way. I want to talk about my toilet the way it flushes. I don't want to talk about it, but my toilet flushes. It flushes a certain way, therefore it's spinning. What's spinning?
There's a really interesting paper on that. It's 1962.
Well, that's wrong because I had a double-sided sink. I
don't care about your sink. It's not.
I don't care about your study then. My double-sided sink, it drained one side clockwise, the other side counterclockwise.
Yes, because in this paper, we're not talking about specifically a sink. It's a very well-controlled, almost like a cylinder.
Okay, great.
Great, yes.
You can make a cylinder in any way you want to and make the water spin however you need it to.
That's a cool thing. You control for that. So
okay, now do you have any evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball now? That's where we're at.
I'm just on about the spinning part.
Okay, but it's a spinning ball in the helios. Are you making up your own cosmology on the spot, or what's going on here?
No, I'm just referring to the spinning part. I don't know how.
The spinning. Okay, let me explain it to you. Let me explain it to you this way: the spinning that is claimed within the heliocentric model, a spinning 3959 water ball, has been debunked. So if you want to go create a new cosmology, you might need to find like cosmology creator enthusiast server 24/7, right?
The spinning part has been debunked.
The globe the heliocentric model, the spinning, it's all been debunked. It's a belief system.
Spinning part.
Excuse me?
How have you debunked the spinning part?
Well, Einstein himself said there's no experiment that he could do to prove that the Earth is in motion.
Yeah, that's around the sun. That's a completely different.
No, that's anti-motion.
Strictly speaking, kind of.
Okay, kind of. So the heliocentric model involves space water balls flying and hurtling through outer space. Well, that would require a 3959 radius spheroid. That, sir, has been debunked. So everything goes bye-bye. You get that?
So when we're talking about
do you understand that? Do you understand no globe, no heliocentric model? Do you get that yet?
I'm on about the spinning part. You can have...
No, I'm on about, do you understand that once the ball has been debunked, it's all gone?
Yeah, of course. Of
course. So if you have any evidence, that we're living within this heliocentric model, let's hear it.
I don't know how many times I have to tell you this, but I'm on about specifically the spinning part.
Spinning what?
Let's forget about globe or flat. I'm on about the Earth.
Forget about what?
A globe or it being flat. I am on about specifically the spinning part. The Earth.
Okay, what Earth?
I hope
what's okay? Tell us the shape of the Earth in your little make-believe world.
Well, it's irrelevant. Someone about
it's very relevant. We're talking about the heliocentric model. Do you not get this?
Well, I'm not talking about the heliocentric model.
You're talking about a spinning Earth globe.
I'm on about a spinning Earth.
Okay, go on.
Yeah. Earth, the land we are on, that is the Earth, and I am on about it spinning.
Because you said so?
Because it is measured to do so.
Let's hear about it. Let's hear about it.
Right, so if you set up any kind of...
No. Let's hear about I don't want to hear about a contraption or someone in a train, someone in a convertible. Let's hear about the Earth spinning. How about some evidence? I don't want to hear stories.
Right, sure.
Right.
So if you set up a ring laser gyroscope or a fiber optic gyroscope or any kind of interferometer that is capable of measuring
the very thing you came in here claiming to ask questions about, not having any clue after spending the better part of a year on it. Now you're going to tell us that's spinning Earth evidence?
Are you
okay?
If you have Bob's measurements, be my guest.
The only Bob I know is Bob Dylan.
Well, the Bob from...
I don't know the Bob that you clown pseudo-intellectual pseudoscience have been thanking for the last year. Go look at the people who thank Bob. The only Bob that's worth to be thanked is Bob Dylan. Okay? So go ask the clowns that have been thanking Bob. Go ask them.
Well, he doesn't have...
Doesn't that make sense?
As far as I know, their measurements.
What?
I thought flat earthers would have other people's flat earth measurements, you know?
What are you on about? I thought we were talking about the Earth spinning. Yes, the Earth's surface measures flat. We get that.
Okay, good for you. Now we've gone past...
Bad for heliocentrism. Bad for spinning globe.
Listen, now we've gone past the flat Earth bit. Okay, the Earth is flat.
Well, it sounds like you need to find another server then. If you need to find a gyroscope enthusiasm server, go for it.
Well, I was hoping you could relate the gyroscope to the flat Earth.
9-mile ball.
I was hoping you could relate the gyroscope to the flat Earth.
No, I don't pay any attention to the broken reifications that the pseudo-intellectual, desperate scientists try to communicate.
So you can't.
I don't pay any attention to people using circular logic to reinforce the myth they believe. Why would I?
Okay, well, there's nothing you can do then, is there? Because you don't know anything about the drought.
There's nothing you can do but use fallacious reasoning. You get that?
If anyone other than this guy wants to talk gyroscopes and help educate me, feel free. But
go ask the people who thank Bob. Go thank the people who ask Bob.
I'm not going to thank the people who ask Bob.
Explain the delusion to you.
Good
Are you okay?
Like I said, I am excellent. I am still excellent.
Okay, but do you realize you're the same person who 15 minutes ago told me that beliefs and knowledge were the same thing, then thought about it and realized they weren't? So I'm asking you again, are you sure you're okay?
I am still excellent.
Okay.
So, like I said, if anyone other than this guy knows anything about ring laser gyroscopes or fiber optic gyroscopes or interferometers,
the people who think that have to do with anything about proving the Earth a globe are the ones that are thanking Bob. Next time you see one of these idiots say thanks, Bob, go ask them.
I did say anyone other than you.
Did you not hear what I said? Go ask the people who are maniacally thanking Bob.
Why? They're not Bob.
And neither am I.
But some people in here may know stuff about Bob. You know, all they do is thank something from a Netflix documentary. That's of no use to me. It's a Netflix documentary.
What? Why are you taking anything you see on Netflix seriously?
I'm not taking anything.
Why in God's green earth are you taking anything you see on Netflix seriously?
I'm not. I've heard...
Why'd you bring it up?
Okay, well, the people who are thanking Bob are taking it exclusively from a Netflix documentary. I'm not interested at all about what was said in the Netflix documentary.
Why are you concerned about Bob?
I've heard of people spreading rumors or something along those lines of Bob taking measurements with the fiber optic gyroscope, ring laser gyroscope at different elevations, and I'm interested as to what those measurements were because I can't find them.
That channel got deleted.
Ah, okay.
It was Seventh Day Truth Seekers channel. He started posting COVID stuff, and they deleted his channel. But the good news is that there's a published paper on it. The Russians did it.
Yeah, that was on air pressure. It is in Russian though, and I can't read Russian. It's like
you can look at the data. Numbers are universal, pretty much.
They are, but it's hard to understand. I have read it before. And like half of it's in English, and then the other half is like in Russian.
So, but also, hold on. So there was what happened was I think Bob got a hold of the ring laser gyro, and he was getting an anomalous reading. He lives in Denver, right? So he lives in Denver. So that's high elevation. It's 1 mile above sea level.
Sure.
So they're like, "What the fuck's going on?" So they decided, okay, we're going to take it and we're going to stick it in a vacuum chamber. And then they noticed that it was alternating. Like the lower the pressure was, the lower the reading it got. So-called the so-called Earth rate drift, right? So they got it down, I think, to 15 degrees per hour or something like that.
Yeah. So that's the thing, though. I haven't actually seen the data for myself. Well, I've seen a graph, but that was as close as I got to it. And that was the thing that got me trying to find the actual data itself. But I just haven't been able to find it.
And they did have a fiber optic gyro. It wasn't a ring laser gyro.
Ah, okay. I see.
So a ring laser gyro has like a xenon gas in it or something. Well, I can't remember. Helium neon gas. So this wasn't that.
I get the kind of mechanism of them both. There's a guy on YouTube, and he's made his own fiber optic gyroscope.
Yeah, Conspiracy of Light, right? Yeah.
He's a ether guy, which that's why I find it quite interesting.
So did you watch it very carefully? His video, right?
I believe so. I've had a bit to drink.
The so-called detecting the diurnal motion of the Earth.
Yes, that's the title.
So you realize that he is calibrating it by averaging a voltage.
I would have to watch the video again.
Okay, so if he has the so-called gyro in one position, and then he has it in another position, he gets a different voltage reading. So, so this is the way a photodetector works, right? So he has the light. He has the light goes down the fiber optic cable. It's picked up by a photosensor, right? Mm-hmm. Then that photosensor outputs a voltage.
It does, yes.
Right? And then he compares these voltages against each other. And when they match, it's constructive interference. And when they don't match, it's destructive interference, right? So, when he's getting a different combined voltage in one configuration versus another, right? So you got the combined voltage of two of the photosensors in one, and say like he pointed it north-south and he had it at a 45-degree angle, and then he had a rig, so he tipped it at the other way, right? So a 45-degree angle with the bottom facing towards the north and the top facing towards the south. So he measured at these two different orientations, right? And when he does that, right, he keeps he keeps it one way for 4 hours and the other way for 4 hours and the other way for 4 hours, and he averages out all these voltages over time, right? And this is the calibration of the device. So when you calibrate it, this is when it's this voltage, it's in this position, and when it's in this voltage, it's in this position, right? And then you've calibrated the device this way, and then the variation in the voltage after that is said to be Earth rate drift. And that's exactly how it works. And that's why a gyro costs so much money, because it takes something like 3 months to calibrate one.
I would have to look into that.
Yeah,
I'm not entirely sure that's the case, but if you're right,
I mean, you could go just watch the video again. I mean, that's all you have to do. Like, that's the thing about you Globers. You guys never watch anything carefully. You're just looking for like something to confirm your bias. You don't actually watch how they did the experiment or demonstration. I'll give you an example. This Andrew guy, he posts the thing about Jesse Gordon, and he had an airplane gyro, and he he didn't think, man. He didn't actually watch the video carefully, and I found 5 flaws just skipping through it, and I didn't even watch the whole thing. You guys don't look for experimental errors or what he's assuming is happening, or him fudging data, which he loves doing, right? So he took it and he measured a 20-degree drift in 30 minutes. Oh, the gyro must be broken. Right? So he used 3 different gyros. He gets different readings for all of them. But of course, he's going to cherry pick the one that fits his what he thinks. But the thing about Jesse is, Jesse didn't realize that 15 degrees on a single-axis gyro is only measured from the north to south pole. So how the fuck did he get 15 degrees per hour? How did Bob get 15 degrees per hour? Bob never got 15 degrees per hour because he never did that test. Other people did that test, and they didn't get 15 degrees per hour.
Yeah, you can only get a maximum of the speed of rotation. You can't get more. If you get more, then something's up. It doesn't necessarily mean the gyro, or it might not be the Earth rotation. It could be anything, which is why I'm quite interested in hearing.
Well, I mean,
but sorry.
Like I said, Bob never did, like when Bob said on Netflix, yeah, we measured 15 degrees per hour. Bob was not even involved in that. Like, I'll explain to you. There was a Skype chat, okay?
Uh-huh.
I've actually seen the data, okay? It was sent to me. I'm not going to say by who. I mean, it's probably okay. Karen B., she was involved in it. So, they had a separate Skype chat, right? People say FE Core did it. FE Core did not do it. Rob Zimmerman went out. He paid $7,000, bought a fiber optic gyro, and him and I think it was the guy's name was Tesla's Apple and some other dude. Rob Zimmerman did the actual tests. He shared the data with other people. I got the data shared with me because they were like, this is kind of weird. Like, what does this mean? Because they measured an Earth rate drift of like 2.24 days for 360 degrees. So they thought, they called the manufacturer, said it was broken, like all different things, like because they just thought whatever. I don't know if this is exactly what happened, but I think Bob looked in this Skype chat that he was just a part of. He wasn't involved in like the shit at like a detail level. Probably just saw that, we measured a drift, and he probably just like ran with it or something. I'm just guessing. I don't really know for certain if that's what happened, but I know the data that I saw didn't match 15 degrees per hour, and that they were. I got not just like the data. I got the whole copy paste out of the Skype chat.
Right. Do you have it?
No, because that account got struck. My old Discord account, it was DM'd to me in that account. Someone mass reported me, Jose, I think it was CJ, and maybe one other person, and all our accounts got struck. It was actually we're pretty sure it was a Discord employee that got sent to CogDis for being a smartass, and then they like deleted our accounts because we didn't actually do anything.
Yeah, I don't understand why people are trying to get flat earthers banned. It just seems like a dick move to me. It's like it's just so pointless.
Some of them openly say it.
What people?
Some of them, dude. People like Bob the Science Guy. He's gone in our chat and openly asked the other Globers to mass report the channel.
I would just like to say though, I don't have anything against flat earthers. You know, it's like your belief is your belief, and even if I think it's wrong, it is still your belief.
Yeah, are you using the word belief?
Tell me exactly what I'm believing. What am I believing?
Get him. He said believe. Get him.
Damn it. Oh, my bad.
Yeah, like, what am I believing?
Yeah, he thinks belief and knowledge are the same thing anyways, right? Oh, no, he doesn't. He can't make up his mind on that. He doesn't know what to believe.
Light comes into my eyes and I apprehend a geometric form, and like I don't need to believe anything. I don't, whether I believe I can see or not, I still see. Right?
Yeah, sure. I would like to correct myself. Your knowledge is your knowledge, even if I disagree with your knowledge.
Well, you think that I'm misinterpreting my knowledge, and that actually there's a greater reality outside my perception.
How many times am I going to have to correct myself?
Well, no, I'm agreeing with you. Listen, dude, I just agreed with you. I can have knowledge, right? You think I'm misinterpreting my knowledge.
I guess so, yeah.
Okay, you think I'm misinterpreting my knowledge, and the actual truth of the matter is that outside my perception, there's a greater reality, that my perception of reality is flawed, or is an illusion, or is not really an accurate description of reality, because I'm a tiny ant on a giant ball, right? Or because the ball is spinning so slow I can't feel it, right? So my senses can't actually detect this ball. So I am misapprehending this experience. And there's some other experience that some other people had because they're fucking Freemasons or something, and like they've been on rockets or whatever it is, right? That there's some other people that know better than me and have saying you are incorrect, your experience is wrong. I have other knowledge which is greater than your knowledge. Isn't that a great? Isn't that a accurate synopsis of the situation?
Yeah, holier than thou, kind of. It's like my knowledge is better than your knowledge because I say
when you're right, you're right.
Well, I mean, it's not just that. It's like saying your experience. It's almost like gaslighting, right? It's like catching somebody like you didn't see that, or you saw that, but it wasn't really what you saw. That really means something else.
Yeah, you could be right. As far as I'm concerned, you probably aren't, but you might be, and that's just the way it goes.
Well, whether
do you have any?
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm the one who needs to shut up. But does he have any evidence for the globe, or is it just him saying probably you're wrong? Is that his evidence?
He said probably I'm right, but I mean, listen.
Well, probably we're wrong about the globe thing.
I said you could be right. As far as I'm concerned, you're not. But
yeah, I know. So do you have any?
That's why
when you say as far as you're concerned, what is that? What are your concerns that have gotten you this far, that have convinced you of a globe?
Well, my concerns are my own knowledge. And if we both have knowledge,
you mean your beliefs? Your beliefs. If you have any knowledge, let's hear it.
Listen, do you have any knowledge that demonstrates the Earth's a globe?
I do, but I'm going to have to go for like half a minute to a minute.
Okay.
Oh, that's fine. You go and do that. We'll wait here patiently for you.
By the way, I don't, like I was telling Old Horse, I don't have it on hand, so I've been talking to Indo the entire time.
Have you seen, well, let me ask you, what kind is it? Is it like an inference or a deduction from your experience? Is it like a mental construct in your head that seems to make a globe? Or is it like something like obvious in reality?
Well, it's something taken from reality. I'll be back though.
Something. Okay. All right.
And he's the one who asked me if I was okay.
I just think I think all this is humor sometimes.
It's insanity. At this point, it's getting a little insane.
That's okay. Roll with it, man. Hey, don't hate on the mental health patients.
Yeah.
No. It's not that fault, guys. It's not that fault.
No, it's
way too much fluoride and too much lead paint, and
Yeah, that's what I told him. I said, listen, it's not your fault. I mean, here's what's crazy is they now want to say this thing, oh, you feel superior since you know the Earth is flat. Well, what it sounds like to me is they're starting to feel inferior for having been duped. Well, it's not your fault that you were duped. We all were duped. Hello?
Look, but listen, would we feel inferior because we trust our own eyes? Like, Jesus Christ.
No, like, yeah, they're telling us.
We all have sets of eyes, right? We can all go out to observe the world because I accept what I see as reality and you don't. I don't have any special knowledge. I don't have any special ability. I'm not Superman. I'm not better than you. Just you're living in a delusion. And I'm not. It's pretty much that simple. It's not complicated.
Yeah, and I've heard them call that some sort of superiority complex. What I'm saying is they're starting to sense their own inferiority, and they don't like it.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. Well, I mean, it's loss of superiority, I guess, because they assumed, like, for years now, right? Flat earthers are dumb, flat earthers are retarded, flat earthers got no brain cells, blah, 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 right? And now that onion layer has been peeled away, and, like, we have ample evidence of their absolute batshit crazy mental retardation. Atmosphere holds the atmosphere bullshit.
Moon golf, for the love of God. I mean,
well, that's it, isn't it? I mean, for the last 8 years, our position has just got stronger, and our position has got weaker and weaker. So they probably still can't believe they're here 7-8 years later. To be honest, why am I still fucking doing this? How can I still be here?
Yeah, doubling, like they just like the amount of logical fallacies alone just to even have a conversation about the globe could just alarm them. Like, what the? Like, anybody that observes this topic and, like, the conversations around it be like, this is just an endless theological fallacies coming out of the Globers.
Yeah, just imagine for a moment.
Yeah, just imagine. There's a guy with 3 letters after his name, and he said the Earth's a globe. That's all you need. Go back to bed.
I just loved it when Indio asked him, well, what do you know? And the guy says, no, I know. He says, let me go get what I know.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to get over here.
Well, I mean, the fact remains, and this is the fact they hate, right? Whether you believe the Earth's flat or whether you believe it's a globe, you're only ever going to experience flat. The only way you're going to experience globe is to watch TV. That's it. Yeah. That's the bottom line. Ain't none of those clowns going to space. I'm not going to space. They don't know anybody going to space. Like, that shit's a fantasy. Even if you believe the crap they say, that there's space, that the Earth's a globe, they're not going to be one of the people to ever experience that. So as far as their lifespan is concerned, it's going to be flat. That's why I don't understand why they fight it so much. It's like if they lose the idea of it being a globe, like somehow that will, like, oh my God, they'll pull my ticket to space. I can't say that. Like, dude, you ain't going to space, no matter what you believe.
For some of them, I think they subconsciously realise that eventually they're going to have to come face to face with a creator. I didn't want to say God. Well, I think that's what scares them in their fucking minds. Do you know what I mean?
Well, and then, like, it's like putting all your eggs in one basket, right? Putting your salvation in the space basket, right? I'm going to put all my eggs in that. I'm going to go to space, and that's going to be my salvation. And then you go on the internet and you see Artemis is now delayed to 2025 because they can't seem to manufacture spacesuits, even though they did it 40 years ago. That's the latest bullcrap that they can't manufacture the spacesuits right, so they can't go back to the moon, but they did it in 1960 something.
Yeah, I would like to say something about that. Sorry.
Yeah, hold on. 1 second. I had to explain to someone the other day that they converted a lunar soil sampler into a 7-iron. They thought I was making it up.
Fuck it out.
Right. Can I just say something? I have no doubt in my mind that NASA is primarily a cash grab. You know, it's like you can charge whatever you want if you're doing it for NASA or for anything government related. You know, it's not like a spacesuit costs however many millions of dollars.
Well, I mean, just pull one out of the Smithsonian. Like, Jesus Christ. Just go to the Smithsonian, get Neil Armstrong's, and throw somebody in it. Like, how hard is it?
Yeah, if they pull that out, I'll get on.
Are you in America, Spooky?
I am English.
Okay. So in America, well, let me tell you, like, how NASA is, like, it's got its tentacles everywhere in America. So it's in, like, all the school systems, right? So, like, they'll send to each school, like, some propaganda piece. When I was a kid, it would be like a VCR tape. And 2 or 3 times a year, they'd stop the class. And it wouldn't even be science class. It would just be any random class. I don't know if they got paid or what the deal was. They'd wheel in a TV with a VCR, and they'd play some NASA propaganda. This stuff started, like, when I was, like, in 1st grade. And it went all the way up through high school. So, and every school does this, right? They do some, like, NASA has like an education, like educational outreach. So they go to school. Sometimes they'll bring like a NASA employee, but a lot of times it's just media, right? Or sometimes there'll be worksheets or handouts or coloring books. It depends on like what grade you're in. And this is all through America. So like they're literally brainwashing the children. And every year, right? So they call this part of a large portion of their budget is to get another big chunk of budget, right? So they have PR and public relations and all this stuff and like talk up how great NASA is, right? So, and like when they go testify before Congress, they beg for more money They get to say all this great stuff we do. We do all educational outreach. We're doing this for the children, and where we've created 15,000 jobs, and we're doing this, and we're doing that, and we're doing high technology. And we made Tang, and like whatever, right? And they do this every time they get before Congress and beg for money. But like, then they get a big chunk of money. Then they allocate a certain amount of that budget, so that next year they get to go before Congress and beg for even more money. Right? So it's a self-reinforcing loop, right? Brainwash the kids so the kids won't fight it when they get over that their congressmen are blowing all their tax money on frickin' space programs, and then, like, you know, spend another portion to, like, lobby Congress. Why is an agency of the government lobbying the government?
Well, it's not strictly speaking government. I'm pretty sure.
Well, I know. Yeah, there's that part too. There's the civilian overlap, right? So,
like the Fed,
the contractors.
Yeah, I don't support the government at all. I do not like the government. You know, it's
Well, all I'm saying is that NASA isn't just like, I'm just backing up what you're saying. NASA is a freaking goddamn money grab government make work program.
Yeah, of course. It is write your own paycheck.
Yeah.
There's just as many people wearing NASA merch as Nike now.
Yeah, but the NASA logo looks kind of cool.
Just saw somebody the other day, a Chinese kid at the gym.
No, it doesn't.
Wearing a NASA. He looked like an astronaut, man, because his arms look about as big as my wrist, but whatever.
Yeah.
I guess you atrophied in space or something.
Yeah, something I'll never cite something NASA to tell me what the Earth is like or anything like that, because that is like the most stupidest thing I could ever do. It's like the people telling me the Earth is a globe to tell me the Earth is a globe. Of course, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to.
Well, I mean, the reason I was bringing them up wasn't because, you know, of their evidence. It's just because, why was I talking about it again? Oh, is that, doesn't matter really what you believe, Spooky, because on a personal level, you're only ever going to experience a flat Earth. You're never going to be in a position to experience the Earth as a globe. And that's how we ended up bringing up NASA, that they keep making this promise, and that people, I think in some way, people feel that if they consider the flat Earth, they're like, I'm ruining my prospects of going to space if I entertain this flat Earth thing. Like, this deep psychological, like, oh my God, space is my future. I can't renounce my future. They've been telling me this since I was 4 years old. My parents hung that, that solar system mobile over my crib, right?
Yeah.
It's the ultimate sunken cost logical fallacy.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that because you're the flat Earth server, you're dealing with the forefront of the globe of the world's dumbasses who decide to go, hey, what's the flat Earth about? I'm going to troll them. You know, it's like you are dealing with the dumbest of dumb people.
I mean, we've had all kinds on here. We've had all kinds. We've had PhDs in physics, astronomy, cosmology, geology, lawyers, people that claim they built satellites, like, you name it.
But who are most of the people?
But most of the people are just like the regular demographic of Discord, right? 16 to 23-year-old boys, right? That's pretty much and to me, 23-year-old is a boy, especially of this generation.
Yeah.
I'm serious, man. Like, I think I probably spent more time outside by the time I was 7 than these have spent outside yet in their 20s.
Yeah, whoever they are, they're all dumb enough to continue believing the globe mythology.
Indio, can you do me a favour, mate? Give BCBE voice verified role. I just checked it in. Cheers, dude.
Who?
BCBE.
Oh, BCEB. Sounds like a.
Oh yeah, BECB. Yeah, that's the motherfucker. Yeah.
Sounds like a drug I should be taking.
It does, doesn't it? MDMA.
Yeah, can I get Globe Earth roll?
Yeah, of course you can.
Thank you very much.
No worries. Well, I
We don't blame you. Okay,
easy
no,
to-
I have to ask you at least one question. Does the spinning of the Earth cause gravity?
Oh, damn it. I can't answer that. No.
Okay. We've had people say that, so, like...
Yeah, I study physics myself. It's good fun.
How do you deal with the free body problem?
You just do it a different way.
Cool.
You just suffer with the consequences of the what do you call it, butterfly effect.
Yeah.
Just click your heels together.
Yeah, and like do that funny wave thing.
Oh, well, like a magician's like wave of a wand. Yeah, I get you.
No, what you do is say that you can predict the planetary motions going out millions of years, but when you actually do the predictions, you make a 6-month prediction and then make another observation and then another 6-month prediction and then another 6 month, but you claim that like it works for millions of years.
Yeah, sorry.
I was just going to say, most of these predictions are actually post-dictions anyway when you're looking at it.
Yeah.
I've always fucking done this and they're just doing it again. Whoop-de-bloody-do. Sorry, Spooky.
Yeah, the problem is your error increases exponentially as you have even the slightest bit of error in the positions and the momentum of the bodies in the n-body problem. It's not specific to gravitation. It applies also to stuff like magnetism or the electric field. It is just the n-body problem. If you have n bodies, you're going to have n problems. Not quite that, but
I mean, you've got one problem because you've got one body, and that's a ball, and we're still yet to find that. So you disappeared to go and get your knowledge, apparently, for the Earth being a ball. Did you come back with that?
No, I went to the took a piss. So
did you see it roll in the toilet?
I remember who was talking to you earlier. It was Old Hoss, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And talking about belief and knowledge. We had that little clash just then because you said belief, and then we had to reiterate your sentence a couple of times before we got to an understanding. But
I may have
I guess. Yeah, no, that's fine.
At first, he said belief and knowledge were one and the same until we thought about it.
Yeah, that was it. And I think No, that's true. So I guess off the top of your head, I mean, I can only presume that you sound like an intelligent guy, obviously. So I can only presume that you come from a relatively logical kind of understanding. You've been around the flat Earth argument for a matter of time. But ultimately, when you get in these discussions, what is the number one kind of flat Earth killer that you like to pull out and swing around? What is your biggest proof that the Earth's a ball in space?
I don't think it's very productive to have a flat Earth killer. I don't see the point of it. I'm perfectly happy for you to have your belief. What persuaded me of it being a globe isn't any one thing. And any one thing can be explained by both models. You just have to make stuff fit. But if you start piling on different things, then you start to have a problem. In my opinion.
I guess that's true in most instances, right? But I guess when we're navigating, the majority of the time we're correcting because we're on a ball because of magnetic declination and things like that. There's a lot of corrections that if we're mapped on a ball and we're trying to navigate around it, we've got to correct. Now, when we navigate around the flat Earth, the majority of the time, if at all, we have to correct because ultimately all of the corrections are going to be based on a flat Earth map. You understand that, right? And the tools that we use to navigate are primarily flat Earth tools. They're not globe Earth tools. You wouldn't be able to use the tools that we used on a globe, for example.
If you're talking about like the sextant argument, you know, I don't think we're ever going to agree on that. I would say that you can get a tangent to a ball, you can get an elevation angle from a ball. You'd probably say we can't, and then that's kind of where the conversation ends. You know, I just I just say stuff like you can get elevation from elevation from a globe. You just say stuff you can't, and that's why I don't think it's productive to have a globe killer or a flat Earth killer. I just think we should be like spreading the knowledge, you know.
Yeah, and I guess I'll try and spread some of that knowledge now, because let's put it like this: with what you just said, you know, I can create an elevation angle off of a curved line, and draw a tangent, and all of those things. Yeah. That's not understanding celestial navigation very well. Regardless of how I feel about any other flat earther likes to talk about it, and maybe some misunderstandings you have about it, when we use the tool, it's not creating elevation angles using tangent lines. When we are doing the calculations, we are always going backwards and putting ourselves on an equatorial plane, a flat plane to take those angles off of anyway. Because, yeah, we've got to start correcting and stuff, and yeah, we're on a ball. And what we're correcting for, because we're on a ball, is to place ourselves back down on an equatorial plane, a straight line to create the angle from in the first place. So this is what I mean. Ultimately, when we... Am I back now? Or do I need to leave and rejoin? Yeah. So ultimately, when we make corrections, if we're using, say... when we're making those corrections, we're correcting to be on a flat plane. That's how the tool is applied, regardless of how it is spoken about. Whether you think you can get, you know, angles from curved lines if you draw a tangent, when you use the tool, specifically follow the instructions, and what it is making you do when you do the calculations, it's reverting you onto a flat plane, because that's the only way that you can do this. It can only be done on a flat Earth.
Oh, I would have to do the... Sorry.
No, that's fine. I'm sure you get the point.
I would have to do the trig and calculus to kind of go through that.
Yeah, you know, or just follow the instructions to the end.
Well, the thing is, you can beat the instructions with trig and calculus.
But the instructions take you down onto a flat plane. The calculations, whatever you do, you can't do them on a ball Earth. The calculations take you to a plane. Whether the plane is on the surface of the Earth, or then at the end of the calculation, when you get your final answer, out from the center of the Earth, drawing an equatorial plane, that's what you're doing. You're removing the ball and back in the sky.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Right. So, in celestial navigation, when you're trying to do a fix, let's say you're doing a 3-star fix, so you get 3 elevation angles, you get their azimuths from the side reduction tables, and then you have to correct your location, and you have what you get in tutorials is that you compare your calculated distance with the distance you got from the elevation angle, right? So how do you get the calculated distance? Like, how do you get the distance you would expect the angle you would expect to measure to that star if you were in the assumed position?
How? Repeat your question, but repeat your question again for me.
Right, so there are two distances. Right. Less words. How do you get the calculated position between the... how do you get the calculated distance between the assumed position and the GP of the star?
How to get the calculated distance between the assumed position and the GP of the star?
Yes.
Do we have to start? So what we're doing, going right to the beginning of how we're going to start this process? Or are we going to understand that no matter what we do, we're going to be drawing angles, and there's going to be a 90-degree angle underneath the GP of the star? In fact, every single star. Do you want to go through the whole process?
No, just for the calculated distance. Like, I have an assumed position, let's say, which is where my dead reckoning is giving me, which I'm not sure if it's accurate, so I want to fix it doing doing a 3-star fix, and then I measure an angle to.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
So you know the time, yeah. You got your stopwatch out or whatever. Know the time of day.
Yeah,
or
all
night
day.
or whatever. Okay, so you've got your magnetic you've got your magnetic pole. You know where you are magnetically, yeah, or not? Because when you're when you're doing this, you're going to be doing this with time, potentially magnetic declinate. Sorry, with magnetic reference and the compass, and then your sextant. But you're going to want to know the time. You're going to want to start knowing things as quick as you can. If we're going to start, how do we start this calculation? All right, so you said, I presume I know where I am. How have you figured that out?
Oh, using the reckoning.
Cool. So you've just and then you just want to find the presumed calculated distance to a star because you think you know where it is, but you're not too sure.
No. The distance to the when you're doing a fix, you usually start with an assumed position, which is your best guess on where you are.
Yeah.
You don't. Yeah. So and you fix that assumption. So you try to improve upon that. Like I'm gonna get some star readings, and then I'm gonna improve my guess. And as far as I understand, you do that by correcting for the difference in the calculated distance versus the distance you get from the elevation angles, correct?
Yeah, total sense. Sorry, buddy, with you so far, yes.
Right. So how do we what is the calculation that we do to get the calculated distance?
I don't know without having to reference it. Do you know?
Sorry?
I said I don't know without having to reference it. Okay.
Well, it's the Haversine, which you're probably familiar with to be the equation used for distances over the sphere, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, why are we using Haversine to distance between coordinates?
Does that mean you're superimposing the globe mathematical construct over the flat and stationary plane that you're measuring on?
Well, I'm simply trying to understand.
Well, it's math though, but math isn't reality. It's a language that describes something. So it's describing the construct of the globe, but it's not describing reality in what we know it to be and how we can perceive it. So it's just something, and that's where the globe actually lives in mathematical form. It's not something that's realized, and when you go out into the field and test for it. Can you appreciate that? So when you see this in any way, shape, or form, and it doesn't matter what you do, because anything can be manufactured within the construct of a mathematical formula. And so when you do that and you superimpose it over reality, then you can say, aha, now the Earth is concave, because we have a construct that actually represents what we're saying in a math form. Do you understand? Or is that a little bit too difficult for you to realize that?
No, sure.
That's why they're using this math, so that they can superimpose this idea of a globe. And you know what I mean? Like, math checks out. So when you check it out, it could correspond with like what they would say where things are and where they're going to be. But it doesn't mean that's what reality is. So any geometry that you want to superimpose
as well.
Mathematical concept. So I don't know what position you're on right now, whether you think the Earth is a globe or not. But this is kind of like the mathematical jazz hands or the trick, the sleight of hand. So for you perceiving it to be what it can be, being taught to you or told to you that it's a globe, you're going to always perceive it that way because it's shown to you in a math form. So a lot of when we have conversations with people in here, they're mostly referring to the math. They're not referring to going out into the field and testing this. And which is why people don't understand the value of going out into the field. But we're always telling them it's not just about the math. The math is explaining something, but then you go out into the field and then you test for this to see if it represents what actual reality is telling you. And see, that's why we always ask people for this pertinent questions, even though calculations can be what they are, and it could give you these predictions because of the post-its that have been taking place, then you have to realize, okay, so how is it a globe? So it's really just kind of like leading you back to more of the fundamentals, right? Which is, how do we know that the Earth is a globe to be having these calculations that we're saying that are working on the globe, practically used on the globe? So we're going back to seeing if that's checking out to be what reality is.
Sorry, Mickey, I also cut out as well. So I don't want to. Yeah. I do want to harp on about this point, but he asked why we used to have a sign. It's because we're doing this on a ball within the first type of navigation, or this first part of the calculation. But yeah, carry on, guys. To apologise for cutting out as well.
Yeah, you were going in and out, but we heard some. Yeah, we heard most of what you were saying, Jedi.
Yeah, sorry about that.
BECB, I think it is. What is your position on whether the Earth is a globe, or if you are not sure, or do you know it's flat? Where do you stand with this?
No, I pretty much think it's a globe. I wasn't here just trying to argue that it is a globe. I was just trying to understand what's the flat Earth perspective on navigation.
Well, can you appreciate what I just said about it? At least to the...
No, yeah. Yeah, I'm not saying that the fact that we use Haversine proves it's a globe. I'm just trying to understand...
No. Yeah, because the understanding part comes when you realize that the globe exists in a mathematical construct. It doesn't exist in reality. So, yes, you can say that when it comes to like, well, we use this math formula to figure this out. Okay, but do you know if the Earth is a globe or not? Because that's not telling me that it's a globe. It's just telling me how they use this math formula to figure some, positions on stars and such. So you got to really go back to the fundamentals, right? Which is the very first foundation, literally, which is the ground beneath your feet. Does this make any sense to you? So if there's any other people who think that the Earth is a globe in this chat room right now, let them kind of chime in. Because what I need to know from anybody who's listening who thinks the Earth is a globe is, how have we measured the curvature of the Earth from any time in history, measuring, not calculating. So, and without presupposing, how do we figure this out? Who is the person that we can turn to in history? Because they say that for at least a couple thousand years, we've already known that it's a globe. Well, that's all good and well. But how did we establish this fact? Who has done the work? And how do we know that that work is, in alignment with what we see in reality? So if you can, please chime in with this information, because if the Earth is a globe, it would be readily available to you and me and everyone else. And there would be no such thing as a flat Earth person at all. Because the truth would be the Earth is a globe, and it checks out with math, it checks out in reality, it checks out everywhere. So if you can, go to the internet, search, ask a friend, do what you can, and give us the response to that, because no one has the answer, and I assure you, nobody will. But you can try if you think you have the answer, or if you want to digress to I'm not a scientist, so ask the scientist kind of a response. It's up to you. But really think about what I just asked you. Where at any time in history has anyone measured the curvature of the Earth? And then respond with your answer. It doesn't matter if we heard it a million times. Go ahead and respond with what you think is the best way. And please be accurate. Okay, so if I'm asking for a response, just give us, the citation, the primary source, and give us a demonstration also. And so that we can be thorough, because we don't want to miss a step when it comes to verifying this fact for sure. Go ahead, guys.
Sorry.
Well, yeah. I mean, I wasn't really going for whether or not we can know what the shape of the Earth is.
But that's what we're here for. BECB, is it? We are here to determine whether the Earth is a globe or not. So the discussion revolves around us actually knowing this to be true. So if you're in here just for the funsies, well, that's not really good for anyone. What we're in here to do is discover what truth is and realize if the Earth we're standing on is actually a globe, or are we just talking about it being one and just having a great old time in life saying, oh, the Earth's a globe. Hey, everybody, Earth's a globe. Yeah. But do we know that it is or not? See, we're all about truth. So if it stands to reason that the Earth is a globe, my good sir, it would be a globe through and through. Truth would speak it out. There would be nobody arguing against it. There would be no internet forums talking about it. It would be a globe, and that's that. But that's not the case. We exist for a reason, because truth is, it doesn't check out. There isn't anything in reality that dictates to you and me that the Earth is a globe. We have been fooled, sir. And so this here is a wake-up call for you and for everybody else out there who might think that the Earth is a globe. Give it your best shot. Come in here and do the best you can to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe. So it's a wake-up call, really. It's what it is. And we're not just in here twiddling our thumbs. We have a mission and a purpose. And that mission is to actually wake people up to the truth that everything that you think about when it concerns to the globe doesn't check out in reality. So hopefully, once again, you can appreciate that this forum is designed and built, and it's actually, that's the purpose, so that we can get everybody to realize this. So yeah, we're not just here kind of for the funsies and for internet memes. We're here to actually wake people up to the realization that the Earth is not a globe. Thank you. Any more questions?
Yeah, he wants to know where the first aid kit is.
Medic!
Man down.
Can I? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Can I get this BECB name out of me? I mean, I didn't put that. I don't know why people are calling me that. I pretty much just be called Bacon.
Yeah, we can do that. What was your name or whatever? Sorry that it was changed.
No, that's fine. It was Bacon.
Bacon?
Yes.
Okay, I'll change it.
Thank you.
It was probably like a Muslim flat earther that changed it.
Makes sense.
So, what do you know about the globe model? Bacon.
Right. Well, I'm mostly here, like, interested in the subject of navigation. So I would start with that.
Okay. Let's talk about that then. Navigating
let's talk
in what vessel?
Oh, I mean the process. I mean the process is called celestial navigation, but I mean using readings of the stars to determine your location, not necessarily like a sailing. If you get what I mean.
I mean, they did use sextants in airplanes at post World War II for, I think they did it for about, I don't know, maybe 2 decades. I don't think they do that anymore.
Oh, definitely. I think even navigation on the ocean is almost like never. It's mostly done for hobbies now, or as a backup for GPS, right?
Pretty much.
So, do you know how celestial navigation works?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I mean, I came up with my own method. I don't know all methods. I know the one that I came up with, and I know how to use a plotting sheet. But that's pretty much it.
So, did you understand what I was saying earlier about when we take all of our calculations down to the last thing that we do, the last thing that we come up with is a flat plane and the stars projected in a sphere around that flat plane. You understand that, yeah?
Yeah, I understand the claim. Oh, that's exactly what interests me. So, like, I know how to make it work. Like, I know how to get my coordinates, treating Earth as a sphere when I'm doing the fix, but I haven't found a way that is actually treating Earth as a flat surface when getting the coordinates. So that's what I'm curious about. Like, how exactly is the process that you guys mentioned that treats the Earth as a flat surface?
What coordinates are you talking about?
Latitude and longitude.
Yeah, can you have anything flat in latitude and longitude? even if the Earth was flat?
Oh, you could have like latitude and longitude working like polar coordinates, something like the AMAP. So latitude would be like the distance to the North Pole, and longitude would be the angle around it. So yeah, I think so. I mean, it's two coordinates. Two coordinates can always give you a 2D surface.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Okay, so it's not actually using a globe, right?
Well, a globe can also use those two coordinates for its surface. So, I mean, that's the fact that we're using two parallel latitude and longitude. I don't see why that would either enforce a globe or discard a globe.
So, in spherical trigonometry, you're assuming that you're at the center, you're at the origin of coordinates. You're not assuming that you're on the surface of a sphere. And the angles that we're taking are in the sky, right? They're not on the ground.
Yes.
So think about it like this. Yeah. We all agreed that Polaris is at one coordinate, and if I go to this coordinate, well, we'll put it this way: if I go to a place on Earth's surface and I look up and I see Polaris directly over my head, we've assigned a coordinate for that. And if I go to some other place on Earth's surface and say the Belt of Orion, and I see that directly over my head, we've assigned that a coordinate. And we can do this. We can go all over the world. And when I look at and I see a particular celestial body over my head, I say I'm at that coordinate. Right? So Polaris is at 45 degrees above the horizon. I say I'm at 45 degree latitude. These are not positions necessarily on the ground. When we see a celestial body in a position in the sky, we assign, right? We just assign that this is a ground coordinate, right?
Yes, but so let's say I have 45 degrees to Polaris. Yeah. If I walk north, the angle is going to change, and if I walk south, the angle is also going to change. But if I walk like east and west, I'm going to maintain the angle. So there's actually an entire line that matches 45 degrees to Polaris. So this line on the surface would be the physical representation of what 45 degrees latitude is,
and
right?
Why isn't your angle going to change when you go east and west?
Say angle more times on a curved surface.
Yeah, so like, I mean, it's just an angle in the sky anyway. So, yes, you got that problem. Yeah.
You got GP on the ground. So I wanted to jump in earlier.
Yeah,
we can do this with multiple stars. So I've got Polaris and I've got Orion's belt. Well, there's 4 stars, 3 of Orion's belt. Let's have the other 4 stars around Orion's belt as well. Okay, so that's 8 stars, including Polaris. Every single one of these stars has got 90 degrees under it. And then we draw a line to us. With that 90 degrees, the GP, ground position, right? It's the ground position of that star. Now, when we're taking our calculations back all the way down to the end, whether we presume we're on a ball or do it correctly as it was first done in the first instance, understanding that these stars have ground positions is really important. You can't have these ground positions on a sphere. You're not projecting these stars out from the central radial point of the Earth to give them anywhere close to a 90 degrees on the curved surface. What you're doing is you're taking it down to an equatorial plane from from the central point of the Earth and outwards. Everything else in the sky is then a dome structure or is an area of equal altitude in the sky to give you 90 degrees there in the sky as well. So you can then start and create a box if you want to, above your head to the star, ground position to your feet, and then angles within that. But using multiple stars and then using multiple ships at sea causes a huge issue over on a ball, which is why you've got to correct down to the equatorial plane of the Earth, a flat, level plane to start taking your angles from. That's what we do. You mentioned earlier that we basically use GPS. Yeah, no, that's fine, but there are still people at sea that use sextants to navigate. Now, these people are in yacht races and so on. They happen all the time. I can drop you a couple of videos maybe so you can understand how basically all of these calculations take you back to a flat Earth, because you can't do them on a ball. It would be impossible. So ground position of stars, 8. Polaris, all of them in the Rhine, if you want to, have all got 90 degrees under them, which you can't do on a curved surface. The more times you keep saying angle, the more times I'm going to start pointing out that, 90 degrees.
Well, I'm not sure if I understood what the issue was. Like, I don't see why you wouldn't be able to have a ground position on the sphere. Like, if you're on the sphere and there's stars...
How do you get 90 degrees on a curved surface? How do you get any angle on a curved surface? Right?
I think
before doing anything else, before like thinking about tangent lines, right? How do you even get 90 degrees on a curved surface, which is your GP of a star?
As I understand, the GP is where you have the star at your zenith, right?
Yeah, on the floor, ground position.
Right, which will be directly overhead. So I don't see
on the floor.
Sure, but I don't understand why on the sphere you wouldn't be able to get directly below a star.
I didn't say you couldn't get directly below a star.
So if you can, then there is a ground position.
Multiple ground positions. Can you be underneath multiple stars at once? Are you looking off at stars in the distance? You know, Orion's belt is just above the horizon, and Polaris is over there. I've got this star above my fucking head, and all of those stars, including all of the other stars that I'm not interested in, have all got 90 degrees underneath them. You can't get 190 degrees on a curved surface. How are you getting potentially hundreds?
Well, isn't it in Euclid's book that the radius of a circle intersects its circumference at a 90 degree angle?
I'm not interested. I'm interested in this navigation and the calculations that take you down to a flat plane with GP of stars on a flat plane, so you can get 90 degrees to them, elevation angles. You can get declination angles if you want to do it the other way around. But ultimately, your calculations take you back. They correct, right? Because it's not right. You've got to correct. You've got to do all of these calculations to take you to a flat plane to take your angles from. It's got to be flat. Can't be anything else. Your calculations using the sextants tell you it can't be anything else. That's why you're using the calculations to correct this to then finally put you on a flat plane.
Yeah, I understand that claim, but I'm trying to understand the process, because when I came up with my own method,
I'll get you a video.
Sorry?
If you want to understand the process, I'll get you a video, and you can go away and for half an hour, and you can go and understand the process.
I watched a lot of videos.
Cool.
I'm saying a flat Earth process. The ones I saw so far, I mean, to me, clearly they treat Earth as a sphere. So maybe I'm missing one.
Yeah, I'll go and get it for you. No problem.
This is not a flat Earth process exclusively. We don't claim celestial navigation. This is just celestial navigation. It doesn't have anything to do with flat Earth.
Yeah.
Well, what Chris was saying, that it brings you back to a flat surface. So as I understand
So that makes it a flat Earth claim? No, we're just showing you exactly how it's done in the manuals, in the books. It's not our claim. It's celestial navigation.
I just posted a diagram in live. I'm about to post a diagram in live stream voice text. Is that flat underneath them, or what?
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's flat. But here's another diagram. This blue line. Is this flat?
Mm-hmm.
So
it's a tangent line to a circle.
Is it flat?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. So they're assuming that they're on a flat plane to do the measurement.
Aren't they assuming that they're right at that spot where the zenith line intersects the circle?
Yeah, well, no, they have to assume a plane because a zenith line doesn't intersect the circle at 90 degrees. Because the angle from the circle is always changing, no matter what. It could only ever be 90 degrees without a point on a point at a point, right? The point where the line intersects the circle, but that has no extension. It's only good for that particular point. It's not good anywhere else.
Okay, so the
separation of the circle, right? So like, if I go like 1/16 of the circumference down in the circle, what's the angle there? What's the angle when I go an eighth? What's the angle when I go a quarter? What's the angle if I go like 1 millimeter? Right? So the angle can only be 90 degrees at a point.
No, yeah, I understand that. Sure. But I think the 90 degree is at the point where the observer is, right? I think that would make sense, right? But why would it have to be 90 degree at other points as well if that's not the points where the observer is?
What Jedi's saying is it's 90 degrees at underneath all the other stars too.
Every single star.
Yeah. So if you're at those stars, you'd assume it was flat there. Then you go to another star, you assume it's flat there, and underneath another star, you're going to assume it's flat there. How many flat spots make a ball?
Well, if that zenith line that is drawn there is reaching that surface perpendicular to that point, then stars that have other GPs are going to be meeting those other points at 90 degrees too. And I don't see why that would imply that circle is not a circle.
What he's saying is, that the actual operation of celestial navigation assumes you're on a flat plane. Does not assume you're on a globe.
Yeah, I understand that claim, but I'm trying to see how it's justified.
And technically, if you want to get technically in the math, to go from like one star to another, you're actually doing a rotation, a mathematical rotation. You're not shifting your position on the globe. You're basically shifting the celestial sphere around you.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I understand what that argument was.
Okay, if I was just like hovering in outer space, right? Around me would appear a celestial sphere, right? A big, in every direction, there would be stars. Now, I can just rotate and look at any particular grouping of stars. That's actually what spherical trig are doing. When you take one angle and then measure the angle to another star, right? And take and you can trace a great circle on the inside of the celestial sphere to figure out where you want to go, right? Because I want to be under this other star. So there's a separation of 10 degrees. I'm going to sail until the star moves 10 degrees and it's over my head. The only practical difference is because the stars are moving, you have to take into account the time. And this is what Jedi was trying to show you, is that the time is where, in practical navigation, the fuckery is. So there's 9 time zones in the north, or 19 time zones in the so-called northern hemisphere, but there's 32 in the southern hemisphere. So when you look at your nautical almanac and you're like, okay, I'm going to sail underneath this star, I have to compensate for this amount of time and my heading and how long it's going to take, right? Because of the fuckery with the time, it changes the distances. Changes your perception of distances, how far away they are.
Ignorant question. How we can have 19 and 32 on the globe? How is it possible?
I don't know.
Well, I didn't understand what the issue was with time zones, since
because you need the hour angle.
Yeah, and we get it from UTC time. So like when you're traveling, you don't get the time from the time zone where you are. You get it from the clock that you brought with you, and that has a fixed time zone, right? So you just correct UTC.
Okay, so so they don't calculate where you're under, right? So if I'm on the international date line, right, they don't compensate for the time zones that are in between it.
I mean, if you have UTC,
did you ever see the map of the time zones?
So listen, what Jedi just posted in the chat.
Are there straight? Are they straight?
No.
So
how is that possible on the globe? The sun is rotating the same way, the same path all the time. How it's possible that it's going around one island there in New Zealand? It's go around, It's not touching that time zone.
Yeah, I think the time zones weren't decided only based on the sun, but also with political reasons.
How about this? Let's go a different way. How far can you travel by dead reckoning before you're fucking lost on the globe? You know what dead reckoning is?
Yeah, it's when you take into account like the direction you're heading, the speed you're heading, wind, and current.
And it uses pointer triangles. So how far can you go using pointer triangles on a globe that's supposed to have spherical triangles before you're lost? Or you're so far off course that like you're fucked up, that you're lost?
I think that might depend on different factors, like and how off you are with your guess about the currents and the wind, or also how much off you would consider to be lost.
Oh, God.
Aren't those like relevant factors?
Okay, so like, okay. Contrary to popular belief, celestial navigation is only accurate to about 15 degrees per day. Or no, sorry.
What do you mean by that?
15 miles per day. That's the accuracy of celestial navigation. It's been tested. It's not like my opinion. It's been tested to the accuracy of celestial navigation.
Okay, well, why does it get worse with time? I didn't get it.
Because why wouldn't it get worse with time?
You got more variables.
I don't see why it would get worse with time. Like, if you still have your same tools working, it should work regardless of when you're doing it.
Because it has a limited amount of accuracy. It's not a perfect instrument. It's not a perfect instrument. It's not a perfect person doing it. There's errors, right? It's not a perfect, or it's not a perfect model.
Right, but I don't. Why would it accumulate? Like, if I do celestial navigation today and I do it tomorrow, are you saying tomorrow is going to be worse than today? I don't get it.
No. If I say I'm at 45, right? Right, 45 longitude, 45 latitude. I go up sailing. By the time I get there, I'll be 15 miles off, and then I'll take a new reading, right? And I'll get a new latitude and longitude, and then I sail again, and I'll be off by 15 miles again, right? Now, this is the average, right? So some days I'll be 7, some days I'll be 21, right? So it's just an average.
Yeah, you're always off some distance when you're doing a fix.
Okay, yeah. So this is why we keep making measurements over and over and over again, right?
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, we call it a fix.
Correcting.
Yeah, we call it yeah. I understand it. So, yeah, that's why we start with the soon position, which is our best guess.
Yeah.
And celestial navigation improves upon that. So, if you're doing everything right, I mean, I talk to some people that do it, and they say you can usually get within like six nautical miles if you have good conditions, like you have clear sky and well calibrated sex and all that, you can get within six miles.
Bullshit. Okay, that's just utter bullshit. And the reason I'm saying it's bullshit because say I'm sailing from Bermuda to frickin' Miami. I can see Miami from probably 30 miles away. I'm not going to be like, oh man, I got within 6 miles. And I'm going to just ignore the city that I see in front of me. Right? It'll get you to within visual distance of where you want to go. You're not going to just see like, oh, I gotta go with my readings. I'm going to ignore the city, or I'm going to ignore the island I'm trying to sail to, or I'm just going to ignore that's there, and I'm going to look at my chart. People don't do that. Anyway, I want to go back to the dead reckoning. The furthest it's been sailed by dead reckoning. Okay, so in 1897, there was a dust storm off the coast of Africa. The entire Atlantic was covered in red dust. Okay? Ships couldn't sail. Well, one guy was lost in the dust, and he decided, I'm going to try Dead Reckoning. Now, they had no view of the sky and no view of the horizon. So you know what that means, right?
Fuck.
Yeah, they can't do.
You can't see this. You can't do anything. You don't know where the fuck you're going. So they had to use a compass in Dead Reckoning, basically knots. You throw frickin' a rope off the side, and how fast the knots go out determines how many knots you're going. So they sailed 2,000 miles using a planar triangle. This is reported by the Royal Meteorological Society in London as happening. It was the HMS Britain. They sailed from the Canary Islands, like somewhere into South America. So how could they possibly do this on a globe?
I would have to see what exactly they did.
I'll post it.
I haven't looked into it. Yeah.
So oftentimes, like, you Glovers are like, well, it works, so it's true. First of all, it's logically fallacious. Just because something works doesn't mean it's true. Lots of things work that aren't true.
Well, that wasn't my point, though, right?
So I don't know what your point is, quite honestly.
Yeah, I'm just here trying to understand if there's a way to turn elevation angles into a position.
How about this?
Treats the Earth as if
what
it's
if
flat.
you assume that the sky is rotating around you as you move, right? Like a hamster. You ever see a hamster ball where you take a hamster and they have a hamster ball and they run around and the ball rotates around them?
Right.
What if you just assume that's what the sky's doing as you move around the world? That the sky rotates around you?
Then I think you would need different relationships between elevation angle and distance than we use.
What would the difference be?
It would use something like the arctangent of the elevation angle instead of turning the zenith angle into 6 nautical miles per degree.
Okay, the 6 nautical miles per degree is just an agreed upon convention. That's all that is.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, like I already told you, the accuracy of the shit is who knows how accurate it is, quite honestly.
Yeah, well, I'm saying instead of
I asked you, I like, okay. So I posted two things. One's a citation about the 2,000 miles, and this thing, right? How would you need anything different if this ball, right? You're on a flat plane and it's rotating around you. Now, there's actual models one made by a Glober, Walter Bislin. He actually made a model, an actual 3D model, even though I have some disagreements with it. Just the fucking dome size I don't like, the interior.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Yeah, so you're familiar with this little flat Earth dome model, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's also another person, he's a flat earther. He made his own version of this, which is a little bit different. But there's no difference. There's no mathematical difference, just like there's no mathematical difference between a concave Earth, right? You just change the sign.
Right, but the elevation angles in the azimuths you have from Walter Bislin model don't come from that concept. It's presented there. Both concepts are presented together at the same time. But it's not the concept of a dome that gives you the elevation angles and the azimuths that you get on that model. Otherwise, the direction to the stars would actually point to the stars, which doesn't happen there. It's there so it shows the contrast between the angles that we measure and we use compared to the angles would be on a dome.
No, the thing is, the stars have no true position in his model. All that's mattered is what's projected onto the visual dome that surrounds the observer. So if you move around on his little model, you'll see a little ball rotate around the freaking guy. Well, there's actually no guy, but you'll see a little ball rotate around him, right?
Mm-hmm.
The balls the stars don't have a true position. And you could make a stupid fucking argument like they're infinitely far away. right? So the angles are just right to make it fucking work.
Well, I mean, is anyone using a water
it's
business
no
dome
mathematical
to
difference.
drive it?
Well, I mean, no. Why would?
Yeah, but
do you use a globe to sail around the world?
I don't sail around the world, but like if the dome in water business model is completely disconnected with the angles to the celestial bodies that are being seen, so that model doesn't provide you a way to determine what would be the angles that you would see from
The angles.
locations.
You just said the angles are disconnected from what's being seen. No, they match exactly what's being seen.
Not in water business model.
I'll show you. They don't match the positions that he says they're in, their actual physical positions, but they match where they're seen.
Right. So he just connected with Bezier curves to show that the direction don't match where they are. So I mean, what I'm saying is
that's the gold model too. So like, what the hell?
Yeah.
So that's why you don't do observations below a certain angle, right? And when the sun's on the horizon, that's why you don't do observations below a certain angle. Because of refraction, remember? Because the rays of light are bending. When the sun's on the horizon, it's actually not on the horizon, it's under the horizon.
I'm aware.
So you're aware of all this, right? So you guys got the same bendy rays. You guys claim bendy rays all day long, and then we say bendy rays, you're fucking like, no way. Rays are straight. Pick a struggle, man. Pick a struggle.
But the bending of light in the water business model is not just like vertical, but it's also horizontal, and it doesn't match what we correct for in the table of corrections for refraction in the almanac, for example. It's something completely different.
Well, it's also beyond your visual dome, right? In his model, it's beyond that. In his model, it's beyond what you can see. I have problems with his model. I'm not exactly totally hip with it. All I'm saying is that you can take a model with a flat Earth and make it work by just assuming that the stars rotate around you. That's not my opinion. It's done. And you've already recognized that it's done. You said you are aware that this model exists.
Yeah, but that model doesn't do that. Like that, if you're just plotting stars as a dome on top of a flat surface, with those assumptions alone, I mean, maybe someone have done that, but that's not what's being done in navigation, is it? And if there's someone that did that,
no. It is what's being done in navigation.
Well, why is it
conceptualize the math differently in your mind? But it's the exact same mathematics. There's no mathematical difference. You just have a different concept of it in your head.
But if you put a dome over a flat surface,
I know it's hard because you thought you had some sort of like crazy gotcha, man. I know it's hard, dude, for you, but it's just mathematics. And your concept of a sphere is incorrect anyway, because like I told you, spherical trigonometry is done from the center, right? The angles are from the origin of coordinates. Right? Where's the origin of coordinate in celestial navigation?
Where the prime meridian meets the celestial equator, Aries.
In the center of the Earth, dude.
No, the celestial sphere. The coordinates we have in celestial sphere are right ascension declination. The origin of that is at Aries.
You're not understanding. Okay.
Well, that was your question.
Without using spherical trig, calculate, the angles then.
Yeah, I actually did it. My method doesn't use spherical trig. I only use Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, okay.
You can get you can use like a CEF coordinate system. And the distance between them would be something like a chord line.
That's also a tangent plane, and that's also in Cartesian coordinates. What are you talking about?
But it's a three-dimensional Cartesian coordinate system which can have a sphere, which is how I use it. I only use it on the surface of the sphere, but I use three-dimensional. I use XYZ instead of latitude and longitude. It gives the exact same result.
I find that hard to believe.
That if using Euclidean geometry for a sphere gives the same result.
First of all, it can't give the exact same result, and you know that. I don't even know why you're saying that.
No, I tested it like many times. I don't see why you would say that. Like, I'll give you my equation for the distance between 2 points on the surface of the sphere using Euclidean geometry, and you compare that to
Are they
Haber sign.
approximately the same, or are they the same?
They're the same.
The same, not approximately the same. They're exactly the same.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, okay, you're full of shit. I should just ban you for lying.
Wait, so is the Earth actually
So you're
flat or
trying
no?
to tell me non-Euclidean geometry and Euclidean geometry are equivalent?
No, I'm saying a sphere exists
so
in
just
Euclidean
stop,
geometry.
Yeah, it might use Euclidean, but it's not. It can't be equivalent to non-Euclidean geometry. It's fucking mathematically impossible. They're incommensurable. Just like if I had a ruler, right, and I use spherical coordinates, and it's a perfectly straight ruler, can I express that ruler in spherical coordinates? The points on it, the coordinates of the ruler, of course. Can't express a straight line in it.
No.
Okay. And because
Right,
you have to use pi, you can't express a fucking sphere in Euclidean geometry.
Why
not? Not perfectly. You can approximately do it, but not perfectly.
Well, why is that related to why is pi?
Okay, because you said they're the same, and they're not, dude. They're just not.
Well, of course you can't have three-dimensional things expressed in spherical coordinates, but you can have a sphere expressed in three-dimensional space. I don't see why there's a contention there.
What I'm saying. You can't. Never mind, dude. You're not getting it.
Well, the thing is, if I use my method, or if I use the method I use spherical trig, I get the same results. That's why I'm saying it's the same.
Okay, so why don't you go get MC Tune's money or something? What are you here for?
I already got money from MC Tune. Yeah, I got $100.
Oh God, good luck to you. I hope you didn't have to do anything disgusting.
No, I just had to find his position.
So, have you actually used your method in practice?
Yes, I actually have a section I used in my own software.
So, where did you go?
I did it in my backyard.
I said in practice, dude. I didn't say walking around your backyard.
Oh, as I said, I never
travel to
sailed.
somewhere. Like actually go somewhere, and like put skin in the game, and put your money where your mouth is instead of just sitting on here making claims that no one can verify.
No, I said before, I never sailed. When I mentioned celestial navigation, I mean the process of getting our.
How did you get latitude and longitude in ECEF?
You can convert them.
Oh, so you convert it into the so you convert it into the coordinate system you wanted.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, cool. So convert them into another coordinate system and assume other things. Then what do you want me to say?
Oh, but if you're
switch them into UTM and assume that the Earth's a cylinder. Like, what do you like?
No, I don't think it would work. Like, if I convert between spherical coordinates and Euclidean coordinates, but in Euclid, let me.
I have a PDF with 159 geometric transformations for the fucking sphere Earth. Okay, you can convert it into fucking shitloads of coordinate systems. Just pick one.
Sure, okay. But once you're in that other coordinate system, then things won't work the same, right? So if you're
how do you check if they're working the same unless if you don't do some operation in one coordinate system, then transform it back into the other coordinate system?
Yeah, that's how you know. Yeah, like
so you did an ECEF coordinate. So you did navigation in ECEF. However you did it, I haven't seen your thing.
Mm-hmm.
Then you converted it back into the latitude and longitude. Checked it. It matched. right? So we take a position in ECEF, we go into latitude and longitude, we check it, see if the coordinate matches, fine. Go back into ECF, go from point A to point B, convert it back, then see if it matches what it's on the globe. And that's what you did.
Yeah, but the process in between, like for example, the GPs are converted into ECF coordinate system, and give the angle over the surface, I can see where those circles of equal altitude would intersect on the sphere using Euclidean geometry. And once I get those intersections, I then can turn the intersection point into spherical geometry again, so I have a latitude and longitude. If I, instead of turning into a sphere, I use the same latitude and longitude to turn them into a plane and do the same thing, that I don't get the same location. I get a different location, like hundreds of miles of difference. So I'm not just transforming between one and the other and then back. Before I transform back.
So how did you determine the plane one was the wrong one and the sphere one was the right one?
It was the one that worked.
Worked in what way? Worked in what way?
Give me
because you went off into the world and tried it, or because you thoughts in your head?
No, because it got me my coordinates.
Yeah, but does it actually work in the real world?
Well,
remember,
as far as
that's what I'm asking. You said it worked. It works means something very specific. It means you used it for a practical purpose and it worked.
Yeah, I got my coordinates. Like
that's not a practical. So mental masturbation was your practical purpose.
No, I went outside, took the readings, plugged into the software that I developed based on that method, and the output of the software was just where I was.
I'm sure. I'll just take your word for it too.
Well, if that didn't work, then I wouldn't be able to get $100 from Institute, or I'll take any readings from anyone and tell them where the readings come from using my software at any point in time. It haven't failed so far. I used it for like tens of times, from using data that people that navigated, and even logbooks.
Well, you just describing the method. I don't know what to say. I'd have to see it.
Yeah, I'll post it again.
I'm not going to take your word for it. I don't want a video.
No, it's not a video. It's my software. You can just plug in your readings and you will output your location.
He's got it in the live stream voice text Indio.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I don't expect you to take my word for it. But you can test it too yourself. Like if you have a couple of readings you took yourself, you can input there and see if it matches the location that it is supposed to match.
So, where are you measuring your angles from in ECEF?
No, what do you mean? I'm not measuring the angles in ECEF.
What are you doing in the ECEF in coordinates? In those
finding the intersection of the circles of equal altitude.
Okay. I don't know if you're trying to trick me or you're ignorant or what's going on. If I used your system and I had a sextant, could I navigate somewhere?
Yeah, it will tell you. Well, it will tell you where you are.
ECEF coordinates. So, okay, well, I'm using your system. I have a sextant. What do I measure?
Well, the readings are the same. You're still getting elevation angles.
From the curved surface?
From an area of equal altitude.
From the horizon to the
what you're trying to tell us is that the tangent plane that's on ECEF coordinates, dude, you're not... Dude, it's the same thing twice, dude. You realize that it's the same thing twice, right?
What do you mean?
What's the difference between a tangent line and a tangent plane?
Well, the plane has multiple lines.
So in regular celestial navigation, in a latitude and longitude coordinate system, when you measure your elevation angle, Where are you measuring it from? Off of what?
Well, you don't measure the elevation.
A plane that
directly.
slices the center of the Earth, right?
Well, you don't measure the elevation angle. You measure the how do you call this, height of the section, and then you turn that into an elevation angle, right?
Yeah.
When I say elevation angle, I mean the angle of the star above the horizon.
Okay, yeah. So you point one of the sides of the section at the horizon, and the other one at the star, and you get the angle between the sides.
Okay, well, what are you measuring off of?
The two things I just mentioned, the horizon and the star.
Yeah, is the horizon... you want to... Go ahead, Jedi.
No, you're fine. It's just, you know what he's doing. He's just slightly missing it.
Yeah.
So the area of equal altitude, right? What's an area of equal altitude?
You mean the circle of equal altitude?
Yeah. What is an area of equal altitude?
Yeah, it's every position on Earth where you'd get that same elevation angle to that same celestial body at that time.
Awesome stuff. So hasn't got any curve in it. That's a straight line, right? We can start drawing triangles and boxes, can't we?
The circle of equal altitude is a circle.
Yes, but what's the altitude? Right? Where do you draw your circle of altitude? Your circle of altitude.
On mine,
Where's
I
that?
placed them on the surface of a sphere around the GP of the star.
Oh, no. So when you do this calculation, you take yourself right down to the center point of the Earth. You then draw your area of equal altitude out along the equatorial plane. So a straight line. Area of equal altitude hasn't got any deviation along that line, keeping that line straight. So you can then get your elevation angle to your star. Right? You got your area of equal altitude.
I'm a bit lost.
Your straight line out to the GP of that star beyond the horizon, on the horizon, or before the horizon, depending on its then angle in the sky that you've got from a level plane, your area of equal altitude. You can give other things areas of equal altitude if you want, but this is specifically your starting point, your angle to that star in the sky. When you start that process and when you finish that process, you're going to be on a flat plane.
You just mic drop him, Jedi?
It's called the celestial horizon, right? It's supposed to be the horizon that passes through the center of the Earth.
Bacon just got mic drop.
That's where you.
No, I'm here.
That's the plane you're measuring off of. Moving the plane up like 3,959 miles is the same. It's the same thing. The difference in angle would be, I don't know, fucking completely insignificant. Fucking hundreds of decimal places. You didn't do anything. You did the same thing twice. They're already doing it in celestial navigation. All you did is to transform it into another coordinate system and then transformed it back.
No, but there's the process in between. Like, so if I give you a pair of latitude and longitude, and I tell you that's on the surface of a three-dimensional sphere, you can get a three-dimensional.
How'd you get these in the first place?
I'm just explaining the concept. So
yeah. But to get this concept right, you draw in angles out from underneath Polaris and then to 180 degrees. So further away from Polaris, your angle increases to get your latitude, right? That's an angle. So the first concept you've put us straight on is getting an angle from stars so you can get latitudes and longitudes. That's angle.
No, I was referring to the concept of latitude as a circle coordinate.
Yeah, yes, I understand that you're using longitude and latitude on a curved surface, and then using these to get coordinates. I understand that, but if you understand where these came from in the first place before you started, putting them on things, that's angle to Polaris. Further away from Polaris, angle, right? Different angle, further away, south.
Yeah,
that's where that comes from. This is where you started. Sorry, mate.
It goes back to the point of what I was talking about when I entered the chat and I heard Bacon talking. He's superimposing the globe over the flat plane of existence. And that's all he's been doing thus far with concept. There's words he's saying that I know everybody's picking up on. He's, in quotations, using concepts. I use these concepts and he's saying them like already outwardly. So we could just pick up on them and just kind of like, give them a mirror so we can see them. They're concepts, man. And you're actually, what you're doing is you're superimposing those concepts over the flat plane of existence. So you're continuously going to be saying the same thing over and over and over again. And it's pretty tired until you come to the terms that in the first place, it was not looked at and it was understood at a flat and stationary plane. That's how they navigated across this earth. Until you started saying, well, this concept explains that the earth is circular. Dude, it's not going to work. Because
I have a good analogy.
Yeah, you do. You do. You're very smug, passive aggressive.
So yellow and blue make green, right? So if I mix yellow and blue. So what you did is you mixed yellow and blue. Then by some magic you took blue away and said, look, it's yellow. It was yellow the whole time. That's all you're doing.
Yeah, you have to have the fundamental that was there before.
You're starting at a globe, going into a different coordinate system, just going back into it. That's not because if you actually had a tangent plane, there's no way the elevation angles from that tangent plane, where the elevation, when I say elevation angles, I mean the angle to the star above the horizon. Now let's assume I am an ECEF. An ECEF assumes Cartesian coordinates that there is a tangent plane resting on a globe. Right? And I'm going to show a fucking diagram of it so everybody knows what the hell I'm talking about. So you're in this little box here, this little square. Now, if we extend this square in every direction, and I go 1,000 miles to the fucking east or whatever, there's no way the angles to the stars can be equal, right?
Hell no.
As they are, as if I'm on the surface of the sphere, or in trigonometry, or in spherical trig, or in celestial navigation, or in fucking anything. They can't be the same.
Yeah, Bacon, we're going to have to ask you to understand this point. Do you know what he just showed you, this diagram? Can you see it?
Yeah,
Can you agree with what he's saying is true?
Well, if I understood, he's saying that if that plane moves along the surface, those things are going to change. Is that it?
No.
Nope.
That's not
okay,
what I'm saying.
sorry.
This little square that's on the surface, this ECEF coordinate system, right? How big is that square?
In that picture? I don't know.
How big is it in your mathematics?
I don't use that square in my mathematics.
Of course not. What square did you use?
I use a square.
What plane did you use?
Yeah, what plane are you using, dude? If you're not... That's what
I have nothing mentioning any planes in my math. I don't understand what the question is.
Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system is a tangent plane on the just touching the surface of the sphere at one point. That's what Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinates are.
I have to disagree. If you take,
why don't you go Google it while you're disagreeing?
Yeah, dude.
Can I elaborate?
No.
How do you think I found this diagram? I typed in ECEF diagram.
Sure, but the ECF isn't related to that specific plane that you're pointing at. It's related to those three axes.
I have like 30 more. I got 30 more.
Hit him up, Indio.
Yeah, it's related to these axes, right?
Yeah, so the coordinates is simply a XYZ coordinate system centered at the Earth, and it doesn't change in respect to the surface. That's all it is. That plane is something that comes upon that.
This has
that
an orientation, right? This has an orientation, so there's actually 6 coordinate systems here, right? There's 6 coordinates here, right? There's the Earth-centered coordinate system, and then there's the Earth-fixed coordinate system.
Why are you struggling, Bacon?
No, the same coordinate system is both fixed and centered in the Earth. That's why it's called a CEF. It's like one coordinate system, not two. I don't understand
It
what you're
can't
saying.
possibly be one coordinate system because where this square is, the orientation's going to change.
Come on,
Right?
Bacon.
But the ECF coordinate system is only the XYZ axis day. It doesn't have to do with
Listen, if I
the
take
plane
this
there.
square and I move it down to the equator, now it has a different orientation. It's 45 degrees different from this. Now the fucking the coordinate system, the ECF, the Cartesian coordinate system, doesn't make sense anymore because now it's skewed by 45 degrees.
Right? Bacon?
Right, but the ECF coordinate system doesn't have to do with
Yeah, he
that
said
plane.
right.
Yes,
Doesn't-
it does.
Freaking
Dude,
guy.
Listen, you can just fucking Google it, bro.
Why don't you Google it, Bacon?
I did.
What did it say?
Yeah,
I really need to just keep like posting shit, dude. It's like, are you
Yeah,
serious?
keep going,
Like,
man. Yeah, hammer him.
I didn't like just type in ECEF diagram and look at the fucking hundreds of diagrams.
Yeah, I understand what that means.
No, you don't,
but
dude. Go Google it and then post with the citation.
I did. The
All right, post the citation because we got to know that you're understanding what he's saying. Because he's gonna
yeah, I
keep
see
posting
that
until you. Yeah, you see what?
I said that they're
do you think they just put the square on there for fun?
Okay,
Is it just a decoration?
No, it's to explain how our notion of up and down relates to the ECF coordinate system. So the ECF coordinate system are just XYZ points. If I tell you my latitude and longitude and elevation, you can turn that into an ECF coordinate by transforming that into an XYZ point. It's just an XYZ. There's no up, down, left, and right. That is derived from, just like in the diagram you're showing. But that's not what that's not something that is part of the coordinate system.
I understand that. But say, so where are you in the ECEF coordinate system when you transform your lat long? You're at the origin of coordinates, right? And the further you get off of that, the angles are going to change. So say I want to go, what is that, north? So I want to go 42 north, 10 up, and 65 east, right? So now the angles are going to be completely different than they would be on that sphere, right? This is just a gimmick, dude. And you know it.
Well, as I said first time I mentioned it, I'm using an Euclidean coordinate system like the ECEF coordinates, not exactly the same. Where I have the
know where they
x-axis
use
there.
this? Do you know where they actually use this in practice? The ECEF.
GPS.
You know where
GPS
else?
is it.
A state plane coordinate system.
Okay.
The state plane coordinate system. You know what? When you want to sell your house and you have a surveyor come out and tell you where the meets and bounds, they don't do geodetic surveying, dude. They don't say, "Oh, this is your latitude and longitude of this corner, and this is the latitude and longitude of that corner, and this is the latitude and longitude of that corner." They use a state plane surveying system.
What say you, Bacon?
Which is
You know
all,
that?
it's all fun and games till someone sues you for building a fence on their property.
Well,
and you're like, no, the geodetic surveyor said it's a fucking globe. My fence ain't on your property.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, but there's no problem when using ECF coordinate system on a globe since they're three-dimensional coordinates. Like every point on the surface of the globe, you're going to have
you're not going to get away.
XYZ coordinate.
Dude, how many times are you
converting it? You're just doing a mathematical operation and converting it into another coordinate system. Why is this so? Why do you not understand that coordinate systems are just arbitrary?
No, I understand that. But
No, you don't.
I'm not making the argument that
What if I assumed it's a saddleback on the edge of the sphere or some other fucking weird shape?
I told you, it's just a concept, dude. You can superimpose any concept you want. So long as the math checks out, it's going to keep continuing to be whatever you think it is. You haven't proven anything, and you want to live in this kind of derivative topic, thinking that you're some kind of saying something smart, but you don't know shit. Not even like what has been told to you. You're going off of just your assumption and building your models and ideas and whatever program you just designed. It's really just off your idea of what you think the Earth is, and it hasn't been proven.
Yeah, this is your problem, Bacon. There's math, right? And like you convert one coordinate system to the other, there's errors, right? Mathematically, there's errors. But is there errors in the real world? Are there errors that are going to be noticeable? Can you interpolate the error between distances? Or can you use a unit of measure which hides the errors? Or which makes the errors unnoticeable? The answer to all these questions is yes, 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 and yes. Okay?
When you make your corrections, where are you going to fucking end up? I'll tell you where you're going to end up. Right back on a flat Earth.
I want you
all of your corrections and all of the concepts, whatever we throw across the Earth, when we bring out longitude, latitude lines, and elevation angles and circles of your equal altitude and shit like this, you're always going to come back to a flat Earth, practically and functionally. The tools that you're going to use, your very first idea, your very first angle that you fucking drew. You drew an angle. You can only do this on a flat plane.
Always, Bacon. Remember that. When you go scurrying off to your other servers, let them know who clapped those cheeks, bro.
Yeah, so this is the reason why, like, you know, no serious flat earthers ever going to do MC Tunes challenge. Because he's the final arbiter. He's the final arbiter. He has this challenge. If you go like you use some other method other than celestial navigation, but he's the final arbiter of whether he's going to accept it or not. So, MC Toon doesn't strike me as a mathematical fucking genius. You? No.
Hell
so,
no.
So how is he going to judge something that he don't understand? What if I use something like geometric fucking algebra? He doesn't even know what that shit is. 99% of the Earth fucking don't. But I could use that just like this. And I could use what they call it, non-conformal geometric algebra, which is like a fucking... It's like a cross between hyperbolic geometry and elliptic geometry. Kind of. That's a fucked up description, but that's the best you're going to get. You think MC Toon can evaluate that? Fuck no. None of his judges, which were also his appointed judges, would be professional sextant operators. What are they going to know about some system that they're not familiar with? Are they going to go out and learn the mathematics? These are just mental masturbation exercises. They don't prove nothing. They're not going to fucking unflatten the Earth, that's for sure.
And even though we've spoken about this point for a fucking long time, we have to remember we need to know the time of this fucking shit. When we're doing these angles to stars in sky, we want to know the time of year, the time of day, all of these types of things. So when we do this, when we've got to correct for this also, we have to correct and put ourselves on a flat plane where our time zones radiate out from a central point and increase with distance the further out you go. You've literally got to correct for that. If you think you're on a ball, you're going to end up in different time zones. This is why we have different time zones that you've got to correct for when you're in the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere. You have a different number in the north to the ones that you have in the south, which is a fucking massive problem. You know, time zones bloody everywhere, especially around the international date line and especially south of the equator, where it appears that when you've got to make your corrections, the earth seems to be a bit bigger. Oh, that's a bit of a problem. But you've got to correct for that. Time difference is the point. You're going to end up on that. You are not going to end up on the ball when you've got your final calculation. So, angles, time, what else are we going to be using? Should we start using our fucking compass? Yeah. What we're also going to have to do there is correct again. Because when we make these things on a ball, they don't fucking work. So we've got to correct them where we're going to end up. Yes, we're going to end up on a flat plane. That's our final result. So whether you use sextants, whether you use compasses, whether you use a fucking time, whatever you fucking use, you're going to end up on a flat plane. Cannot be done any other way. Sorry, Miggy.
Go back in the huddle and go bring us the guy who can actually withstand the scrutiny and the gauntlet of having been thinking that they know what they're talking about. So yeah, just go back, Bacon. You're not the guy, bro. You really aren't.
It's another 3 hours of conversation. It's fucking going.
Go get somebody that can actually hold an argument in here.
What about what I'm saying is wrong?
Everything that we just told you, you're presupposing and you're assuming and you're superimposing that mathematical.
Everything he said is absolutely correct. It's just meaningless.
Yeah. And every time you have to correct for shit, you're not on the ball.
Okay, let's get into the things you're mentioning that we have
No,
to
dude,
correct
go
that
get
imply
somebody
that we're
that
not on
can
the ball.
actually
I
have a
would very much
conversation
like to
here,
get
bro.
into those.
Dude, this is mathematical masturbation. It's meaningless.
Yeah. That's what I said in the very beginning, Bacon, but you wanted to insist. I want to talk about the sextant. That's what I'm here for.
Okay, let me explain it to you in a philosophical way. No matter what mathematics you present, no matter what arguments of utility or pragmatism you present, it doesn't matter. Doesn't mean the Earth's a sphere. Doesn't
I'll never
mean
make
it's
that claim.
flat. It doesn't mean anything. Well,
Bullshit.
Go to a goddamn math server
Indio,
then if you want
bullshit.
to mentally
That's bullshit,
masturbate,
bro.
dude.
I call
Like,
bullshit.
Well, this ain't the math and geometry server. Go to the fucking homework server. or
Get
something.
your ass out of here, dude. Then go send us somebody who will argue.
Well, I don't
about
find
that.
disagreement with those people.
I don't find that. Shut up, dude. Go get out of here. If we're not here to talk
You
about,
just said you're not claiming it's a
freaking-
globe. What are you disagreeing
Yeah.
about then? The fuck?
Yeah, look at
About
this guy.
there being a method that can trick
Be
your
my
ass.
Kick his ass out of here. Get the hell out of here.
Oh man.
Oh, Beavis didn't. Beavis didn't.
Where's the unkick button? Where's the unkick?
You can't do it, India.
God damn it.
Me was just about to unload, dude. Wow, somebody else in here?
It's all right.
Indio got his rocks off.
No, I'm not sorry for you. I'm sorry for me because I wanted to hear it.
I was getting ready, and then I thought, well, you know, these guys are already tearing them up pretty bad. It must have already gone on quite a while. I didn't even know if I was going to be able to like interject at all because y'all were already in frustrated voices.
He just wasted our time, man. He wasted like 40 minutes of our lives.
Oh man, I had a whole 3 hours I could have gone.
He's good at that. Bacon is very good at that. Wasted time.
No, but Indio worked him on the body blows, man. He just went in there and just hammered away. It was nothing. He actually didn't have anything to say on Jedi, on me, on Indio. So it's like, I mean, he was pretty banged up, man.
The thing that fascinates me about Bacon more than anything else is that his English is fantastic, and apparently he learned it, you know, on this topic, you know, flat Earth and whatnot. And I'm like, no, it's just not possible. I mean, nobody speaks English in Brazil. Nobody. I mean, I'm not saying they don't learn English. Yes, they do. But
well, I'll tell you what.
Doesn't Brazil have a huge, like, massive flat Earth population?
Supposedly, yeah.
Like they were the first one. Brazil was like the first ones back in way before it ever went like mainstream, and they were already like getting there. A lot of people in Brazil.
Yo, what's that group name over there? These guys that went to go see the. Remember, it was a few years ago. They have like this outer pond kind of like map.
Yeah. They.
What's there? What's the hell? What's those guys' names?
I forget what it was called. They wanted to like fund an expedition to like go find, because I don't think they're not like ice wall people. They think it's like
extension
rings within rings within rings.
Yeah.
Was it Tierra de Plana or something like that?
It sounded
Tierra del Fuego, whatever it is. Tierra del Fuego.
You're not talking about the dudes that were trying to find Blue the alien, are you?
No.
Nuh-uh.
No, these are like serious, and I'm talking like all the way back to like 2008. This was going on in Brazil. Like they had already been like, I guess, suffering under the tyranny of free thought in Brazil for a while before it ever went mainstream.
That was Infinite Plane Society, wasn't it?
Nope.
I don't think so. No.
Nope. That was IPF.
They were referred to much in this server actually at the beginning, like when it really got popular on the internet.
Well, I mean, I know the Brazil server. It may be bigger than ours, but it's exclusively Brazil or something. Or at one point they had a server with they had some community that had like 64,000 people in it. It was all Brazilians. It might have been a Facebook group though. There is some group and it's got like a massive number of people in it.
Yeah, I wonder what the convo is like in that server though.
In Brazil, there are like 3 million or flat earthers. I mean, something like.
I thought it was 100 million.
Victor, where are you from, dude?
I'm from Spain.
All right, okay.
Yeah, here there are like a few flat earthers. We are not a lot, but it's we have like few people, but we all are continue researching those topics. So
Hey, I was
work
gonna
a
give
lot.
Victor the flat Earth role. Is there any reason why he's VC verified? Anybody know?
Yeah, I have the BC verified, but not the flat earther one. Oh yeah, right.
Just
Yeah.
change it.
But I was just going to say the education system over there is not good. Yeah, I mean it's bad. That's the only, that's the only way to put it.
It's a shit.
No, I'm not in Spain. I meant Brazil. I mean Brazil. Brazilian people.
If they haven't started Drag Queen story time yet, then they're better than the Canadian education system.
Hey, a bad education system is the best thing.
Well, yeah, but I'm just talking about the fact that he speaks such good English. It's and I did confront him about it one day, and he's a nice guy. Look, out of all the 3-card Monty players that I've talked to over there on Geos, yeah, he's a nice guy, but yeah, he's not fooling anybody.
Was talking really, really good. He's really good on English. I mean, Bacon.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Guy. Yeah, he was pretty good.
Well, I thought either I don't know, maybe because you listen to it's a different thing, but I was thinking maybe he's got an English-speaking parent, maybe he's consumed a lot of English, like American television or something like that. That usually helps someone. I don't know, but he just said, "Oh no, I've started learning English with this topic," and it's like, what? That doesn't make any sense to me at all. So, yeah, there's definitely something fishy going on there.
Yeah, that would be jumping in the deep end, big time.
Well, I remember watching back in the day when I used to watch a bit of soccer, as you'd call it. I did have a Brazilian, playing in the Premier League, and their English was okay. It was not nowhere close to Bacon's, and I know they've had a professional person teaching them for a few years, and their English wasn't great. And phonetically, nobody's speaking English around them.
Well, to be honest,
Portuguese. Sorry.
Well, yeah. So to be honest, like where I live, there's 2 Portuguese communities. There's like Portuguese from Portugal and there's Portuguese from Brazil.
Yeah.
And he speaks way better than the Brazilian Portuguese speak fucking English. Way better. And they live here and they hear English all the time. Even though they kind of like all hand together. So like you got that. But they are exposed to English quite a bit.
And that makes the whole world a difference, doesn't it?
Yeah, you'd think.
Anyway, there were several new people, but they've come in and left. They obviously didn't. They went to join the
Bacon Fan Club.
Proving my theory once again. Polka music is highly underrated.
Oh God, save me!
I hate accordions.
I hate Polish people. Am I allowed to say that? No, I don't hate Polish people.
So random that made me.
No, that's where polka music's from.
India.
Polka music is Polish, isn't it?
I thought polka was German.
It's probably like right on the border, like right there. Like what do they call it? Like the part of Germany that used to be Poland that they kept.
Yeah, like a lot of the Mexicans I know, all the music they all listen to is like polka. That's because so many Germans had settled in Mexico. They brought their god awful polka over with them, and they're square dancing.
I thought what happened was a German and a Polish guy got drunk, and one of them picked up an accordion. Next thing you know, polka.
No, one guy invaded the other.
Hey, I call that Oompa Loompa music.
He said polka.
Those Mexicans playing the Oompa Loompas.
He said, "You know polka me, por favor."
You know what happens when you play country music backwards, right?
You get your truck back and your wife.
And the dog, and the harvest comes in. Yeah.
Well, with all the electric, or with all the smart vehicles now, one day there's going to be a country song about a truck that leaves a guy.
Oh dear, that was really funny.
Well,
I thought he said.
Mimas is in the studio
I thought he
already.
said.
Yeah, sure.
Oh dear. I thought you said poker music, like the music that is
country music
played when people are playing poker, the card game.
Poker music.
I was a bit distracted doing something else, and it was like literally the first thing that I heard back in here when I zoned back into what was going on. Like, what? And then you said, I hate Polish people. So what the fuck's going on?
This is from Bohemia, which is now Czechoslovakia. But it's like right in that area, like they, you know, that little area of Europe is like, you know, half the countries are part of some other older country, and half of that is part of some other even older country. And they still have their little ethnic communities.
It's like being a Belgian.
Yeah, kind of like that.
Yeah. Flemish people does, loads of derivations. They've just carved up the land so many times. You know? So many people have marched over it.
I only really don't like the French, personally.
Je suis français.
Neither do the French.
Je suis français et tu vas sucer ma grosse bite.
I know he said something bad.
Tu ne comprends pas.
That's because the French can't say anything nice ever.
Oh.
This is true. Unless it's about what they've done personally.
Yes.
You're talking to an Englishman, mate. We've got a long-standing issue with the French. That's for sure.
Innit.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Dude, I've been learning about French Revolution. It's fascinating. It's a really interesting time. That, but around about 1780.
Isn't that where a bunch of degenerates went and cut off the heads of a bunch of degenerates?
That's what I heard.
That's what I
mean, well,
yeah, pretty much.
They made up a bunch of shit about people, and they got the sort of public behind them, and it's a fascinating time. Highly recommend you look into it. I mean, this Marie Antoinette was basically adored by the people, and then these satirists they just made her look bad. She never said let them eat cake and all that shit. They just made that up.
It was French cartoonist.
Yeah.
Which is hilarious to me.
Yeah.
Like, they use cartoons to kill a queen.
Yeah. And they were intent. I was talking about this earlier with Tim. They were intent on changing everything. They were going to have 10 days in a week. Don't ask me how that was going to work out, but man, I'm just on a bit of a history kick at the minute, and I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, it's funny when the English sailors were going on to land during the when was it? It was the mid 1800s that they had. When was the last war they had with France?
The 19th century, I think.
Yeah, it was mid 19th century. But anyway, they're going on there, or early to mid 19th century, and they find where the peasants had taken over, like the state houses and stuff, or like the
cut its head off.
Yeah, well, they found that they had taken the books and were like propping stuff up with them because half of them couldn't read.
Yeah,
everything was mismanaged. People were starving. It's like, oh, you got it so much better now. The king was bad, but at least now we're starving.
Yeah.
I mean, they were starving before that anyways. I think that's the reason they cut his head off, though.
I think they cut his head off because a bunch of satirists got them rallied them against him.
All right, but the thing is, it's not really what you think, though, because it's just it's proved, right, that the reason they fought was, and of course there was all that anti-religion that came with it.
Yeah,
I mean, if they were eating nice and they were living nice, they wouldn't be cutting his head off, right?
Yeah, but a lot of times, like the Russians did the same thing. Like every time someone goes and they kill a king, it doesn't fix anything. At least, like with the Tsar, it was clearly they were manipulated into being against the Tsar. The Tsar had no idea what everything that was going on. He was kind of isolated, and you had all these different bureaucracies that had been set up to run the country. And they thought getting rid of the Tsar would fix everything. But he didn't really rule like that. So, if you're going to kill a king, you got to replace him with a king. You can't try and...
I get that.
Yeah.
I get that.
I think that's what I'm trying to say is they went and they killed a king and had no plan. Like, no, we can do this. The king could barely do it as one man, but I think 50 of us together could do this.
Yeah.
Experience. You know, we're not just going to argue and then descend into paranoia and chop each other's heads off. What crap? What philosopher got his head chopped off? He helped start the revolution.
Robespierre.
Robespierre.
Yeah, Robespierre.
Yeah, Robespierre. That guy.
Yeah.
Robespierre.
There was never a head that rolled better. He deserved it.
He actually tried to shoot himself first, and well, he failed. He lived basically. And I think he just broke his jaw.
Yeah.
And they bandaged him, and then they just before they cut his head off, they sort of peeled it off. They ripped it off the bandage.
Yeah.
And you could hear the scream from miles of it. But yeah, I'll just post the video. I love Ashlogos. He does such good content. That's number one, and then there's number two after it.
How many people were killed? Was it 1 million and 1.1 million, right?
It's a lot. I think it's more in thousands, but it was a lot.
Well, I mean, in totality, across
Not exactly
all
sure.
of France, I read somewhere that 1.1 million resulted in deaths.
I mean, Eustace Mullins talks about it a little bit as well, and openly called it demonic, some shit that they were doing. And
oh yeah. Well, I mean, it kind of some of the stuff they were doing reminded me of what like the secularist and the communist did in Spain when they tried to take over, because they took over for several years, and in their initial revolution, it was called the Red Terror. So
yeah.
And there's a reason. And I read several books on the Spanish Civil War. That is probably the most complex civil war I've read about.
That was super complex, yeah.
Yeah, well, I just think...
Wasn't that three-way civil war? Weren't there like three armies or something?
It was, I believe there were 6 factions in the Civil War.
Fighting over dirt.
Yeah, well, Madrid, it is beautiful.
Oh, the Spanish Civil War. I was thinking about the Mexican Civil War and that.
No, Mexican Civil War. No, that's my cactus, man.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, what are we fighting over? What are you Spaniards going to do about those rebel Catalan guys?
Nothing, because they're always going to be rebels, because it's in their blood.
I know they got a fort like in the 1200s and they're still in it.
Yeah. But then there's the Basque who kind of get the shit into the stick every time.
Yeah, it's like we got some rebel drum. Let's just kill these Basque guys.
Who are these guys? They're a little darker than the other guys.
I was curious, Mimas, if you were upset with a little more upset than the average person with what went down in Turkey. Apparently, a lot of the building developers are being grabbed up because they built the buildings very shoddily.
Oh,
in Turkey? No way.
Yeah, like I be still my heart. I cannot believe. I mean, what's next? Bad building in China?
No. What I meant is, as a person that builds buildings, like you would never cut corners and cost lives, right? Like,
no, I always say cut floors, not corners. Because you'd rather want to cut the size of a project if you're trying to save money. Cut the size of your project. Don't cut the quality.
For sure.
So cut floors, not corners. Like maybe you don't need a 24-story. Maybe you need a 13-story. By then, it's always too late because it's already been through every single process of getting approved.
It just breaks my heart. I know, like, greed doesn't surprise me, but it's just like I saw a bit of footage and some of them just basically just folded on themselves. It's like, oh my god.
Well, yeah. But, I mean, it's Turkey. Are we surprised?
You ever seen that movie Midnight Run?
It's an older movie, right?
Yeah, like I think it's late 70s, early 80s.
I think
the movie about him getting caught trying to smuggle heroin out of Turkey, and he ends up in a Turkish prison.
God, what a horrible! Who would run drugs in Turkey? No one knows what kind of horrible things they're putting up your butt in those prisons.
Oh yeah, that's part of it. Like after a while, he was just down.
Oh,
because they have Turkish baths. Like that's kind of like. Why would you put a Turkish bath in a prison?
Well, no. Jimmy, you ever been into a Turkish bath? Always reminds me of the pedophile pilot from Airplane. Anytime I hear Turkish bath.
But it's famous for this scene because he has like this hot girlfriend and she comes and visits him and she's like on the other side of the glass. But they're alone.
Yeah.
And she like takes out her boob and like presses it against the glass and he's like beaten up. So that was like risque for the time.
Yeah.
The kind of famous scene. She's like, "Oh, Jimmy," because she's like crying because he's never getting out. Right? You got like 25 years.
Yeah.
For like a little pinch of heroin.
How did that end up anyway?
The movie, he ended up getting out eventually after like 25 years.
Wow.
It's supposed to be based on a true story, if I remember. Not Midnight Run. It's Midnight something.
Like if you say Midnight Run, you've described probably half the Canon Films titles. So I have no
Midnight
idea.
Express. That's what it's called.
Okay, Midnight Express. That is one I might have seen many years ago.
Yeah, it looks like it came out in 77.
My daughter downloaded a PlayStation 1 digital game. And I looked at it and I said, "Oh my God, I haven't played this game in 27 years." It's Tomb Raider. She said,
"Oh my God.
What's going on?" I said, "You can't see." Yes, that's right. You can't see. Everything's just blocks.
Yeah, I've tried to play old games and it just...
I can't.
Yeah, I can't do it.
Nostalgia is much better in your head.
Yeah, I mean, like, I've tried to play Doom and, like, the inability to jump is just, like, too annoying.
Yeah. And now that you can jump in a Souls game, Elden Ring, we now have a perfect game. So there's no going back. There's only going forward.
So is there a jump attack?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a jump attack. There's basically you can utilize the jump into whatever you want to do.
Oh, that's awesome.
Like it's a super simple combat system, which makes it really flexible. So
yeah, I like games where you can like string together like crazy combos, but they're not like limited and like what combos you can string together.
Yeah, it's essentially the imagination of the user with the materials that they're given, or like the techniques that they're given. And there's so many different sword styles in the game. Like, it's great. It's perfect. It's a perfect game. Oh, too bad I missed the argument. All right, I got to take care of this little girl. I'll talk to y'all later.
All right.
Later, Mimas.
I can't believe that dude wasted our time, man. After all that, what's your point? I don't have a point. Yeah, thanks, great.
Part 1 of The Village That Voted the Earth Was Flat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Addison. The Village That Voted the Earth Was Flat by Rudyard Kipling. Our drive till then had been quite a success. The other men in the car were my friend Woodhouse, young Olliett, a distant connection of his, and Pallant, the MP. Woodhouse's business was the treatment and cure of sick journals. He knew by instinct the precise moment in a newspaper's life when the impetus of past good management is exhausted, and it fetches up on the dead centre between slow and expensive collapse and the new start which can be given by gold injections and genius. He was wisely ignorant of journalism, but when he stooped on a carcass, there was sure to be meat. He had that week added a half-dead, halfpenny evening paper to his collection, which consisted of a prosperous London daily, one provincial ditto, and a limp-bodied weekly of commercial leanings. He had also, at that very hour, planted me with a large block of the evening paper's common shares, and was explaining the whole art of editorship to Olliett, a young man 3 years from Oxford, with coir matting coloured hair, and a face harshly modelled by harsh experiences, who, I understood, was assisting in the new venture. Pallant, the long, wrinkled MP, whose voice is more like a crane's than a peacock's, took no shares, but gave us all advice. "You'll find it rather a knacker's yard," Woodhouse was saying. "Yes, I know they call me the knacker, but it will pay inside a year. All my papers do. I've only one motto: back your luck and back your staff. It'll come out all right." Then the car stopped, and a policeman asked our names and addresses for exceeding the speed limit. We pointed out that the road ran absolutely straight for half a mile ahead, without even a side lane. "That's just what we depend on," said the policeman unpleasantly. "The usual swindle," said Woodhouse under his breath. "What's the name of this place?" "Huckley," said the policeman, Huckley, and wrote something in his notebook, at which young Olliett protested. A large red man on a grey horse, who had been watching us from the other side of the hedge, shouted an order we could not catch. The policeman laid his hand on the rim of the right driving door. Woodhouse carries his spare tyres aft, and it closed on the button of the electric horn. The grey horse at once bolted, and we could hear the rider swearing all across the landscape. "Damn it, man! You've got your silly fist on it! Take it off!" Woodhouse shouted. "Oh!" said the constable, looking carefully at his fingers as though we had tracked them. "That won't do you any good either." And he wrote once more in his notebook before he allowed us to go. This was Woodhouse's first brush with motor law, and since I expected no ill consequences to myself, I pointed out that it was very serious. I took the same view myself,
Yeah, hey Rumpus, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can. I don't know what it is about my computer. It seems to be after a certain amount of time, my sound system stops working, and then it gets all clicky, and then I have to pull the the jack in and out, and then it sort of sorts itself out. But then, unfortunately, in doing that, it seems to then the Google Hangout thing. So I lose the sound on the Google Hangouts.
You on a laptop?
No. It's a proper full size desktop. But it
full size desktop.
But for some reason, it's the sound. I don't know. After a period of more than a few hours working, the sound system obviously is very clever and does some. Do
you have too many tabs open?
I do have a lot of tabs open. Yes, that's true. But I'm surprised it affects my sound system. It seems to regularly go down. It's most annoying.
Yeah, I had a buddy that I was talking to one time, and on numerous occasions he had too many tabs open, and I don't know if it was too many tabs or compromised. One of the tabs were compromised, and it would screw up the sound system bad.
Right. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Well, I do have quite a lot of tabs open. I think I've probably got about 150 open at the moment. So, so in about 5 windows. So yeah, that can.
Yeah, I'm thinking that might be your problem.
Right. Okay. Yeah, we've got to agree on a moderator if Pure doesn't turn up. Is there anybody? Let's have a look who's in the side chat who might be interested.
Yeah, I've never done this before, so I don't know how this works. So
well, we just have to pick well, Fed is saying here that we should agree on. Oh, Gem Panda, yeah, he's fine, isn't he? He's very fair.
I don't know these people.
Yeah, Gem. I mean, he's not a flat earther, but he's a very reasonable. He's not a militant flat earther, if you want something like that. If you might. He's a very well-disposed character. I've never seen him. I don't think I've even seen him get angry or anything. Or really, he occasionally gets slightly annoyed, but fundamentally, he's calmer than most. So it's all dependent on you, John. I don't know if you can see the group chat. He's Flat Earth is asking if you would accept him as a moderator.
Gem Panda.
Yeah.
I don't mind. Whatever you think is best, that's fine.
I'll put it like this: he's one of the least combative spherical earthers you can get.
Okay.
He's got a picture of a red panda. I don't know if you probably recognise him. He's
I think I had a couple interactions with him. I don't think he likes me all that much.
Yeah, well, you don't exactly ingratiate yourself with people, will you, do you? So I think that wouldn't. Unfortunately, that's not a criteria. I'm afraid you're going to be able to apply. I suspect.
I'm gonna try and curb that a little bit.
That would be very useful, yes, because I would say that was the most problematic thing about you.
Well, people take it the wrong way that I'm arrogant. No,
it's not the. It's not only being a bit arrogant. It's just the interruptiness that people are mid-sentence.
Well, everyone interrupts each other.
Yeah, you're about the worst person. I think I can't think of anybody who's worse than you.
Funny, I was thinking the same thing about you.
No, I think that would be unfair. If you go and review the debate we had before, you'll see that actually I often hold back. And let people. I said Lex, for instance,
yeah, well, this is all subjective anyway. But
go and review some of the meetings. Like, for instance, the one yesterday, when you were getting a lot of hack, when you were getting a lot of jip, and you compare my behaviour with Spurs and others who I didn't disagree with. I still let them finish what they were saying. Occasionally I'd interject. I don't object to the odd interjection. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with a snappy, occasional 2-second point. No, I don't agree with that or something. But it's when you actually stop someone in their tracks and stop them in their flow when they're trying to say something.
Yeah, well, some people get a little bit droning on and long-winded. So
that does happen. Agreed. But the trick is to say you're getting a bit drony and long-winded rather than persistently interrupt them. John, do you going to agree to Gem Panda?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So, you should be on the case. I assume this is Gem Panda, the panda that I'm thinking of. I can't.
Is there some type of structure that we're going on here?
I must admit, I haven't prepared a structure. I was just going to go on the fact that whatever you say is wrong, and then I'll be able to tackle that. So there should be enough material.
Well, listen, I got 7 points that you made yesterday that I want to focus on.
Okay, well that's 7. That sounds like a long. That's easily. That should be enough material to get us going, I think.
I don't think we'll get done because we get bogged down. But I'm not going to be pessimistic about it. Let me just go with the 7. A couple are real easy, so it shouldn't be any problem.
Yeah.
Maybe we were just miscommunicating too. That could be a definite player. So I haven't ruled that out.
Well, no, I fundamentally disagree with most of what you say, so I don't think it's a case of miscommunication. There's been a couple of occasions when there might be, but I'd say about 90% of what you said I've understood and disagreed with.
Okay.
So I don't think there should be. So where is? I I presumed they had Gem Panda was kicking around in the chat or something, but he's clearly not. We seem to have some constructive comments in the side chat.
I'm not looking at the live feed.
Yeah, so it's not worth it at the moment.
No, I when I'm in Hangouts, I usually never do.
No, neither do I normally. But, given the, I was just assuming that seems to be just one sort of abusive character, just abusing Fed. But,
yeah, you get a lot of those. That's why I don't usually go in there.
It's not usually constructive, no.
No, I know it's not.
There's sometimes Negator's in there, and then he also says something intelligent.
Yeah, me and Nega had some run-ins. Of course, he's military, and I'm retired military, so we have some, common ground. Well, a little bit anyway.
Right. Yes. You do sound vaguely, military-like. Negator's got a definitely a military sort of restrained, disciplined sort of air about him. I think you'd rely on him if you had to do something needed to be done. I'd definitely be happy to send in Negator to do it for me.
I don't know all these people that well. I just go by what they tell me.
Yeah, just the way he behaves. I just think I'm just going. Yeah, it hasn't. I don't know anything about him other than what he says. Right. So I don't actually know. I don't know him at all well. But just the way he behaves, carries himself, gives me confidence.
I'm a newbie. I'm the newbie on the scene. So Flat Earth has just been something that's come up within, I think, right around May 20th. So I'm pretty new to this.
Yes, you see, unfortunately, that's half your problem. Is you charge in, and you just scattergun arguments.
Scattergun. Well, I have a lot of information.
Yeah, but you see, I think you ought to try listening a bit more and talking a bit less. I think.
I've been doing this for about 10 years with university professors, sir. So I have files upon files of information on various subjects.
The trouble is, you make many basic errors. I don't know what your education.
I'm not making any errors. I support everything I say.
Well, for instance, you said that a train was a closed system, and
it is.
Oh my God. Okay, well that's one thing. Well, that's one thing we can go into.
Yeah, the only way you're getting out of it is the ventilation system. So let's close off the ventilation system and put people on there with oxygen masks.
Yeah, okay, well that's not but that's not the situation we were describing, was it?
Yeah, it wouldn't materially change your point.
No, no, it wouldn't. But the point was, you declared a train was a closed system.
It is. No, it's not. Only artificially. It's only artificial, sir. It's only artificially open because of the ventilation system.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what the reason is. I mean, this is why you see, I'm very confident. This is the sort of thing that you say that's so obviously wrong that.
Yeah, but it's not obviously wrong. No, it has no
you say it isn't. You say it is a closed system. Sorry, it isn't. But it would be if we did X, Y, Z.
Sir, no, it's just X, and it's just air molecules, sir. It has no material impact on your plane whatsoever.
Well, sealing off vacuum sealing a train would be an enormously tricky task.
Just close the ventilation systems and
No,
put
it's
people
not.
on there with oxygen
You'd have
masks.
to.
You got a closed system.
No,
It's
no.
the
You'd have to
same
see.
concept.
You'd have to weld all the doors together. You wouldn't allow the articulation between the carriages. You'd have
We're quibbling. That's quibbling.
No, it's not.
Over
That's the point.
nonsense.
No, it's not. This is the.
Yeah, it is, because your point.
This is the lack of rigor you've got in your argument.
No, your point was
a closed system.
Sir,
is very definite.
Sir, your point was that people in a train won't feel acceleration, because somebody asked. I don't think it was you.
That's right.
I think
That's
somebody
correct.
else
Yes.
brought the subject up.
That's right.
And
I
think
brought up the train.
I think it was.
But someone else was talking about how they could feel whether you were moving or not, or in a. Yes, there was someone else, and I always bring up the train example as a counter to that. But then you unnecessarily called it a closed system.
It is sir. Geez, oh man, it's only air molecules.
That makes it a non-closed system. It's not as though you can't be half a closed. You can't be half a closed system. You are either a closed system or you're not.
Yeah, I understand that. So close off the ventilation system conceptually now. Close off the ventilation system, because this is all concept anyway. Close off the ventilation system, and there goes your open system.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but it doesn't affect the argument that the actual main issue.
Yes, it does affect the argument, because now you have a problem.
Okay,
right?
Okay.
Well, I don't want to go.
Yeah, we're going. Perhaps we're going to this when we've got Jeremy in.
Yeah, I was going to put this one down too, and I decided not to, because we're not going to get anywhere with that one.
Well, it's very simple. This close. I mean,
I know. Okay, let's just agree to disagree.
I'm sure I could make a 13-year-old understand. I mean, the point was you decided to raise it as a closed
Sir,
system.
you don't even know what a hypothesis is. You can't even graduate 5th grade general science, for crying out loud.
I'm afraid.
So don't give me your condescending sleight of hand backslides.
Well, I'm afraid you're afraid.
Yeah, I'm going to show it too.
Right.
Yeah, right off the bat. So let's get on with it.
Yeah, we're having problems getting Gem Panda apparently, as well as.
Well, when he comes in, you call me.
As well as Pure.
So I don't waste my time, because I was going to bring up some biochemistry to blow up your evolution fairy tale.
Okay.
Do you have a background in biochemistry, sir?
I know something about it. Yes.
So you're prepared for that? Because if you're, I don't think you are. So if you're not, I'm not going to bring it up.
No, you bring it up. No, you bring it up. No, you bring it up.
All right.
Definitely.
All right.
I don't think people. I think people here are watching this would want you to go full throttle on all your best shots at me, and I'm more than happy. Even in areas I'm not an expert, I'm more than happy to.
Yeah, but that's what I was giving you a chance, because if you don't have any history or background in biochemistry, it'd be like me teaching a 3-month-old trig, and I don't want to waste our time.
Well, okay. Well, you can. Okay. Well, once you've made me look ridiculous with your.
I'm not. That's what I don't want to do.
No, I want you to.
No, I don't, because it has no point.
Well, it does, because then you could establish some sort of credibility in this debate at the moment.
No, I'm not concerned about that.
Okay. Well, you might want to convince the people. I'm sure the audience would love you to demonstrate how much you know on the subject and how much therefore you can make a point, because it is it's a very important point. If you can demonstrate, if you have an argument to invalidate evolution, people are going to want to hear it, and I will invalidate your invalidation with my moderate knowledge of.
Oh, you're finished. You're finished. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm sure that's people will love to hear that.
Sure.
So yes, you should. That's a subject matter, obviously, that not directly with Flat Earth Days, but the people who believe in such things as Flat Earth also tend to have a misunderstanding of evolution and chemistry, physics. Well, you've demonstrated on numerous occasions your lack of understanding of chemistry, physics, and biology.
Right. My evaluations are friggin' pristine. I don't think my bosses thought what you thought, brother. Get ready for the whirlwind.
All right. I see.
Yeah, because I'm tired of your backslide, sir.
My back.
You don't even know me.
Well, I know you're not terribly bright, I'm afraid.
Yeah, right. Right. We're going to see that here in a few minutes, brother.
Yep. Yep. Oh, dear. Where's this paper chap? Where's paper all bloody honestly?
From a friggin' guy that thinks friggin' ink, paper, and glue molecules can author technical instruction manuals. You're calling me not bright.
Sorry, what can offer instruction manuals?
Say again?
So, you said something about...
Yeah, it's tantamount to ink, paper, and glue molecules authoring technical instruction manuals. You know, the information in DNA.
Ink. Sorry, I'm still not understanding this sentence. You're saying ink, paper, and
glue molecules authoring technical instruction manuals. It's the same thing as friggin' ribose, nucleobases, and friggin' activated phosphates writing code. And you're telling me I'm not bright.
Yes. That is what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
that's all right. We'll get to that here in a few minutes. We got a couple other issues to go for first.
Jolly good. Yeah, I'm happy to go with your favoured approach. Honestly, why a paper and? Oh right, okay. Paper Explanator will be a mod if you can't get anybody else. He said in 10 minutes.
Who is it?
Paper Explanator. He's got a Saturn avatar.
Oh, I don't know him.
I think okay. He's a nice guy. I'm afraid he's another global earther, but he's one of the again he's one of the more moderate ones, definitely.
That's fine. That's fine. I don't want to shoot you guys. Listen, I was a globe guy for years. I never even thought about it. I don't have anything against you in that. I'm just dealing with empirical evidence. That's all I'm dealing with.
Oh, that's fine. That's all right.
I don't have any personal vendetta for anyone that, because if somebody would have said this to me, before May 20th, and like I did to them, I laughed at them. And that was on me.
Yes, well, you see, that demonstrates, unfortunately, the poor foundations that you've
That's right. Got. That's right. You're right. I did have poor foundations with it. And then after I said to myself, well, wait a second, let me check into this, because it wasn't brought up all that much in the forums that I was in. I just happened by this accidentally.
Yes, it's not brought much up. It's not much brought up because it's not true. Neither are pixies existing or anything either like that. Or
so your defense is nuh-uh.
Well, yes. Given that it's almost as bad as arguing that 1 + 1 is equal to 3. It's not. Almost that bad.
No, it's not.
Oh, yes, it is.
Well, we're going to have you present your scientific evidence, sir. Of course, you don't know what science is, so that's a big problem.
Well, I mean, you seem to have read up a little bit on the philosophy of science, but unfortunately,
I've read up on it, huh?
Well, no, a little bit. Just you've seemed to have read a couple of Wikipedia articles on the
Wikipedia. That's what you do. You're a wiki Google scientist. If it would all of a sudden go down, you wouldn't be on here.
No, I mean I've got a background in physics.
None of my sources are wiki Google, sir.
Well, okay, then they're not actually. I'm saying that they're not actually as good. If you had actually read the Wikipedia articles, you wouldn't be making the basic mistakes you're making.
Yeah, the wiki Google. Yeah, that's right. You're a wiki Google scientist. Did you see the Harvard synopsis on using wiki Google as a reference? Have you ever seen that?
I have seen an evaluation of it and compared it to other encyclopedias, and they claim in the evaluation that it's almost as accurate as the.
Harvard said it's a friggin' train wreck, and you better not use it in academic circles. I got that documented. You want to see that?
Well, that would be yes. Well, that's a neutral sort of subject. Yeah, I'd be interested if you could share that. I'm sure people would be interested.
Hold on a second. Yeah, it's going to be kind of long in this chat. Do you want me to post it in the chat?
Well, can't you?
I can share my screen.
Yeah, show your screen. That would be the easiest way. I think some other people could see it as well. It'd be silly just to hide it from everybody. Right.
There you go.
Yeah, if you're going to do academic research and present it as fact, yes. I mean, you wouldn't use it to present as fact. You wouldn't cite it.
This is the big league, sir. We're not playing bets between friends here. This is the real deal. You're in the big leagues now.
Well, not with you, I'm not.
Yeah.
I mean, as I say, about 90% of the completely anything. There are so many basic things you get wrong.
Yeah, we're gonna see.
Yes.
And your generalized, sweeping, baseless assertion fallacies are nonsense. You don't support anything.
Oh, I do.
Yeah, you do. We're gonna see.
But I'm complete. You can understand that Harvard doesn't want people citing.
For a good reason, because it's compromised. They just told you that.
Yeah. So I mean, no one's suggesting that Wikipedia is something that you would cite in a scientific paper. But I think
recommended it as a source.
Oh yes, I recommend it as an encyclopedia. Absolutely, I do.
As a source,
but not as something you reference in a scientific paper. Obviously not.
Of course, because it's compromised.
Yeah, but the studies that have shown that
studies don't post the studies that have shown it.
Okay, well, the validity. Okay, I'll go and have a look at the validity of studies on the validity of Wikipedia.
Yeah.
I can't remember where I read it. There's an article in White Wikipedia on how reliable it is.
That's good.
Here we go. How accurate is Wikipedia? This is Live Science. Here we which
I'm not going to punk Live Science out. Sometimes they have some good people on there. I'm sorry, some knowledgeable people. I'm going to punk them out.
Here we go. In 2005, the peer-reviewed journal Nature asked scientists to compare Wikipedia's scientific articles to those in Encyclopedia Britannica, the most scholarly of encyclopedias, according to its own wiki page. The comparison resulted in a tie. Both references contained 4 serious errors among the 42 articles that are analysed by experts. There we go.
Oh, that's pretty impressive. Somebody better call Harvard then and tell them that they're full of crap.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't think. I think Harvard are prepared to accept that it's whatever the quality. They realise that that it's obviously open to abuse. That it is just because it is a wiki medium. That obviously it can be problematic. So they just suggest you don't.
Well, there are some scientific references in there, but I'm talking about the stuff that isn't referenced.
Well, no, you're talking about you're describing it as a whole.
I was talking. No, what I'm saying here is
okay. You're qualifying your previous statement now, are you? Right.
No, I'm not. What I'm saying here is some things are cited in there, but the majority isn't. That's what I'm saying.
So you're saying the majority of articles on Wikipedia pages don't have citations. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly. That's correct.
Okay. Give me a subject on some scientific subject, and I'll go to a page of Wikipedia, and we'll find out.
Go look at
give me just random subject on science. What would you like? Biochemistry. You come on, buy some biochemistry subject.
Yeah, I don't.
That you're an expert. That you know something about.
Stereoisomerization.
Like stereoisomerization. Okay. Yeah.
I was just looking at something.
Here we go. Stereoisomers in Wikipedia. Look at that. And yeah, okay. It's only got one reference on that one.
Like I said, I'm just.
Two references. Two references.
That's what I'm saying. How big's the page?
Not very big. I mean, it's two screenfuls. I could share this.
No, I can go in here. I'm on a computer. Hold on.
Yeah, I know, but if other people see it, it's
got it. All right.
If the people can't see it, so here's the page on stereoisomerism, and I think it's not being presented, so they can't see it there. So there we go. So we tried something there. Okay, only had 2 citations, but that didn't. So that's not. Do you want to try another? Do you want to try again on another subject?
Yeah.
No, don't pick one. No. Okay. Give me. Don't go and look at one and then find. Just go on off the top of your head.
Well, I was looking in there the other day on a subject, and what was I looking at?
Yeah, no, we don't want to go when we want to go on something. We don't want to go on something where you found a problem. We want to
okay, you just want me to pop something up?
Yes. Yes.
Hmm.
Come on, that's subject. You know about all this biochemistry stuff you're telling me. Come on, there must be something else you know about biochemistry.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff.
Well, come on, tell me what. Give me a subject.
Well, we can go with the Krebs cycle.
All right, go with the Krebs cycle. All right, let's see how many citations are on that. There are 33.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
Yeah. So you're not doing very well, are you? Already.
What do you mean I'm not doing very well?
Well, you said the majority of articles in Wikipedia did not have citations.
Yeah, no. I said the content didn't have citation.
The content.
Just because there's 35 citations in the document, sir, doesn't mean everything's cited.
No, not necessarily everything. No, but okay.
Yeah,
well,
right.
so what's the? But there are citations in this document. I mean, it does reference.
There is. I understand that.
Okay.
I've been to Wikipedia before. Yes, I know that.
So I don't understand your complaint then.
I only use Wikipedia strictly for definitions. That's pretty much what I use it for, and even then, I'm a little bit suspect. And the reasons why? Well, Harvard just told you why.
Well, yes, but not. They're more as a principle rather than, as I said, this study showed that it was similar to the.
Well, anyone could add anything to it, sir.
That's the problem. Yes, I mean, I can understand. That Harvard doesn't want people to use it, and I would agree with them. I would say that's not such a good idea, but to use it.
Yeah. Okay. Do we have the somebody? You said 10 minutes.
Yeah. Yes. Flat Earth Debates is in the side chat, trying to get Paper Explainator to be the moderator.
What time is it right now? See,
it's now 50 minutes late. Yeah. So Pure and has been a bit poor, hasn't he?
I did have some plans. Let's try to make it quick. It ain't gonna go quick though. I know how this is.
Yeah, it's going to be. Given the fact that I'm going to have to eviscerate you on everything you say, so it might take some time.
Good luck with that.
Well, I haven't had a problem so far.
Yeah, you've had big problems.
I don't think I
recall
you making a single valid point in an area.
I don't recall you making one. See, there you go again.
That's because you're not qualified to have an opinion.
Baseless assertions.
But it's a fact. It is.
It's a fact. How's it a fact?
Well, it is. It is. If you were to review it, we would find that's the case.
Support what you say.
I do. I'm happy to.
Support your Ipsy Dixit aren't support, sir.
Well, okay. Well, we'll see if we can do that.
They're fallacies. They're called generalized, sweeping, baseless assertions. Go ahead and look that up.
It's objective analysis from my point of view, I'm afraid.
Oh, your objective analysis, right?
Here we go. Paper is here. Well, I'm matching against the scientific consensus, which is definitely something worth
scientific consensus. Yeah, that's a friggin' married bachelor.
Well, I mean, I suspect. Have you been to university?
Yes, I have. Duh.
Does that just walking through the door?
Yeah,
to study something there.
I'll tell you what, sir. I'm getting tired of your backhanded slights.
They're not backhanded. They're pretty upfront.
Well, you can't graduate 5th grade general science in the United States.
Because you say so many obviously wrong things.
Yeah, obviously wrong. Can you support that? So many.
Well, I must admit, I can't think of anything. Well, I mean, the closed system thing is an obvious example.
Yeah, the closed system. Yeah,
you said a closed terms of closed system, and even though we spent 5 minutes looking through the definition of a closed system, you still didn't seem to understand. And then you would use arguments like, "Oh, well, what happened if it was built one way?" And then you use the argument just inside your hangout saying, "Oh, but they have to do that to allow them to breathe."
Sure. Well, at least I don't believe ink, paper, and glue molecules off their technical instruction manuals.
And the fact that you presented that as an argument suggests that you just don't know how to argue logically. You can't deploy reason.
There
we had a definition of premise. Closed system equals no exchange of matter. In a train, there is an exchange of matter. Yet you said a train was a closed system.
Here we go with your train wreck closed system, right?
It's an example that comes to mind.
Just air molecules. That's going to really affect the friggin' velocity, boy.
But that's not the issue. See, again, you're deflecting. You see, you're getting off the concept. We were talking about what's the definition of a closed system, and you can't use the logic.
Yeah, I can't understand it. I know.
No, you seemingly can't. You
and
can't
Anna Nicole
understand.
Married for love, and Pol Pot was her florist.
You see, you have problems sticking to the point and focusing on the issue, and you're
we're going to see here in a minute.
So papers are kicking around. Yes, I mean, come on, where's paper got to? Yeah, I agree with Mark. Let's get this show on the road. I think we want to make. I want to be made to look silly about some piece of biochemistry that disproves evolution.
Oh, it's going to be the whole thing. It's not biochemistry.
Okay, no, yeah, but you've threatened me with biochemistry, which is not my expert subject, but I'm more than happy to engage on that.
I didn't threaten you with it, sir. I said,
okay,
you have any background in it.
You're right.
If you don't, I won't bring it up.
You're absolutely right. Actually, I'll take that back. You didn't threaten me with it. You just asked me quite generously. Actually, I must admit that's the most generous thing I think I've ever seen you do in a hangout, was to offer not to go into a subject you felt I wasn't an expert in. So I appreciate that's the first commendable act I think I've ever seen you make on a hangout. So that gives you plus points there. But no, I'm more than happy for you to go for that.
Who cares what you think? I don't care what you think.
You're taking scores off now. Right. Yeah, but then again, I suppose I don't care either. So we're probably equal there. Oh, come on, Pape. Where is Pape?
From you. I got some train wreck statements from you from yesterday. We're going to hit these hard.
Excellent. Oh, come on, Paper. You don't have to come from Saturn to get here, surely. Deary me. Oh, there he is. He's waiting for a link. He's not been given a link. For God's sake, send it to his YouTube account or his G Plus account on your email. Yes, something. Yes, check the spam folder. Right. So, well, someone's failing to communicate with someone. Flat Earth Debate, send it via YouTube, send it via his G+, send it to his email, send it to everything.
All right, here we go.
Oh, it's turned up, has he? Hey, it's Paper. Yay. Someone suggested send a drone.
Oh, hi guys.
Hey, Paper. God, honestly.
Well, I offered. I said I couldn't do it for 10 minutes. I needed it to the shop, and that's exactly what I did. And I came back, and I've just literally 10 seconds ago got the link, so I've come in as quick as I could.
I'll be back in a minute.
I'm sure you did, Paper. Yeah, I'm sure you did. Yeah.
I'll be back in a minute. Hold on one second.
I don't know what the hell was Flat Earth doing then? Or was perhaps an email system was going.
They were waiting for Pure or someone, and then they were then trying to get Gem Panda.
Yeah.
And could get in touch, and I said I would do it if they wanted me to. I mean.
Yeah, that's the one. Thanks, Paper.
So you guys going to do the talking?
Yeah, it's right. You just have to. Yeah, I think. Yes, that's right. You're just going to have to keep John under control, I think.
Well, both of you.
Yeah.
I've got to be impartial.
Yeah, that's good. That's what
you know my position, but I will remain impartial.
Yeah, Paper. I think you've demonstrated an ability to be impartial when required.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay, so what format are we going to go? Are we going to go sort of 5 minutes each way, then a rebuttal, or do you want 10 minutes each way, then a rebuttal? How do you want to do it?
No, we agreed that we were going to go on the things that were said yesterday in the hangout.
Okay.
Perhaps if it gets troublesome, perhaps we go for sort of 2 minutes each or something, swapping. So I think we'd keep. I think it'd be bad if we just had 5. I don't know. I suppose it depends. If we haven't quite got a prepared sort of statement.
Okay, so sort of suck it and see then, shall we?
Yeah.
Let's have John try and stick to one issue at a time then, shall we? And we'll just repeat the process. Is that okay?
Oh, that's good.
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Sticking to the thing. Like I said, I got them separated. So.
Okay, so obviously. We'll give John 2 minutes to say whatever he wants to say, and Rumpus, I'm sure you're going to be desperate to jump in within the first 5 seconds, but try and keep, obviously, completely quiet for a full 2 minutes, let him make his point, and and you'll have your 2 minutes.
Okay, thanks, Paper.
Okay, I'm going to set a little timer
Oh,
for
right, well done.
a couple of minutes to make your point. Obviously, 2 minutes isn't a long time, John, so it's got to be fairly concise. But 2 minutes, over to you. Go.
Yes, Paper said yesterday that scientific theories can be the first step in the scientific method. I'm sorry, not Paper, but Rumpus.
Rumpus.
So scientific theories can be the first step in the scientific method. Can I share my screen, please?
Yeah, I'll present you. I haven't got mods by the looks of it at the moment. Let me just stop your clock.
Okay, appreciate it.
It would appear. Doesn't look, I haven't been given mods yet.
Paper's not. I mean, sorry, flat Earth debate's
No,
not.
right. Okay, I've got mods now. Okay,
right.
so I'm going to present to everybody. There you go, John. Right, your time. I'll
reset it.
I'll reset it. Yeah.
All right.
Right, go again.
All right, like I said, Rumpus said yesterday that scientific theories can be the first step in the scientific method. See, this is the scientific method right here. And what's the first step? It's to observe a phenomenon. And the reason why this was made up, the scientific method, it was to rid the world of myths, consensus, votes, majority, and opinions, and loudest voices. The subjective, in other words, by establishing a method that solely focuses on the empirical, observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable, the objective. So another problem is he doesn't understand what a scientific theory is as opposed to a colloquial theory. A colloquial theory is abject speculation. Scientific theories explain the how and the why, the mechanisms and the process, like germ theory. Scientific theories are the result of validated, confirmed scientific hypotheses. They're the result of this. They're not part of it. And as you can see here, I got 3 sources that tell you what a scientific theory is. It summarizes hypotheses or a group of hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. All of them say the same thing. Observe a phenomenon. The scientific method has 4 steps. Step number 1, observation and description of a phenomenon or a group of phenomena. That's from physics lab at the University of Rochester. In the scientific method, the first step is an observation. The first process in the scientific method involves observation of a phenomenon. A hypothesis is a tentative explanation for an observed phenomenon. You make a set of observations, then hypothesize an explanation which accounts for all the observations. No phenomena is a phenomena unless it is an observed phenomena. Niels Bohr, as quoted in Science and Ultimate Reality.
That's your 2 minutes, John.
There you go.
Okay, now let me just. I just want to get. Is this flat Earth against globe Earth? Is this right?
Yes.
Okay, so you didn't. Okay, I just want to. You talked about the scientific method, but you didn't actually bring any evidence of the flat Earth there. So it doesn't really.
Yeah. Well, this is the baseline. You have to, if you're going to provide scientific evidence, you have to know what science is.
So, do you want your time extending and then let Rumpus have the extra time as well? So you want to finish your point, or do you?
No, I think I finished. Now that was I think I finished my first point.
Okay, Rumpus, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to sort of rebut that in a couple of minutes?
Well, you know, there's no rebuttal. I mean, there's no dispute about what a theory is. Okay. I've made exactly the same arguments he's just made there to many people over many years. We all know that a scientific theory. I've had to explain to other people who get confused about the colloquial definition that a theory, the scientific theory, is in the general relativity theory or special theory of relativity, is the result of observations, hypotheses, testing things, and then when they become accepted by the peer review, they then become a theory. It's the highest, it's the pinnacle of the scientific process. It's the highest status that something can have. Something like a law, for instance, is an observation of what is basically an observation. So the law of gravity, that we see things, dropping to the ground, whatever, and the laws revolve around the data that you have. The theory is one level above, where you try and explain that law that you've acquired. So, as per usual, John spent, I don't know, 2 minutes just wasting everybody's time. The only thing I did say, that you could start off with a theory. I did, and that was in the colloquial sense, I must admit, because it is very easy to flip between the two. But John, you see, this demonstrates, I'm afraid, that John seems to have a sort of Wikipedia idea about science. He's learned a few things, and then he hasn't got the flexibility because he doesn't understand it. And he seems much more interested in the philosophy of science than actually doing science, which is what people do. If they can't do science, they do the philosophy of science. And I'm afraid John is an example of that. I did say that someone could have a theory without having observed, but that's usually because something like the universe. You say, well, I observe the universe. Everyone's already could start from that point. And if you take, I was taking that as as an accepted context. So you could then without having, so something like, I suppose even Einstein, although he didn't have any references, he was talking about observations. You could come up with a theory of the way, for instance, the way the universe has come about by just simply saying, I can see reality. Now, you could argue that that is an observation, that the phenomenon is the observational.
Okay, 2 minutes gone.
Okay, go to 10 more seconds.
Yeah, 10 more seconds.
And then you could then say that if you're prepared to say reality is an observation, then there are lots of theory in the colloquial sense of theory. You could just come up with to explain how the universe came about. So okay. he's got half a point.
Okay, stop you there. Okay, John, you there?
Yeah, I muted myself, sorry.
Yeah. Do you want to continue for another couple of minutes and further your point, or do you want to move on to something else?
I've got other points. I just want to know how he knows where I got and when I got my information from. And number two, the point was, he said scientific theories can be the first step in the scientific method. That's what I was refuting. So it's wrong. He's refuted.
Okay. Rumpus, want to respond to that?
Yeah, and as I said, it's very easy to flip between the colloquial sense and that, because I obviously was not referring there. There's a theory in the scientific sense, but it is just very easy to slip into the colloquial sense of a theory. And I've repeatedly said many times that scientific theory in the scientific sense is obviously the result that John spent 2 minutes talking about that we all know. But I was saying that you could have a theory in the sense of a colloquial sense, as in a hypothesis about if you're armed with nothing more than the observation that you exist, but taken that as a sort of understood premise, a context. And I thought that didn't really include that, therefore, as an observation, really. As a more general case, I exist, therefore you can then have a hypothesis about existence. And I would argue that reality isn't really much of an observation in the sense of, I observed the thing he stated as an observation. So I think from some very metaphysics is that
okay. John, do you want to move on to a point which actually more directly, rather than discussing what the theory is? I mean, there are two definitions to a theory. I don't know if you're aware of that, but anyway.
No, there's not. There's only one definition to a theory.
No, if you look at a dictionary, you'll find there are several.
Scientific theory. I just posted them for you. There they are, right there.
Yeah, scientific theory. Yes, there's a scientific theory. But if you look up in a dictionary and in conversation, people say I have a theory about something when they're using the colloquial sense.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about a scientific theory.
Yeah, but I mentioned that when I slipped into using the colloquial sense in the discussion that you're talking about.
Okay, guys, shall we let John move on to a more
scientific? How about instead of the philosophy of science, how about doing some science?
No, we're going to do some right now. You have to know what science is first before you can do it.
How long do you want to make your next point, John, to get your
2 minutes.
point across? Two minutes, okay? Right, go.
Okay, he said that there's no independent variables in scientific hypotheses yesterday. So, construct a hypothesis. A scientific hypothesis is your experiment statement. It expresses the proposed cause and effect relationship, the phenomena that was observed in step one. It's a classic if this, then that motif. The independent variable is the proposed cause that you will test to produce the effect. The dependent variable, your prediction, you observed in step one. You must have a viable independent variable, i.e. you must isolate the cause. So forming testable hypotheses from California State University of Berkeley. The key word is testable. That is, you will perform a test on how two variables might be related. This is when you were doing a real experiment. You are testing variables. Formalized hypotheses, let's go down here, contain two variables. One is the independent, the other is the dependent. Notice there are two parts to formalized hypotheses. The if portion contains the testable proposed relationship, and the then portion is the prediction, or your dependent variable, of expected results from an experiment. An acceptable hypothesis contains both aspects, not just the prediction portion. Here at Chemistry About, the independent variable and the dependent variable are examined in any experiment using the scientific method. The independent variable is a condition that you change in the experiment. It is a variable that you control. The dependent variable is your outcome. The null hypothesis from sciencenotes.org. The zero difference or no difference hypothesis predicts that changing one variable, the independent variable, will have no effect on the variable being measured, dependent variable. So how on earth can you have a null hypothesis and have no independent variable? Is this clear?
Okay, that's your 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Right. Well, again, he's just using a subset. I mean, again, he's not interested in talking about science. He's just talking about the philosophy of science. So, for instance, something like the Foucault pendulum, I don't have an although he denied that you do have an independent variable in the sense of where you set up your Foucault pendulum in terms of latitude. But that's, you can still have a perfectly reasonable experiment by setting up a Foucault pendulum somewhere in a latitude, and then there you go, and then saying, without being able to change the latitude, saying, I'm going to make a prediction, given that I understand that there's a rotating Earth, that the pendulum will swing in such a way, and then you match that prediction against. So the null hypothesis would be there would be no, for instance, the Foucault pendulum would not change its orientation with respect to the Earth. And then you can say, right, but I believe there's a spinning Earth, and therefore I predict that there will be a change in the swing of the pendulum. I haven't had to change any independent variables there, and that's still a perfectly reasonable scientific thing. That I'm sure that I don't know who, but there was a paper. I think the papers with the first scientific journals in 1694. I think the Foucault pendulum was 1850. Oh God. Anyway, so I'm quite sure that if someone wants could perfectly acceptably claim that it's a scientific experiment to set up a Foucault pendulum and then say make the prediction and not being able to change any independent variables whatsoever, but make a prediction about what's going to happen and still have a null hypothesis. And then when, of course, you do get the deflection, you say that confirms my prediction, that confirms we're on a spinning Earth. And that did not require an independent variable. So the fact, this is just not quite, it's not gibberish, I'd agree, but there obviously is a subset of experiments where you have in the lab where you obviously try and modify the environment, this independent variable thing. But because, unfortunately, John's got such a limited understanding of what's going on, he just picked up these odd key little elements he's interested in, and he can't focus on the bigger picture.
Can we keep the personal attacks out of this and just deal with the subject material? Thank you.
Okay. So there's no independent variable, and yet you can still have an experiment. Case solved.
Yeah, and I just showed
perfectly
you
2 minutes there. Okay,
I just showed you the direct opposite of that, sir. Cited from here till the cows come home.
And
what's your independent variable with your Foucault pendulum?
Exactly, there isn't one.
And what is the dependent variable?
There isn't. Well, there is a.
Well, then it's not an experiment. I just showed you.
Well, I've just demonstrated that it is.
You didn't demonstrate it. It's nonsensical. What are you manipulating, sir? And what is your prediction?
You don't seem to listen to half the things they're told. I don't know whether this is a problem you're processing information or you just don't listen. I just demonstrated the null hypothesis. Would there be no deflection of the pendulum?
You don't have a hypothesis first to do enough.
Yes, the hypothesis is that it would change the orientation of the swing of the pendulum with respect to the Earth. That's the hypothesis.
What are you manipulating?
Hold on. You're not manipulating anything. That's not.
Then you don't have an experiment.
Yes, I know. That's what you're claiming, and you're wrong.
You don't have an experiment.
You didn't listen. You didn't listen to what I said about the null hypothesis. I explained there was a null hypothesis. You said, "What's the prediction?" You didn't listen to what I said. You didn't listen to the fact that I explained there was a prediction. So you didn't hear that or understand it either. That you would expect a deflection. Well, the evidence is in the Hangout.
What does this say? The independent variable is the core of the experiment.
Can I just finish my sentence? You asked me where was the prediction, what was the null hypothesis, and in the previous statement, in the 2 minutes I'd had, I explained exactly those words.
That's not the argument. Foucault pendulum wasn't the argument. You said there are no independent variables in scientific hypotheses, sir.
I did never have ever said that.
Yes, you did.
No,
yes, you did. You said it yesterday.
Not.
I wrote it down.
No. I said
go back and read it.
I said it doesn't have to be.
Go ahead and read it. Yes, there does. It does have to be.
No, I
because
just
that's the
explained.
definition
I've
of a
given you an
scientific
example.
hypothesis.
I've just given you an example where you don't need one.
I just read it. That's right there.
Yes, and I'm disputing that as valid.
You're disputing that with what? Nuh-uh.
I've given you an example, the Foucault pendulum.
That's not an example that you conjured. I asked you what the independent variable was with your Foucault pendulum that you just conjured.
And I've now answered that 3 times, and I'll do it again.
And what are you manipulating? What is the cause and what is the effect?
Right. I've said, and I'll say it for the 4th time, no, 3rd or 4th time now, you could have an independent variable changing the latitude of your Foucault pendulum, but I'm not suggesting you
control.
Hold on. I didn't get my rest of my sentence out. I'm not suggesting you need to do that.
Go ahead.
Right, I think we're getting into an argument about sort of semantics and definitions.
No, it's not semantics and definitions. No, it's not.
If I could just finish. So you do actually have an independent variable, the Foucault pendulum, but I'm saying you do not need to exercise that option because obviously, something like a pendulum, you might not. Well, you can still get. Hold on. I'm being interrupted here.
No, I just want to make sure. I want to clarify. Your independent variable.
How about clarifying? I was going to do one sentence, and you can ask me for clarification.
Let him finish, John.
Okay.
Right. So with a Foucault pendulum, you can still do science even if you don't change the latitude, which is effectively your independent variable. But I'm saying you don't need to exercise that option to conduct an experiment, to make a prediction, to have a null hypothesis. You didn't listen to any of that because you then asked me what those were again, because I don't think you seem to be able to take on board information and you're just demonstrating it again.
How does he know I didn't listen to it?
Because you asked me the question. You said, what's the null hypothesis? What's the prediction? Even though I told you that
I didn't say the null. I didn't say the null.
You did.
I asked you what the independent
you asked me for the null and the prediction.
No, I didn't. I didn't ask you for the null. I asked you what your independent variable was, and you said the Foucault pendulum. So the cause is the Foucault pendulum, and your prediction is what?
Oh my God! I'm gonna have to say
it's nonsensical buffoonery is what it is. Go ahead.
I don't. But this is the problem. You see, this is why I know you don't. You've never had to exercise your brain properly because you can't take on board information.
We're done with that one.
And I'm going to say it again. I'm going to say it again. You have a null hypothesis.
Right, I'll stop you both. Right, John. Okay. Are you saying, just for clarity, are you saying that the Foucault pendulum is not a valid experiment to prove something?
Yes.
That's what you're saying. Okay.
That's exactly right.
Okay, right. That's your opinion. Okay. I think
that's my fact. I just showed you why.
I see. Okay. Can you say why then? Can you just elaborate on why?
Yes, because it's not a viable independent variable. Your independent variable is the cause. The dependent variable is the effect. So the Foucault pendulum is the cause of what?
No, the Foucault pendulum is an apparatus designed to demonstrate a phenomena.
I'm not debating you, sir.
Yeah. I know. That's what I'm saying. I think the physical thing, the Foucault pendulum, is a physical thing. It's not a variable.
That's right. That's what I was saying. So it's not a viable independent variable. You got it right.
Okay. Right. I think we better move on to another point.
I just want to say a couple of things there.
Let's move on.
Oh, John, I've got to say, because he's being such an idiot.
Rumpus.
Can we stop the name calling, please?
I've got to pull you up on that, Rumpus. You do tend to say, he doesn't understand it because he's an idiot and things like that. We don't need that, Rumpus.
Okay, well, it's very difficult to resist.
I know, but you're not going to achieve a thing.
Yeah, because he has no other recourse. He can't support his.
Okay, well, let me just do this once more time. I'm going to explain to him.
We're not going to listen to one more time. You already explained.
No, we are, because that's what I want to say. There is an independent variable, as I've now said about.
What is it?
Right. I was about to say, but you interrupted me.
Oh, yeah. What is it? It was the Foucault pendulum before.
Moderator, I'm in the middle of a sentence here explaining exactly the thing he's asking.
John, let him have 30 seconds, and then we're going to move on.
Right. There is an independent variable, the Foucault pendulum, and I'll say it for the 5th time, and that is the latitude that you decide to mount the pendulum on. Okay. Right, hold on, I haven't finished. That's not 30 seconds. And I'm saying, but you don't need to actually have an independent variable to be able to make a prediction about what's going to happen and have a null hypothesis. And therefore, it is science and it is an experiment, even if I choose not to exercise the independent variable. Thank you.
Right.
And I just showed you that an independent variable is absolutely necessary in a scientific hypothesis.
You've got some quotes set. I'm sure.
I just showed you.
Yeah, you've just showed some quotes. And I've just demonstrated by an example how you don't need that.
They're cited references, sir.
Right, I'm going to stop you both. Right, we're not this particular one is going to just go on forever because there's
Okay,
a
let's go. Let's
disputing
move on.
terms here. Okay, so let's move on to your next point of your two of 7, John. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll give you 2 minutes. Okay.
Okay. He said yesterday or I said that time is not physical. It has no physical attributes.
Rumpus.
Sorry.
It's a concept. That's what I said. Physical matter. I got the definition for you right here. Matter, any substance which has mass and occupies space. All physical objects are composed of matter, right? So number one, what is the chemical formula of time if it is physical, because that's your position? And number two, what phase does time exist in? A solid, liquid, gas, or plasma? Or does it depend on the time of day? Go ahead.
I never expressed an opinion about time in the Hangout. Yes, you've got me confused with someone else.
Yes, you did.
No.
Yeah, because I explained how I clobbered Einstein's theory, and you said that's baloney.
Are you giving up? Are you relinquishing the rest of your 2 minutes, John?
Yes.
Okay, right. Rumpus, 2 minutes.
Yes, I don't have an issue. I've never said time is physical. Never. Yes, I don't know what John. Unfortunately, because he can't apparently import information, he's got it wrong again. I never said that. I don't know what. I'm not quite sure what I think time is. It's something I've thought about it, but I've not made any claims at all about what it actually is. I'd probably say it's not physical. We did have a debate yesterday involving, but I kept well clear of that debate yesterday. So the concept of time, again, this is all, again, philosophy of science, not actual science. He's not interested in talking about science. If I just got it. Yeah, sure. I'll try and put a time. If I had to be forced to say time, I haven't formed an opinion about what it actually is. I would probably say, though, it's not physical. So this whole point is irrelevant. One thing I would like to say is all physical objects composed of matter, he says, in the form of atoms. Well, not everything is physical and composed of matter is form of atoms. So he's wrong about that, of course, because there isn't anything about science.
All physical. Please keep your comments to yourself. All physical objects are composed of matter. Period. End of story.
Yeah, but you said in the form of atoms. Concept. There are lots of things that aren't atoms that are matter. Muons, mesons, tau, tau particles, mu mesons.
Okay, you said yesterday that time is not physical. You can go back and review what you said in the Hangout. No problem. Let's move on. You said.
I didn't. You're confused, as per usual.
No, I'm not confused. It's in the Hangout. I wrote it down when you said it.
Well,
whoa, stop. Rumpus, you've still got 10 seconds if you want them.
Oh, right. Yeah, so he's got that completely wrong. So his statement there about what matter is completely wrong. And anybody who knew anything about the subject wouldn't. You see, this is the problem. He's suffering from Dunning-Kruger, and he's writing these things down that he doesn't know anything about. And he's got the confidence of ignorance.
Okay. Hey, what's up with these personal attacks?
Yeah, keep telling you, Rumpus. It's not getting any. That doesn't achieve anything.
That's all right. He's just showing his hand. It's called a tell. He has no recourse.
Okay.
But that's all right. Let's go.
Okay. Do you want to move on to a third point, or do you want another 2 minutes on this subject, John?
Yeah, it won't take 2 minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
You said yesterday, Rumpus, there's no problems with Einsteinian relativity and quantum mechanics together. Right?
I said exactly the opposite.
No,
Jesus
you said it yesterday.
Christ.
No, you did. That's all right. We can go back and review it because I wrote these down.
This guy is an absolute moron.
Yeah. Here we go again, moderator.
Yeah, Rumpus. It's.
But when someone's saying that something's completely wrong for the second time, it's just
tell him he's wrong. Then don't call him a moron.
Right.
Right, carry on, John.
Okay. Now he said he didn't say it. Whereas I wrote it down yesterday when he said it. So we have a problem. Anyone could go back and review yesterday's Hangout and see what he said. So.
Okay, so what's your issue with...
well, okay. Okay. I mean, I may have expressed that... When I said there's not a... Okay, I mean... I might not... Okay, perhaps I'll withdraw slightly. What he's building up to is... As I explained to him, that physics and the physics debate, the biggest subject is the problem about the incompatibility of general relativity and quantum mechanics. And I went on about this at length yesterday. Now, so when I say, I may, that phrase, So I went on at length for how there is this incompatibility between the two. So for him to quote me as that somehow representative of what I'm saying is absolutely outrageous. It's the biggest subject in physics, the fact that we do not have a model of physics which brings together the quantum mechanics with general relativity. This is what string theory was all about. Supersymmetry was all about. You can go to any program, any book about physics on the sort of general subject, or even watching a program about it. They go on. Brian Cox, I don't know if you get that in America, goes on about it all the time. This incompatibility between general relativity and quantum mechanics. They don't match. We can't get them to. And this is what M theory and string theory is all about. I went to this at length yesterday.
Those aren't theories,
trying to bring these things together so that
Those
we
aren't
do have a
scientific
unified.
theories,
This is what the theory of everything is all about. It tries to bring together Einstein, the general theory of relativity, and quantum mechanics. I mean, I went on about this at length, and for him to then suggest here that there's no problem with bringing them together when this is the biggest subject in physics, it's just ridiculous.
Sir, that's what you said yesterday. And string theory and M theory aren't scientific theories, sir.
Oh my God.
Okay, so as a result of that, John, do you want to make a point about it?
Yeah, but we can move on. I already made my point there. We can go on to the next one.
Okay, right. I'll start you 2 minutes. Make your next point.
Okay, he said materialism and realism is true. And what materialism and realism is, the doctrine that the world is, there's a world of matter existing independent of perception and consciousness. But, as we see here from Bernard de Espagnac, the doctrine that the world is made up of objects whose existence is independent of human consciousness turns out to be in conflict, again, with quantum mechanics and with facts established by experiment. So that refutes that. Here's another one. Quantum theory thus denies the physical real world independent of its observation. That's at Rosenblum and Kuttner in The Quantum Enigma. Professor Henry Stapp, he gave a United Nations briefing. He said, "You often hear that the observer was brought into physics by quantum mechanics, but it was not a passive observer. Quantum mechanics brought the human being into science not only as an observer, a passive observer, but as an agent." And that is the key point. In order to make quantum mechanics work, you've got to bring the human agent into the equations of quantum mechanics, into the dynamics at the outset. The atoms or elementary particles themselves are not real. They form a world of potentialities or possibilities rather than one of things or facts. That's Werner Heisenberg. There's the citation. The path taken by a photon is not an element of reality. We are not allowed to talk about the photon passing through this or that slit. Neither are we allowed to say the photon passes through both slits. All this kind of language is not applicable. That's Professor Anton Zellinger. And the coup de grace from Zhao Song Ma. Quantum erasure with a causally disconnected choice from Pinas. No naive realistic picture, that's red, realism or materialism, is compatible with our results, because whether a quantum could be seen as showing particle or wave-like behavior would depend on a causally disconnected choice. It is therefore suggestive to abandon such pictures altogether.
Okay, right, John. That's fine. Now, I haven't heard the shape of the Earth being mentioned at any point yet.
Right. I'm happy to go through those quotes.
Sure.
If you could show them on screen.
Sure, they are on screen.
Yes. I thought you were about to make the window small.
Go ahead for a couple of minutes then, Rumpus.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to get onto the flat Earth, because that presumably is what Flat Earth debates is interested in. But yes, I mean John's basic claim is that that humans are required. Now, it is perfectly compatible to say that human consciousness is an agent in the experiment, but what is not correct to say, it's a necessary part for. Now, I think there was some statement in order to make quantum mechanics work, you've got to bring the human agent into the. So down there, just in the third quote. In order to make quantum mechanics work, you've got to bring the human agent into the equations of quantum mechanics, into the dynamics. Right? I don't believe that would be accepted. I think that's just wrong. Now, the reason, of course, that John is interested, he believes that the quantum mechanics can only work with an observer, a human consciousness or some sort of consciousness. Now, this came back through, I think it's about the 1960s, where you may have heard that there has to be an observer. And in the 1960s, there was a suggestion, I can't remember, by someone called Winger. I've got that somewhere. Hold on, just give me a couple moments. Winger, I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, it's German. And he suggested that you needed a consciousness to collapse the wave function, which of course is something we possibly could talk about. The Schrödinger wave equation, which is this wave equation that basically gives particles the instructions about where to go. So something like the double slit experiment that hopefully people are familiar with in this way. You have two slits very close to one another and you shine light through them. You get an interference pattern, like just as if you did it on
15
water.
seconds.
Oh God, this is quite complicated. Yes, you see, he's just where was I? And this chap in 1960 claimed that you needed a consciousness, an observer, a conscious observer, not just a detector, not just a piece of kit. Oh God, can I just finish off my sentence?
John, is it all right if Rumpus carries on for
go
another
ahead,
30 seconds? Yep, go ahead.
That's fine.
Thank you. Thank you. Because it's a huge subject that's been brought up here. And so this chap, because he thought that because the whole point about the Schrödinger wave equation is that you have a superposition of possibilities. And he thought, well, that your consciousness does not have a superposition of possibilities. You see just one result. And because of that, he felt that was where the superposition of the Schrödinger wave equation stopped at your consciousness. But he's actually retracted from this now in his later life. I don't know whether he's dead now or whatever, but he's certainly in his later life. He's now said no, he's recanted that position, that you do not need consciousness, because people like Roger Penrose, who people should well know from Black Hole, is associated with Stephen Hawking, pointed out to him that in fact your consciousness can in fact cope with superposition. So the reason this consciousness came, as I was saying, is because the idea was that your brain, your consciousness, was a classical thing where you couldn't have superposition, and therefore everything up to the point, because the detector could have subject to superpositions, and a kit you might store stuff on might have superpositions, all the way up to consciousness where they said, oh, this is classical. Your perception is a classical perception. You can only have it one way or the other. Therefore, that's the point where the Schrödinger wave equation must be resolved one way or the other. And he just came with this as an arbitrary philosophical idea, and it was accepted by many people. And that's why you'll see this idea of a big eye looking at the universe to make it work. And this is the point that John's very keen on.
Okay.
But just one last sentence. But he recanted on this, and Roger Penrose pointed out that the brain is just like just a collection of atoms, and therefore can in fact work in a superposition state. And therefore, this whole idea of a conscious observer being required to make quantum mechanics work, I'm afraid, has been kicked in the bin. So on this chap that he's got a quote from there, I'm afraid I think there'll be lots of physicists who would disagree with that.
Okay, that's enough, right? I mean, you've been going on for a while now.
Thank you, John, for letting me finish that. But you
haven't supported anything of what you said, so let me take it to the woodshed right now. Can you see this?
Well, I could give you a quote from Wigner if you like. I
don't need quotes from Wigner. This is an actual experiment. The presence of path information anywhere in the universe is sufficient to prohibit any possibility of interference. It is irrelevant whether a future observer might decide to acquire it. The mere possibility enough. You see this?
Yes, and yes, but
So
that
it's
observer
the
doesn't have to
path
be conscious.
information.
The observer doesn't have to be conscious. It could be just a piece
It's
of
the path information. Who is able to know the path information?
You don't need to know.
besides
No
a
one needs to
conscious
know
agent?
anything. No one needs to know anything. It could be just a piece
No,
of.
then
It could be a
you're
piece of
refuted
measuring
right
kit.
here.
It could be a piece
Right
of
here.
measuring kit. It could be a piece
You're
of measuring.
refuted in this experiment right here.
When he talks about future observer, that could easily be a piece of mechanical kit.
No, it can't. You're talking
Yes, it
about decoherence. That's all right. I'm going
Yes.
to deal with that here in a minute.
That's what I'm talking about. Decoherence. Yes.
Yeah, you are. We talked about that yesterday. That's okay. We're going to get to that here in a minute.
So the nothing you've just said there in any way contradicts what I've just.
Sure,
what
it
I
just
said previously.
did directly.
No, it doesn't, because I've just pointed out an observer
let's
can
go
be a
back.
piece of
Yeah,
kit.
it did. Yes, it
No,
did.
it didn't. No, it didn't, because you've got to. An observer can be a piece of mechanical kit. It doesn't need to be conscious.
No, it can't. Well, who made the mechanical kit?
It's irrelevant.
Okay, we're going to see that right here in the delayed choice.
What about
quantum
the
eraser.
previous 3.5 billion years when humans weren't around? What do you think?
3.5 billion years.
The universe managed to exist in that
Scientifically
time.
validate that, please.
Well,
That's a
all-
claim. You have to support it.
Okay, right. If you want me to, do you want me to spend a couple of seconds on that?
No, I don't. We could get to that at the end.
Well, you just asked me. You just asked me to support. Now you're saying you don't want me to. Make up your mind.
Yeah, we can support it at the end. I'll mark it down.
Okay, so you don't want me to support it then?
Yeah, I will.
Well, make up your mind. Tell me what it is you want me to do.
I want you to support it. We'll do it.
You do want me to support it? Jesus Christ!
At the end.
Oh, at the end, not now. Jesus.
That's
okay,
right.
right.
I write it down.
Guys, can we please possibly move on to something that actually remotely represents the discussion on whether the Earth is flat or spherical?
No, this is material to the discussion.
Okay, so
this is material to the discussion, sir.
At what point are we going to move on to flat Earth?
He said, I'm not done yet.
Right. But I mean, I say we can go on for hours and hours and talk about, not.
No, we agreed to, but he agreed to this before we started this hangout that this is how we were going to structure this.
No, the structure is the time each of you get and the way you rebut things. But the conversation, I mean, we could talk about line dancing. No, we're
not talking about line dancing. This is science.
Talk about flat Earth.
He made claims yesterday, and we discussed these as the subject for our discussion today before you got in here, and he agreed to them.
I did agree to take your 7 points. I mean, it would be nice. I didn't agree to you being able to completely set the agenda, but I was happy to go through your 7 points.
Now you're.
Well,
do any of the 7 points relate to the shape of the Earth, John, or not?
Yeah. Listen, I'm not done yet, sir.
Yeah,
I have 2 more points.
Okay.
They're going real quick.
And then we can move on to flat Earth.
Possibly.
Well, I thought that was the idea of the debate. I'm sorry.
Sure, it'll be real. Yeah, we can move on. Listen, can I finish my points, please?
Yeah, go ahead. Give you another 2 minutes.
He said yesterday, as we were discussing the delayed choice quantum eraser, this experiment right here, which I'm going to take his decoherence nonsense to the woodshed here in 1 second. He said, I haven't reviewed this experiment, but if you're saying it shows retrocausality, you are sadly mistaken. So let me get this straight. You haven't reviewed this at all, but you're willing to come to a hard conclusion about the experiment, about the results of the experiment. So,
yes.
I mean, how did you get did you use like tea leaves or, like a crystal ball or something to figure that one out? It's probably the same method you use to arrive at your worldview.
Right.
So I'm going to show you how it does affect causality, if you don't mind.
This could take some time.
And to your point, let's just talk about decoherence for a second. You said any detector will cause wave function collapse. But as we can see here, you see these D2 and D1 detectors downstream from the double slit? It's going through half silvered mirrors and bouncing off full silvered mirrors. I mean, these are actual physical things that it's coming in contact with. However, guess what we're getting? Interference patterns at R1 and R2, sir. What's going on? I thought you said it would collapse it. I'm
afraid I haven't had time to fully review this experiment again, I'm afraid.
Well, you already came to the conclusion that it doesn't.
Because the conclusion that you came to was that retro causality is clearly...
Okay, I'm going to show you that right now.
Well, hold on. I'm just saying the reason I rejected it. I did reject it. I said, but that's because on a grounds of authority. There are people that I trust, and just the academic institutions and the positions they hold. I have confidence in their answer, and therefore, although I don't
that's
have
appealing to consensus. You don't have.
I'm appealing to not just but it's not just consensus of people I met in the pub. This is the consensus, the scientific consensus.
No, it's not.
And
consensus doesn't have anything to do with empirical science, sir. Consensus is subjective. Empirical is objective.
Yeah, but there are people who I trust to have a good opinion. This is an experiment. I know, and they're capable of evaluating the merits of this experiment better than I am at the moment.
I just evaluated it for you yesterday.
Yes, but you can't
evaluate retrocausality.
You can't even remember what happened yesterday. I wouldn't trust your evaluation of whether your trousers
I'm going to show it to you right now, and then you can either comply with it or do another Ipsy-Dixit fallacy. Because you said so. It's a nuh-uh. So listen, photon is generated here for an argon pump laser. There's no detectors here at the double slit. All the detectors are downstream. The entangled photons are split. one photon, the signal photon, is sent to D0. All position measurements are measured here. The idler is either going on the red path or the blue path. Now this signal photon arrives at this detector 8 nanoseconds before any of these detectors get hit. That is, you see my cursor right here?
Yeah.
And right here?
Yeah.
That is, D0 is hit before any of the idler photons hit BSA, the half-silvered mirror, or BSB. It has no idea. Every single time that we take measurements or hits at D3 and D4, this shows wave function collapse. Every time we take measurements here at D1 and D2, these show interference, but they're shown at 8 nanoseconds before they even reach these detectors. This is what you're getting.
Yes,
from the unknown path, and as you can see, the difference between D3 or D4 and D3 and D1 and D2 are, we know the path information to these detectors. As you can see, the only way it can hit D4 is if the photon came out of A. The only way it can hit D3 is if it only came out of the blue path, right?
I think this is going to be an unproductive thing. I mean, you've missed out a couple of important things, like the crystal. That's
like
the key thing about where we got these two lines.
Yeah, the BBO crystal. Yeah, so
yeah,
those are entangled photons.
Yes, I mean, there's a lot of information you're missing out on this, and I haven't.
Okay, you know what? Do you want to go through the whole thing then? I got to write up with it.
Well, I have not done it enough. So
here we go. Do you want me to start off?
Well, I think if you're going to explain it in the level of detail that I'm then going to form an opinion, it's going to take us an hour. So I don't think this is a productive way to spend our time here.
Well, you're quibbling over how you got the entangled photons. I got it right here.
So right.
What does that have to do with the experimental setup or the results? They're entangled photons.
Okay, right, but okay. Well, it's just the way you're explaining it is not. I don't think you're very good at explaining it because I don't think you understand.
Oh, there's another opinion again. But you said yesterday that you knew that.
No, I didn't say that.
Before even reviewing
no, I expressed an opinion about it based on my confidence in the scientific.
But you never reviewed the experiment. How can you make a hard conclusion when you never even looked at it?
I gave my belief.
I want to quickly interrupt. What does this experiment show, John?
It's the retrocausality is the object of the exercise he's trying to demonstrate.
It shows retrocausality. Here's the results of the experiment.
I mean,
the existence of the experimental conclusions. The existence of the Witch path information alone causes wave function collapse. So, and then here's his appeal just before to decoherence. The physical interaction with the measuring device does not cause wave function collapse. I just showed you that.
Well, I'm not. You haven't. I have not understood.
I just showed you. Here you go.
No.
Here's the interference pattern.
Right, but I would need to review this in some detail to form an opinion, and I can't do it now. And it's going to take us an hour to go through this for me to understand to the point.
Now he asked me the question. So number 3, QM phenomena transcend time and space, and we have another.
There are scientists that are familiar with this experiment who do not agree with the conclusions you're offering.
It's not a case of agree or disagree. It's empirical.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. It's an experiment.
That's the point. There are scientists who empirically say it's not.
And sir, well, they say that, but they can't support it by experiment. And I have it repeated right here by orders of magnitude that time and space, this last one right here, transcend time and space.
Well, you've written something down there, yes, so what?
Zhao Sung Ma, but this is quantum erasure with a causally disconnected choice from PNAS. They took this experiment a step further. Instead of 8 nanoseconds, they did it 5 orders of magnitude further on the time end. That's 450 microseconds. And then on the space end, it took it to exponential magnitudes with 2 experiments, one at 55 meters, one at 144 kilometers space separated. So, time and space are utterly meaningless in quantum mechanics.
They did this experiment with a separation of 144 kilometers.
Yes, they did on the Canary Islands. Here, I'll put this in the side chat. You can review it at your leisure.
Okay, well, I really don't think we'll get very far. I think this is such a detailed thing, and I haven't researched it sufficiently for me able to. What I do know is that if retrocausality had been shown, it would be huge news in the scientific community. And I appreciate it does have some problems, but I think other people have said there are problems with this analysis
there's no
you're
problem.
offering. Well, there is.
I think that.
No, how do you? There's problems with it, but you don't know.
Well, I'm not familiar with them.
But John, I think, and Rumpus, I think this, whilst it's very interesting, I think it's going vastly over the majority of the audience's head by a country mile. It's very, very deep.
Okay, let's get into gravity then. We'll move on. I just wanted to make a point.
Discuss gravity. That's something that I think most people are familiar with, gravity, because we're all walking around. So, okay, I'll give you, what, do you want 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, John?
2 minutes should be fine.
Go ahead. You start now.
All right. So they say the gravity is the answer. That's all I hear is gravity this and gravity that. Well, they have to identify which one they're talking about, because you got two types of gravity: Einsteinian gravity or Newtonian. Newtonian gravity is a force. On the other hand, Einsteinian gravity is not a force. So my first question to him is: gravity a scientific theory or is it a scientific law?
Well,
hang on,
gravity.
Hang on, Rumpus. John,
Okay.
are you done?
Yeah.
Okay.
For right now.
Okay, we'll stop that. Rumpus, 2 minutes. Go.
Right, definitely gravity as we perceive it in the real world is definitely a force, but what actually causes gravity as a force to exist is not actually through it's obviously to do with the bending of space-time from Einstein's general theory of relativity. So it manifests itself as a force in our reality, but it actually is not derived. It is not sourced from being a force. It is a manifestation in our reality. So it is a problematic thing. So he's right to identify that it is slightly problematic in terms of how to think about it. But this is an understood model, and I can't give you an exact explanation of how that works. But the bending of space makes things basically try and travel in straight lines, but the bending of space by mass causes these straight lines to be bent into non-straight lines, and so they then move, or they don't follow straight lines of movement. They actually get bent by, because when you drop an apple, it is actually being attracted to the center of the earth, and effectively its path's being bent by inertia and Newton's first law that things won't move unless they're given a force, or they won't change if they're already in movement. They won't change that. They are being effectively bent by the mass of the earth, and that manifests itself as a physical force in our world. Because of course we can't see space-time. It's not something we can actually see or interact with directly. We can only do it through the real world, and so it's this mathematical construction of the general Einsteinian space-time thing. I mean, that manifests itself in the physical world as a force. So I think they are compatible, and I think I'd like to be able to give you a really good explanation, but that's I think that's as good as I can give, and I think that's probably as good an explanation. You're asking me to explain quite a complicated thing here.
Actually, 2 minutes, thank you.
Okay. It's not that complicated. I asked you what is gravity.
Johnny, you want another 2 minutes? Or
Yes.
Okay, go.
I asked him, well, not 2 minutes. I'm not going to need that. I asked him a simple question.
It's simple to construct, difficult to answer.
This is a simple question. Which one is it? It can't be both. One is a force and one's not a force, sir. Which one is it?
Well,
Einstein or Newtonian?
Well, as I said, we've got this concept of space-time that was invented by Einstein.
I just want just scientific theory or a scientific law on which one? I don't need a story.
Well, gravity is a law. But Einstein, but the general theory of relativity is a theory.
You can't have. So which one is it?
Well, one causes the other. The bending of space causes gravity to exist and have a force. So it's like a sort of second. There's two stages removed here. One stage removed.
Okay, From Musser George, How Einstein Revealed the Universe's Strange Non-Locality, just in November 2015. Einstein created his general theory of relativity, which provides our modern understanding of gravity, with the express purpose of expunging non-locality, we're going to get to that, from physics. Isaac Newton's gravity acted at a distance, as if by magic, and general relativity snapped the wand in two by showing the curvature of space-time and not an invisible force, i.e. Newtonian gravity, gives rise to gravitational attraction. Now, which one is it?
Well, I would agree with that statement. That's that quote you've just given. That it was. Okay. He did. I mean, Newton believed he didn't understand the mechanism for gravity. He just went for the action at a distance. You know, there's no medium. Whereas obviously the general theory of relativity talks about the bending of space-time, and then that was the cause of gravity. And so he says, he was trying to break Einstein's action at a distance, and then of course Einstein was then shown to be wrong, because you've accepted what you said with your quantum Deloitte choice experiment you were going on about in the last discussion thing we had, where you seem to be happy with non-locality, the fact that you have action at a distance, entangled photons which interact with one another.
This isn't the same non-locality, sir.
No, but he's trying to break the non-locality. Yes, I mean he's trying.
No, it's not the same non-locality.
Yeah, it's not the same. But Isaac Newton was saying that there's an action at a distance, spook action at a distance.
No, he didn't say that.
No, Isaac Newton did. He was assumed
that about quantum mechanics.
No, Isaac Newton assumed it was instant, and what they're saying here is that Einstein then he determined that in fact gravity propagated at the speed of light. Newton assumed it was instant, and because Einstein then said it was ripples in the space time, and so he removed the what do we call it here, the non-locality.
No,
he made it local. He made it have a medium. So I would agree.
This has nothing to do with non-locality and quantum. Newton has nothing to do with non-locality and quantum mechanics.
He was, because he was assuming there's
no, he didn't.
Well,
quantum mechanics wasn't.
Well, let me finish my sentence. Isaac Newton assumed there was an instant action at a distance, which is very similar to the quantum mechanical non-locality.
It has nothing to do with it, sir. Well, Newton had no idea about quantum mechanics and what.
No, I'm not suggesting he did, but I'm saying they both have in them at a fundamental level non-locality.
Yeah, non-local. So Einstein has. Let's go back to the original question. Just one. Pick one. Well, Newton's law or Einstein's theory. You can't have both.
Well, the gravity that we see in the physical world is indeed a force, but how it's derived is derived one stage removed by the general theory of relativity, which is all about the bending of space-time, and there's a medium and there's a propagation speed.
These are married bachelors, sir. Do you understand the law of non-contradiction?
I certainly do.
Okay, you know the two things that are contradictory can't exist or be responsible for the same thing at the same time.
Well, I mean, whether something's a law or a theory is something that people decide in committee rooms because out of consensus. I mean, we've stopped calling things laws these days and such. No one invents laws.
You don't know what a scientific law is. That's the problem. What is a scientific law?
It's a collection of observations that have been verified about physical observations.
It's a description
of
our reality. It's usually mathematical. A scientific
you're right.
Explanation of the cause and effect. They're two different. They're opposites.
Well, certainly things like Newton's. I mean, the thing is, there's been an argument about whether or not you can use the word law to describe things like Newton's law of motion, because that is there's a mathematical representation. Normally, a law is described as a set of observations, and I'm not sure that includes why it happened. I suppose you could argue that it could include the maths for what the observations that we make, that we make and observe, and how and so you can say that, for instance, when one thing falls to the ground, we observe that it always takes s is equal to ut plus a half t squared to get from one state to another. So I
they're
think
just descriptions. Math can only describe. It can't explain anything. Scientific theories give explanation of cause and effect. You can't do a cause and effect with a law. It's like the second law of thermodynamics. Heat always flows from hot to cold, right? How or why is that possible? Well, We'll never know because.
Oh, we do. We know
it's a
exactly why that
nonsensical
happens.
question.
We know exactly why that happens.
No. The mechanism as to how and the why.
Yes, we know exactly every part
No,
of
it's
that.
a scientific law, sir. What's the cause of that?
Right, the cause of that is the most common state is the one that's adopted by a system. So, for instance, if you imagine a set of coins all set to heads, tails up or something. Let's say you had 10 coins, all tails up, and then you decided to, in a box, and then you decide to jiggle that box. What do you think the chances are of them all, at any stage in the future, coming down all tails? It's really tiny because because what the entropy means is the system will adopt the most common, the state with the most number of states, and that is when you've nearly got a 50-50 distribution. Even the chances of it ever going back is almost like the universe type time before you'll ever get your coins back in or even possibly 10 you might have a chance, but it doesn't take very many before it becomes the age of the universe for them, and that's simply due to the probabilities. There are many more combinations of 50-50 coins than there are with all on one side, because there's only one set of coins. Each coin would have to be in one particular state.
Sir, what is
tails
the
up? And well, the cause is probability. The cause is the number of different states. It's simple. It's simple. It's simple like predicting dice. It's no more complicated.
Just tell me
than
what
that.
the cause is.
Well, I've explained the cause is probability. The number of states.
No,
just like
probability
throwing a
doesn't
dice.
cause anything. It's not. It doesn't have.
It does.
Probability doesn't cause
It's
anything.
no different to working out the probability of getting rolling a particular number on a dice thing. It's no different to that at all.
That's not a cause. Probability is not a cause. It has no.
Well, I can tell you what the probability of your dice throwing would be, and I can say that it's the probability
Well,
of
that's
1
not
in
the
6.
cause of it.
Well, okay, the cause is the shape of the dice. But we understand, once you've got the laws of physics in place, then you can say that we understand, things like molecules bouncing around in a gas or coins tossing. Certainly with the coins tossing one, you can very clearly identify that they could be in one or two states, and if the cause is you can jiggle them around, if you like, you can predict what the behavior of that system will be as a matter of probability.
Okay, here we go. A scientific law versus scientific theory. You didn't answer my question, by the way.
I did talk about law.
Look above at the definitions under law and theory. These definitions clearly differentiate the two words. A law describes what nature does. It's
By observations. Yeah, I said observations, but it describes
a
is
theory
good enough.
explains the how and the why nature works.
Absolutely.
Like I just said.
No one would dispute this.
So give me the cause of heat flowing from hot to cold. I asked you that. You went off on dice.
I told you about the probability state is that the probability of a state with the two objects having the same temperature is more likely than the probability of not, and that is the cause.
Probability is the cause, right? So you're saying probability causes heat to flow from hot to cold.
Well, the actual mechanism is through the oscillation of the atoms, but the probability is the thing that determines what the result will be, and that it also explains why you will end up with the two things at the same temperature and mixing well rather than not mixing. It's just a matter of dice throwing. You can do it it's no different to calculating the chance of having a dice throw. It's a bit more complicated, obviously, but you can do it just with simple probability. Entropy is all about the system going into the most.
Right, guys, I'm going to have to stop you. I'm getting some shit now off FED. We've got to move on to the shape of the Earth. End of story.
End of story.
We're not going to discuss philosophical arguments about physics.
They aren't philosophical arguments.
Well, okay. We've got to move on to the shape of the Earth. I need you to bring a point across, John, now, which which is going to prove your hypothesis that the Earth is a flat plane, and then we're going to give Rumpus a chance to rebut that.
Okay, and now you're going to understand the reason why I just went over all that on hypotheses. And theories.
Fair enough. Okay.
Now you're going to understand it because I'm going to tell you. Let me shut my screen because I'm screen sharing, right?
You are screen sharing.
Let me turn it off.
Okay. Do you want 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes? How long do you want? For your first point.
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Right. Well, I'm going to give you a maximum of 2 minutes, and if you want to say when you finish, then you say so.
Yes, because either a spinning ball spherical Earth or a flat Earth is outside the scientific method by definition. I just explained it to you. You need a viable independent variable for your hypothesis. There is none. There is no cause and effect. And I'm going to show you this here in a few minutes. So I want you to provide me scientific evidence. By what I'm saying is, I want you to follow the scientific method, observe a phenomenon, construct a hypothesis, and then test. Give me an experiment that validates the spinning ball Earth. Go.
Okay. I would set up a focal pendulum somewhere on a reasonable latitude.
We already went over the focal.
Sorry?
We already went over the focal. There's no
and I'm about to.
variable. Pick another one.
So I'm good. So with a focal pendulum, I'll set it up somewhere, and with the physics that we know, basic rotational mechanics, I can say what I expect that pendulum to do if we're on a spinning Earth. And what do I do if we do that? You set up the focal pendulum, and you see that it does in fact agree with the prediction made for a spinning Earth. On a flat Earth, it wouldn't happen. The null hypothesis that the procedure that John said to be keen on would be that it doesn't change its angle of inclination with respect to the Earth as time goes on. The spinning Earth says that it will. It changes its inclination, therefore, on a spinning Earth. Similarly, the Doppler effect, we can actually measure that we know, for instance, that due to the spinning Earth at the equator, it's going 1,000 miles an hour. That has some consequences. For instance, the centripetal force that's required there means that you weigh slightly 0.3% less than you do at the poles. You can measure that. Similarly, with the Doppler effect, given the fact that you're going 1,000 miles an hour on the equator one way and then the other, you can actually see the Doppler effect affecting your observations. Looks things like the cosmic wave microwave background radiation when you make observations about that on Earth. Similarly, you can see Doppler. Similarly, you can see Doppler effects on that. Obviously, we also have pictures of the Earth from NASA. We can actually see the damn thing. We also see things like stellar operations due to the orbit of the Earth around. I don't know if he's also disputing the orbit of the Earth. You can also see things like something called stellar aberration, which you can see the stars moving up and down depending on our speed of our orbit. When we're going towards a star and a certain speed, it's a one inclination, and when we come around 6 months later, when we observe the same star due to Doppler effects, it's lower in the sky. Let's have another one. That's four complete invalidations, and obviously we've got satellites and pictures and things.
Okay, John, would you like to rebut any or all of those claims?
Yes, he didn't answer my question, sir. I asked him, using the scientific method, to go ahead and observe a phenomenon, construct a hypothesis, and then test it. He didn't do any of it. He talked about the cosmic microwave background fairy tale.
I summarised it. I didn't want to go through. I mean, if you want me to go through stage by stage, which is the hypothesis,
that's scientific evidence, sir.
Yes, but I don't need to go through the whole process. This is the problem. This is the problem. You can't take on board information and arguments in a concise manner. And so when I talk about things like it's implicit. It's implicit in my statement that you have a theory about how much Doppler effect you're going to be for the rotation. Then you're going to see, and then see what constitutes a Doppler shift.
John, okay, you're stating that any of the scientific observations and experiments that Rumps has mentioned don't fit with the scientific method. Okay, let's turn it around. I want you to give us an example. What is a valid experiment for anything?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Can I share my screen, please?
I believe you are still. Are you not still sharing?
No, I turned it off.
Well, you are presenting as far as I'm. So if you actually go to your own thing and share yourself, you will be sharing.
Okay.
Because you are still on there. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Here's something I would just for an example, and I'll get to the actual experiment, but just conceptually. Let's say back in the day, those sailors used to take those long journeys, right, and used to come back with scurvy. So. My example here is observe a phenomenon. So sailors appear crippled, they have bleeding gums, and have poor wound healing after long sea journeys, right? The plausible explanations for this, and these are just a few. Prolonged exposure to seawater? Possible.
I thought we were talking about the flat Earth here.
Yeah, we're going to get there. This is conceptual. He just asked me a question.
Let him carry on.
He just asked me a question, sir. I'm telling him. So it could be a number of possible problems: inhalation of aerosol sea coal droppings, prolonged exposure to swabbing the deck cleaning solutions, prolonged rolling and pitching, poor air quality caused by smoke and candles, mold, mildew. We just don't know. What about what we don't know? So we're looking for the cause of the effect, the cause of scurvy. So what do? Those are just a few plausible explanations. Do we poll a bevy of current scientists and roll with what most think it is, then call it science?
This is deflection.
Or do we test every possible cause, red, independent variable, and validate the effect, the dependent variable? Prediction, science. So let's try to find one. I got one right here, what you asked, for an actual step-by-step.
While you're doing that, can I just mention things
I'm here.
That the sun doesn't change size, which it would on a flat Earth.
Right here.
And on a spinning Earth, it's far away.
Hang on, let him finish. Then you bring that up.
This is all irrelevant.
So back to, it's conceptually relevant, sir. He asked me for an example of an actual experiment or going through the scientific method.
I mean, you've had more than 2 minutes of this as well.
I'm sorry, yeah. He asked me, what do you want me to do?
Keep it to 2 minutes.
We'll give you plenty
I
of
already
time.
gave you most of my time here.
I asked him to give us an example, Rumpus.
Yeah. And I bet you regret that now.
Well, that's tough shit, isn't it? Let him finish the point now for the sake of it.
So construct a hypothesis back with our vitamin C issue. Here is a testable hypothesis. If vitamin C intake is crucial to collagen integrity in humans, then eliminating vitamin C in humans will cause scurvy. This is a valid scientific hypothesis and a testable statement. What are you manipulating, i.e. the independent variable in this experiment? Answer, vitamin C intake.
Surely, moderator, there's a limit on how long you can go on before I'm allowed to have another go.
What are you measuring or predicting? The dependent variable. Answer, scurvy. Do you see the independent and dependent variable connection here?
Yeah. And my independent variable, the spinning of the Earth, was to say here, well, I can't actually change the rate that the Earth is spinning, but I could certainly make predictions about how much Doppler effect there's going to be, what the focal pendulum would be, and I can change the latitude of that and see that the deflection of the pendulum is dependent on that. I can also say that the sun doesn't change in size, which you would have to on a flat Earth model.
No, but you can't manipulate that.
We can also see the sun drops over the horizon.
But you can't manipulate that. That's a just so
yes, that's why the old definition of an experiment or gaining scientific knowledge.
There it is, right here for you. Look at these.
Bollocks. These are experiments. You can conduct experiments.
One at a time, guys.
Jesus Christ.
Look how much this is say on independent variables. You have to know this to pass 5th grade general science, sir.
Yes, the trouble is you've found this little issue and you're focusing on it because you don't have the understand.
It's a hypothesis.
The bigger understanding of the issues and how to conduct an argument.
Can you have science without a scientific hypothesis, sir?
No, you need a scientific hypothesis. You need that bit.
You need a hypothesis. Part of that scientific hypothesis is the independent and dependent variable.
And some.
Yo, friends, I interrupt this delicious broadcast. Make sure y'all remember that Chris Van Matre has a video on our server demonstrating with a solar telescope that the sun changes in size. So according to Rumpus, if the Earth was flat, the sun would change in size. Chris Van Matre proved years ago that the sun changes in size, therefore the Earth is flat. Thank you, Rumpus. All right, now that Rumpus has proven the Earth is flat, I'll continue with the regularly scheduled program shortly.
Sometimes you don't, so you can still
you just contradicted yourself.
No, you can still learn about the world around you without having an independent variable.
You can't test
the rotation of the Earth. But I mean, even with a focal pendulum, you have got an independent variable because you can change the latitude. If you really insist on having an independent variable, you can change the latitude.
Okay, let's see if it makes sense. The latitude is the cause. Your prediction is what?
No, the cause is the rotation of the Earth.
No, you just said the latitude was. The cause is your independent variable.
I said that's the independent variable. Listen to what I'm saying.
That's the cause.
The cause is the rotation of the Earth.
Listen, an independent variable is the presumed cause. How difficult is this?
Well, okay,
and the dependent variable is the presumed effect. This is real easy.
Well, it affects. You've got a definition.
The latitude. So what is it? First you said the latitude.
Right.
Second you said the phone
The
call
independent
pendulum.
variable is the latitude. The spinning of the Earth is the cause.
Causes what? The latitude causes what?
The latitude changes the effect of the spinning of the Earth on your pendulum.
The latitude changes the spinning of the Earth. That is preposterous. It's absurd.
It changes the effect of the spinning of the Earth, I think.
It's preposterous. It's not a cause and effect.
It is, because
no, it's not. The latitude doesn't cause anything.
The latitude is your variable.
It's not a variable. It's not a cause.
What do you mean it's not a variable? I can change the position of my pendulum with its latitude.
Oh my goodness!
And that is the independent variable that I've got.
Okay, right. Again, with this independent variable thing is just.
I know he's obsessed with it. He's learned about it.
On and on.
He can't get off
We're just going to argue about it forever. What we need you to do, what I've been asked by Flat Earth Debates, John, we need you, okay, to provide concrete evidence that the Earth
I just
is flat.
Told you, sir.
No. What you've done is you've tried to say that the evidence for a globe Earth is flawed.
That's correct.
What you haven't done is provide evidence for a flat Earth.
Okay, sir.
You've said that the experiments that try to demonstrate. Let me finish. You've tried to demonstrate that the experiments that show the Earth being a globe are invalid. What we need you to do is give us evidence that the Earth is flat.
An argument would do. Argument or evidence.
Sir, didn't I preface this by saying that either the flat Earth or the spinning ball Earth, in conjunction with the scientific method, is married bachelors? Didn't I just say that when I prefaced my discussion?
So married